Hello friends, my name is Manhwa. Please check out other video. If you are new to the channel, then do not forget to subscribe the channel and like the video. Rutgers froze in place, his expression slightly distorted, but he still tried to maintain his demeanor. You are only level 25, I should be more qualified than you. Lin Moyu shook his head, that's just what you think. Haha. Rutgers laughed angrily, you're only level 24, and it's normal that you don't have enough vision. Do you know what book your highness wants to print? My highness wants to clear the Hell Difficulty Outpost dungeon alone to get the legendary title. Beautiful lady, I will invite you after His Royal Highness successfully completes the dungeon of Hell Difficulty and obtains the title. Ning Yi's big eyes were shining. She looked at him like an idiot and pointed to her head. Are you not doing well here? Many Shanxia professionals on the sidelines laughed. Hearing such nonsense of Rutgers, everyone there started laughing, and you know why they all are laughing, because they all know our MC, and by saying such a small thing in front of him, Rutgers has made fun of himself. Ning Yi was saying that there seemed to be something wrong with Rutgers' head. Rutgers' head was red and white, but in order to maintain his demeanor, he couldn't get angry at Ning Yi, although already very angry, but still have to endure. I endured it very hard, and I pinched my head. Lin Moyu gave him a weird look. You can't get the title. Rutgers suddenly covered his forehead and laughed loudly. You actually said that His Highness can't win the title. If His Highness can't win the title, who else can win the title? There was incomparable arrogance in the voice. Before, Mo Yun was considered arrogant enough, but now compared with him, Mo Yun has no choice but to bow down. Rutgers is not only arrogant, but also high profile. From the horse-drawn chariot of the Flame War, accompanied by the professional team, the red carpet paves the way. All behavior is high profile. He did it on purpose, to let professionals from other countries see how he completed the dungeon of the Hell Difficulty Outpost, how to win the legendary title that no one can get. He looked around while laughing, wanting to see the reaction of others. The result was to see a pair of sneering faces. The situation, it seems, is not quite right. It's not a secret at all that Lin Moyu solos the Hell Outpost. All the professionals of the Shanxia Empire present knew about this. At that time, Lin Moyu admitted it openly in front of everyone in the entire Legion. It's just that the properties are not published. When they saw Rutgers, they announced in such a high-profile manner that they were going to fight Hell Outpost solo, and that they were going to grab the title. Everyone looked at him as if they were watching a joke. There can only be one title. According to the rules, the first person to complete the single brush can get the title. As long as Lin Moyu is alive, he will never get the title again. Even if he is better than Lin Moyu in single brush, it's useless. Rutgers could not understand why everyone was laughing. Then a soldier from his force comes to him and whispers into his ear. The title has been taken away. Someone has already completed the feat of clearing the copy of the Hell level outpost one step ahead of him. And that person is the level 24 Necromancer who just entered. I think he is the person in front of you. Rutgers was dumbfounded. After Rutgers knew the result, his face turned red and blue, as if changing his face. Very funny. There was a dangerous light in Rutgers' eyes, and killing intent emerged. He looked towards the entrance of the copy, clenched his fist, and made a decision. No longer caring about being a gentleman, he angrily calls his soldiers, come here. Riding flaming horses, the majestic knights of the ancient Roman Holy See got off their horses and came to Rutgers. Rutgers whispered a few words towards them, and they couldn't help but get nervous. Your Highness, do you really want to do this? If something happens, there will be big trouble. Although this is the Yuan battlefield, this area belongs to Shanxia, and most of the people here are professionals of Shanxia. Facing the hesitation of his subordinates, Rutgers finally made a decision. We'll be fine as long as we keep it secret. Even if they die, people will only think they died in the dungeon. In the face of Rutgers' decision, they have the right to question, but they have no right to intervene. Ning Yi was looking at Rutgers at this time. There was some tension on her face. The tension was such that she had made Rutgers angry, but our Lin Moyu consoled Ning Yi a little and said, leave it, let's go. After finishing speaking, he and Ning Yi looked at each other. The cooling talisman shimmered, and the two entered the dungeon again. Rutgers took out a dungeon tracking scroll. The scroll in Rutgers' hand can track all the people in dungeon, no matter who or where they are. In the world of professionals, many things exist in the form of scrolls, such as skill scrolls, spell scrolls, and so on. Scrolls can perform various functions. Rutgers activated the scroll, and the scroll immediately began to sparkle. Blocked by 11 professionals, and the flame horse, outsiders could not see what Rutgers was doing. What are they doing? It seems to be discussing something. That's right, since Rutgers has the confidence to solo, he naturally has the corresponding strength. Then the dungeon lit up, and 12 people entered the dungeon together. They've entered the dungeon. If you can't do it alone, let's reorganize the team. He was saying he would do it one-on-one, right? Now he's joining a team. Wait, did he just use a tracking spell? The people of the Holy See of Ancient Rome are so arrogant, they want to save face. Only the Flame Warhorse remained outside the dungeon. The flame horses have been tamed, and they will not be lost without the master's order. Here Lin Moyu and Ning Yi were doing their work in the dragon frontline outpost when Lin Moyu felt something. Lin Moyu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the exit of the instance. Several figures appeared at the exit of the copy. Seeing the people who came, it was the Rutgers group. As soon as he reaches there, Rutgers sees Ning Yi and Lin Moyu and says laughingly, "You didn't expect that I would come after you. I heard that you just cleared the dungeon and took away the title. Then I have no choice but to kill you, otherwise I won't be able to get this title." With a grin, Rutgers took out another scroll and activated it. A strange aura swept across the entire dungeon. Ning Yi's complexion changed again. It's the teleportation seal scroll. We can't use the dungeon escape symbol anymore. Lin Moyu took a look, and sure enough, the escape character of the copy had become dim. Rutgers ran over with people, and faintly surrounded Lin Moyu and Ning Yi. Rutgers completely tore off the mask of hypocrisy. "Aren't you very desperate and helpless? Panic? Scared? Don't worry, beautiful lady, I won't kill you so easily. I think you will be a very tender toy." As others said, the people in the Holy See are all lunatics. Once it's mad, it's no different from a mad dog. Lin Moyu still has some scruples in doing things. For example, he will not kill people from other countries in public, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. But now in the dungeon, the other party has sealed the dungeon breakout symbol. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. Ning Yi didn't look scared or worried at all, but anger was already in her beautiful eyes. Rutgers pissed her off. Rutgers was taken aback. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Moyu said softly, "You used the teleportation seal scroll. I can't do without it. And you probably can't do it either." The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly, revealing a cold smile. Rutgers didn't understand Lin Moyu's words for a moment. In the next second, the clicking sound continued. A large number of skeletons rushed over. Almost instantaneously, the skeletons completed the anti-siege. 10 skeletons ran to the entrance of the dungeon and firmly guarded the entrance to prevent Rutgers and others from escaping. "What's the situation?" Rutgers panicked, not knowing what was going on. Why was it surrounded all of a sudden? He thought of Lin Moyu's profession, Necromancer. These skeletons are most likely Lin Moyu's summons. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never end in 100 battles. You didn't even know my professional skills, so you came here to die by yourself. Lin Moyu said coldly. The intention to kill has already started. These few must die. Skeleton warriors surrounded them, and skeleton mages stood on the periphery, readying their skills. Although surrounded, Rutgers was not particularly afraid. "A few broken skeletons just want to kill me. I am a Vulcan fighter, a legendary profession. Do it." He gave an order, and raging flames burst out all over his body. For a while, the flames soared into the sky. Even the dungeon sky was dyed red. Skill, body of Vulcan. Rutgers was in flames all over his body. At this time, he was more than 2 meters tall, and his figure was burly like a giant. "This is my skill, Vulcan body. What can you use to fight against me? Those tattered skeletons of yours." In this state, all my attributes are increased by 3 times. The attack power of my skills is increased by 3 times. The damage is reduced by 3 times. And I am immune to all control skills, plus the auxiliary status. Rutgers took out the golden sword and laughed wildly. Statuses appeared one by one on his body, and the assistants in the team were supplementing his status. The momentum of the whole body is also blessed by the state, and it is getting stronger and stronger. Rutgers at level 30 is stronger than some 38 and 39 professionals in full condition. The subordinates he brought also had high morale, and they had full confidence in Rutgers. Along the way, Rutgers has experienced countless battles, big and small, and is the representative of invincibility. Rutgers, who is full of status, is even more crazy. Below level 40, I am invincible. Lin Moyu also confirmed at this time. It is worthy of being a legendary profession, and the effect of this skill is indeed strong. Rutgers' state is very abnormal, and everyone can see it. But the legendary class does have its strengths. Just looking at the attributes of Vulcan's body, it's quite astonishing. Even if there are some influences, it is not unacceptable. With Rutgers in this state, it is easy for one person to destroy a team. If you are well prepared and have enough medicine in your pocket, it is not impossible to brush the mobs in the Hell Sentinel dungeon alone. However, your teammates don't have skills like Vulcan body, right? Lin Moyu tapped his finger lightly. Do it. The skeleton warrior rushed up immediately. An overwhelming red net acts as a hood. Skill, slow curse. Rutgers is indeed not affected by the curse, but others are not. The teammates he brought suddenly had red shackles on their heads. The speed immediately slowed down. Oops, it's a curse. Quickly undo the curse. Hurry up, they're coming. The auxiliary action was fast, and the curse was lifted for the first knight at the first time, allowing them to return to normal. The knight held up his shield and collided with the skeleton warrior. After several bangs, the two knights flew out with screams. There was horror on their faces, and the power crystal of the skeleton warrior made them feel shocked. After flying the two knights, the skeleton warriors had entered their team. With a roar, Rutgers swung his giant sword and collided with the skeleton warrior. The giant sword was more than 1.5 meters tall, and it blocked two skeletons with one sweep. The skeleton warrior's broadsword collided with his golden giant sword, making a roar. The flame exploded, and Rutgers trembled violently. How is it possible? How can the power be so strong? Up to 18,000 basic attributes, much higher strength than bosses. Even if Rutgers has a full set of status, the double blessing of Vulcan's body, plus the status, he can't compare with the skeleton warrior. It's not bad if it can't be directly smashed into the air like the knight. The skeletons were slowly destroying everyone and moving forward by attacking whatever was coming in their way. All the skeletons were busy weakening their defense. The group provocation made the skeletons divert their attention and regard them as targets. The battle lasted less than 2 seconds, and the entire team had fallen into despair. Seeing the skeleton, his team members say in fear, "Are we going to die here?" Boom. Thunder falls. Immediately afterwards, flames, ice, and strong winds followed. The magical attacks of the 90 skeleton mages fell overwhelmingly, completely engulfing them. Rutgers was stunned and completely desperate. He didn't understand why this happened. Obviously, he is invincible below level 40. Why can't even beat a level 24 Necromancer? Only then did he realize that there was no Necromancer profession in his memory. Necromancer is a brand new profession. I don't know the depth of the profession. Lin Moyu was right. He didn't even know the opponent's professional skills before attacking. And he really kicked the iron plate. Death came quickly. When he turned his head, he saw that no one was standing except him. All 11 of his teammates died. He realized that he was entering the dungeon to seek death. After finishing everyone, Lin Moyu laughs and looks at Rutgers and says, "There's only one person left, it would be too easy." Even after all this, Rutgers has not lost his arrogance. He looks at Lin angrily and says, "I am going to kill you. I must kill you." Then Lin Moyu takes out scythe and says, "What good luck. I was worried that I had nowhere to test my new skills. You are now in my abundance. Summon spirits." As soon as this is said, the entire area becomes dark and there appears a boss of hell level difficulty, which looked very dangerous. There was just a slight change in this boss. It was made of bones. And as soon as he summoned there, he was ready to accept what his master said. He stood in front of Rutgers and seeing him, Rutgers was completely scared. He was not in a position to say anything. Lin Moyu says after summon this hell boss, "Don't you want to clear the hell difficulty alone? Why not try to challenge the boss alone?" Seeing hell difficulty dungeon boss in front of him, Rutgers was very scared and sweat was coming out from his forehead. Because death was standing in front of him. He said in fear, "Dragon Guardian, why can he summon the hell difficulty dungeon boss?" Before Rutgers could say anything else or make any plan to run away, the dungeon boss was ready to attack him. He moves forward to attack Rutgers with a punch. The pressure of boss's punch was very strong. As the punch was moving downwards, even air was passing through it very fast and Rutgers had frozen like ice. But still Rutgers tries his best to block the boss's punch with his sword. It seems like a futile effort. Rutgers was doing his best to stop the boss's punch with his Vulcan body, but no one knew how long this effect would last. And the same thing happened. Within some time his courage responded. The boss's punch penetrated his defense and as the boss punch hit him, he fell very far, breaking the rocks nearby. After this punch, Rutgers somehow controls himself. He sits on the ground on his knees and thinks that only one blow destroyed the state of the Vulcan body. Is this the real power of hell level boss? That's all he was thinking about. As soon as he raised his neck, he saw the hell level boss in front of him. The boss was completely ready to finish him off. The boss raises his hand to kill him, and Rutgers lying down was screaming like an insect. And the boss's eyes were shining completely, and there was no emotion in him because it was made of skeleton. And lying down, Rutgers was no longer in a position to do anything. He could only scream. He rubs slowly and moves back and says out of fear. Rutgers yelled frantically. In the face of life and death, he was afraid. Lin Mo Yu either doesn't do it, or if he does, he won't stop. Lin Mo Yu's eyes had turned red like evil. He wanted to end this as soon as possible, no matter what the consequences might be later. And immediately after that, the boss attacked Rutgers with his full power. Boom, 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 3 consecutive explosions overwhelmed Rutgers. Calm was restored again. Rutgers fell to the ground, nearly blasted to pieces, dying beyond death. From the beginning of the battle, Rutgers and the others were completely suppressed, without any chance to fight back. After persisting for less than 10 seconds, it was completely wiped out. For Lin Mo Yu, killing them is no more difficult than killing a group of monsters. At the end of the battle, the skeleton warriors took off all their equipment. Ningyi also picks up Rutgers' armor and says, I didn't expect that he would beg for mercy before he died. Guys like them never take other people's lives seriously. At this time, only Rutgers' armor is left at that place. I can't even see his body. His body is completely destroyed, possibly due to the boss attack. His body has turned into dust. All equipment left on it is gold level, and they are all top-notch, more or less worth a little money. Especially the suit worn by Rutgers, which is completely handmade, worth more money. Lin Mo Yu and Ningyi continued. Ningyi said, he is from the Holy See of ancient Rome. Are you afraid? Lin Mo Yu chuckled. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you mess with me, then I'll go to the Holy See of ancient Rome and tear it down. Ningyi is not afraid of big troubles when watching the excitement. Hee, no matter what happens, I will be with you. Ningyi and Lin Mo Yu start leaving from there laughing and joking. Then Ningyi asks Lin Mo Yu, what should we do with this Vulcan suit? Lin Mo Yu tells her to keep it. It will be useful for upgrading later. Let us first upgrade the headquarters of the Holy See in the ancient Roman country. A statue in the majestic palace shook violently. Even the palace was shaking. It alarmed the professionals in the Holy See. An elderly top professional came to feel it and his face changed drastically. Rutgers is dead. Several powerful professionals rushed over, each with angry faces. Call the Pope. Get to a therapist quickly. Maybe all these people are going to do something. We will see in the coming chapter what are their future plans. The story shifts to Zhejiang Academy, Dacian courtyard, where Ning Tyron walked in with a displeased face. Hey, old man, Ning is here. It's rare. Why do you put on a stinky face as soon as you come here? Who provoked you? Bai Yuan teased and poured him a cup of tea by the way. Ning Tyron sat down vigorously and drank 3 cups of tea. That kid Lin Mo Yu is not authentic. Ning Tyron stared at Bai Yuan. Why did you announce to my granddaughter that she is going to the Yuan battlefield? Tell me the truth. Did you instruct Kid Lin to seduce he? Thart. Bai Yuan cursed loudly. Boy Lin is so good and still needs to be seduced. In a word, girls are lining up to come. For some time there remains such hot heat between them. Then Bai Yuan, while sipping his tea, asks when are they both coming? Ning Tyron says, thinking with a little tension. That guy said that he could help you clear the hell difficulty dungeon. But I don't know if it's true or not. A few hours later, Lin Mo Yu opened the copy of the outpost again. And at this time Lin Mo Yu had reached level 26. Ningyi had also reached level 23. She looked at Lin Mo Yu and said, my cooling amulet needs a recharge. I plan to go back to school to hand in the assignments I completed. What about you? And yes friends, at some places their levels are a little different. Like Ningyi's level is shown as 28 at some places, 23 at some places, and 25 at some places. So don't get confused. Ningyi successfully upgraded to level 23. When she was upgraded, Ningyi smiled happily. Both of them have run out of cooling amulet time. So Lin Mo Yu also says, the professional competition is about to start, and I plan to go back and sell all the equipment. After brushing the last time, the two left the instance and returned to the fort on the first floor. Lin Mo Yu goes straight to the exchange store where he can sell his goods. Whatever Lin Mo Yu had was sold in the exchange store for 20 million gold coins. The shopkeeper asks him, do you want to sell all this? Lin Mo Yu says yes because he wanted to sell all the useless stuff. The shopkeeper is very happy because these are all Hell Guardian's equipment, and he also thinks about Lin Mo Yu. Who is this boy? Only one set of equipment is difficult for Lin Mo Yu to handle. Vulcan suit. The Vulcan suit obtained from Rutgers, forged by blacksmiths and alchemists. Although it is only gold equipment, its attributes have completely surpassed the top gold suits, pretty close to the Hell's Post set. Moreover, the Vulcan suit is specially made for the legendary profession of Vulcan fighter, and it has corresponding bonuses to various skills of Vulcan fighter. If others wear it, it is not very useful. This thing is not easy to sell, and it would be a pity to throw it away. Lin Mo Yu decided to take it back and hand it over to Bai Yuan. After selling the equipment, Lin Mo Yu contacted Bai Yuan. Bai Yuan's deep voice came from the communicator. Why did you come back so soon? Lin Mo Yu said, I completed the task and came back. The communicator was silent for 2 seconds before Bai Yuan exclaimed, have you completed the task? Then get out of here quickly. Do you still want me to pick you up? Lin Mo Yu took out the teleportation stone that Bai Yuan gave him, activated it, and went to Beishan courtyard. There were footsteps outside the yard, and Lin Mo Yu arrived. Seeing Lin Mo Yu, Bai Yuan thinks, how did this boy reach level 26 so quickly? Then he also asks Lin Mo Yu, how did you reach level 26 so quickly? I've been brushing my books. Lin Mo Yu doesn't feel how fast he is, because he has been teaming up with Ningyi and taking him to brush books together. Half of the experience was given to Ningyi. Otherwise, he should be able to reach level 28 by now. Bai Yuan made some calculations, showing a puzzled look. No, even if you keep grinding the nightmare level dungeon alone, you can't level up so quickly. Lin Mo Yu shook his head slightly. I'm doing a dungeon of hell, but I'm bringing one person with me. Bai Yuan stared at Lin Mo Yu with wide eyes. Meng Anwen laughed. I told you, this young man can finish hell-level missions on his own. The person he brought must be Old Man Ning's precious granddaughter. Lin Mo Yu generously admitted, yes, Bai Yuan, Ning Terran, and Meng Anwen are all big figures of the same level. Working together to fight against the abyss, we must all know each other. That title, got it. Title, Dragon War King. All attributes increase 500, skill consumption halved. Bai Yuan was very happy to see Lin Mo Yu's progress. He said after seeing him that it is very good, this time you have done a very good job. Lin Mo Yu then took out whatever ingredients Bai Yuan needed, and also took out the coolness amulet that had already faded. Masturbation. I can't find the alchemist. Please. Bai Yuan chuckled. You're really straightforward. You know it's not easy to recharge the cooling talisman. Lin Mo Yu was straightforward and thick-skinned. Masturbation. Said that he likes to go straight and don't like to go around the corner. Bai Yuan put away all his things. You performed very well this time. I helped you do it. I will let you know when it is ready. Thank you, Lord Beishan. Bai Yuan was very satisfied with Lin Mo Yu's attitude. You know about the professional contest, right? Lin Mo Yu nodded. I know. The professional competition is held every 5 years, and this year it will be hosted by our Shengxia Empire. It will be held in 10 days. Lin Mo Yu said, I will participate. At this time, Lin Mo Yu took out a set of equipment. Slightly. How come you have the golden Vulcan suit from the Vulcan Temple of the Ancient Luo? Holy See. Meng Anwen also became interested. I heard that last year the Holy See of Ancient Rome produced a fighter and gave him the golden Vulcan suit. Lin Mo Yu told what happened. Bai Yuan frowned and thought. Meng Anwen sneered, it's a bit interesting. You dare to intercept and kill our students on our Shengxia territory. I heard that they use the method of resurrecting the statues of gods. Maybe the kid is not dead yet. At this moment, Meng Anwen was filled with killing intent. If the killing intent had any substance, it stirred back and forth in the Beishan courtyard, shaking the entire courtyard. Bai Yuan coughed twice. Calm down, Meng Anwen. Don't think about destroying this house. Only then did Meng Anwen stop and didn't say anything. The corner of Lin Mo Yu's mouth twitched slightly. The relationship between these two people was so good that they could say anything. Bai Yuan put away the golden Vulcan suit. Leave this to me, and you don't have to worry about it. I haven't done it for many years, and it seems that I forgot my other name. Another name for the white god. Lin Mo Yu felt slightly appalled. Shengxia kills god. Beishan once broke into Little Bangzi country alone, and went all the way in. That battle was earth-shattering. Many top powerhouses came to stop it, but no one could stop it. Beishan was very strong and killed 2 of the 3 top powerhouses in Xiabangzi country, almost accomplished the feat of destroying the country by one person. From then on, Beishan was also known as the god of killing. Later, there were fewer stories about Beishan. Especially in recent years, Beishan lived in seclusion. It seems that the murderous intent has resurfaced this time, and the ancient Luo Holy See is about to suffer again. After giving everything to Bai Yuan, Lin Mo Yu leaves from here. After Lin Mo Yu left, Bai Yuan chuckled. I can't do this alone. I have to involve Old Man Ning as well. Meng Anwen said softly, that guy dares to say that Old Man Ning's precious granddaughter. If the ancient Luo Holy See is not destroyed this time, she will be half disabled. Half an hour later, the Holy See of Ancient Rome, a huge fireball appeared in midair. The diameter of the fireball is more than 100 meters, covering the sky and the sun like the sun. the sun disappeared, and the entire ancient Roman Holy See was illuminated red. The temperature rose sharply, and the earth seemed to be burning. A large number of people rushed out of the Holy See, each with panicked faces. God, what's going on here? Where did the fireball come from? Look, there is someone beside the fireball. There are enemies standing in the void. He is a top professional of the 3rd rank. Ning Taran and Bai Yuan stood in emptiness. Hubat, get out of here. Hubat, come here right now. Hubat is the name of their pope. Ning Taran roared like a lion, shaking the entire Holy See of ancient Rome. Then after this, Bai Yuan leaves with Ning Taran to destroy Vatican Holy See. The hall of the Holy See of ancient Rome was shaking and would collapse at any time. All the professionals of the ancient Roman Holy See showed horror. Where did this character come from, so terrifying? And Ning Taran was watching all this very seriously from the sky. Rutgers has made a big mistake by teasing his granddaughter. That's why Ning Taran was very angry, and flames were coming out from all sides of him. There is no doubt that if this big fireball falls, at least half of the ancient Roman Holy See will be wiped out. Such a large fireball has never been seen before. The people there were saying out of fear that everything is over, our Holy See is going to end soon. Where is the Pope? Hubat is the name of their Pope. People called him by his first name, but no one dared to refute. In this state, whoever dares to make a sound is looking for death. 7 people flew out of the main hall of the Holy See of ancient Luo and came straight to Ning Taran. They are the top officials of the ancient Roman Holy See. 6 elders and Pope Hubat. All of them are top-level professionals who have completed 3 rotations over level 70. The Pope is here. The elders are here too, so there should be nothing wrong. I hope nothing will happen, but I see the other party's aura. It seems that he is not afraid of the Pope at all. Seeing the Pope and others dispatched, the congregation felt a little relieved. In their view, the Pope and others are top professionals who will definitely solve the troubles. Who is looking for me? If you dare to break into our Vatican Holy See, are you seeking death? Hubat took a sip. The next second, when he saw the person coming, his face changed drastically and he was dumbfounded. He knew Ning Taran, a god-level professional in the Shangxia Empire, very powerful. Although he is also a top professional, there is still a little distance from Ning Taran. As for the people around Ning Taran, Huguat's pupils shrank suddenly, and his body trembled involuntarily. Shenzia kills God. He came anyway. Did these 2 people come together to destroy their ancient Roman Holy See? Hubat thought and thought in his mind, but he couldn't think of anything that offended them. He quickly put on a smiling face. You 2 gentlemen are here, I have something to say. If we have offended you in any way, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of the Holy See. Hubat had realized the seriousness of the matter and he had no other option. There is no way to be inferior to others. Unexpectedly, the Pope of the ancient Roman Holy See would react in this way. This situation also stunned the congregation on the ground. How can Pope do this and so cowardly? Could it be said that the end of our ancient Roman Holy See has really come? Ning Taran said coldly, there is a guy named Rutgers in your Holy See, tell him to get out. In the Holy See of ancient Rome, there are 2 temples of water and fire. Rutgers awakened the Vulcan fighter profession and was established as the son of the Vulcan Temple, and the future successor of the Vulcan Temple. It turned out to be looking for Rutgers. But there is a huge difference in rank and status between the 2 sides. How could Rutgers offend someone like Ning Taran? It's out of reach. He made a gesture to the elders beside him, telling them to bring Rutgers immediately. Hubat asked cautiously, I don't know where Rutgers offended the 2 adults. Ning Taran said, he didn't offend me. Bai Yuan sneered, he didn't offend me either. Hubat and the elders around him couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, as long as they didn't offend them. But in the next second, Ning Taran's words broke their hearts to the bottom. Killing intent appeared in Ning Taran's eyes. He offended my precious granddaughter. Bai Yuan also said casually, he offended my precious apprentice. Hubat trembled and almost fell from mid-air. He has scolded Rutgers countless times in his heart. Damn it, Rutgers, what the hell did he do? It's over. This is worse than offending them themselves. Soon, Rutgers was brought out. After a few days, Rutgers has been resurrected. It's just that he has just been resurrected. His body is very weak, and it will take some time to recover. Rutgers was resting, and was suddenly brought out by force, and he was a little confused. When he saw the sun like fireball above his head, he was even more puzzled. Is this the god of fire coming to the world? Suddenly, with a light body, he flew up, and a gust of wind carried him into the air. Hubat said cautiously, my lords, this is Rutgers. He died accidentally 2 days ago and was just resurrected. Seeing him, Ning Taran says very harshly with the intention of killing him. Is it you who used the copy of the tracking scroll to lead people to hunt down Lin Moyu, a student of my Zia Jing Academy? Are you the one who said my granddaughter is a toy? Facing Ning Terran's questioning, Rutger's eyes flashed a trace of panic. Then the pupils lost focus, and the expression became demented. Guguat's eyebrows twitched. He knew that Ning Terran had used a bewitching skill. With Ning Terran's level ability, how can Rutgers, who is only level 30, resist? With ferocious hatred on his face, Rutgers yelled frantically, "How dare he kill me? How dare that kid kill me? Sooner or later, I will kill him. The title is mine, and the woman is mine. I want her to be my toy. I want her to live or die." The faces of all people present changed drastically. This is a big trouble. Seeing this, Gubat wanted to say something. But what Gubat wanted to say was interrupted by Bai Yuan's eyes. Bai Yuan's eyes were cold and heartless. The terrifying aura kept rising. Killing intent filled the air, and the entire space was rumbling. Everyone in the town trembled. At this moment, Shangxia kills God and returns. Ning Terran sneered. He can be resurrected after death. He has his imprint left in the statue of the Holy See, right? Let's see if he can be resurrected without the statue. With a pointed finger, the huge fireball above the head suddenly fell towards the Holy See of Guro. Gubat's face changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and save people. Everyone, run away." Only Rutgers was still in the air, and no one paid attention. The chief culprit, Gubat wished that he would die immediately. The huge fireball rolled down and crushed on Rutgers. Under the terrifying scorching heat, Rutgers gasified instantly. Instead of being burned to death, it was directly gasified. Fortunately, the falling speed of the fireball was not fast, leaving enough time for them. A minute later, there was no one in Tongluoji's headquarters. The fireball fell completely and burst into brilliant flames, dyeing the sky red. The headquarters of the ancient Roman Holy See turned into a sea of flames, and the exquisite palace collapsed in the flames. Ning Terran's voice sounded coldly. "There will be another time. This old man will kill the Holy See of Gilluo." When the two left, Gubat's face was extremely ugly. The headquarters of the Holy See has been swallowed by the flames and turned into ruins. Nothing else. He felt sorry for the god statue in the headquarters of the Holy See, the god statue that can imprint the soul and resurrect the dead. Now the idol is gone, and the imprint inside is gone too. The few disciples in the Holy See who have branded their souls, if they die, they are really dead. He couldn't be more clear about how difficult it is to build the idol, which has been accumulated by the Holy See for many years. Hope. Several elders looked sad. Gubat sighed. "As long as we live, it's all right. With the tempers of those two, they didn't destroy us. It's considered a kindness. Don't forget how miserable the Bangzi kingdom was back then, and how many people died." Thinking of what Bai Yuan had done, everyone tensed up. Now this is considered a blessing in misfortune. The temple can be rebuilt if it is gone, as long as people are alive. Everyone hated Rutgers. If it wasn't for this guy, the Holy See of ancient Rome would not have suffered such a catastrophe. The statue of the god was destroyed, and the vitality of our ancient Roman Vatican Church was severely damaged. I am afraid that we will need to hibernate in the future. In Baishan's courtyard, Bai Yuan and Ning Terran teleported back. Bai Yuan laughed and said, "Old man Ning, why has your temper improved? Could it be that you spoil your granddaughter too much?" Ning Terran blew his beard. "You are not the same. Before, you would have killed all the people in the Holy See of Gilluo." Bai Yuan smiled even more happily. "As you get older, you should accumulate virtue, and do less killing." He sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. The culprit has been killed, and it doesn't make much difference whether the remaining people are killed or not. Meng Anwen was also present there along with both of them. He also says while drinking tea, "Aren't you just thinking about leaving them to kill more abyss monsters?" Speaking of which, Meng Anwen threw the fully charged cooling amulet over, charge it, and give it. "You move so fast." Ning Terran also took out a low-level cooling amulet with no energy. Cheekily said, "Recharge it for me too." Meng Anwen tells him to give me whatever you have, but Ning Terran says forget it. This is how they all start making fun. After a few days we see Lin Moyu has come to the Zia Jing Academy to study. Lin Moyu came to the library. Before you know it, night falls. Lin Moyu's communicator vibrated. Registration for the professional competition has begun. This competition is divided into 3 competition formats. They are team competition, single-player competition, and challenge competition. Lin Moyu thinks about this competition. The game is divided into 10 grades, so the grade I am in is level 20-29. The championship rewards are also very generous. In team competitions below level 40, the champion of each group can receive a flash primary skill scroll, a primary magical potion, and 50 million gold coins. The champion of the single-player competition will receive a primary magical potion, elementary flash skill scroll. After use, you can 100% obtain a skill that you have not yet mastered. This time the Shengxia Empire spent a lot of money and brought out a lot of good things. What Lin Moyu took a fancy to was this primary flash skill scroll. Elementary flash skill scrolls are very rare and cannot be bought at exchanges. Skill scrolls are all made by enchanters. Enchanters make 10,000 primary skill scrolls before there is a possibility of a primary flash skill scroll. This stuff Lin Moyu needs. Another bonus is the elementary magic potion, which has the effect of permanently increasing all base stats by 200. 200 attributes doesn't seem like much, not even a piece of gold equipment. But that is the basic attribute. Starting from platinum equipment, some equipment upgrades are calculated by percentage. The stronger the basic attribute, the better the effect after wearing the equipment. Thinking all this, Lin Moyu goes towards the training hall. After reaching there, Lin Moyu was checking the status of his power. Name, Lin Moyu. Occupation, Necromancer accurate. Level, 26. Title, Dragon War King. Strength, 480 increased 5001. Physique, 480 increase 500, Agility, 480 increase 500, Spirit, 2500 increase 30,001. He checks the power status of his scythe, his skeleton mage and the simple skeleton. Everyone's power had increased, but even after seeing this, Lin Moyu was not very happy. He was seriously checking everyone's power comfortably. A level 26 skeleton mage consumes 2,400 points of mental power. It also requires 1,200 points to have the title attribute. Counting the equipment and title, it has a total of 4,600 points of spiritual power, and only 3 can be summoned at a time. Through meditation to restore mental strength, 10 skeleton mages were summoned in one night. There are 150 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton mages, and 10 remaining places for summoning. So many skeletons, enough for Lin Moyu to handle most situations. At least among professionals of the same level, he is invincible. After coming out, Lin Moyu was thinking about all this when someone calls him. Lin Moyu. Someone called Lin Moyu's name, and she was a girl. And all this was none other than Lin Moyu's classmate. As soon as they reach there, they all ask Lin Moyu, "Have you also come here to sign up for a professional competition?" Lin Moyu also looks at them and asks, "Will all 3 of you participate in the competition together?" Zhu says after listening to him, "Yes, I originally wanted to ask you to take us, but you were already level 22 at the last opening ceremony, and we are not in the same level group." Then Zuomei asks, "By the way, Lin Moyu, what level are you at now?" Lin Moyu says in a casual manner, "I am at level 26. Ziazu, Zuomei and Feng Zhu are unable to say anything after listening to him, and they all get totally surprised at level 26. As Lin Moyu said that I am at level 26, Ziazu, Zuomei and Feng Zhu get totally surprised, because this is not common for them. But this is a small thing for our Lin Moyu. All 3 of them were so surprised that Ziazu says 26, Zuomei says you are very fast, then Feng Zhu also says there is something wrong with you. How can you be so fast? After they entered the academy, they had just been promoted to a higher level. Lin Moyu has been promoted 4 levels in a row. I was only level 22 at the opening ceremony, and I was 26 in just a few days. This is not an upgrade, it is simply flying. But still it was no surprise to them. Zuomei understood, so she said, "You can understand, all the way. It's the same as every time. This is not a new thing. This has happened before also." While these 4 are talking, Ningyi also arrives there, who greets everyone with a smile. Seeing Ningyi there, Ziazu asks who is she. Ningyi tells, but before she could say anything her face had turned red. She tells everyone that I am Lin Moyu's friend. My name is Ningyi, a level 25 shadow assassin. As Ningyi tells level 25, the smile on Ziazu's face disappears and she says in surprise, level 25. She also thinks in her mind, it turns out that there are still people who can upgrade as fast as Lin Moyu. But Ningyi blushes a little and says that all this is because of Lin Moyu. He has helped me in getting upgraded. After listening to him, Ziazu says, there is no doubt that you have upgraded so quickly. At this time, Ziazu looked at Ningyi and extended her hand generously. Ziazu, level 17, elemental mage, classmate of Lin Moyu. Zuomei, level 17, stalker. Feng Zhu, level 17, holy swordsman. All of them tell each other about themselves. Ningyi and Ziazu were talking to each other at a distance. Feng Zhu and Zuomei were standing on one side. Zuomei tells Feng Zhu that having great talent is also a problem. Feng Zhu listens to her and says, I agree with you. After finishing their conversation, they all start going their separate ways. While going from there, Ziazu says let's meet again. Seeing her leaving, Lin Moyu says, if you want to clear the Tyrant Desert, you can contact me. Looking at Ning Yi standing next to him, it seemed like she was a little jealous, because the way Lin Moyu is talking to Ziazu is enough to provoke Ning Yi, who thinks in her mind that they are high school classmates and something more. Then Ning Yi asks Lin Moyu that you and Ziazu seem to have a good relationship. Lin Moyu says that we are just high school classmates. Ning Yi giggled, "You're just too stupid. If I had such a beautiful female classmate around me, I would definitely pursue her." Hearing her words, Lin Moyu did not say anything. He was just wondering what she was saying. Then suddenly someone called Yi. Hearing someone calling her name, Yi looked up, and the smile on Kaio's face became even brighter. Jiang Taodao, Duan Gao, and Maio Yu, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, walked over side by side. Ning Yi ran over and took Jiang Taodao's hands respectively. "Sister Taodao, have you found the team?" Jiang Taodao hummed, "Yes, the professional contest is held every 5 years, so you can't miss it. And I haven't found a team yet." Maio Yu snorted, "Those people dislike us for not having enough level, and they are unwilling to form a team with us." Jiang Taodao and the others were promoted to a level during the trial on Mermaid Island. Now Jiang Taodao is level 24, an elf knight. Duan Gao is a level 21 prophet, and Maio Yu is a level 21 elder. Jiang Taodao could find the team by herself, but dragging the two of them along was really hard to find. In this group from level 20 to level 29, it is always hoped that the higher the team level, the better. If they can't find it, then they can only form a team of 3. Jiang Taodao said softly, "In fact, we didn't want to compete for any ranking. We just wanted to experience it." Ning Yi rolled her watery eyes. "You can form a team with us. It saves us time looking for teammates." Jiang Taodao not say anything after listening to Ning Yi, but her eyes lit up. She naturally knows how powerful Lin Moyu is. One person bringing 39 people to brush the copy of the tyrant has spread in the academy. There are very few people who don't know about Lin Moyu. With Lin Moyu around, the championship is guaranteed. Jiang Taodao did not agree. "I have a condition. Yi, if you agree, we will form a team." Ning Yi and Jiang Taodao had a very good relationship, and didn't think too much about it. Whatever the conditions are, Sister Taozi just says it. Jiang Taodao said, "If we win the championship, we don't want any prizes." She knew that if she could win the championship, it must be due to Lin Moyu. Ning Yi did not expect such a condition. Jiang Taodao continued, "If we can win the championship, the school will reward us with contribution points, which is already the best reward for us." Duan Gao and Maio Yu also quickly said, "That's right, we don't want anything. Just a few contribution points is enough." Contribution points are particularly difficult to obtain. For example, Lin Moyu only had 90 contribution points before going to the Yuan battlefield. Later, when the military rank is promoted, every star private will increase by 10 points. At the time of the 10-star private, the contribution point has reached 190. Later, he became a second lieutenant and added another 100 contribution points, and now has 290 contribution points. After saying her words, Jiang Taodao thinks in her mind, "I'm afraid they won't agree to form a team. If it is not agreeable then." Before Jiang Taodao thinks anything else, Lin Moyu says, "Okay, I agree." Under Jiang Taodao's insistence, Ning Yi had to compromise. 5 people formed a team and signed up. After the formation of this team, Ning Yi is thankful to Lin Moyu, and after hearing this, Lin Moyu says no problem. It is nothing. Then we see 2 people who are talking to each other. "Hehe, I am bound to win the championship reward in this professional competition. With the boss's strength and finding some reliable teammates, this championship must be in the boss's bag." And at this time there is a huge crowd for the competition line, and when both of them reach near the line, one of them, who is a friend of the first one, starts pushing all the people. The students standing in the line had recognized this boy and started talking to each other. "He is the grandson of Bailey Academy, don't mess with him." However, Bailey Sheng's eyes do not fall on anyone standing in the crowd, rather his eyes fall on Ning Yi, who was with Lin Moyu at that time. Seeing Ning Yi, Bai Lisheng thinks that she is Ning Yi and the person with her is Lin Moyu. Why is he with Lin Moyu? Seeing both of them, Bai Lisheng comes in front of them and stops them. Yi was not very happy to see Bai Lisheng in front of her. She thinks angrily in her mind, "The nasty guy showed up." Then Bai Lisheng said coldly, "Ning Yi, why are you with this guy?" His eyes fixed on Ning Yi. Ning Yi's small white hands were holding Lin Moyu. His eyes were full of jealousy. Ning Yi's small face was full of disgust. "Do you care who I hang out with?" Bai Lisheng was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. "I don't care." "You say I don't care? Who doesn't know that you are my Bai Lisheng's fiancé?" "Shut your mouth." Ning Yi yelled angrily, like an angry cub. "Are you mentally ill? You came to propose marriage but was rejected by me. and then you went around telling others that I was your fiancé. Since our two families are family friends, I won't argue with you about this matter. Tell yourself so many lies that you start to think it's true. If you have a problem with your mind, find a better therapist. Don't go crazy here. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tell Grandpa and let him deal with you. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Ning Yi, who was usually joking, to have such a pungent side. Ning Yi's face was flushed red, and her chest was heaving and heaving with rage. He kept looking at Lin Moyu from time to time, and was relieved to see that he didn't respond, because Lin Moyu has told that he does not care about such people. Being scolded by Ning Yi, Bai Lisheng's whole face turned blue and red and then turned white again. He gritted his teeth. Okay, Ning Yi. This matter is endless. Remember, you are my Bai Lisheng's woman. No one can steal it from me. It's you again, Lin Moyu. Go against me again and again. Now you even want to rob women from me. I haven't settled the accounts with you from last time yet. Lin Moyu doesn't pay much attention to what he says. On the contrary, he calls him a clone, which angers Bai Lisheng even more. Stinky boy, you are dead. I will kill you sooner or later. Ning Yi drew out her dagger. If you want to die, say something else. Jiang Taodao also quickly drew out her long sword, and Duan Gao and Maio Yu also put on a fighting posture. Flame rose from the palm of Lin Moyu's palm, revealing killing intent. Lin Moyu had a complete plan to kill Bai Lisheng because he was afraid that if he did not kill it, he will harass Yi again more in the future. Although Bai Lisheng's status far exceeds them, it does not prevent them from giving it a go. At this moment, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi are their comrades in arms. Suddenly a huge breath poured down, and Bai Lisheng fell to the ground with a scream as if he had been hit hard. The corners of his mouth were watering, and he was already injured. In midair, Beishan stared at Bai Lisheng with chilling eyes. You want to kill him? At this time Beishan was looking very dangerous. Looking at his eyes, it seems that he will do something. Everyone was a little surprised to see Beishan there, but Bai Lisheng was a little scared after Beishan. No words were coming out of his mouth. Sweat was coming out of his forehead due to fear. The only thing that came out of his mouth was the name of Beishan. In midair, Beishan looked at Bai Lisheng with cold eyes and asked in a cold voice, Bai Lisheng, I'm asking you a question. Who did you say you wanted to kill? Bai Lisheng was very frightened. He was already stunned with fear, and he shook his head frantically. Lord Bai, I didn't say anything like that. Believe me, anyone would get scared seeing Beishan's scary appearance, and Bai Lisheng is a spoiled child of a strong man. His condition was very bad. Then Beishan looks at him coldly and says again, get lost from here. If this happens again, I will personally go to your head. Bai Liho. Bai Liho is the dean of Bailey College. Bai Yun's words made Bai Lisheng tremble with fear, and because of this fear he ran away in embarrassment. After all of them left from there, Beishan came down from the sky and came in front of Ning Yi and Lin Moyu. Seeing him, Ning Yi says Grandpa Bai, and Lin Moyu also says Lord Bai. Bai Yun looked at Lin Moyu. Moyu, were you planning to attack him if I hadn't appeared? Hearing Bai's words, Lin Moyu shakes his head and says, I had to act first since he wanted to kill me. Then Bai Yun asked, are you not afraid of the vengeance that you might incur? His grandfather, Bai Lihao, is the headmaster of Bailey Academy and is a peak level 81 professional. However, Moyu already had the answer to this question of Lord Bai because he had already thought that if he could not kill it, he would return to the Yuan battlefield, and he was confident that he would survive there. Hearing such an answer from Lin Moyu, Beishan praises him by patting his back and laughingly says, good, you're just like the younger me. When you do things, you cannot be indecisive. Just like the Holy Son of Vatican that you killed. Once you made up your mind to kill him, you killed him. Old Ning has also flattened the Vatican, so they don't dare to make a noise anymore. Then Beishan continues his talk by showing his fist. Remember, a tough fist is the hard truth. Fairness and fear are both achieved through one's own strength. Beishan threw a cold talisman towards Lin Moyu and said, I've already given you the method to raise your level. Once you gather enough materials, I will send someone to help you. I've also given you a new task, go and finish it quickly. Beishan also looks back where he sees Lin Moyu's team members. Seeing them, Beishan says that you three are also very good, and after finishing his talk, Beishan leaves from there. In his eyes, Jiang Taodao and the others dared to attack Bai Lisheng just now. It was considered very good. At least they have this much guts. Unlike some people, timid as a mouse. They don't even have the courage to be that strong. All three of them were very happy with this praise of Lord Bai, because praising Lord Bai means that you are capable of something. The praise warms the hearts of all three of them, and they heave a sigh of relief. After Beishan leaves from there, Jiang Taodao comes to Moyu and Yi and says it seems that both of you are going to be busy. The tournament will be held in Nanhong City this year, so let's meet up again there. Then after this everyone bids goodbye to each other because the tournament will be held this year and Beishin has given some task to Lin Moyu which he has to complete. After everyone leaves from there, Lin Moyu checks his communicator in which he will get the details of the mission. Ning Yi leaned over with her eyes wide open. What kind of task Grandpa Bai give you? Lin Moyu has to read the details written in the communicator where it was written that he has to kill the abyss demons of the third fortress and increase his rank to at least a 2-star lieutenant. It's that simple. Ning Yi thought it shouldn't be that simple. Lin Moyu shakes his head and says to Ning Yi, not only that. There will be an elemental dungeon outside the third fortress. Lord Bai asked me to retrieve elemental crystals from the elemental dungeon. Ning Yi thinks something after listening to third fortress but nothing comes to her mind because she does not know anything about it. He might have heard a little but apart from that Ning Yi did not know much else. Then Lin Moyu tells her, I remember the place outside the third fortress is also known as the elemental plain. A large-scale battle once broke out there. Nearly 100 elemental mages with more than 3 ranks cast a total of more than 1,000 forbidden spell-level spell attacks. That piece of land was elementalized, and many elemental creatures were born later. It was also after that great war that people called it the Plain of Elements. Ning Yi's eyes were filled with curiosity. I've never seen an elemental creatures before. What kind of thing would it be like? She doesn't seem to be afraid of danger at all. It's more just curiosity. Lin Moyu said, you'll find out when we go there. The two took the teleportation array to the Yuan battlefield. Now that both of them have military ranks, if Ning Yi is a private soldier, he can use the teleportation array to reach the third fortress at the farthest. Lin Moyu is a second lieutenant. Even if he doesn't have 1 star, it is enough to reach the 5th fortress. After finishing their conversation, they both enter the academy teleportation platform and leave for their mission. Then after some time both of them reach the Menthard third fortress teleportation platform. With the transmission over, after only being close for a day, Lin Moyu set foot on this land again. Ning Yi curled up in his arms and closed her eyes tightly. During the teleportation, Yi got a little nervous and uneasy, so Moyu catches her. Yi controls herself. I am still not capable of long-distance teleportation. As soon as they come to the third fortress, they see a message notification. Beginner Fire Element Crystal Core 100,000 Golo Coins. Piece. Material used for enchantment. Used on weapons to increase fire element damage, and used on armor to increase fire element resistance. Beginner Wind Element Crystal Core 100,000 Gold Coins. Piece. Beginner Water Element Crystal Core 100,000 Golo Coins. Piece. After reading this notification, Lin Moyu says Element Crystal Cores. It should be something that's dropped by an elemental monster. It seems to be a specialty of the third fortress. It's a pity that I don't need it. The layout of the third fort is exactly like the first fort, which our MC was desperate to enter as it would be a different adventure for him. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi walked to the gate of the castle. The guards at the city gate stopped the two of them. Young lad, you will die if you go out like that. It's too dangerous for the both of you to leave. The weakest monster in the plains is level 33, and you're only level 26. Don't waste your life like this. At this time, a patrol team passed by, and the leader asked what happened. The guard hurriedly explained, Captain, they are going out. I said it's too dangerous. Let them go back. The captain looked at Lin Moyu and Ning Yi, level 26, level 25, go out to seek death. Where are your elders? What's going on? Why did they send you guys here? The captain is as serious and responsible as the guard. Lin Moyu knew that they were also thinking about their own safety, so he didn't say anything. Suddenly they all see a monster coming towards the gate very fast. Professionals have amazing eyesight. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw an elemental monster wandering aimlessly 700 to 800 meters away. It is a fire elemental monster with flames on its body, and that monster was level 33. Suddenly there was a gust of wind and the captain and the guard shivered at the same time. The captain and the guard were not shocked to see the monster, but they were shocked to see the skeleton of RMC. Immediately afterwards, their hairs stood on end, and 5 skeleton warriors appeared in front of Lin Moyu. As soon as they appeared, the skeleton was ready to follow every order of his master, and their job was to kill the coming monster. The 5 skeletons ran out with a clicking sound, at a very fast speed. After running out of the city gate, the speed increased again, like an electric shot. So fast, the captain and the guard were very surprised to see the speed of the skeleton. Such a fast speed means that the attributes of the skeleton are very high. The 5 skeletons rushed in front of the fire elemental monster like lightning. There was a red light in his hand. Skill, Rage Strike. The hand rises and the knife falls. 5 consecutive skills fell on the fire elemental monster. With a puff of smoke, the fire elemental monster died on the spot. Kill the spirit of fire element at level 33. Experience increase 165,000. The skeleton had killed the fire element monster with just one hit, which shocked both the captain and the guard. Killed in one hit. A level 26 skeleton killed a level 33 fire element spirit in one hit. The captain suddenly saw the sergeant badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder. Second lieutenant. So young to be a second lieutenant. He is also a second lieutenant himself, a 5-star second lieutenant. But he remembered that when he became a second lieutenant, he was already level 38. Young and powerful, Lin Moyu left a deep impression on his heart. Ning Yi had already guessed that this would happen. Can we go out now? The captain controls himself and says in a low voice, you can go. Finally, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi finally stepped into the plane of elements. After going inside, both of them were discussing among themselves. They're way too cautious. However, it is precisely professionals like them, who are diligent and responsible, that makes Shangxia so peaceful. Yep, I understand why they're like that. After coming here, both of them were not able to understand anything because they were getting breath of element creature everywhere, due to which once Ning Yi's hair got blown away due to lightning. In the air, on the ground, there are massive elements everywhere. With every breath you take in a lot of elements. Maybe the first breath is still refreshing and pleasant, and the next breath is burning hot. The wind element mixed with a small amount of water element in the previous breath. The second breath is mainly based on the fire element. What the hell kind of place is this? How could there be such a place? Ning Yi's first bite was still hot, but the next bite was terribly cold. It even made it difficult to breathe. Seeing her bitter face, Lin Moyu seldom laughed out loud. Ning Yi gave him a hammer. You're still laughing. What's so funny? Moyu was laughing at her, so Yi felt very embarrassed. Both of them were talking when suddenly a ball of air flew from a distance and hit both of them. Due to his attack, there was a huge explosion. As soon as the dust cleared, we saw it. The bone armor shone brightly, blocking the wind ball. The wind howled, and the tornado struck head-on. He was a wild element spirit monster who was level 34. Strength 4,000. Agility 4,000. Spirit 7,000. Physique 5,500. Skills Wind Ball, Storm, Wind Blade. Unique characteristic Wind Element Immunity. There is one more feature in the detection technique which has never been seen before. The characteristic means that the spirit of the wind element does not need to activate skills, and it is inherently immune to the wind element. Seeing that monster, Lin Moyu calls his skeleton and asks, "Are you bullying my skeleton because it can't fly?" Lin Moyu had summoned his skeleton so that he could destroy this wind monster, as it had the audacity to attack him suddenly. As soon as they cross the gate, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi are attacked by a wind spirit monster. That wind element spirit was flying in the air with faint blue, standing in front of the water elemental generals. After this, Lin Moyu calls Hell Difficulty Dungeon Boss to fight this water general. The Hell Difficulty Dungeon Boss was ready to fight the water elemental general. That's when the water elemental general uses his ice whirlwind technique. The water elemental general attacks the Hell difficulty boss with icicle at his full power. Hell boss was ready for this attack of element general. As soon as he gets hit by the attack, nothing happens to him. He remains standing absolutely safe. This was the same attack that had defeated the skeleton warrior and the mage and forced Lin Moyu to hide, but this attack did nothing to the Hell boss. He did not move back an inch. Seeing the same trick, a smile appears on Lin Moyu's face and he says with a smile, "The same trick is ineffective in front of the Hell difficulty boss." And here the element general's attacks were continuing, but his attacks were not able to do anything to the outpost guardian. Meanwhile, some skeleton warriors move at full speed to attack the element general. The skeleton warriors attack the element general's chest as they approach him. Despite so many attacks from the skeleton warrior, all of the water element general's injuries were healed within a few seconds. But this time he didn't heal like before. The injury was only a good part, and his body was still bumped by the skeleton warrior. Suddenly a blue light appeared again on the water element general's body, and then a large stream of water emerged from it. The stream turned rapidly and turned into a huge wave in just 2 seconds. A huge wave of water comes from all sides towards the skeletons and the Hell difficulty boss, and the entire area is filled with waves and water elements. This time the element boss attacked with flooding ability, and with this attack all the skeleton warriors disappear in a few moments. Seeing the waves of water coming towards him so fast, Lin Moyu's eyes also opened with surprise because the attack was very terrible, and by this time everywhere was filled with water. If these water waves hit anyone, they would definitely tear them to pieces. These waves were so terrible. However, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi moved to a higher rock to avoid this attack. Seeing the power of this attack, Lin Moyu says, "The wide range of element general skills really restrains my skeletons." Seeing this attack of elementary general, Lin Moyu was wondering, because these attacks are preventing his skeleton from reaching him. And here after doing his attack, Element General becomes very serious after seeing something. Anger was visible in his eyes, and this anger was for the Hell difficulty boss because he had torn through the water waves of Elementary General, and all the skeletons were sitting on his shoulders. The waves of water could not even shake the Hell difficulty boss at all. As the water was receding, the Hell difficulty boss was seen standing completely as if he had not even moved at all, and all the skeletons were sitting on his shoulders and everywhere. As soon as the water recedes, the skeleton warriors and Hell difficulty boss set out at full speed to attack the water element boss. This time, there was no chance for the water elemental general. All the skeleton warriors were going at full speed to attack. Hell difficulty boss also moved at full speed to attack the water element boss, and the Hell difficulty boss was going so fast that an aurora of red light was coming out from behind him. The Hell boss cuts through the water and quickly reaches the water element boss and attacks it and kills it right there in just one attack. Within a few seconds, the water element broke into pieces of ice. Even the throne under it was smashed to pieces. Kill level 37 water element general. Experience increase 14,800. Obtain water element crystal nucleus 10. After the water element boss is killed, Lin Moyu call the Hell difficulty boss back into the side and in attempts to capture the water element general boss's soul. Lin Moyu says after seeing Scythe, "Sure enough, pure elemental life has no corpse and no soul. It seems there is no way to use conjuration on them." Lin Moyu thinks in his mind while picking up some nucleus crystals. At present, although the boss monster summoned lasts only 3 minutes, it is enough for me to kill an ordinary boss. After receiving the reminder, Ningyi ran out of the ice palace with a smile on her pretty face. After the death of the water elemental general, the environment has undergone some wonderful changes. Seeing the change in the environment, Ningyi says, "The degree of chaos in the elements seems to have been reduced." Lin Moyu agrees with her. "Indeed, I feel a little more comfortable than before." Then after this Lin Moyu asks to leave from here. After this Lin Moyu and Ningyi start moving forward from Ice Place. Lin Moyu and Ningyi walk into the flame world. This time he is completely surrounded by flame. Lin Moyu had already used skeleton armor on himself and Ningyi. The entire space is full of raging flames, which have turned into a sea of flames. The two stepped on it, and the skeleton armor reacted immediately. The silver-white armor floated outside, glistening, resisting the flames. Ningyi says while bearing the flame of this flame world, "Fortunately, you have your skeleton armor. If other professionals come here, they may continue to receive harm." Lin Moyu was also moving forward bearing the flame, but there was a little tension in his mind. He had understood that first was a glacier and now it is a sea of fire. Will there be a world of wind and a world of thunder and lightning next? But still the same as in the Ice Palace, there is no spirit of fire element here. Both of them were moving like this for a long time when suddenly they see a flame mountain, seeing which they both stop. Lin Moyu and Ningyi were a little surprised, and Lin Moyu says this is not a mountain, it's a ball of flame. The flame is 50 or 60 meters high, and it looks like a high mountain from a distance. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame mountain had already come to life. A pair of huge eyes appeared above. Fire Element General Secret Realm Boss. Level 37. Power 0. Agility 0. Spirit 20,000. Physique 16,000. Skill Flame Eruption. Explosion and Sea of Fire. Characteristics: Physical damage halved. Fire element immunity. Fire burns. Seeing the stats of this monster, Lin Moyu thinks, another immobile monster, and it has no physical attack ability. To eliminate this fire monster, Lin Moyu quickly summons more than 150 skeletons. He could eliminate this fire monster quickly because he had collected experience from the previous water monster. The general fire element is like a hill, which suddenly shoots out hundreds of huge pillars of fire. Seeing his enemies in front of him, the fire monster threw a pillar of fire into the air, and it fell down in the sky in the form of a ball of fire. He had done a fire eruption attack to stop Lin Moyu and his skeleton, due to which flames were falling everywhere. Lin Moyu thinks seeing this, sure enough, it's this kind of indiscriminate AI attack again. Full range, saturation attack, densely packed. There is no possibility of evasion at all. Flames have already risen from the skeleton warriors, and the flames continue to burn them, making a loud noise. This is the general characteristic of the fire element. Fire burns. Seeing his simple skeleton soldier burning in flames, Lin Moyu quickly released all the water-type skeleton mages, 28 water-type skeleton mages. After summoning all those mages, he creates an ice rainstorm in the entire area with the help of all of them. After this attack, ice poured down like rain on the general of the fire element, and thick water vapor rose up. The general of the fire element kept roaring again and kept attacking one after another so that he could eliminate everyone as quickly as possible. The pillar of fire sprayed continuously, turning into rain of fire all over the sky. The skeleton warrior seemed to be surrounded by flames and burned, but the injuries he suffered were really not that high. Due to his continuous attacks, the ground there starts breaking completely. Lin Moyu and Ning Yi started trying to save themselves somehow. Due to rainstorm and skeleton's attacks, General Fire Elemental suffered more and more injuries. His body began to shrink and his flame gradually diminished. As soon as it realized that its life was in danger, its roar became more intense. To save himself, he attacks with Sea of Fire Explosion. Due to this attack, the environment there becomes worse and the ground shook and cracked like a magnitude 10 earthquake, rumbling. Due to this ground breaking, Lin Moyu and Ning Yi control themselves because this was the last and dangerous crossbow, and whatever happens next will be done by skeletons only. Ice rainstorm was continuously falling on that flame monster. Mage and skeleton were continuously attacking. There was one explosion after another, and in the blink of an eye, the entire world of destroying elements was swallowed by the violent explosion. During the explosion, the skeletons were blown away one after another. Seeing the fire monster weak, Lin Moyu says to Yi, "Yi, I will show you the fireworks." Ning Yi looks at him to see what he is saying when suddenly there is a last blast in the sky which looks like a firework, and with this the fire monster also gets exploded into pieces with a scream. Ning Yi just keeps looking at this firework. Kill a level 37 Fire Element General. Experience increase 1,480,000. Obtain Fire Element Crystal Core 10. Lin Moyu quickly collects the things found from there. Yi standing behind him says in a romantic way, "I never thought that you can be so romantic." Lin Moyu gets shy after listening to her. He thinks what to say and then he says, "Let's go now." Elsewhere, we see some 5 men standing right in front of the gate of the Element's secret realm. They wear the unique costumes of the professionals of the Bangzi Kingdom. This was a professional team from each country. Single knight, double support, double output, 5-man team, very standard team combination. Then one of these guys says, "Boss, I didn't expect that we would actually find him. The secret realm of elements. We have been looking for it for so many days and finally found it. Strange, isn't it said that all the elemental secret realms are elemental spirits? Why aren't there any?" Several team members showed doubts. The entrance of the element's secret realm did not match the information they had. Park Yingcheng looked at the entrance of the secret realm of elements. Someone should have already entered. So what are we waiting for? Come in quickly, it will be too late if you are late. Unexpectedly, someone else was the first to get in. They all looked anxious. Then Park Yingcheng laughs with his evil smile and says, "Don't worry, I can feel the residual breath of the elements, which means it hasn't been long since they entered. When others open the way for us, we can save some effort." The boss, followed by his minions, entered the secret realm's portal. He was wearing a white robe and was carrying a metal shield. The followers were calm because they had their boss with them. All they had to do is just kill the last boss, and if anyone dares to stop them, they thought that they will just have to kill them too, thinking that it was a good idea. They finally entered the Ice Palace. One of the minions of the hunter group traced some footsteps of people and understood that there was someone not far away from them. He told everyone to follow him as he knew their location. As the scene shifts, we see Lin and Ningyi covered in the skeletal armor and fighting the Lightning Wind Elemental General. It was a level 38 general with a strength of 0, but agility of 5,000 and spirit of 25,000. He had a physique of 20,000 with the skills Lightning Gale and Tempest. It had a unique characteristic of 50% resistance to physical damage and was also immune to the wind element attacks and lightning element attacks. While covering his face due to the dust and wind, Lin was amused by seeing a merger of lightning and wind elementals. Suddenly, a furious bolt of lightning struck Lin and Ningyi, but as they were covered in the skeleton armor, they were unfazed. Lin used his slow curse skill, reducing the speed of the lightning wind elemental general to half. As the general was bonded with the red chains of the slow curse, he got furious. He started striking the skeletal warriors with his lightning. It was again a large-scale area of effect attack which affected multiple skeletal warriors, but Lin's army retaliated to this attack. His ice and fire skeletal mages started attacking the general with their spells of Flame Burst and Ice Storm. The wind elementals were also disturbing Lin's focus by not standing in one place and flying here and there. But with the barrage of skeletal warriors' brute attacks and skeletal mages' elemental spells, along with the slow curse Lin used on him, the lightning wind elemental general faced his defeat in front of Lin and Ningyi. A notification popped up telling Lin that the level 38 lightning wind elemental general was now defeated, giving an experience of 15 Inoas and along with 10 wind element crystals and 10 lightning element crystals. After this victory, Lin was determined and told Ningyi that they are finally going to the elemental queen. He was sure that with the elemental planes around them, the bosses will reappear once again. After traveling for a little bit of time, they finally reached a very beautiful place with auroras in the sky. There was a great palace, floating on an island type of landmass, with large rocks as stairs, floating in the air. Inside the palace, there sat the elemental queen, with a beautiful and elegant face, which is going to change soon. She was a level 39 elemental queen, with a strength of 20 as agility of 5,000, spirit of 20, and a physique of 20,000. She had 2 skills of elemental attack and elemental starburst. Her unique characteristic was 50% resistance to physical damage and 50% resistance to elemental damage. When he got inside the palace, Lin started attacking the elemental queen with his army of skeletal warriors and skeletal mages. But he was still not able to believe that she was resistant to both physical and elemental attacks. As she was getting attacked, she used her second skill, the elemental starburst. Sparks of different elements came out of her attack, killing 3 skeletal warriors in one fell swoop. Lin understood that as the skeletons were weak because of all the fighting they have been in the secret palace, the elemental queen was easily destroying them with her attacks. Suddenly, the elemental queen moved with her mouth and her 2 sets of hands and 3 lights of different elements started coming out of her. She attacked Ningyi and Lin with the elemental attack. A beam of ice, fire, and lightning went through the skeleton warriors, destroying 5 of them in a row. Lin admitted that he was in trouble from the attacks of the elemental queen, but he also expected that much from the queen of the secret realm. The skeletal mages attacked once more as soon as the attack of the elemental queen was finished, but she again retaliated with elemental starbursts. As a burst of elemental types attack hit the skeletal warriors, many of them were killed again by burning to death again. The elemental queen attacked with a flood of water, again killing 11 skeletal warriors at once. Lin admitted that this fight was difficult and wondered why Lord Bai gave him this task. Lin started pondering, thinking that elemental creatures have no souls or corpses, so he cannot really use any killing moves or soul blaze or corpse explosion. He thought that there is only one way of finishing this fight. He had to summon the undead general and the undead outpost guardian again. Lin was finally excited by a fight of this caliber. He admitted that he was a little bit reckless and didn't collect enough information about the place. He just wanted to run and face the elemental queen head on. But seems like this boss needed some tactics to be killed. As the scene shifts, we see that the hunter group, who have arrived at the place where Lin and Ningyi were fighting the elemental queen. One of the minions wanted to get in the way and fight the elemental queen too, but another one suggested that they should kill all 3 of them together by doing an ambush. Their boss ordered a girl named Ziofa to use her skill to kill all of them. Agreeing to her boss' command, she started mumbling some spells for her attack. Yellow aura surrounded her from his head to toe. Suddenly Ningyi got a shock in her brain as her assassin instinct activated, telling her that something was wrong. She understood that an attack was coming and warned Lin to watch out, as there was an ambush. While Lin was getting bombarded with various elemental attacks, he still thought that it was a very good timing for the ambush to happen. He looked at the girl who was using an attack named Armageddon and asked them to die by that attack. Ziofa's Armageddon attack hits Moyu and Yi and causes a huge explosion there. But as the dust clears, we see that Lin, Moyu, and Yi were completely safe even after being hit by her attack because they were saved by the skeleton armor. At this time, there was an atmosphere of war in the whole area. On one side was the Element Queen and on the other side were these 5 people. After their snake attack, Moyu sends his skeleton warrior to finish them off. One after another, many skeleton warriors start moving towards them in large numbers. Suddenly seeing so many skeletons coming towards them, the boss got scared and started wondering what these things were. Seeing so many skeletons, the boss starts sweating. He gets completely scared because he could not understand where so many dead creatures were coming from. He felt as if they were the companions of the Element Queen. but as far as he had heard that the Element Queen had no minions. Then he tells his team member that there is no need to panic. As soon as they hear their boss's words, all the team members come into fighting position. The healer starts doing his work. The archer also stood with his mark. Before they can do anything, the chain of slow curse catches them. All of them were captured by the red-colored chain. They all get scared after seeing the curse ability being used on them because this ability of Lin Moyu is enough to slow down anyone. The healer of their team starts trying to break these chains as soon as possible. On the other hand, Moyu uses his ability and says that unlike the monsters, the professionals will probably have the skills to remove the curse. Lin Moyu wanted to eliminate the healer of their team first. So without any delay, Moyu attacks the healer with his skeleton mage. All the skeleton mage present there, lightning, ice and fire together cast their spell on the healer. Healer was completely terrified after seeing so many attacks coming towards him. The attacks were so fast that he didn't even get a chance to move, and dozens of magic attacks fell on him almost simultaneously. All the spells like fire, ice, rainstorm, lightning hit it one after the other, and due to the collision of those attacks, there is a blast. Seeing so many simultaneous attacks on his partner, the boss could not understand anything. He was just cursing the team in front, and here the healer was lying on the ground after so many attacks. He was alive, but his condition had become very bad. The boss was so angry that he used his ability group provocation and anger. Due to his skill, Lin's slow curse are deflected from all of them, and a visible red-colored energy engulfs all the skeleton warriors. In a way, his ability was enough to stop these skeleton warriors for a while. As soon as the slow curse is removed, their boss quickly asks everyone to drink potions so that everyone can heal as soon as possible. Lin's curse has not been completely removed from them yet, but after drinking this potion they will all be saved from the curse. All of them were supporting each other and drinking the nutrition. Their healer was also drinking the nutrition, thinking I almost died. He also used some healing abilities on himself so that he could heal himself as quickly as possible. However, the second round of attack begins and they are attacked from all sides. Team leader shouts and uses his ability group protection. As soon as the skill is activated, an energy shield surrounds them all. The entire team was under energy shield at this time. The skeleton magician's attacks hit them. All the attacks were continuously hitting them, but all those attacks were becoming useless in front of the energy shield. Seeing this, Ning Yi says, they're all level 40. The knight's group protection, group chain, and the mage sneak attack with meteorite fire are all level 40 skills after the second evolution. Lin Moyu was also thinking after seeing these abilities of all of them. There's an anti-curse potion. Is this the depth of a second evolution professional? Under the circumstances of being able to use props, level 40 professionals are indeed difficult to deal with. Thinking about all these things, a smile appears on Moyu's face but if it wasn't for the skeleton armor, I'm afraid Yi and I would have been in a very dangerous situation right now. You can't be soft on your enemies. With this same smile, Lin Moyu sends more skeleton warriors towards them to kill them all. Many skeleton warriors were coming towards them with swords in their hands. Now their number had increased even more. The entire area had been surrounded by these skeleton warriors. Seeing so many skeletons created panic in the front team. All of them were not able to understand anything because no matter how hard they tried, they were not able to kill the skeletons. They all asked their boss, what should we do? Sweat of fear was coming out from everyone's forehead. They were all tired now. If they tried to stay here for too long, they would all be killed. The team leader, who was still saving his team, had also understood by this time that he had made a big mistake because he had not anticipated that the guy in front would be so strong. Because Lin was giving competition to all of them along with Element Queen, the team leader was worried that he was too strong. So without any delay, the team leader asks his team members to retreat. After listening to the team leader, they all say together that we should retreat. As soon as they all try to retreat, Lin Moyu is coming in front of them. To eliminate all of them, Lin raised his hand. At this time, blue-colored soul flame was flashing in his hand. Just then we hear the sound of someone screaming in pain. It was the healer who was burning with soul flame. They all turn back and look at their comrades screaming in pain. But suddenly their team leader is also attacked by the mage, who is attacked with continuous lightning, ice and fire attacks. After this attack was over, he was almost down to his knees and his whole body was trembling as if he didn't even have the strength to stand. He sits on his knees watching his comrades fight against those mages and skeletons. He quickly drinks the healing potion without wasting any time. But as soon as he drinks the healing potion, some skeleton warriors move towards him and attack him. But he saves himself with the protection shield because after drinking the healing potion, he had gained some strength. If he had not taken the healing potion on time, He might have been attacked. After this they all start running away from there. All of them were running away to save their lives. There were continuous attacks on them, but they loved their lives from these small attacks, so they were running away from here while facing the attacks. Then Yi asks Moyu, are we going after them? Hearing this, Lin says no, we are not going after them. Knights on max defense are a little hard to kill. Besides, we have more important things to do here. After dealing with them all of Lin's skeleton warriors and mage stand in front of the Element Queen. There was fire all around the Element Queen's palace, and this skeleton warrior was currently carrying 3 dead bodies on his shoulders. These corpses belonged to the healer, the archer, and the mage on his back, and ran towards the Queen of Elements. Seeing the skeleton warriors coming to attack, the Queen attacks those skeleton warriors with her ability Element Blast. However, the skeleton warriors throw those 3 bodies towards the Elementary Queen. As the 3 dead bodies approach the Element Queen, a corpse explosion blast occurs. Lin Moyu used his ability Corpse Explosion through these 3 dead bodies. He used all 3 dead bodies. The skeleton warriors also jump into the explosion, and without caring for their lives, they jump into the explosion and start continuously attacking the Element Queen. Element Queen was screaming in pain due to continuous attack. This is the last moment of the fight. Meanwhile, 2 more bodies are thrown near the Element Queen and they explode as they reach her. After those attacks, Element Queen had fallen on the ground. There were many cracks on her body. One of her hands was also cut off. She could die anytime. Lin thinks after seeing the Element Queen fallen on the ground, the damage from this is really good, as expected from a level 40 corpse. At this time, Lin had a smile on his face and the same soul flame was flashing in his hand. He wanted to eliminate the Element Queen that had fallen on the ground as soon as possible, so he orders his undead army to eliminate it as soon as possible. The half-dead Element Queen was lying helpless on the ground and all the skeleton warriors and mage surrounded her from all sides.
All the skeletons of Lin were ready for this last moment fight. All the mage used their skills together on the Element Queen and the skeleton warrior sets out to end the fight with his sword. Element Queen gets attacked with fire, ice rainstorm, lightning and sword simultaneously. All the skeleton warriors together make a last attack on the Element Queen, and with this last attack, the game for the Element Queen also ends. Killed Elemental Queen. Experience 2,340,000. Obtained Elemental Crystals 5. Elemental Crystals can be used to make platinum level equipment or enchant equipment, and is one of the materials to make a cooldown talisman. The Element Queen was slowly getting erased in her palace, and this element's secret place also started disappearing gradually. Seeing this, Yi says, finally we have done it in the end. After the elimination of Element Queen, Lin also got her crystals, so the task given to him was completed as he had collected all the element crystals. But many of Lin's skeleton warriors were injured in this fight, so he called them all to the summoning space for recovery. And this brought a little worry on Lin's face because he had a little loss along with the prophet in this fight. After the disappearance of the secret place, Lin and Ningyi had come very close to the 3rd battlefield. Right now the atmosphere here was perfect. There was no fog anywhere, but this area is full of abyss monster. Lin was a little happy to see the 3rd battlefield near him because Lord Bai had asked him to increase his military rank, so this area would be suitable for him, so he asks Yi to go to the 3rd battlefield. After walking for some time, both of them entered inside the 3rd battlefield, and this time the atmosphere here had changed a lot. The area had become completely dark. Black air was continuously passing through here. The air here was filled with blood and dirt, due to which Yi covers her nose. Abyss monsters were roaming in the entire area, who were secretly watching our 2 heroes coming. Their eyes were glowing red in the darkness. These are all Abyss Devourer monsters. All the monsters there attack Lin and Yi simultaneously, but as soon as they come closer, the skeleton warrior kills them in one blow. All these monsters were level 35 monsters. After killing few, Lin received 17,500 experience points and a military qualification. He also received Abyss Devourer 1 claw. Lin's skeleton warriors were continuously eliminating these little abyss monsters. Lin was not happy to see these small level abyss monsters, and while killing them he says, "These monsters give too little military merit. It's better to find abyss demons to kill." Then suddenly some monsters come to attack Yi from behind. All of them were coming to attack secretly, seeing which Yi comes in fighting position and says, "Those guys have high intelligence and hide even deeper than mice. We will still find them somewhere." While fighting with them, a red-colored explosion occurs in the sky. This was a disaster signal. This signal was continuing, which means there is some danger there, that something must have happened ahead. And we all know that once the disaster signal is shown, then everyone has to go there, and whoever is in the area will definitely go to help the other team, no matter who it is. Lin and Yi also leave their work and start going to the signal area. The area from where this signal came and the area where Yi and Lin were very close, so both of them reach there within some time. When they reach some distance, they are shocked to see the scene there. Yi says in surprise, "Something's weird, the monsters here are all gone." However, suddenly they hear the sound of someone laughing. This sound was very scary. Yi recognizes this sound and she says with a little fear, "It's the voice of a demon. It looks like the devourers have been summoned away by a demon. I'm afraid the professional who just sent out a distress signal is under siege." Thinking this, both of them increase their speed. There was a little tension on the faces of both of them because Demon has summoned all the monsters and whoever is fighting him is in danger. Yi was ahead and Lin behind her. Both of them were going very fast towards the signal area. And from where the signal came, we see that more than 100 monsters have surrounded a group. His team was trapped in the middle of many monsters and all these monsters were ready to kill them and eat them. Their eyes were glowing red to eliminate them. However, his team member encourages his comrades and asks them to break out with him to kill all these demons together. The power level of this team is not low, so they can compete with all these monsters. For this they all move forward, but suddenly a level 38 monster comes there and attacks them with its claws. The team leader somehow survives his attack and is shocked to see the monster standing in front of him. Abyss Wolf Demon Ordinary Demon. Level 38. Strength 12,000. Agility 10,000. Spirit 3,000. Physique 9,000. Skills, Roar Attack, Bite. That demon was playing with them. While they were trying to get out of it, the demon was attacking them. At this time the demon was sitting on another monster and he was playing with this team. The number of these wolf demons is very high in this abyss area. When these two were born, they were born in a pair. One of them became a wolf demon and the other became a flying wolf, and then he became a mount. The relationship between this wolf abyss demon and this flying wolf is very strong. Seeing that demon playing with him, the team leader says, "Damn it, it's playing with us. It's trying to use our distress signal to attract more people." On the other hand, Yi and Lin had also reached here. Seeing so many monsters in the air, Lin says, "Again flying monsters." Yi, listening to him, says that we will have to bring them to the ground by some trick. It happened exactly as this demon wolf had thought. He had used the disaster signal to bring more humans here, and here Lin and Yi had come, seeing whom an evil smile had appeared on the wolf's face that finally more humans also came here. However, the smile on the wolf's face fades a bit when he sees Lin's level. What a level 26 boy is doing here, and why is this brat here? Still, Yi was there to bring a smile on his face again because he becomes very happy after seeing that even though she is a level 25 girl, this little girl has delicate skin and tender flesh. It looks delicious and should be very delicious. Seeing both of them there, the signal sending team was also surprised at how level 26 people came here. Every member of their team says, "What are the professionals below level 30 doing in the third battlefield? Now no one can save us." Meanwhile, the wolf demon leaves the earlier team and sets out to kill Lin and Yi. Seeing that wolf demon and his companions coming towards him, Lin hides Yi behind him, but seeing him doing this, the wolf demon laughs and says, "Hiding is useless. Your fate is already decided. I'm going to eat you one bite at a time. Eat your hands first, then your thighs. I won't let you die before finish eating. Your screams will be the best seasoning." Seeing the demon coming, Yi had a smile on her face, and the wolf demon wanted to eat the Yi first. That's why he was ready to kill Lin standing in front, saying, "Children, don't interfere with my meal." He attacks our hero with all his strength, but his attack is blocked by the skeleton armor. Before he could understand anything, he was caught by the chains of the curse. The wolf demon trapped in Lin's curse binding ability was very worried that what is happening to me. This is not good. I am trapped in the curse. He tries his best to free himself but does not succeed. Meanwhile, many skeletons come there and attack the wolf demon and his mount, due to which the wolf demon falls to the ground along with his mount. The skeleton warriors were going and destroying all the other small monsters there. Seeing everything finished in one fell swoop, the team that sent the signal gets a surprised smile on their faces and they all say to each other, "How did it suddenly become like this?" Yes, it's the power of curses. This is our chance to break through. They all quickly take advantage of the opportunity to get out of the group surrounded by raven wolves, and after saving their lives, they all take a sigh of relief that finally we did it. There was a smile on all their faces because they had saved their lives, but then suddenly their smile disappears and they all look in surprise that, oh my god, it seems as if they were feeling that now they will perish. And the one who stopped everyone laughing wasn't a wolf demon. Rather, their laughter was stopped by the wolf demons who were being beaten. Because at this time the demon who was troubling them for a long time was being beaten by many skeletons. Because at this time many skeletons were continuously attacking him with swords. He was unable to do anything except getting beaten. They all had a question mark expression on their faces and were surprised and said to each other, "That's an abyss wolf demon, right?" "I think so. What are those undead creatures? Why can't the abyss wolf demon fight back at all?" Then in a short time the skeleton warriors kill the wolf demons. Killed OVL 38 Abyss Wolf Demon. Experience 380,000. Military merit 50. Obtain Demon Blood Essence. Demon Blood Essence contains the power of the Abyss, which alchemists and blacksmiths can use to craft equipment. As soon as the wolf demon ends, the team sending the signal comes towards Lin. Seeing them all coming towards him, Lin says, "Keep distance. I have to clear the scene." After listening to Lin, they says, "You will clean the area, but how?" There is confusion in the minds of all of them. He is a level 26 warrior. How can he eliminate the demons so quickly? Just then Yi calls them towards her and says, "All of you come here, otherwise you all will get hurt." Lin now wanted to kill the few remaining monsters, and the team that had sent the signal was standing with Yi, but there was still confusion in the minds of all of them that those devourers would not die in just a few attacks. But Yi listened to them and said, "Just keep watching." Here Lin was walking comfortably among all those monsters, and after seeing him coming, all those monsters started surrounding him. Seeing them, Lin says, "Sure enough, the place with corpses is my home ground." He slowly raises his hands and uses his corpse explosion abilities on all those monsters. As soon as he does this, a continuous blast starts happening there. One by one, all those monsters start dying due to the explosion. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next? We will know in the next chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too.
Lin's curse abilities had trapped Abyssal Shadow Monster and his companions. Due to this, the laughter of the demons which was echoing there became completely silent. Now there is fear instead of laughter. The skeleton warriors who had been summoned there go out to attack all of them as soon as they take orders from their master. Some skeleton warriors attack Shadow Monster. Shadow Monster's shadow abilities were not working due to Lin's crush ability, due to which whatever attack the skeletons were making on him, all the attacks were causing damage to him. Shadow Monster says, "While getting beaten by skeletons, I've been fooled. This guy's strength is not at least level 26. As soon as the silver skeleton warriors arrive, they start cutting his small companions like carrots and radishes. Silver skeleton warriors also have good status. Their level is 26, power agility, spirit physics is 7,000. And they can use Violet Blow and skills. Lin, who is watching this fight from a distance, is thinking that the Shadow Monster has been damaged a lot, but the skeleton warrior will not be able to kill him soon. So without any delay he calls the skeleton mage too, because our MC had understood that if he prolongs this fight then he will face problems. Because Shadow Monster is a high level demon and it is not so easy to kill it. That's why Lin wants to end it as soon as possible with all his might. Lin has summoned many skeletons there. At this time green-colored flame is glowing in his hand. To destroy this high shadow demon, all the mages were present there, be it fire mage, lightning mage or ice mage. Everyone was present there. All the skeletons called by Lin were now just waiting for Lin's orders. The mage were just ready to attack as soon as Lin ordered them. On the other hand, Lin was laughing after seeing the Shadow Monster because physical attacks were not working on the Shadow Monster, so now he will do spell attacks on him. The Shadow Monster had already seen the magician skeleton there. He was feeling very angry at this moment, but he was surrounded by swords on all sides, and right now he can't do anything, because as soon as he was moving, the skeleton warriors would be causing physical damage to him. However, this monster is a high-level demon, so it has some abilities, one of which is that it can take over anyone's body. Shadow Monster uses his winding technique to fight Lin and his skeletons. Shadow Demon catches one of the skeletons attacking him. Holding it, he starts putting some of his shadow in it. These skeleton warriors are weak, so Shadow Monster managed to catch them. As soon as the Shadow Monster captured the skeleton warrior's body, it set out to attack Lin and his skeleton warriors. The color of the skeleton that was occupied by the Shadow Monster had also changed. At this time, dark aura was coming out from his body and his power also seemed to be increasing. Then Shadow Monster laughs and says, "Your curse has no effect on me now." He starts attacking the skeleton warriors with that captured body. Still, he was alone at this time and there were a large number of skeleton warriors standing around him. Before he can do anything else, he sees the fireball attack. This attack has come so close to him that he no longer has time to escape from it. And along with this fire attack, lightning attack, ice attack, and whatever skill the mage was using, all those attacks came very close to him. Seeing so many attacks, Shadow Monster got a little scared, and before he could do anything, all the attacks hit him. The attacks are so terrible that even the ground there broke, and the Shadow Monster caught in the grip of this attack was just screaming in pain. After all the attacks are done, the dust clears and we see that the skeleton body has been completely destroyed. The shadow of the Shadow Monster was coming out of its body, who is very angry at this time because whatever move he is doing, Lin is dominating him. Seeing Lin, Shadow Demon shouts in anger because Lin has made him miserable. He angrily calls his children for help. As soon as they hear the voice of the high demon, the small companions present there start coming to help him. All the demons were passing by Lin and his skeleton at speed, and looking at it, it seems that these skeleton warriors are also moving with them. And here is our MC who has a smile on his face at this time, and he laughs at the shadow demons and says, "Are you looking for all of them?" Then we see that the sword of the skeleton warrior is stuck in the stomach of all his companions who were coming to help him. All the skeleton warriors were standing in such a position as if they were standing in the shooting of a movie. Everyone's eyes were glowing green and everyone had a dead demon trapped in their sword. Everything was done in a moment. Then Lin laughingly says to the shadow demon, "Count and see as they are all here." On the other hand, Yi was also killing the small monsters. It was becoming a bit difficult for Yi to kill them all. She was tired of killing them. Shadow demon, whose moves were not working, becomes very angry after seeing his comrades killed. He wants to kill Lin by whatever means. He shouts angrily at Lin, "How dare you kill my children?" At this moment he was in the air and was just helpless. He could not do anything except screaming. Seeing him shouting, Lin says, "Okay, I'll give it back to you." As soon as this conversation ends, the skeleton warriors start throwing the killed demons trapped in their swords into the air. Looking at it, it seems as if some game is going on here because Lin is the one who is doing everything here. As soon as the monster's dead body reaches the shadow demons, Lin uses his one of the best crops explosion ability, due to which there is a huge explosion and the bodies of the dead demons start exploding one by one in the sky. Lin was standing below watching all this. Shadow demon was just screaming in pain due to the explosion. After some time the shadow demon dies and its crystal falls on the ground. Kill the level 40 Abyss Shadow Demon. Experience increase 800,000. Military merit increase 500. Obtain Demon Crystal. Due to this, after the end of the demons, they got a lot of military points. Yi was very happy to see this when suddenly her sergeant badge starts glowing. The stars on the sergeant badge start increasing continuously, one after the other. Seeing this, Yi laughs and says, "I have also been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant. If my grandpa knew that I had been promoted to the rank of second lieutenant, he would be shocked that his beard would fall off." That's when Lin says her, "After that, it takes 10,000 military merits to upgrade to 1 star. On hearing this, Yi says, "No wonder you haven't been promoted to a star after so long. It's okay, I heard there is a copy nearby, let's go take a look." After this both of them start moving forward from here. The story shifts to Beishan courtyard of Xiajing Academy, where we see Meng Anwen whose face is sweating after listening to something. He says to Bai Yuan sitting in front, "Are you crazy? Why did you send Boy Lin to the elemental secret realm?" Bai sitting in front of him laughs and says, "This is not madness. I want to see where this kid's limit is." Large-scale dungeons like Tyrant Desert couldn't stop him, but instead allowed him to earn a lot of points. He can clear even the Hell level difficulty dungeon alone. Tens of thousands of Hell demon dogs will be destroyed if they are told to be destroyed. Come to think of it, this elemental secret realm can't stop him. Meng Anwen was serious about this statement of Bai. He says seriously, "Can that be the same? What level is the elemental secret realm, and what level are those copies?" The attributes of the Queen of Elements are comparable to those of a level 40 high-level demon. It's not like you don't know how powerful her skills are. Boy Lin does have a lot of skeletons, but the Queen of Elements is not afraid of group attacks at all. Then Bai laughs and says again, it's okay. If you can't beat him, can you still escape? It's okay to suffer losses occasionally. At least you can know where this kid's limits are." While talking, Bai becomes serious and continues his point again. Besides, there is still the Hall of Heroes Hall imprint, so he won't really die. Not only in the elemental realm, I also asked him to go to the abyss boundary of the 3rd battlefield to kill demons and rise in rank. On hearing this, Meng Anwen gets surprised and says a little seriously, "Are you forgetting something?" Then Bai asks him what's the matter. Meng says in a very low tone, "Old man Ning's precious granddaughter is with Mr. Lin. She has not left a mark in the Hall of Heroes. If that girl dies..." Hearing this, Bai's face started sweating and it seemed as if he was nervous. Meanwhile, we see someone's shadow behind Bai. It was Ning who comes there and asks Bai by placing his hand on his shoulder, "Who died and what are you two talking to each other?" Seeing old Ning behind him, Bai says in shock, "Nothing." Then Ning seriously asks Bai, "Where have you sent Lin for the mission?" Bai says in panic, "I sent them to the meta battlefield. Don't worry, with Mr. Lin here, your precious granddaughter will be fine." Then Ning says seriously again, "Yi has the soul protecting spell I planted on her body, so she should be fine. But if something happens to her, I will be the first to settle the score with you." Seeing Ning so angry, Bai was just telling him lies after lies. "Don't worry, with your soul protecting spell here, nothing will happen." Meng, sitting in front of them, was peacefully drinking tea while Bai and Ning were still fighting with each other. Here on battlefield number 3 near the Abyss border, Lin and Yi had come here. The atmosphere here was very terrible. There was fog everywhere. As soon as it subsided, a strange portal opened up. Seeing this, they say among themselves, "Is this Abyss battlefield boundary number 3? There were a lot of glowing red eyes at this time. It seemed as if all the demons had come here. The energy of the Abyss entered the 3rd battlefield without any hindrance, and there a terrible atmosphere was created on its own. The energy of the Abyss was scattered on the number 3 battlefield, and the cannibalistic monsters of the Abyss suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, thousands of monsters eating humans appeared in every corner of the 3rd battlefield. As soon as the demons arrive there, they start laughing with their evil laughter. Human world, this demon is here. The legendary delicious human flesh, this demon is here to taste it. Humans, wash your neck and wait. Before they can move further, magical attacks of fire and lightning start happening on them all. These attacks did no harm to those demons. He says in anger, "Who is it?" and the other one says, "Who has the courage to sneak attack on me? It hurts so much. Human being, you are dead." The monsters who were slightly hurt due to these attacks angrily say, "This is a very shameful act. It is hurting a lot. Human being, you are going to die now." After a snake attack on those monsters, all of them are caught by RMC's curse. They all got slowed down after getting hit by the curse. They were all shocked because they were being attacked one after the other, and now a curse chain has slowed them down even more. However, their troubles don't stop here as many skeletons start coming to attack them. The high demon present there are completely surprised to see so many undead creatures arriving as the skeletons are continuously approaching them, killing the lesser demons in their way. They all don't understand how so many undead creatures were summoned here. However, before they can do anything, these skeleton warriors start killing these high demons as well. The huge knife of the skeleton warriors started attacking their bodies continuously. They screamed from the continuous attack. Blood and flesh spread all over the battlefield. The wings were cut off, arms and legs were cut off, and the demon's blood flowed like fountains. At this time, the boundary of the 3rd battlefield looks like hell. Dead bodies were spread everywhere as if a very dangerous war has taken place here. But we know that this is a one-sided victory. However, all traces of the dead bodies lying here are also going to be destroyed. Because just then Lin uses his crop's explosion ability. As soon as the ability is activated, continuous blasts start occurring. Wherever there are dead bodies of monsters, continuous blasts are taking place. These blasts are so powerful that even the highest demons are being killed by it. There are so many continuous blasts that the monsters who survive the first attack die in the second attack. Due to killing so many monsters, Lin is also getting a lot of experience points. He is continuously receiving notifications of experience points in his system. There are many level 36 snake demons present here, after killing which Lin is getting 37,000 experience points and 50 military merit points on each monster, and he is also getting demon blood essence. The group of abyssal demons that had just entered the 3rd battlefield after the explosion died a terrible death. They didn't even get a chance to try and escape, and they almost died at the fastest speed ever. All these demons were unlucky to encounter RMC. If RMC had not come, they would have definitely attacked the human worlds. But RMC killed them the moment they came to the human world. Lin was very happy after eliminating all of them because he is happy to see the temporary road of human and demon. He has collected a lot of military points from there, so RMC has a smile on his face. However, this matter does not stop yet. More demons start coming into the human world through the gate. Seeing so many demons, Lin again sends his skeleton warrior towards them and again uses Crop's explosion ability. Continuous blasts occur again and Lin gains the same experience points because they are all the same level 37 demons. As soon as all these demons die, Lin's badge starts flashing. Looking at this, Lin says, "I was only just trying it out, so I didn't expect it to be so effective. I've gotten about 3,000 military merit from that." Our MC understood that huge amount of demons trying to come out from the entrance. An idea came to his mind and he understood that if he killed the demons coming from the gate, he would be able to achieve the military point more quickly. As more demons try to come through the gate, our MC starts killing them continuously. He becomes very happy after seeing so many military points together. Because her badge levels are continuously increasing, she says to our MC, "I am going to kill some devourers. You keep your explosions continuous." On hearing this, Lin asks him to stop and let some demons gather first. Shortly after this, many red-colored eyes appear in front of the space gate. As soon as all those demons come a little forward, Lin uses Crop's explosion again. The skeletons are throwing dead bodies into the gate and Lin is killing them all in the same continuous manner using Corpse explosion. As soon as Lin kills those demons, he is shown the same notification because all these are demons of the same level, so every time he is getting the same experience and military points. But the experience points he is getting are in very high quantities. Lin's sergeant badge starts glowing again. This time he got 8,500 military points and he is a 0-star second lieutenant. Seeing the sergeant badge glowing continuously, Yi says that earning military merit points is much faster here. Yi's sergeant badge was also glowing continuously. She also achieved 7,900 military merit points from here and she is also a 0-star second lieutenant. After killing all the monsters coming from the gate, Yi and Lin look at the gate because the access way is being closed. Yi tells Lin that the access way is being closed. Hearing this, Lin says what a pity. Looks like the corpse explosions has overwhelmed it. Lin's continuous attack of corpse explosion has created some blockage in the gate due to which the gate completely closes on its own. However, even after the space gate is closed, Yi and Lin have smiles on their faces because they have collected a lot of military merit points. Lin smiles and says, "Looks like we can raise our level to 1-star second lieutenant." However, suddenly Lin's face becomes very serious. Looking at his face, it seems as if he has felt something which is very dangerous. Lin quickly activates the skeleton armor on Yi and himself. He tries to save Yi by holding her hand. He starts running away from here with Yi. Suddenly a very big eye is seen there which is very scary to look at. It is the eye of the Demon King who looks at Lin and says, "Lin, I caught you." The Demon King shouted so loudly that the pressure of his shouting is giving great trouble to both our heroes. At this time, Lin's face is sweating due to fear, while Yi is also completely scared. She has closed her ears because the shouting of the Demon King is giving her a headache. Demon King is very angry at Lin because of his loss last time. He wants to kill Lin by any means possible. He attacks Lin in anger. A series of death rays came out from inside the space gate and started coming very fast towards Lin Moyu. Lin was scared after seeing so many laser attacks because these attacks were very fast, so he could not defend himself. All the laser attacks hit Lin and the skeleton armor starts getting destroyed in just a few moments. Lin realized that the skeleton armor cannot save him from these attacks even for a second. Lin quickly transfers his damage to the skeleton, but as soon as the attacks hit the skeletons also start destroying within a few moments. They were getting destroyed one after the other. All the skeletons coming there are not able to save Lin even for a moment. Seeing this, Lin thinks with fear that his skeleton is continuously dying very fast. Till now 15 to 16 skeletons of Lin were destroyed. Struggling with this problem, he realized that he could not escape like this. Lin's summon space is depleting very fast because skeleton warriors are continuously being killed. He looks towards the Demon King where the dead bodies of some demons are already lying there. Seeing them, Lin quickly uses Crop's explosion because he had to take a decision quickly. By now his summoning space was very empty, and many skeleton warriors were getting destroyed as soon as they arrived there, so Lin took this decision. As the bodies explode, it impacts the eyes of the Demon King. Because the space gate which was slightly open has been closed due to Lin's attack, due to which the Demon King gets very angry at Lin. He screams and calls Lin's name. Here the attacks on Lin have stopped. After doing his attack, Lin smiles and says that it seems I took the right decision. This time, the pathway won't be able to remain open. On the other hand, Demon King was very angry. He was so angry at Lin that he was not able to control himself. He says angrily, "Lin Moyu, I will never leave you alive no matter how much you beg for mercy." Lin, sitting on the ground, listens to the Demon King and says, "What a coincidence. I too will not leave you." At this time, Lin is teasing the Demon King in a way. He again says to the Demon King, "Goodbye. Next time I'll definitely make sure you explode into pieces." At the same time, the Demon King is slowly disappearing and watching Lin in anger because he cannot do anything at this time. All he can do is threaten to kill Lin, and he does just that, threatening to kill Lin as he goes. After some time, all traces of the Demon King disappear from there, and the area becomes normal again. As soon as everything is normal, Yi comes running to Lin and she asks Lin in a worried tone, "Lin, are you okay?" Lin stands up and says to Yi, "I'm fine, I just lost a few skeleton warriors. Since the access way is closed, let's leave this place." However, while leaving from here at this Lin, a kind of excitement can be seen in Lin's eyes. He's thinking about the Flame Demon King right now, that one day we will definitely meet in the Abyss world. After fighting the Flame Demon King, Lin and Yi reach the area of the third battlefield where level 30 dungeons are present. This area is very sensitive because a black-colored energy is coming out from everywhere as if it is absorbing the energy from both sides. Lin and Yi reach here within some time. There were already other hunters present here. and this is such an area of the third battlefield where to enter any dungeon it is necessary to be between level 25 to 35. After reaching here, Lin has seen this area. Before coming here, he was wondering how the combined dungeon with 3 powers would be. Lin quickly checks the stats of this area. This is the third battlefield world where each dungeon is of 30 levels. To enter the dungeon here, you must be between level 25 and 35. Normal difficulty recommended party of 4 people. Nightmare difficulty recommended party of 6 people. Hell difficulty recommended party of 12 people. After checking the dungeon's levels here, Lin gets a little thoughtful. He is thinking about his skeleton that my skeleton has almost recovered. There aren't many high-level professionals here, so I don't think I need to be wary of demons ambushing us. After thinking carefully about it, Lin asks Yi to accompany him to the dungeon. Hearing Lin, Yi smiles and says okay. However, another hunter comes there and stops Yi and Lin and tells them, "Youngster, that's a level 30 dungeon." He tells both of them about the dungeons here in a slightly frightened tone. The monsters inside are very dangerous. Even though it's on normal difficulty, the monsters inside aren't something that can be dealt with when you're only level 26. He also tells both of them that you need a good party to enter here. Why do you want to sacrifice your life without any reason? Hearing that hunter, Lin smiles and says thanks for thinking about us, but you don't need to worry about us. And after saying their words, both of them enter the dungeon. Seeing Lin and Yi not stopping, the well-intentioned professional heaved a sad sigh. At this moment it seemed to him that Lin and Yi themselves were moving towards their death. However, then another person says to him, "What are you sighing for? Did you not see their military badge? Their badges are silver in color, which means they're lieutenants and have killed demons before." The first person gets very surprised after hearing the words of that hunter. He is not accepting this as true because he had said such a thing just after seeing the levels of Lin and Yi. Then the second hunter smiles and tells him again, "What's impossible? Haven't you heard of it? A few days ago, on the first battlefield, level 24 lieutenant appeared, and also solo cleared the hell difficulty outpost dungeon." His words surprise the hunters present there a bit. Another hunter stands with them and he says in surprise that I have not heard about it before. After this they all want to hear the whole story from the hunter. And here inside the dungeon, Yi and Lin are teleported directly to a mountain. After coming here and seeing the atmosphere here, both of them are very surprised and they think that this is a dungeon with 3 powers combined together. From where Lin and Yi are standing you can clearly see the entire dungeon world. This world of the dungeon is very strange. On one side there is night and on the other side there is day. In between, black and white colors keep changing, and from time to time the white color keeps changing continuously. There are 2 ways forward. One leads to the dark world that represents the abyss, and the other leads to the day world that represents the human world. Both of them have to choose one of these paths. However, just then Yi shouts in amazement and says, "Moyu, look over there." Ning Yi suddenly pointed towards the center of the dungeon, which is an alternating black and white world. Lin quickly looked there and seeing that he could not help but be surprised because a very terrible war was going on there. Due to the power of the dark abyss, a large number of demons come out of it. Their appearance is no different from the abyss demons, each of them cruel and terrifying, ferocious and bloodthirsty. There are so many monsters there that even human professionals are there to stop them. Lin is watching this battle and the people doing this battle very carefully. After watching this fight for a few seconds, he says with surprise that there is something wrong with those professionals and those demons. Our MC soon realizes that this is all a phantom shadow. It sounds scary, but it's actually a bit unrealistic. The fight between both sides is quite dangerous, but at this time the demon's side seems to be a little more powerful, and they slowly start taking down the professionals of the human race. However, then a mage quickly uses his restrict technique too. As soon as he did this, golden-colored light started shining there. And in a short while all the powerhouses of the human race along with all the demons fell down from the sky. At this moment there is no one in the sky except the mage. Demons that have fallen from the sky to the ground are very angry at this time. Before the demons can do anything, we see the mage raise his stuff in the air and start using the forbidden curse element destruction technique. Due to his doing this, the whole dungeon started shaking, and bright lights spread across the sky and the whole area became chaotic. Hundreds of human mages also raised their stuff to help him, and at the same time they also started shouting. And as soon as the spell was completed, all the spells started hitting all the demons present there. The flames are burning the demons. They are just screaming in pain. The entire area is filled with the scream of pain. These attacks caused a lot of damage to the demons, and then we see that a very big demon arrives there. This demon that has come here is very big, as if like an ancient demon god. He is standing straight in front of all these attacks and he is not getting any damage from these attacks. Then he opens his wings and his wings start vibrating. And from that demon comes out a terrifying elemental power which wipes out the entire human race. The elemental power of that mage and that demon collide, and as soon as both the forbidden spells collide there is a huge explosion, due to which a brilliant colorful light covers the entire dungeon. Lin and Yi are watching this fight from a distance and protect their eyes from this light. As soon as the light dims a little, Yi looks towards the fight area, and seeing the condition there, she suddenly says in panic that they all have disappeared. Lin also looks there because the area which was earlier white and black now has no sign of white and black. Instead there is a chaotic atmosphere there. Our MC sees this and thinks to himself, is this the origin of the elemental planes? Yi is dazzled by this scene because it is the first time that both of them have seen such a battle. Then Yi says, is this the ancient battle of forbidden curses and elemental powers colliding? Lin was also a bit surprised to see such a fight, but still he says, I think so, but I fear this is just the tip of the iceberg in a bigger war. After looking here for some time, both of them move ahead from here. Lin has decided to go on the dark road because it is infected with abyssal energy, so Lin Moyu naturally chose this side. There is no danger here right now, but as they go inside we see that Lin has summoned his skeleton. And Yi is also in a fight position with her dagger. Just then we see a hell-level elite monster which is the battlefield wolf demon coming towards them at full speed. The level of this wolf demon monster is 34, its strength is 15,000, agility and spirit are 1,000, physics is also 15,000. Unique characteristic, influenced by the abyss, defense and health increased. Even before this monster comes close to them, Lin's mage skeletons start attacking this monster. This monster has simultaneous attacks of lightning, ice and fire. But even after these attacks, this monster was not killed. It is absolutely safe and is coming towards them at full speed. Seeing this, our MC is a little surprised that he is still alive. Then he wonders if perhaps this has happened because of abyss influence. Then Lin sends his skeleton warrior towards that monster. That its defense and health have just increased. It should be fine if I just hit it a few more times. As soon as all the skeleton warriors take orders from their master, they start physically attacking the monster, and within a short time the monster is killed by their attack. By killing this wolf, our MC has got 680,000 experience. When this monster was killed, it did not leave any corpse behind, seeing which Lin said that it also did not leave any corpse behind. This monster was made of abyss power. Seeing no corpse in the monster, Yi also says that it means that you will not be able to use your corpse explosion ability here. Hearing that, Lin says, then we will fight all the monsters one by one. At this time Yi is feeling a little worried because she feels that there is no light here, so it will be a little difficult to fight. Then suddenly his eyes start glowing golden color. After doing this she smiles and says to our MC, assassins are masters of the night. Just keep looking at me, I will help you find the monster. After this we see that Lin's curse chain is holding a monster and both of them are fighting with that monster. By doing this, both of them have destroyed many monsters. Lin's skeletons and Yi are continuously moving forward, eliminating such small monsters. After killing the monster, Yi says this hell level difficulty is not that easy. Lin also agrees with her, saying that there is something wrong here. Lin and Yi's level increases after killing some more monsters. While killing some monsters here, their level increased, which was stuck for a long time. Now our MC is a level 27 Necromancer. His other stats have also increased, strength, physique, agility, spirit, which have also increased due to level increase. Yi's level has also increased. She has also become a level 26 assassin. After increasing her power, Yi asks, is this really a hell difficulty? Because they are continuously killing monsters here, and that too without any difficulty. Hence Yi feels as if she has entered an easy dungeon. However, just then our MC notices something. He sees that some black energy is being released from the bodies of the monsters they are killing and getting absorbed in this area. He also says this to Yi, this is abyss energy. Some of the abyss energy is being absorbed when the abyss monsters die. They look around. There is a huge statue there, seeing which Yi says that it is the statue which is absorbing everything. At this moment, there is a huge statue in front of them, which is absorbing the power of the monsters here after their death. Till now, the statue has absorbed more than half of the power of all the monsters that Lin and Yi have killed. Seeing this, Lin says seriously, it seems that when the statue absorbs deep enough energy, the boss will appear. Then after this, Lin and Yi get back to their work. They start continuously killing the monsters present here so that they can increase their level again. Lin was burning many monsters with his flame as if he was playing a child's game. and Yi is supporting Lin completely through her assassin skills. Both of them have continuously destroyed many monsters till now, and this statue is continuously absorbing the energy of those monsters. This statue has absorbed the energy of so many monsters that something changes start happening in it, which Lin and Yi were standing and watching from a distance. The statue started vibrating, and within no time a golden-colored light started shining in the statue. Seeing such a scene there, Lin says, as I expected, this is not much different from the boss of the outpost dungeon. However, suddenly an element leopard king appears on the statue. Due to the arrival of the element leopard king, the entire area there illuminates with golden lightning. This time the opponent who has come in front of our MC is much bigger. He has not faced such an opponent till now. This element leopard king is the leader of hell level. The level of this hell leader is 36. His strength, agility, spirit and physics are all 15,000. His skills are element explosion and element whip. Unique characteristic, extreme speed, enhance health and defense. The hell leader screams angrily after coming there and seeing humans in front of him. The huge size of the hell leader brought an amazing feeling of oppression. Lin even felt short of breathing for a moment. As soon as Leopard King arrives there, he moves forward to attack Yi and Lin with his claw. Both our heroes look like ants in front of that Leopard King, although Lin has activated the skeleton armor at this time. Both of them have seen the attack coming, so as soon as the attack comes closer to them, they step back a little and save themselves. But despite being so big, this Leopard King is very fast, and the air pressure of its claw has put our MC in a little trouble. Our hero is a little nervous seeing such a dangerous opponent in front of him. This nervousness has made him think that the speed of this Leopard King is very fast. What was going on in his mind was that I had activated this skeleton armor at the right time. Lin quickly asks Yi to retreat from this fight. After listening to Lin, she leaves from there, and our MC quickly takes out the scythe and uses the evocation skill. As soon as the skill is used, the outpost guardian appears there. His level is 34, which is 2 levels less than Leopard King. And all the other stats are the same, be it strength, agility, spirit, physics, everything is at 15,000. There is a change in skill and unique skill. At this moment, 2 giant monsters stand facing each other. The outpost guardian boss just needs an order from our MC and he will move to attack the Leopard King. Lin does not want to make any mistake in this fight, so he also uses slow curse on the Leopard King so that he can slow him down even more, which the outpost guardian can take advantage of. Due to the curse, the Leopard King has become slow, taking advantage of which the outpost guardian attacks him. The attack hits the leopard directly, seeing which Lin says is expected. Even though the strength attributes are the same, the Leopard King boss can resist the guardian of the outpost dungeon. Even though Leopard King is facing the attack of outpost guardian well, it gets slightly injured from some place, seeing which Lin had realized the Leopard King's weak point. Lin did not want to miss this opportunity, so he sends his soldier towards Leopard King to do physical attack. All the skeleton soldiers are attacking the Leopard King simultaneously. They have been damaging the Leopard King everywhere with their big knives, sometimes damaging his hair, and sometimes scratching his entire body with the knives. Along with the skeleton, Outpost Guardian is also attacking the Leopard King. His attacks are causing a lot of damage to the Leopard King. Outpost Guardian is repeatedly performing stun attacks on Leopard King so that these skeleton warriors get a chance to attack. The Leopard King, who was roaring like a king when he came here, is now screaming in pain like a cat. Lin has left so many skeletons on the Leopard King that he is unable to do anything. Along with the Outpost Guardians, all are working together like an army. Our MC was also very happy to see this. He had not expected this at this time. The Post Guardian would be used to stun while his skeletons will deal damage this time. The skeleton warrior again switched on the meat cutting mode and started attacking the elemental Leopard King with the knife without stopping. In the midst of these attacks, the Rage Strike skill is used and the Leopard King is screaming in pain. So many scratches have been made on his body that energy is being taken out of his body and absorbed in this area. However, Leopard King is not going to give up just yet. He screams with his remaining strength and performs Element Explosion. Due to Element Explosion, there was a huge explosion on the surface of the entire area, and dozens of skeletons were blown away amidst the loud noise. Our MC was very surprised to see this. There are 2 reasons for his surprise. The first reason was that after that attack the Leopard King had shrunk completely. His body had become like a skeleton. And secondly, due to his attack, some skeleton warriors present there have been destroyed. However, after seeing this attack, our MC understood something and he thinks in his mind that this element Leopard King is not some abyssal monster. It's a monster with a body that's made from pure energy. As long as its energy is depleted, it can be killed. After this, our MC quickly summons the skeleton mage there. As soon as the mages are summoned there, they make their magic attack on that Leopard King. There are many magical attacks moving towards the Leopard King at once. However, the Leopard King uses the element wipe skill from his remaining strength. Both attacks hit each other simultaneously, and suddenly the outpost guardian appears there. As soon as he reaches there, he directly attacks the Leopard King, who is currently busy attacking the mage. The Leopard King dies on the spot after being attacked by an outpost guardian. After killing this Leopard King, our hero gets 2,160,000 experience points, and he also gets Element Scepter. This element is Scepter Gold level equipment. It increases Spirit by 600, Physics also increases by 400, and Magic Skill enhancement is 20%. After the death of Leopard King, Lin is a bit confused as he thinks that this fight ended too soon. Something is wrong here, because the fight here made him wonder if this is really hell level difficulty. The fight here was easier for our MC than the one in the outpost dungeon. This thought is troubling our MC that something is really wrong here. However, just then Yi comes running there and points and says, "Moyu, look there is something there." Lin quickly turns and sees that in that dungeon a person of human race was shining brilliantly. He is a mage. He is wrapped in the elements and has a huge wand in one hand. This is not a real person, it is made of energy, just like the elemental Leopard King. However, this guy's aura is more powerful than that element leopard. When our MC looked towards him, he also looked at our MC with his eyes down. That spirit appears to be very powerful, and suddenly a majestic voice enters Lin's mind. This is the voice of the spirit which is calling Lin to itself. Our MC gets stunned as soon as he hears the voice of that spirit in his mind, that this spirit is speaking directly in his mind. Lin decides to go there, so he asks Yi to stay here. Seeing Lin going there alone, Yi asks him to be careful. Our MC starts climbing the stairs, and after walking for some time he reaches the area where the spirit had called him. Suddenly that spirit person appears there who looks a little disappointed and says, "Kill me." From its voice it seems that it is very upset, and it is in some pain, so it is asking to kill itself.
Hello guys, welcome back in Goku Manhwa. Imek was tired of killing small monsters on hell difficulty, because at this moment this hell difficulty dungeon seemed like a normal difficulty to him. But after killing so many monsters, the levels of Armak and Yi increase. But after some time, Armak comes to know that the power of all the monsters he is killing is being absorbed by a statue present in this dungeon. Once the statue absorbs a large amount of the monster's energy, an element leopard appears, whom Armak defeats after a long fight. However, as soon as he defeats the element leopard, a man made of elements appears and calls Armak towards him. However, as soon as Armak reaches him, he says, "Kill me." Seeing our MC, that spirit body made of elements loudly says, "Kill me." A strange kind of pain along with anger can be seen in his eyes. This person is not an ordinary person. He is the great elemental mage and the leader of this hell difficulty dungeon. The level of this mage is 39. Its strength, agility, and physique are 10,000, and its spirit is 40,000. Among the skills, it has Wind Shackles, Flame Burst, Meteorite Fire, Silence, Magic Shield, and with unique characteristic, it can greatly enhance health. However, when the element mage is asking Armek to kill again and again, he is also getting angry because he gets very angry after seeing Armek not doing anything. He angrily tells Armek, "If you can't kill me, then you die." When he said this, the atmosphere of the area changed a lot, and due to the pressure of his power, it was becoming difficult to even stand there. He performs a fire-type attack on Armek with his magic wand, which is moving towards Armek at very high speed. Seeing that attack coming towards him, Lin quickly activates the skeleton armor, yet even after being so far away, the attack is still giving a lot of trouble to Lin. This element boss made Armek think, so it is the boss of Hell difficulty dungeon, but why does it have a human-like elemental body? To avoid that fire-type attack, Lin quickly summons a skeleton and places it in front of the attack. And as soon as that fire hits the skeleton dies within a few seconds. That fire attack just touched that skeleton and it gets destroyed. Seeing this, Armek steps back a bit. At this moment we can see a worried expression on our MC's face. There's even a little sweat on his face due to the trouble. Because that element leader is very strong, he is wondering if this is the attack power of a mage with 40,000 spirit. However, Armek quickly summons a lot of skeleton warriors there, probably thinking of doing a physical attack. Armek has no other option at this moment, so he is thinking of physical attack. As soon as the skeletons hear the orders of their master, without wasting any time they start moving towards the element mage. Each of them has a big knife in their hand, which is completely ready to kill this element boss. Seeing so many monster skeletons coming towards him, Element Boss quickly creates a magic shield around himself. And as soon as the skeletons reach him, they start attacking him continuously, but their attacks were failing to penetrate the shield of the Element Boss. So many big knife attacks, even with full force, still failing to break his shield. Looking at this, Amek seriously says, "What a strong magical shield this is. It has a defense that's even higher than a knight's. Among my skills, the only one that can ignore all forms of defense is." To break its shield, Amek uses Soul Blaze. The Soul Blaze attack is reaching near the shield where the skeleton is attacking, and the Soul Blaze hits there, and as soon as it touches the shield automatically breaks. Soul Blaze also hits that Element Boss. At first he had a little trouble, but after going through this attack, an excitement is also visible in his eyes. Struggling in this flame, he madly tells Amek to kill me. Only if you kill me you will get your answer. After this, there are many magical attacks on that Element Boss like Flame, Burst, Ice Storm, Tornado, Thunderbolt, and many magical attacks hit it. Due to so many simultaneous attacks, the whole atmosphere there had changed as if it seemed as if there were only explosions. Sometimes one attack was coming and sometimes another attack was coming. Continuous attacks are taking place on the dungeon boss. The dungeon boss is surrounded by many magical attacks from all sides, yet he is still struggling against those attacks. The skeleton warriors standing below also do not want to miss this opportunity, so they simultaneously move towards the boss for a physical attack. The mage's magical attack and the skeleton warrior's physical attack all hit the boss simultaneously. However, as soon as the skeleton warriors perform a physical attack, a strange energy starts to generate and the energy comes out and hits a mage directly. It is the silence attack of this element boss that is enough to destroy any mage. Rays of light kept coming out and the skeleton magicians fell silent one after another. Skeletal magicians who cannot use skills can only stare blankly, unable to do anything. Amek is a little surprised at first to see such an attack, but as soon as the skeleton mage is able to do nothing with that attack, he realizes that it's a skill that specializes against mages. This silence attack completely stops Lin's skeleton mages and they fail to move. After being beaten by Lin's hand for a long time, the dungeon boss was very angry. He raises his stick and attacks Lin's skeleton warrior with wind shackles. After getting trapped in the wind shackles, RMC's skeletons were spinning in the air, and some were even getting destroyed in these attacks. All the skeleton warriors got caught in the chain of wind shackles one after another, and they are now unable to do anything. However, this was not enough to scare Amek because this time he leaves everything and moves towards the dungeon boss, thinking in his mind that the military controllee skill only works against stuns affecting the mental state, so it doesn't work with this wind shackles. Amek is moving towards the dungeon boss at full speed because he has understood that if his skeleton mages and warriors remain silent, then he will have to depend on himself in this fight. Amek quickly goes to the dungeon boss. This time the soul blaze is glowing in his hand, and he looks at the dungeon boss and says, "This is the first time for me that I have to fight a boss alone." As soon as Amek says this, he quickly throws Soul Blaze towards the boss. The boss is currently in his shield, but unfortunately for him, RMC's Soul Blaze can attack and penetrate any shield. This means that no magic defenses can resist Soul Blaze. As soon as Soul Blaze hits the boss, he starts having trouble with it. The boss's expression was distorted and pained by this attack, and his body was constantly shaking. In this pain, he somehow stood up with the help of his wand. As he stood up, he appeared to be performing some sort of magical ritual, a series of intricate and mysterious starburst patterns forming beneath his feet, and within a few moments the array turned into a magic array. As soon as the boss completes his magical array, he launches a meteorite fire attack towards RMC. Meteor-type attack is a skill that only a level 40 magician professional can master after completing the second round. It is a large-scale group-type attack. Due to the activation of this skill, the sky turned red, and then countless burning meteorites started falling down. Regardless of range or power, it is stronger than the mage attacking at that time. Amek standing below is very scared after seeing this attack, because the attack that this boss is doing is more powerful than its scale and power, and even the second transformation. At this time, Lin's mages and warriors are trapped in the silence attack of this boss, so Lin will have to do everything on his own. He doesn't want to run away from this boss out of fear, so without seeing any option he says that I will not dodge your attack. Rather, he takes out all the equipment he has found so far in the dungeons and says, "I will strengthen my skeleton armor." As soon as Lin uses some equipment to increase his power, the power of his skeleton armor automatically increases, and that armor becomes even more powerful. The strength of the armor has become so much that it can withstand any attack very comfortably. The armor has also increased in size. However, in the meanwhile, the boss does a silence attack on Lin. That attack of the boss hits Lin directly. After this, meteorites attacks also start hitting Lin one after the other. So many meteorites fall there that the entire area there seems to be destroyed, but Armek, we can see in the image that the skeleton armor has kept him safe. Lin is moving forward after facing so many attacks, and while drinking the spirit recovery potion he says, "You want to silence me? But my skeleton armor is immune to all control skills and negative effects." Armor knows that he has the edge at this moment, so he wants to eliminate this boss as soon as possible. So he wastes no time and uses Soul Blaze and says to the boss, "Let's see who can hold out till the end." The battle between these two has been going on for a long time and is about to end now. Because after drinking the spirit recovery potion, our MC's power is recovered again, and he uses his Soul Blaze with full power. As soon as our MC's attack hits the boss, he gets destroyed with screams of pain. From the beginning until now, this boss has troubled Armek a lot, but it is finally defeated. Until now, no boss has been able to escape from the Soul Blaze of our MC. We all know how much pain this Soul Blaze of Lin causes. After finishing boss, our MC's eyes lit up, and he says after finishing this, "Looks like I'm the one still standing." So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next? We will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 200 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. So friends, if you want watch next part, click on left playlist quickly. Hello guys, welcome back in Goku Manhwa. After reaching the dungeon, Armek fights the boss who has a humanoid body. The boss with whom Armek was fighting in this dungeon is a level 39 mage who is many times more powerful in level than our MC. With some of his strange skills, he has silenced all the skeleton warriors and mages of our MC. Therefore, for the first time, Armek entered the battlefield to fight alone, and as soon as he reached there, he burnt the boss to death. The dungeon boss is screaming in pain from our MC's Soul Blaze attack. The boss screaming in such pain foreshadowed that he is going to lose. Within a few moments, he knelt on the ground, curled up, and a large amount of blue gas came out of him. As his body was disintegrating, his body seemed unreal. And within a few moments, there is an explosion, and the body of that dungeon boss explodes in blue light into thousands of pieces like broken glass. As soon as he dies, all the skeleton warriors of Armek become normal again, and the lock on them is removed. Armek defeated this dungeon boss very easily single-handedly, and with just one skill, Soul Blaze. After defeating this level 39 element dungeon mage, Armek has got 3,900,000 experience. Along with this, he has also got equipment like he has got the broken Divine Flame Staff, as well as Space Crystal and Talent Stone, and last of all, Intermediate Flash Skill Scroll. Damaged Divine Flame Staff. Legendary weapon, 1 damaged. Space Crystal, can be made into Space Teleportation Stone. Talent Divine Stone. Legendary item when changing jobs for the 3rd time. The probability of awakening talents increases to 100%. Flash Intermediate Skill Scroll. 100% mastery of skills without awakening. Armek gets very surprised after seeing so many harvests because all these props are of high-level props. Whatever equipment Armek has got here is not normal, except for the experience, nothing here is normal. Meanwhile, we see Yi coming there. There is worry on her face. She is asking Armek about this place from a distance. However, as soon as she reaches here and sees the equipment found here, she also gets surprised because she too cannot believe how this could happen. The reason for Yi's surprise is Divine Flash Staff, seeing whom she is very surprised and says in surprise, "How could it be here?" Yi's face was filled with excitement and a little deep shock. He only mentioned the Spirit Flame Staff and said nothing about any other equipment. Obviously, the Divine Flame Staff is more valuable in her eyes. Armek also asks Yi, "Is there anything special about this staff?" Yi held the Divine Flash Staff in her hand. The staff was covered in damage, and the place on the head where the magical spur should have been embedded was damaged. After taking that staff from Lin, Yi started looking at that staff with excitement. Looking at her face, it was clear that she was very excited. She laughs and says, "Yes, this is something special. It is exactly as I had seen in the information." Then Yi tells Armek about this staff. This is the Divine Flame Staff that was once the exclusive weapon of the God-level fire magician, Master Yu Yan. Later on, during a great battle, he disappeared, along with his staff. However, then the staff started emitting hot smoke, and suddenly it glowed and became very hot, due to which Yi threw the staff away from her. That divine stuff starts emitting even more divine light, and within a few moments, the spirit form of a person comes out of the light. On seeing that spirit, Lin quickly activates the skeleton armor and quickly comes in front of Yi, so that if this spirit form attacks, he can save Yi along with him. We can also see the fire glowing in his hands. This guy that came from this divine flame stuff is exactly like the boss that Lin was fighting a while ago. This person is none other than God-level fire mage Yu Yan, who as soon as he appears there, looks at Lin and says, "Young man, don't be nervous." A deep voice came from the figure with intense majesty. The spirit figure gradually becomes concrete and clear. As soon as she heard that voice, Yi took her head out from behind Lin and said in surprise, "You are Master Yu Yan." On listening to Yi, Yu Yan says, "Little miss, do you know me?" Then after this, both Lin and Yi bow down to pay respect to Master Yu Yan and say one by one Junior Lin Moyu greets Master Yu Yan. Then Yi also says, "I have seen your portrait in the Shanxia Museum, where your great deeds were documented." Seeing both of them, Yu Yan waves his hand and says to both of them, "I see, I have been dead for so many years, and you still remember me. That's wonderful." Then after this, Yu Yan says that he does not have much time because the fight he had with Lin consumed a lot of his energy, so he asks both of them to listen to him quickly. Yi and Lin start listening to him very attentively, and then Master Yu Yan starts telling. Back then, a space rift appeared on the third battlefield. That rift connected the human race and the abyssal world. The great demon king of the abyssals led a large-scale invasion of tens of millions of demons, and I led the first legion of magicians to fight them. Finally, we launched a forbidden spell and defeated the great demon king and his army. Then after this, Yu Yan shows the space crystal to both our heroes that I had got this space crystal in that battle, and also tells the specialty of this space crystal, that inside this crystal is recorded a place in the abyssal world. You have to look for an alchemist to refine it for you. While saying this, Master Yu Yan's eyes were looking at Lin seriously, and then he further told him that you will have to go into the abyss after refining this. Our MC's eyes remained wide open in surprise, and he was completely surprised to see the crystal. Seeing this crystal, thoughts arise in his mind that this is the key to attack in the abyss. However, he becomes normal and says that when I return from here, I will hand over this space crystal to the senior officers of the Empire. As soon as Master Yu Yan listens to our MC, he forbids him because our hero cannot do this. Both the space crystal and the talent stone are soul-bound. Only Alma can use them. They will get spoiled in others' hands. Then Master Yu Yan asks Lin, that young man, "Looking at your power, it seems that you have awakened your talent." Olmec says yes after hearing this. Saying this, he remembers the day of his awakening ceremony, how he was dictated by the system and got the job of a necromancer. Then Master Yu Yan smilingly says to our MC, "Then at your second awakening, you must awaken another talent. I know it's hard, but you must work hard to achieve it. In this way, when you reach level 70 and reach the third, you can use the talent stone and awaken the third talent. With the third talent, your strength will reach an unbelievable level. There has only been one powerhouse with 3 talents in our history. You must be the second." A different sparkle can be seen in Master Yu Yan's eyes regarding Lin, because he is seeing Lin as a powerful person who will become even more powerful in the future. Almec doesn't seem too excited by this praise. His mood and his face still look serious, and in this serious tone he says that I will do my best. However, he also asks in this, "But why did you choose me for this?" With the arrogance of a god-level magician, Zhu Yan said, "I don't like talentless people. Giving to others is a waste of these equipment. I would rather let them rot here than give them to waste." In addition to all these things, Master Yu Yan also told Almec that some time ago a miss had come here who was very good, and I was almost impressed by her strength. It's a pity she came in a team, and was a little lacking. He also told that the miss who came here earlier looked exactly like our MC. Yu Yan looked at Lin a little more and said, "No, she was exactly like you." Hearing this, our MC's heartbeat increased, and he showed the image of his sister in the crystal and asked Yu Yan, "Senior, are you talking about this girl?" Seeing the image in the crystal, Yu Yan says yes, it's her. Her talent was very good, but it is a matter of regret that it was a bit off. He asked Lin, "Do you know her?" Because when I met her several months ago, she was already at level 35, but I'm not sure for now. Lin is very surprised to hear about his sister, and her level also surprised him that my sister has improved very fast. Seeing Lin a little surprised, Master Yu Yan says, "The level is not the important thing. Just like you, only level 27, but you can already clear a level 30 hell difficulty dungeon. Looking at the entire human race, there is no one else like you who can do it, and your job is also special, a necromancer. I had never heard of it before. Your summons all have combat power that exceeds levels. It can be seen that your talents would be of the amplifying kind. However, there are still weaknesses and they can be easily manipulated. Master Yu Yan also told Armak that if he combines his talents with anti-control skills in the future, his future will be limitless. These were all the special things due to which Master Yu Yan chose Armak for this. After listening to this, Lin seriously says this junior will definitely not let senior down. After this, Master Yu Yan's spirit body starts disappearing from there, and while leaving from there he says his last words to Lin. Your words are enough for me. My soul will be integrated into the staff, making it stronger after repair. Find someone worthy of it. After hearing these last words, Armak says, Senior, don't worry, I will definitely not let your divine flame staff go to waste. Master Yu Yan's figure has gone from there. Nothing is left there now, and Lin has kept all the equipment. After hearing all this, Yi finally tells Lin after so long that the senior has dedicated his entire life to the human race. Armak nods after listening to her. It is because of the blood of such people that our human race can survive the threat of the abyss. I believe that we will continue to grow stronger. However, Armak had other thoughts going on in his mind that sooner or later we will counterattack the abyss. Today's chapter is all about talk. But never mind, let's move on to the story. Lin and Yi come out after clearing the dungeon. As soon as they see both of them there, other hunters present there start shouting that they have come out. It seems that they have cleared the dungeon. This is very awesome. So another group of hunters says the only ones who cleared this first battlefield dungeon in hell difficulty. So strong. The hunters present here started talking among themselves after seeing them. All of them are talking different things. And in this we see Shizingen, who on seeing Armak says, this is junior brother Lin. He is quite shocked that surprisingly, he could even clear the hell difficulty on the third battlefield. Here Armak, after listening to so many people, says to Yi, come on quickly, I have a bad feeling. No good will come out of this dungeon. Armak has such behavior because whenever he has come out of the dungeon, he has faced some trouble. Hearing such a thing, Yi starts laughing and says with a smile, okay. However, just then, exactly what Armak feared happened. Some experts ask everyone to be careful while passing through there. They were warning everyone that demons are coming, be ready for fight. Everyone was shouting loudly and continuously repeating their words that demons are coming, be ready for fight. And within no time a large number of demons start coming there. Their number is quite large. All of them are wolf demons and small demons. While coming to attack the human world, they all want to taste the human flesh. That is why they are saying their words loudly. Human flesh, delicious human flesh, here we come. We are all hungry and thirsty. Finally, we can taste the delicious human flesh. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. So friends, if you want watch next part, click on left playlist quickly.
Hello friends, how are you all? I hope you're doing well. Please comment and let me know how you liked this video, and if you want the next episode to come soon, we need to reach 100 likes. Let's start. Many demons are moving forward in large numbers to enter the human world. His laughter echoes in the third battlefield. One by one the demons are roaring and moving forward. But before they could clearly see the presence of the human world, several broad swords glowing with red light fell upon them. Big knives one by one entered the heads of the demons and started killing them. The demons who were ahead start looking back after hearing the screams of the demons behind. But before they can look back, attacks begin on them too. They too are cut down one after another like vegetables. All the people present here started hearing repeated cutting, buzzing, and screams of pain. It seems like it is a one-sided fight, as the skeleton warriors' knives are so sharp that these monsters don't even get a chance to do anything. While dying, they were just shouting in pain that it is very fast. Who is there? Many demons while dying were saying, where are we? Isn't this the UN battlefield? Our mech has killed so many monsters in such a short time that he starts getting experience points one after the other. Kill level 38 Abyss Wolf Demon, get experience plus 3 800,000, military ability plus 50 Demon Blood. Kill level 37 Abyss Snake Demon, get experience plus 3 700,000, military ability plus 50 Demon Blood. Our mech has killed Abyss Wolf Demons and Abyss Snake Demons so many times that he is getting similar experience and similar military abilities with Demon Blood. Lin's skeleton destroyed all the monsters that came. Seeing this, Yi smiles and says, I told you that we will definitely face the space tunnel again. On the other hand, other hunters are also ready for battle. They all say to each other that the monsters are coming, be ready for battle. However, just then they hear a very loud scream from the other side. Hearing that voice, Shi Jingyan said with complete fear in that direction. Just then, the other person standing next to him says that Brother Lin had gone in that direction. Hearing this, Shi Jingyan starts running in that direction, and while running we can see a tense look on his face. His team members are also coming with him. Then Shi Jingyan tells his teammates that Junior Lin is really very strong. He can clear Hell Dungeon at level 27. But there is a huge difference between ordinary monsters and advanced monsters. Seeing Roman 11 Jingyan so stressed, his partner says, "Don't worry, Junior Lin probably hasn't encountered any monsters yet." I hope so too, Shi Jingyan thinks, heading in that direction at full speed. And here on the other side, a huge space passage opened up from where monsters were waiting to come out. And our mech is also standing in front of this space path. Many monsters are slowly coming out from this space path, and this time this space path is much bigger than the previous one. Seeing this, our mech also thinks that this time the space passage is at least twice as big as last time. To avoid the attention of the Flame Demon King, our mech can no longer throw corpses in the corridor. So Lin is waiting for these monsters to come out so that he can kill them as soon as they come out of the space passage. Lin knows that his current ability is not at all a rival to the Flame Demon King. The gap is too big. He was lucky the first couple of times, because if our mech provokes the Flame King again, there is no guarantee whether he will survive or not. Our mech is confident that he will defeat the Flame King in the future, so he doesn't want to take any risks right now. Within 2 minutes, a large number of demons were seen coming towards them. His eyes were glowing red from afar. Seeing them all coming towards him, Arme gets ready to use corpse explosion on the monsters he killed earlier. Lin is fully prepared for the body explosion, as it will be easier to handle the first batch of corpses later. The demons moving towards the human world at full speed said after seeing 2 humans in front of them. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived at the UN battlefield, I encountered good rations, so the other one also says, "I want to eat that little girl, no one can take her away from me." Our mech is waiting for these monsters to get closer, and Yi is ready to sit back and watch the scene play out. And as these monsters come closer, our mech uses an explosion, and due to the explosion, the monsters start dying one after another. Seeing so many monsters destroyed before him, Lin says that the first wave of military success had been achieved. Killing these first waves gives our MC-1 800 troop abilities. As soon as this first wave ends, more monsters start arriving. Seeing them all coming at full speed, our mech welcomes them. He greets them all with a corpse explosion. As they all get closer, the explosion starts. By killing these monsters, both our heroes were gaining a lot of experience and ability points. Many level 38 Abyss Wolf Demons and level 37 Abyss Snake Demons were killed in Lin's corpse explosion, and their experience points are also very high. Killing Wolf Demons gives 380,000 experience points, and killing Snake Demons gives 370,000 experience points, and the military abilities and Demon Blood are the same. This time he has received more than 400 military merits. While removing them, both their sergeant badges start glowing and a star appears on them. With over 10,000 military accomplishments, our hero eventually became a 1-star second lieutenant. A normal demon hunting team that spends a year and a half in the 3rd battlefield might not even earn 10,000 merit. Looking at his sergeant badge, Yi laughs and says, "I didn't expect that we would be promoted to 1-star second lieutenants so soon." Although our mech has no joy on his face, he hears Yi and says, "Be careful, some powerful demon has appeared." This time level 40 monsters have come whose level is like this. Abyss Shadow Demon Higher Demon. Level 40. Power 18. Agility 22,000. Soul 5,000. Body Structure 15,000. And the second demon is also a level 40 higher demon. Abyss Sword Demon Higher Demon. Level 40. Strength 17,000. Chanchel 19s. Spirit 10,000. Bodybuilding, 14,000. Once here, these higher demons start talking amongst themselves. One of them says that we have finally reached the UN battlefield. The other one also laughs and says, I want to capture some human slaves. However, just then he noticed the dead demons. Looking at the corpses of the demons, one of them says, why are there so many corpses here? What happened here? Don't tell me there's a human with a third evolved profession camping us here. The second one listens and says that mankind does not respect martial ethics. While they are talking amongst themselves, Lin says that you will soon know what is happening here. Seeing Armek, one of them demon says. It turned out to be just a little guy at level 27. He asks Lin to decide to become his slave and also says that you come to me on your knees. Before saying anything further, an explosion happens there. Yi sees this and says, are all these demons idiots? But even if I were a demon, I would also not believe that a level 27 could wipe out so many higher demons. The tunnel is about to collapse due to so many explosions, so Armek thinks, why don't I help it get destroyed a little? To collapse the tunnel, Mahesh throws the dead bodies of dead demons towards the tunnel through skeletons. As soon as the skeleton throws the dead body towards the tunnel, the explosion starts, and as soon as the explosion occurs, they get military merit of 7,000. After this explosion and getting this military merit point, the sergeant badge flashes again, and this time a second star also appears on it. Yi says after seeing the star rising and the sergeant badge starts glowing. Seeing this, Lin wonders what is happening. Seeing the teleportation stone glowing in Lin's hand, Yi says that it is the destination teleportation stone that senior sister Mo Yun gave last time. This teleportation stone was given to Armek by Mo Yun, and he thinks about what she told him while giving him this stone. This is the teleportation stone given to me when Mo Yun invited me and Yi to hunt the battlefield Ghost King. Lin was wondering whether she found the Ghost King of the battlefield. Just then Yi disturbs his thoughts and says, Senior sister Mo Yun must have discovered a battlefield Ghost King. Let's quickly go and help her. We can see tension from Mo Yun on the faces of both of them. So without thinking anything, both of them crash the teleportation stone and get teleported from there. After both of them leave, Shizingen's entire team reaches the area. As soon as Shizingen reaches there, he says, Is this where the demons are invading? Then one of them notices something, so he says, Boss, look there quickly. As soon as they all look at the other side, they are completely stunned because there are many demon corpses lying there which Armek has killed. Seeing so many demons there, and even seeing the high demons, they all get completely surprised, and they all start talking among themselves. Abyssal Knife Demon. This is a higher demon. How did it die so easily? This is the work of Witch Master. We rushed over to help the moment we received news. This means that these guys weren't even able to resist the attacks. Shizingen and one of his team members both look at each other with stupid eyes, because both of them had found out whose work it was. Shizingen says, Why do I feel this scene is so familiar? The guy standing next to him also says, I don't think this is junior brother Lin, am I right? However, both of them know who did it, so they both start using some nice words for our MC. Looking at these dead bodies, both of them talk about our MC. It's very possible Junior Lin's talents are perfectly capable of achieving this. To think that we were worried for him looks like it was for nothing. For Junior Lin to be brave enough to hunt demons here, he must have confidence in himself. We don't have to worry about him. After this, the story shifts to the second battlefield where we see Mo Yun, who is looking at the teleportation stone and wondering why they have not come here yet. We can see a look of seriousness on Mo Yun's face, and at this moment she is definitely waiting for our MC. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 35 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. The Ghost King is already fighting someone here, which means Mo Yun is not alone here. There are some other people who have also come to eliminate the Ghost King. However, Mo Yun and the people who came here do not have a good relationship. Battle Ghost King is a world boss type demon. It has level 39, strength is 25,000, agility is 20,000, and spirit is also 20,000, constitution is 25,000. Among the skills, it has Void, Magic, Lifesteal, and its traits are 50% reduction in physical damage, 50% reduction in holy damage. However, the team that is here to eliminate the Ghost King is not happy to see Mo Yun here. They attack Mo Yun as well. This is Wang Zihao, a level 20 berserker, attacking Mo Yun with his team. Everyone present was attacking Mo Yun simultaneously. Arrows were being shot as if it was raining here, and the magician's skills were shining. Clusters of fireworks were bursting in the air. Mo Yun's unicorn is flying through the air, protecting itself from so many attacks. Mo Yun's unicorn was at this moment surrounded by magical attacks from all sides. At this time, we can also see the tension on Mo Yun's face, although she is not going to back down. While blocking the attack, the unicorn throws a ball of sacred energy at them all to fight back. However, it is a pity that there are a lot of people in the professional team who took turns to block Mo Yun's attack. Not all of them can match Mo Yun in terms of strength, but they have a large number of people who are fully equipped, and Mo Yun is alone here, so she is facing some trouble. These people have come in two teams, one that is fighting Mo Yun and the other team that is fighting the Ghost King. While fighting with one team, Mo Yun also keeps an eye on the other team because she knows that if she misses this chance, it will be difficult for her to find the Ghost King again. Then an attack passes by her side, from which she narrowly escapes. At this time we can see stress on his face. She says, avoiding these magical attacks. I just can't get rid of these troublesome people from Wangchao Guild. At this time he was just worried about why Yi hadn't arrived here yet. As soon as this thought entered Mo Yun's mind, the space around him distorted and Lin and Yi teleported there. The team leader of the other team saw this and still did not stop. His team kept attacking continuously. At this moment Mo Yun, Yi and Lin were floating in the sky, and the team standing below started casting spells one after the other, and the archers also started firing arrows. Seeing so many attacks coming, Mo Yun immediately created an energy shield to protect himself, Yi and Lin. But it was impossible to stop them all, and some of the attacks fell on Lin Moyu and Ning Yi. Within a few attacks, that energy shield was broken, and all the arrows and magic spells started moving towards Yi and Lin. However, even before they can be attacked, there is a light, and in no time the skeleton armor activates and protects them from the attack. Mo Yun is stunned to see that all the attacks hit the skeleton armor, but were unable to do any damage to it. Seeing all this, she begins to think. Lin Moyu's skills actually blocked all of these attacks, so has Yi been enjoying this kind of security for so long? The team leader of the attacking team is also surprised to see a familiar face in front of him. It is Lin Moyu. He recalls his old encounter with Lin, which makes him extremely angry. It's him. It's here again. After the attack ended, Yi asked Mo Yun what happened. Mo Yun then answers him. I searched for the battlefield Ghost King, but coincidentally, the people from Wangchao Guild were also nearby. Armik also knew the face standing below, so he also said, these are the same powerful scoundrels who threaten the weak, but are afraid of the strong. Hearing this, Mo Yun asks, have you met him before? Armik laughs and says that we had a small fight. However, what was going on in his mind was that I was not expecting that I would meet him again. Meanwhile, Wang Zihao standing below loudly calls our MC's name. At this time his face is torn with anger. Looking at Wang Zihao standing below, Lin asks why he is here. Then Mo Yun tells our MC. He is the youth president of Wangchao Guild. The guild came to find the Nirvana crystal for him. All of them are deliberately trying to stop our team so that the other team can get the advantage and take advantage of this to eliminate the Ghost King quickly. Mo Yun asks Armik what should we do next. After this, Armik tells Mo Yun to go and delay the other team, don't let them defeat the boss. And as soon as I deal with the people here, and see you later. Yi wished Mo Yun all the best for this. Before leaving from here, Mo Yun also says, okay, if I can't defeat the boss, then I won't let them defeat the boss either. And both of you be careful too. After saying this, Mo Yun walks away. After this, Lin and Yi start coming down. The members of the other team standing below see Mo Yun leaving and ask the team leader, "Young President, should we stop that woman?" After listening to his team members, the team leader says to ignore him for now and that we will deal with Lin Moyu first. Wang Zihao is staring at Lin and getting more and more angry every time he looks at Lin's face. At this moment he has two big swords in his hands and he looks at Armek and says, "Lin Moyu, I didn't expect to find you here. Do you know? You went to Jiajing Academy, but I don't have any academy to go to. And it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten a bad rating. If it weren't for you, the top scorer would have been me. It must be mine. Everything is because of you, all because of you." Saying this, Wang Zihao became furious. Perhaps he is very angry with our MC. That is why he does not want to show any mercy in this fight. Wang Zihao obviously has very poor control over his professional skills. His profession is fearless, and he has little control over his emotions and may explode at any moment. He is so angry at this moment that he is not even able to speak properly. He blames Armek for all his failures. "It's all because of you, all because of you." Ning Yi asked strangely, "This person's mind is not normal, and his failure to pass the entrance exam at Jiajing Academy is due to his own ability. What does this have to do with others?" Lin overhears and says that he is just jealous of others. Meanwhile, Wang Zihao becomes agitated again, and he yells to all his team members, "What are you all waiting for? Go ahead and kill him." Upon receiving instructions from their team leader, all team members set out to attack RMC. One of the team's knights was ordered to attack immediately. That knight used a charge-type skill to come towards RMC, increasing his speed even more. This knight is moving towards Armek with gold equipment. He is a level 38 knight. The strength of this knight is 8,000, agility is 6,000, spirit is 4,000, and constitution is 15,000. All these stats make it very strong. After this, more people started moving towards Armek to attack. Wang Zihao laughs as he sees his team heading towards RMC. No matter how powerful you are still a newbie who has just acquired your profession. While my team has experience from hundreds of battles, Lin Moyu, today will be your day of death. At this time, Wang Zihao was looking at Lin as if he had sent a lot of lions to hunt the chicken. Before they can come to Lin, Lin calls out to the skeletons. And as soon as the skeletons are summoned there, they immediately deal damage to that level 38 Knight Warrior. In one attack, he gets injured and falls on the ground, and the only thing that comes out of his mouth is that he is a demon. Seeing such a result, all the team members were surprised because they could not understand anything. They could not believe what happened. Seeing this, Lin's smile also turned into fear. Due to fear, sweat started appearing on his face. Even he could not understand what was happening. The healer, along with his team, instantly heals the knight, although we can also see fear on his face. Wang Zihao also reacted and shouted loudly, "Archer, magician, kill him with your own hands." The archers and magicians begin attacking as soon as they receive orders from their team leader. The entire sky is surrounded by their attacks. Even after seeing so many attacks, Armek does not move, but stands there very comfortably. And then he immediately calls his magician also. All the magicians start their attacks as soon as they reach there. The skeleton mage begins to perform continuous attacks, such as explosive flames, flame burst, thunderstorm, blizzard, and more. So friends, the chapter ends here. Now what will happen next we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to rate the chapter out of 150, and we will meet in the next video. Till then, bye. What will happen next now? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video.
Multiple magic attacks occur simultaneously on team members of one Kyo group. At this time, there is ice everywhere, flame at some places and electricity at some places. Magical attacks of such mages are flying all around and moving fast towards them. In a moment, hundreds of attacks came to hit them, and whoever was getting injured by those attacks was also getting destroyed in no time, meaning there was no chance of survival. Some are dying from fire attack, some from lightning attack, and some from ice attack. Everyone who is present there is getting destroyed due to the impact of these magical attacks. The team in front is totally scared of these attacks, and they are thinking of running away to save their lives in panic. Because the magic shield of the mage has been destroyed by these attacks at this time, the archer is using his dodge skill. That too is not working, and the knight's protection is also not working. Every one of their efforts fails in front of thousands of attacks of RMC. The Wang Qiu team is scared and starts running away from there to save their lives, and their Wang Zihao says in a daze, "What is this? I didn't see him summoning undead mages during the exam." Wang Zihao muttered to himself as if he had lost his mind and gone mad. The entire team starts running away from here except Wang Zihao, and even while running, they are being attacked. Some were burning to death and some were frozen to death. Even the healer's healing ability was not working at this time, because thousands of attacks injure many more before they can heal one. While running for their lives, the team members start saying that we cannot win this fight. Everyone was saying that we cannot win this fight because even if there are 10 or 20 more healers, they still won't be able to catch up with the speed at which those skeletons are casting their spells. The entire team that was present there starts running away in fear, although even while running they are dying. At this time, Wang Zihao is also scared, but seeing his team member running away in fear, he asks everyone, "What are you all doing?" He angrily says to everyone that escape is not allowed. Wang Zihao is not doing anything but tells his fleeing team member that he is just an insignificant level 27 killer now. We can see fear on Wang Zihao's face, and there is sweat on his face also with fear, but still he is asking his team member to go instead of himself. Seeing Jevrion running away in fear, he becomes very angry and he shouts in anger and says, "I want Lin Mo Yu to be killed. I cannot allow him to again steal the glory that is mine." However, then we see Lin, who has raised his hand to do his favorite attack, and at this time there is a smile on his face, and he says smilingly, "Are you thinking of running away?" Seeing Lin like this, Wang Zihao, who is standing far away, gets completely surprised. Then suddenly his face becomes completely scared, and he starts remembering this skill of Lin. He fearfully thinks it's that skill before he can say anything. The explosions start. RMC's corpse explosion ability starts exploding all around, and the few people left are dying due to the explosion. He saw his companion getting killed in the explosion, and seeing his life in danger, Wang Zihao got scared and shouted in fear, saying, No, the explosions are happening there, as if there is a war going on one side. All the survivors who are trying to escape from here have been killed in the explosion. No one is left. There were screams of pain due to the explosion, but now nothing can be done. Knight, healer, mage, everyone has been destroyed by the explode. There is just peace after them. Explode, and at this time there is dust everywhere. There is only one person left, and that is Wang Zihao. After killing everyone, RMC comes face to face with him. Wang Zihao is very scared at this time. There is sweat on his face due to fear, and seeing his death in front of him, he is not able to say anything due to fear. He is not even in a position to stand. However, when Lin is in front of him, his eyes go to the sergeant badge, where he sees that he is a 2-star second lieutenant. He thinks to himself, how many demons has he killed so far? Then he falls down and says like a frightened child, "What are you planning to do? No, Lin Moyu. You can't kill me to save his life." Wang Zihao is saying different things like, "Do you know who I am? If you kill me, then you too will be in trouble." However, Almac does not want to spare his enemy and wants to eliminate him as soon as possible. The flame in his hand is glowing and his eyes are also shining, and he is ready to deal with this problem as soon as possible. Before eliminating his enemy, Lin says, "I am sorry, but I am not in the habit of letting my enemies escape," and just then a scream is heard, and with this the matter here comes to an end. After this, the story shifts to the other side, where the other team is fighting against the Battle Ghost King. This team is obviously stronger than Wang Zihao's team. All of them have surrounded the Battle Ghost King. Then suddenly one of them gets attacked and he saves himself quickly. The one who performs this attack is not the Battle Ghost King, but someone else, and as soon as one of these people sees the person performing this attack, he also fires a fire attack towards her. She is the Mo Yan who has attacked them, and seeing the fire attack coming towards her, she quickly creates an energy shield, although the attack that hits her is quite powerful, which hurts her a bit. Seeing Mo Yan, a twice-evolved Great Elder, smiles and says, "What a troublesome chick she is. When the young president is here, he will take care of you." There is also a mage next to him. He is also a twice-evolved Great Mage. He seems to be feeling something wrong at this time, so he says in a slightly worried tone what's going on over at young President's side. Why is he not coming to help after so long? Mo Yan became more anxious after seeing these two. Because they are many times more powerful in terms of power, and they are two, however, in this light. Two corpses come towards them. Two corpses are coming rapidly towards them, and both of them are a little surprised to see what it is. As soon as both the corpses come closer to them, they are surprised to see the uniforms of those corpses and say that's Wang Cao's guild uniform. These are our people. The old elder has understood what happened on the other side, so he says in surprise, "Don't tell me that young president already." Before he can say anything further, the corpse explodes. The levels of these corpses were also good, due to which as soon as they burst there were huge explosions which were enough to injure everyone. All of them are protecting themselves from the explosion with energy shield. Then the old man says, "Who was it?" Then we see Lin and Yi who have come here after clearing the other side properly. Along with this, a group of skeletons has also come. Many of them have many corpses in their hands. Mo Yan is very surprised to see Lin because she did not even think that Lin would settle the other side so quickly. That's why she's very surprised that it cleared the other side very quickly. Mo Yan sees the corpse of the Wang Cao guild member in the hands of RMC's summoned skeleton and says in surprise, all these corpses belong to Wang Cao guild members. She is very surprised at this time as to who is the person whom he has recognized. She is unable to understand what is happening because the people with whom she was fighting for a long time were destroyed by RMC in just a few minutes, so she is shocked to see this. After this, RMC asks the skeleton to throw those corpses towards the other team member. As soon as they get orders from their master, the skeletons start throwing those corpses, and MC immediately uses corpse explosion. Due to the use of this skill, explosions start their destruction is happening everywhere, and the pressure of these explosions is also very high, due to which Mo Yan, riding in the air, escapes from this explosion and goes away. Seeing this fight and staying away from this fight, Mo Yan says, "Lin Moyu, is this his true potential?" After seeing this, it is no wonder that he has cleared the hell difficulty dungeon single-handedly, so that's why he followed him willingly. And down here on the battlefield, none of the strategies of the opposing team are working. Due to the corpse explosion, the energy shield that they have created to protect themselves from the explosion has also been broken, so the senior one among them says in panic, "Where is the support team? Quickly heal the injured." After this, they immediately use group defense to protect themselves so that together they can create a powerful defense and survive the explosion. At this time, very few people are left, and those who are still in group defense are taking a sigh of relief, considering themselves safe. Then one of the knights says to all those who are still alive, "Come to me quickly." At this moment, there is happiness on the faces of all of them. They feel that they have been saved. Then suddenly, they all feel the skeleton warrior behind them, and the happiness on their faces turns into fear. And within no time, all the remaining members of the opposing team are destroyed at the hands of the skeleton warriors. After finishing all this, Almec looks at Mo Yan and says, "That's about it. Let's deal with the battlefield Ghost King." After listening to him, Mo Yan says, "Okay." However, we can see the expression of surprise on his face, and this expression of surprise is about the strength of Almec. Now all three of them are standing in front of the Battle Ghost King, and Almec has taken out his scythe. Battle Ghost King is a world boss type demon. Its level is 39, strength is 25,000, agility is 20,000, and spirit is also 20,000. Constitution is 25,000 in skill. It has nality, but which life steal, and its traits are physical damage decrease 50%, holy damage increase 50%. There was a wrong translation in the previous chapter where it was holy damage decreased by 50%. However, now this has changed. Now holy damage will increase by 50%. After this, Almec summons the guardian boss to come out quickly. As soon as the summon is done, the guardian boss stands in front of the battlefield Ghost King. Both are staring at each other. Seeing the summon of Almec, Mo Yan asks Yi in a surprised tone, "Yi, how many cards does Lin Moyu have up his sleeves?" I realize that I don't understand him at all. Yi doesn't answer Mo Yan. She just keeps smiling. Just then Lin looks at her and says, "I am not skilled in holy damage. I leave it to you." As soon as Mo Yan hears this from Almec, she says, "All right," and leaves. From there, she sits on her unicorn and takes to the air and gets ready to attack. The unicorn is preparing a holy attack so that it can quickly attack the Battle Ghost King. The unicorn in the air is preparing a holy attack. Down here, Almec has called his guardian boss. There is a difference in levels, but level does not matter to Almec. He will tackle this also very easily. Now the Battle Ghost King is not going to survive because he is going to face a person who is single-handedly capable of defeating the entire army. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next we will know As the attack prepares to take place, Mo Yun begins to attack the Battle Ghost King with a holy beam, which goes straight towards him and collides with him. The Battle Ghost King's face was injured in the attacks, which caused his face to shrink. However, Mo Yun's attacks enraged the demon and attracted attention. He meets Mo Union and uses life-stealing skills on him. This life-steal attack of the Ghost King is moving at full speed towards Mo Yun, and Mo Yun is afraid to see it and quickly somehow exposes himself to this assault. To avoid this attack, the unicorn is escaping by flying here and there. Ghost King was continuously using skills on Mo Yun. From this line of sight, it is understood that I have been called Kolal by his officers, so he uses the curse of Jesus Christ on the Ghost King. The red curse chain remains upright and captures the Ghost King. After being trapped in this, the Ghost King is enraged and an attempt is made to provoke him. Due to his shouting, the air pressure starts increasing very fast. In order to stop the Ghost King, our Guardian boss has it from him. Go, put the Ghost King on the move. As soon as he is ordered, the Guardian boss is headed towards the Ghost King at full speed. And here the Ghost King trapped in chains has become very slow. Due to the curse chain being stuck, its equipment is not functioning properly. As soon as the Guardian boss appears from near the Ghost King, he physically attacks him and begins to attack him with a series of punches. The Ghost King doesn't know anything special, due to the strange curse he's got from some kind of Guardian boss attacks. Mo Yun, who is watching this fight from the air, says after seeing this unique fight, "This Lin Moyu, how many Turka bodies hasn't he used yet?" Down here, the Ghost King, who has been taking beatings for a long time, becomes very angry and attacks the broken Guardian boss. His single attack was successful in causing significant damage to the Guardian boss. And seeing those attacks, it wasn't long before Amma got the hint that the studio patrons were slowly jeopardizing my current battle. So now it's time for a new soul music for our MC. And we all know who that new soul will be. It is in front of us, but to achieve this, Amek is facing some problems, which is happening. Soon after, Mo Yun is also on the move, and Amek is told to focus on banning it, and I will deal with the attacks. It says that the Ghost King has a vision from Mo Yun Rapid and immediately attacks again with the Unicorn's Sacred Ray. This attack also happened on Ghost King, although before the attack he put both his hands forward so that the attack would not hit his face directly. This attack did not cause heavy damage to the Ghost King, so he was very surprised to see this. He did not understand what was happening because he thought it would cause heavy damage to the Ghost King. Seeing this, she says in a surprised tone, "Hey, doesn't the Ghost King get 50% more holy damage? This time I can't understand why my attack is not working." However, Ghost King also does not remain calm from this attack. He immediately uses magic skills. The Ghost King screamed and asked who had pierced the star and charmed the spirit. As soon as Mo Yun came under Vashika and Vidya test, her mind got hypnotized and she lost her balance of mind, and in a way she became unconscious. In the air, the moon's eyes suddenly lost focus and fell. Mo Yun started sweating due to being bewitched. Mo Yun's mind has now become disillusioned, and she is unable to think or understand anything, so she starts falling downwards. Seeing Mo Yun in the grip of bewitched skill, Lin quickly sends some skeletons towards her and says seriously, "Not good, I forgot to protect her with skeleton armor. She's not immune to mental controls." A skeleton quickly catches Mo Yun falling downwards and immediately brings her to a safe place. Then Ame quickly looks at Yi and asks her to take care of Mo Yun, because now Mo Yun is also no more, so Lin will have to deal with this big guy alone. Hearing this, Yi says okay and also asks to be careful. Ghost King is currently surrounded by skeletons from all sides, and Guardian Boss is also present in front of him, and Armek slowly comes in front of him and says this guy is quite powerful. Saying this, we can see excitement in the eyes of Armek, and at this time the scythe has also been summoned in his hand. And seeing such a powerful opponent boss in front of him, Armek makes up his mind that his next soul is the Ghost King. After this, Armek summons the Guardian Boss in the scythe. The Guardian Boss has now withdrawn from this battle, and at this moment only Armek is standing in front of the Ghost King. As soon as the Ghost King sees our MC, he uses the Nihility skill. Armek is also ready to fight the Ghost King alone, so he immediately activated the skeleton armor, and at this time he still has the scythe in his hand. Nihility's skill starts coming closer to Armek rapidly. However, at this time, a whirlwind of flame has been created around Armek, which is preventing the Nihility attack from coming closer. Then after this, Armek calls his skeleton soldiers for further work, that the time has come to work, my soldiers. And then he looks at the Ghost King smilingly and says, "Taste the fried soul." At this moment, Soul Blaze is glowing in our MC's hand, and he immediately attacks the Ghost King with Soul Blaze. As soon as Soul Blaze hits the Ghost King, His appearance becomes worth seeing. He is in pain due to the burn and is screaming in pain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the skeletons use the Rage Strike skill and start cutting and beating the Ghost King from all sides. The Ghost King is just thrashing about helplessly at this moment, because from one side he is burning with soul blaze, and from the other side skeleton warriors are attacking him with knives from all sides. On the other hand, Yi quickly makes Mo Yun drink the healing potion. The potion shows its effect within some time and Mo Yun becomes fine again, and after regaining consciousness, she cannot understand what I am doing here. Yi then tells her, "Sister Yuna, you were hit by the Ghost King's bewitched skill." Mo Yun gets shocked after hearing this bewitched skill. She looks around nervously. What happened to the fight? After looking around, as soon as her eyes fall on the fight area, she gets completely surprised, because currently in the fight area, the Ghost King is captured in Curse Chain, and he is surrounded by skeleton warriors from all sides. Some skeletons are currently causing such damage to the Ghost King as if a lion is playing with a chicken. Mo Yun is shocked to see such a moment that he is single-handedly suppressing the Ghost King. Mo Yun is completely surprised to see this, and this fight of Amek made her think, the Ghost King that didn't even receive holy damage even after I amplified it, it's actually quit. The Ghost King, who has been getting beaten for a long time, quickly attacks those skeletons with lifesteal skill. He catches the skeletons with his skills and is trying to absorb the life inside them. Seeing him doing this, Amek says smilingly, "Sorry, but my skeletons are all undead summons. Your life has no use at all. This skill doesn't hurt the skeleton warriors, and they immediately start attacking the Ghost King again. The Ghost King is being attacked with knives from all sides. Seeing which Amek thinks, it can transform into spectral form like this, but all it does is just ignore physical damage and swallow the curse. Ghost King was not getting much harm from physical damages, so Amek thinks of working on the next strategy. He says in dramatic way while summoning Skeleton Mage, "No matter what, I'm still considered a mage. I will just switch to magic attacks." Mo Yun, who is watching this fight from a distance, is very surprised and asks Yi in surprise, "Yi, is this usually how Lin Moyu helped you farm the dungeons?" Yi, hearing this, says smiley, "Yes, you are right, Sister Mo Yun." Then she also utters a dialogue about it's a shame there are no sweet potatoes. Mo Yun is unable to understand this dialogue of Yi and asks, "What is this sweet potato?" Yi hears this and says, "Oh, nothing, leave it." After 5 minutes of the fight, Amek killed the Ghost King, and as soon as he killed the Ghost King, he started getting experience and equipment. As soon as the Ghost King is killed, notifications start that you have killed the Battlefield Ghost King, which gives you 2,600,000 points in experience. After killing the Ghost King, Amek has received a Ghost King's Dagger and Ghost King's Longsword, Ghost King's Heart as well as Nirvana Crystal. Ghost King Dagger exclusive to Assassin-type professions, Platinum-grade weapon, all attributes increase 800, Assassin-related skills increase 60%. Additional skills, Nihility. Nihility, turn the body into nothingness for 30 seconds, ignores physical damage, cooldown time 5 minutes. Ghost King Longsword, exclusive to swords-type professions, Platinum grade. Weapon, all attributes increase 800, sword-related skills increase 60%. Additional skill, Vampiric Strike. Vampiric Strike, when using personal strength as base for launching attacks, absorb health to recover the body, cooldown time 5 minutes. Ghost King Heart, main ingredient to craft Ghost King accessories. Nirvana Crystal, increase the probability of a job evolution during the second job change. After killing the Ghost King, Amek summons its soul so that he can capture its soul and turn it into a powerful soldier. Ghost King's soul has come out of his body and Amek is ready to capture it. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. Hello friends, how are you all? I hope you're doing well. Please comment and let me know how you liked this video. And if you want the next episode to come soon, we need to reach 100 likes. Let's start. After killing the Ghost King, Amek also captured his soul, which means that his power has now become even more. Amek captures the Ghost King's soul and looks at his stats, which is exactly the same level, agility, stamina, everything is the same. Amek checks its stats and says laughingly, although it is also weak to holy control effects, but overall it's not bad. Mo Yun, standing at a distance, is very surprised to see this, and she says in surprise, "It is over just like this." RMC's power makes Mo Yun think he can single-handedly kill the Ghost King of the battlefield. After capturing the soul of this Ghost King, Alma gives the Nirvana Crystal to Mo Yun. Mo Yun gets very surprised after seeing the Nirvana Crystal because it is a surprise for her, and she says in surprise, "I've searched for the battlefield Ghost King for so long. Finally, I obtained a Nirvana Crystal." At this time, she is very happy, but at the same time, she has been working very hard for a long time, and now it has paid off. Holding the crystal in her hand, she thinks to herself, "With this Nirvana Crystal, I have 60% confidence evolving my profession. Twice evolved profession, Holy Summoner, I must be successful. The glory of my family shall be continued on by me." Then after this, Mo Yun thanks Almec laughingly and tells him that this Nirvana Crystal is very important to me. Then after the death of Ghost King, the material also drops, seeing which Mo Yun says, "Your luck is not bad. It even dropped the main material for the Ghost King necklace, the Ghost King heart." Mo Yun is happy with the crystal, and seeing these materials being dropped, she laughs and tells Almec that she only needs the Nirvana Crystal. Rest both of them can keep everything with themselves. There's also a necklace that drops after the Ghost King dies. Mo Yun tells Almec about it that the Ghost King necklace is a very good boss accessory. Its value is extraordinary if you can't find a suitable alchemist. Then she looks at Yi and tells Almec that if you don't find the alchemist, Yi will find him for you. Hearing this, Yi smiles and says, "I was planning, but Moyu is half disciple of Grandpa Bai. He doesn't even need me." As soon as the name of Bai Shen comes from Yi's mouth, Mo Yun is immediately surprised that Master Bai Shen. She is so surprised that different things start arising in her mind. "I didn't expect him to have such a status. I didn't hear about Bai Shen accepting a disciple before. But with his abilities, he is indeed worthy of being one." Thinking all these things, her eyes fall on the dead bodies of the Wang Ko group members lying behind, and after seeing them, she again says to our MC, "You killed the members of the Wang Ko guild, especially their young president this time. They would never let it go. Their guild president is a thrice-evolved top professional. With Lord Bai Shen guarding you, they won't be able to do anything in the open, but in the shadows it's hard to say." Hearing this, Almec says in the normal way, "Don't worry, I am mentally prepared for this." Although Almec thinks about it, looks like the place and time to summon the spirit of the Ghost King requires even more careful thought. Then suddenly he becomes very serious, that I have to make sure no one sees this. But to see it, it is necessary for the person in front to be alive, and Almec has made up his mind that unless a living person sees it, no one will know about it. Maybe Lin wants to completely destroy these dead bodies too. The moment the Ghost King died on the battlefield, many people nearby received a reminder. Everyone nearby got a notification that the battlefield Ghost King is dead and the Ghost King's heart has been dropped. Announcement was made after the death of Ghost King so that everyone could get information about it. This announcement spread everywhere, even in the third battlefield, because it is a world-type announcement which reached everyone. Everyone present in the third battlefield gets shocked after seeing this. They do not understand anything. They all say, "Oh God, the Ghost King of the battlefield has actually been killed." The battlefield Ghost King had the incredible skill to life-steal, and it was actually killed, which team is so powerful. After this, the story shifts directly to the Guild of Wang Ko, where the guild president has also received the news. The guild president looks happy after seeing this notification, because he thinks his people have killed the Ghost King. Seeing this notification, he becomes happy and says, Zihao failed the exams and couldn't enter any academy, but Wang Ko's guild would raise him by itself. As long as he obtains the Nirvana Crystal, he will be able to upgrade into a legendary profession after completing the second profession evolution, and will be fully able to strike back. All the humiliation my son received will be repaid one day. After Zihao experiences real fighting on the battlefield, he will definitely be a changed person. Then after this, the guild president calls one of his secretary and tells him to go and find an alchemist for me. I want to forge the boss accessory, the Ghost King necklace, for Zihao. After this, the story again shifts to Amek, where he has used Corpse Explosion. He has used Corpse Explosion so that the remaining dead bodies are completely destroyed so that no one can trace them. Yigi also sees this and says, unless we reveal the truth, no one will be able to blame us for this. Hearing Yuye's words, Mo Yun also says, don't worry, I am also responsible for this. I will hide my Nirvana crystal well. Amek has destroyed all the dead bodies completely. No trace of them is left. No one will be able to blame the three for this. After doing all the work from here, all three break the teleportation stone and get teleported from here. After this, the story shifts to Beishan's small courtyard where both Beishan and Meng Anwen are enjoying their tea. While sipping tea, Baishen says, the day after will be the day of the great competition of professions, that Brat should be returning anytime soon. Hearing Baishan's words, Meng sitting in front of him says smilingly, "You are very worried about whether he has completed his mission or not." Suddenly after hearing this, Bai Shen starts coughing and feeling a little shy says, "I have seen these things many times, so all these things have become old for me." Meanwhile, Meng says, "Battlefield Ghost King has just died. Do you think that boy has killed him?" Hearing this, Bai Shen does not say anything. A serious look appears on his face. However, suddenly Almec teleports and appears right in front of them. On seeing Almec, Baishan says Lin is back. As soon as he reaches there, Lin bows his head and says hello to Lord Bai Shen and Lord Meng. Both of them are very happy to see our MC, because right now both of them were talking about Lin, and Lin immediately appeared in front of them. Then after this, Baishan asks Lin, "How was it? Is the mission completed?" Then Almec says, "Yes, I have finished." Almec presents before them all the materials he had collected during this trip. Seeing all the materials, Bai Shen smiles and says, Right, you have done it." However, then his eyes fall on our MC's sergeant badge, seeing which he says in surprise, "Wait a second, 2-star second lieutenant." This success of Almec surprised Baishan a lot, and he asked with surprise, "Have you cleared the entire demon home?" Our MC's promotion so soon forced Baishan to think, and thoughts about Lin started arising in his mind. 2-star second lieutenant would mean over 20,000 of military merit, and this is after carrying old man Ning's precious granddaughter. Ordinary demons only give 50 military merit. This kid Moyu must have killed over 400 demons. Then Lin tells that I also killed some high demons during my mission. Both Baishan and Meng are shocked to hear this. When Lin said that I have killed high demons, Meng was drinking tea, and on hearing this, the tea came out of his mouth. Both of them are very surprised because killing high demons is not a common thing, and Amma killed them all with such ease. Then Bai Shen controls himself and asks our MC, "Tell me what happened there." Then after this, Almec starts telling one by one that the matter is such that I went to the space portal, and there I met some high demons, and after that many more things happened there. On hearing our MC's words, Baishan starts laughing loudly and says laughingly, "Boy, you actually did that. Lai Yan, that bastard, is probably going to be pissed to death." Now Lord Meng also started taking interest in Almec, because such good progress of Almec is enough for anyone to show interest in him. "Here, Baishan, continue with your point that you have done a very good job. We can improve it even more next time." However, then Almec suddenly becomes serious, and a serious look appears on his face, and at the same time he says in a serious tone, "Lord Bai Shen, Lord Meng, this time in the 3rd battlefield." However, before Almec can continue his point, the chapter ends here. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 10 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too.
In Meng Anwen's palm, the tiny version of the Divine Tower slowly rotated. It was unclear what Meng Anwen did, but a beam of light shot out from the Divine Tower, landing on the time and space crystal. The once dull crystal now shimmered with dazzling colors, eventually transforming into the shape of a teleportation stone. Meng Anwen handed the abyssal teleportation stone back to Lin, explaining that he had embedded the coordinates of the human world within it. Now, Lin could use it to travel back and forth between the human world and the abyss. However, there was a 1-hour cooldown between uses. Moreover, this teleportation stone could only be used by Lin himself. Lin was still dazed seeing what just happened, however. He quickly understood the immense value of this stone and sincerely thanked Meng Anwen. White Divine picked up his teacup and advised Lin to carefully hold on to the Divine Talent Stone given to him by the Divine Mage himself, which would be incredibly useful when he decides to undergo his 3rd class transfer at level 70. As for the staff, White Divine promised to find someone to see if it could be repaired. Lin then took the staff out of his storage space and handed it to White Divine. This item was a legendary weapon, and if it could be restored, it would be immensely powerful. The human race had very few legendary weapons, so having this weapon repaired was significant. Finding someone destined to wield it would also fulfill the Divine Mage's last wish. Lin then produced another item he had recently acquired, no other than the Ghost Emperor's Heart. This item was green crystal-shaped heart as a diamond, with vein-like patterns running across it. Upon seeing the item, Meng Anwen glanced at White Divine and chuckled, remarking that he had told him that Lin was the one who had slain the battlefield Ghost Emperor. White Divine coughed twice before swiftly changing the topic, inquiring if Lin had acquired any Nirvana crystals. Lin did not hide the truth, revealing that 5 had dropped in total, with Yi Yi and Mo Yun each taking 1, leaving him with 3. White Divine seemed to make an important decision, asking Lin for 2 of the crystals to assist with Lin's second-class transfer. Taking a deep breath and clenching his fists, as if about to lose something valuable, White Divine promised Lin that he had an 80% chance of having Lin elevate his profession during the second class transfer and a 30% chance of awakening a second talent. Lin was momentarily surprised, since Mo Yun had said that even with her family's help, she only assured a 60% chance of professional elevation, without mentioning the possibility of awakening a second talent. Perhaps even she didn't believe it was possible. Seeing White Divine's expression, Lin knew that this time, White Divine must have had to pay a significant price to help him, in addition to everything White Divine had already done for him. Lin was deeply moved, respectfully bowing to White Divine in gratitude, while saying thank you, Lord White Divine. At the same time, Meng Anwen smiled and pushed a teacup toward Lin, his glance at the cup on the table perhaps carrying a hint of implication. Instantly, as if realizing something, Lin stepped forward, picked up the teacup, and offered it to White Divine. "Disciple Lin greets teacher," he said. White Divine, satisfied, accepted the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Witnessing this, Lin felt a warmth in his heart, reminiscing about his deceased grandmother, his older sister Yi Yi. And now he had gained another family member in this world. White Divine watched his beloved disciple with satisfaction, advising him to rest well tonight as they would head to Nanhong City early. The next morning, he encouraged Lin to perform well in the professional contest and to bring back the championship title. Lin nodded, respectfully bowed to both, and then departed. After Lin left, White Divine's expression broke into a content smile. Meng Anwen also teased and asked him if he was happy now. White Divine, the man he is, retorted that he was not happy at all, as he would have to spend all his savings in the coming years. Meng Anwen knew this old friend too well and could tell that White Divine was actually delighted, even if he pretended otherwise. After teasing him a bit, Meng Anwen mentioned something Lin hadn't shared with them. Lin, Mo Yun, and Yi Yi had clashed with the Dynasty Guild over the battlefield Ghost Emperor, resulting in conflict and the death of the guild's young guildmaster. White Divine was puzzled as to why Lin hadn't mentioned it to them. From the tone, it's obvious that White Divine was dismissive of the dynasty guild, confident he could easily wipe them out with a single slap. Meng Anwen believed Lin intended to resolve the issue himself, without troubling the both of them, advising White Divine not to intervene or make a fuss, letting Lin handle it. Should Lin be unable to resolve it, they would then step in. White Divine nodded. He liked Lin's way of doing things. Meng Anwen laughed heartily, continuing to jest with White Divine, clearly showing their disregard for the Dynasty Guild. The next day arrived swiftly, and countless individuals flocked to Nanhong City. Journalists, spectators, and contestants alike all gathered for the once-in-a-few-years professional contest. The 5-man party, including Lin and Ye, along with Tao Tao, Oliver, and Emma, exchanged greetings and chatted for a bit. They had never witnessed such a scene before. Countless people and a multitude of human professionals from all over the world. It was said that this year more than 100,000 teams had registered to compete, and the preliminary rounds were set to eliminate 90% of them. Only those teams that successfully passed the first phase of the test could stay. Failure meant immediate elimination. They lined up and awaited their turn to enter. After nodding to each other, the 5 of them stepped into the portal together, and the scenery before their eyes changed instantaneously. A long corridor appeared before them. The first phase of the contest was straightforward. To pass, they simply needed to defeat all the monsters present. Oliver promptly sprang into action, applying buff on everyone. Auras appeared around every one of them, strength, agility, and defense enhancement, alongside countless other buffs. Just as Lin was about to summon his skeletons, Tao Tao interrupted him. Tao Tao didn't want Lin to do all the work. She wanted them to try on their own first, and if they couldn't handle it, then they would ask for his help. Hearing this, Lin nodded in agreement. Lin followed at the back of the party, and soon they encountered their first monster, which astonishingly resembled an abyssal hound, however. This little thing was significantly smaller in size. The casting of a detection spell revealed it was actually a simulated abyssal hound, and not the real thing, with much lower levels and attributes. Tao Tao judged it wouldn't be difficult to deal with. The team instantly sprang into action, with Tao Tao activating her charge skill, charging forward with tremendous force and colliding with the abyssal hound. She then immediately followed up with a shield bash, striking the creature on its head with her shield and plunging it into a stunned state. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside it, no other than Yi Yi, who had stealthily approached the hound from behind. Her dual daggers plunged into the creature, instantaneously dispatching it. What followed was a hint of relief that crossed everyone's faces. It seemed like they were in for an easy run. However, based on Lin's experience, he suspected that this wouldn't be this simple throughout. Meanwhile, outside, the spectator seats were filled to capacity, and a giant screen displayed densely packed text listing the names of the team captains. Each team had a number next to its name, which changed from 0 to 1 when the first monster was killed. However, there were also those teams who got eliminated. Returning to the party, 3 more abyssal hounds appeared before them. Using the same tactics, Yi Yi executed Fatal Strike to swiftly deal with the first one, then threw her dagger at another, employing the skill Internal Explosion, quickly finishing the second. The remaining one was initially immobilized by Emma, then quickly slain by Tao Tao using a swift strike. White Divine, noticing Lin's team only scored 23 points while the leading teams had already amassed over 40, began to grumble, questioning why is Lin's team slacking so much. He got a bit anxious and also annoyed seeing their points not going up. White Divine turned to Mang Anwen with a smile, asking if he could secretly look into the Divine Tower to reveal what was happening inside. Mang Anwen firmly refused, as that would be considered cheating, while blowing on his tea, which steamed with heat. He seemed unperturbed, unlike White Divine, who was walking back and forth this entire time. After all, the preliminary selection wasn't a race. Making it through was all that mattered. He then asked White Divine if he lacked confidence in Lin. However, White Divine laughed heartily, raising his arm and clenching his fist, saying he was confident in his disciple. Yet he jested that Lin would be in trouble if he didn't bring home first place. As we returned to Lin and his team, everyone was noticeably exhausted far from the ease they initially felt, except for Yi Yi and Lin. Tao Tao's arms were numb from holding her shield for an extended period, and Emma was visibly fatigued from having to apply crowd control to the mobs, meanwhile keeping up with the healing duties. Oliver was in no better shape either, as he was also strained, constantly replenishing the buffs onto everyone with his mana and spirit points nearly depleted. After several battles against the gradually increasing abyssal hellhound, they finally encountered the boss, an abyssal dog demon. However, just like the hellhounds they've been battling against, the demon was simulated as well. As they were prepared for battle, they found themselves in poor condition. As the ugly creature before them slowly approached, they knew this was the final boss they needed to defeat to pass the preliminaries. Lin looked at his teammates and knew they had done their best, and they were nearly at their limit. Except for Lin and Yi Yi, the team had never encountered an abyssal dog demon, and were astonished to see it could summon multiple abyssal hellhounds. Emma looked towards Tao Tao, asking what they should do next. With sweat beading on her forehead, Tao Tao was acutely aware of their dwindling state after numerous fights against the Hellhounds. She knew with their current condition they had no chance of beating the final boss. As she contemplated her next move, Lin approached from behind and patted Tao Tao on the shoulder. And with a look of surprise, she turned to see Lin had already stepped in front of her, instructing everyone to rest on the spot, assuring them he would take over from here. Looks like it's showtime for our boy Lin again. Seeing Lin take charge, Emma and Oliver promptly sat down on the spot, gasping for breath and admitting they no longer had the energy to move. They expressed their confidence in Lin, asserting that with him there, everything would be all right. Tao Tao, rendered speechless by the scene, shook her head. And then, with a light blush on her cheek, she thanked Lin for stepping in, especially considering they had previously boasted about the challenge being easy enough to possibly not require Lin's help. Lin didn't say much in response, simply smiling at his teammates, reassuring them that this was what exactly he was here to do. Seeing the abyssal demon, Lin didn't even bother summoning his entire skeletal army. Within seconds, he casually summoned 3 skeletal warriors. Their sudden appearance and the aura they emitted caused Tao Tao and the others to involuntarily step back. Tao Tao watched everything unfold and gulped, visibly intimidated by the 3 skeletons that seemed even more daunting than the demon itself. This inevitably led the team to speculate just how powerful Lin had become, and whether his other skeletons were equally powerful. As the team watched in astonishment, the skeletal warriors had already charged into battle, meeting the Hellhounds head-on. The collision was brief. A simple slash from the skeletal warriors split the Hellhound in half. Sitting afar, Tao Tao couldn't believe her eyes. It seemed like Lin's skeletons could take out a Hellhound that would take them otherwise several minutes to deal with, simply just with a single strike. Within milliseconds, all of the Hellhounds that were summoned were now dispatched, leaving only the final boss. It seems like whoever simulated the demons also simulated their intelligence, as the demon quickly dove towards Lin, clearly recognizing him as the master of these powerful summonses. However, before the demon could get anywhere near Lin, a skeletal warrior had already set the target on it, covered the distance of tens of meters. Instantly, and with a powerful rampage strike, effortlessly eliminated the demon with a single blow. The team watched incredulously as not just the Hellhounds, but even the boss was downed with a single strike. As the corpses of the abyssal demons vanished, a voice resonated in the area, telling them that they had passed the assessment. Meanwhile, the leaderboard outside also updated, showing Lin's team suddenly leaping to first place from hundreds of places down. Lin's team, now at the top of the rankings, became the focus of attention. They were surprised to see a team manage to defeat the boss so quickly. However, Lin's own name became particularly conspicuous to many spectators, feeling they had heard of this name from somewhere before. When Lin and everyone were teleported out, they immediately saw their rank on the leaderboard. The 3 of them were still shocked, given that Lin had dispatched the boss in less than 5 seconds. With the preliminary selection concluded, the focus is now shifted to the individual competition in the afternoon, which everyone except Lin opted out of. As they were passing time chatting, another team was teleported out. They seemed like they had some tough time inside, but seemed highly spirited and satisfied with their teamwork, assuming they had secured the first place. Upon realizing someone had finished before them, their expressions turned sour. One of them pointed towards Lin and his friends. The captain of this team, noticing they had been outpaced, checked the leaderboard to find they were second to Lin's team. Unfamiliar with Lin's name, he squinted his eyes and, being second place further, fueled his competitiveness. Perhaps from Lin's impressive performance, he anticipated seeing him again in the individual competition later this afternoon. The man, who seemed confident in his supremacy in this level bracket, was determined to race Lin again this afternoon. Well, we all know little bro is gonna lose anyway. We fast forward. As the afternoon arrived, the individual competition was about to begin. Everyone lined up and entered at the same time. Lin entered the portal as his team cheered him on. Arriving inside the dungeon, everything looked familiar. This caused him to think the singles should be as straightforward as the team competition and deciding to summon just one skeleton. There were no trash mobs this time, and he was faced with a simulated abyssal wolf demon. Seeing the attribute of the demon, Lin let out a sigh, finding no challenge in facing these trash demons. Finding it too boring, he was prepared to speed run it. A couple of swings from the skeleton's greatsword, as always. It's swift and decisive. Quickly, the assessment concluded, and Lin found himself outside once again, securing first place with a completion time of only 1 minute. Meanwhile, the little bro, also doing the assessment, didn't seem like he was in the greatest shape. He fought desperately against the demon and emerged full of injuries, but quite exhilarated, believing he had secured first place with a time of 2 minutes and 55 seconds. However, his confidence was quickly shattered upon seeing the leaderboard. Not only was he second place again, but Lin had astonishingly finished in just 1 minute, leaving little bro in utter disbelief. As the adrenaline wore off and the pain kicked in just before collapsing, the little bro caught a glimpse of Lin's departing figure. A realization struck him, and he suddenly remembered Lin was this year's top national scholar. Meanwhile, Lin, walking away, felt a pang of disappointment with the preliminary selection, his eyes drifting towards another competition area, designated for higher-level professionals. He wondered if his sister was participating this year and decided to check it out in hopes of finding her. As he made his way, someone called out to him. Lin looked up, and at that moment he was stunned. The voice was incredibly familiar, stirring an unprecedented excitement in his usually composed demeanor. From a distance, a figure approached him with a gentle smile, softly saying, "Long time no see, little bro." Seeing the woman, Lin quickened his pace and wrapped his arms around Mohan in a tight embrace, calling out, "Sister." With all the longing and emotions, it was as if time stood still in that moment, tears quietly tracing down his face. We had never seen our boy shed tears. Perhaps this marks the first time we've seen our boy in tears. As the wind rustled through the leaves, Mohan let out a smile and slowly returned her brother's embrace. She also missed Lin very much. After a while, they found a place to sit, and Mohan playfully noted Lin's height. He now stood a whole head taller than her. They chatted and laughed, eventually sitting side by side under the setting sun, sharing their recent stories, however. Lin didn't speak much. It was Mohan doing all the talking. Suddenly, Mohan turned to Lin with a smile, teasingly commenting on his quiet nature and how it might hinder him from finding a girlfriend, then gave him a wink. Lin shook his head, happy to see his sister the same way she had always been. He then asked how she knew he would be there. Through their conversation, Lin realized his sister had always kept an eye on him, aware of his accomplishments as the national top scholar and his admission into Xiajing Academy. However, this made Lin a bit frustrated on one hand. He was touched by her attentiveness, yet puzzled as to why she hadn't reached out to him, not even with a letter or a phone call. Mohan sighed deeply as well, hinting at a complicated reason behind her silence. Eventually, she explained she was in a prodigy program and that her mentor's strict requirements had kept her intensely focused on leveling up, leaving her regretful for not reaching out to Lin sooner. This got Lin very curious as he wanted to know what level is Mohan right now. However, when he asked about his sister's level, only led to a playful refusal from Mohan, which left him no choice but to prompt him to use a detection spell. To his surprise, he couldn't discern her level or any information other than her profession, suggesting she either wore an item that capable of blocking detection, or her level was significantly higher than his. However, Lin noticed her profession was now a holy blade dancer, a surprise given he remembered her initial legendary profession as the blade dancer. His excitement bubbled over when he speculated if she had elevated her profession during her second-class transfer. Mohan smiled and said she got a bit lucky. However, this left Lin astounded, surprised that his sister could level up so rapidly. Mohan then whispered to Lin and asked if he had already awakened a talent. Lin nodded. She then revealed her talent allowed her to significantly accelerate her leveling. Speed, allowing her to advance much faster than others, as he knew that talent. Awakening is rare, with a wide range of talents, some powerful and others less so. Those who awaken talents and obtain favorable ones are considered a 1 in a million prodigy. Both Lin and his sister belong to this exceptional category. Mohan emphasized the importance of keeping their talents secret from others. Advice Lin took to heart with a solemn nod. As they continued their conversation, footsteps approached. 4 individuals in uniform attire and cloaks walked toward them, each exuding confidence and a compelling aura. The leader of the group smiled at Mohan before asking about Lin. And who might this be? His gaze shifted towards Lin. Mohan introduced Lin proudly as her brother. Upon learning Lin was Mohan's brother, the man's demeanor towards Lin visibly softened, followed by a friendly handshake. As he did so, he also noticed the military badge on Lin's chest. He was surprised to find Lin was a 2-star lieutenant. His initial hostility turned to friendliness upon learning Lin was Mohan's brother, now mixed with respect and a hint of surprise. Despite his feelings, he politely excused himself, expressing a hope that Mohan to return sooner to discuss tactics for the next day's competition before departing. Lin had also noticed the man's badge, a silver 1-star lieutenant's badge, a rank below his own. Turning to his sister, Lin asked if these individuals were her teammates for the competition. Mohan confirmed with a nod, explaining that, like her, they were from the Creators Academy and were among its top prodigies. Lin earnestly commented that he felt they weren't as powerful as his sister. Hearing this, Mohan chuckled while feeling pleased. She reached to pat Lin's head, a gesture from their childhood. However, when she realized that she had to stand on her toes to do so now, she smiled and told Lin that was very sweet of him to say, while internally marveling at how quickly her little brother had grown up. As the day came to a close, it was time to say goodbye. Mohan prepared herself for the reality that, after the competition, she'd be heading off for another trial assigned by her mentor, likely leaving her unable to see Lin for a considerable period. Shifting from a momentary sadness, she playfully extended a thumbs up to Lin, commanding and a jest that she hopes to meet his girlfriend the next time they see each other. Lin, looking earnestly at his sister, shared his plans to join the Creators Academy soon. Mohan's smile widened while saying, "All right, I'll be waiting for you." The sunset marked the end of the first day of the professional competition. The following day arrived swiftly and, with the completion of the preliminary selections, the majority of the teams were eliminated, leaving only the elite contenders. As the 100th professional competition officially commenced, massive arenas became the center of attention. It was said there were 124 teams that had passed the preliminaries, setting the stage for a straightforward elimination round where the victor advances and the loser is eliminated. Tao Tao retrieved their team number 512 and they were up against team 513. Quickly, each team received its own number, with Tao Tao paying special attention to a few noteworthy teams. Number 18, 322, 599, and several others. These teams consisted of top prodigies from different nations and factions, each composed of level 29 professionals equipped with top silver tier gear, and some of them also consisted of legendary professions. Tao Tao's diligent preparations paid off as the team immediately began strategizing, deciding to employ the same approach as the day before. Let themselves handle the combat initially and have Lin intervene only if necessary. They want to test their own skills while getting stronger through real combat. Soon, it was Lin's team's turn to take the stage, with both teams' participants stepping up as the professionals' information was displayed on the big screen for all to see. Their opponent's team captain was a female knight, just like Tao Tao. as both teams stepped onto the stage. It was the start of a challenging and eagerly anticipated match. The opposing team's captain, a level 27 knight, was 3 levels above Tao Tao. However, no one on the team was worried, confident that Lin had their backs. The audience, upon seeing Lin's profession as a necromancer, expressed surprise, regardless of their familiarity with the profession. Many recognized Lin's team as the first to pass the preliminary selection, and Lin himself as the first place in the individual preliminary selection as well. Team 513 breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the levels of Lin's team, underestimating them due to their lower levels and unfamiliarity with the necromancer profession. Thinking it was just another standard mage profession, seemed like they were confident in their victory, as the match commenced in the arena. With both teams positioned dozens of meters apart, Tao Tao led the front, holding her shield, followed by Yi Yi with Oliver and Emmer right behind. Tao Tao locked eyes with the female knight on the other team, clearly ready for battle. At the start signal, both teams' support members cast buffs onto everyone. Soon, the opposing knight initiated with a charge skill and Tao Tao, not to be outdone, launched her own charge. Simultaneously, Emma cast her skill. She used wind-binding skills and targeted the female knight's legs. The female knight was abruptly halted as the wind-binding skill, which interrupted her charge, stopping her momentum and causing her to lose her balance. In that instant, Tao Tao collided with her, sending her flying and dislodging the shield from her grip. Tao Tao's charge skill didn't halt after the initial collision. She continued her momentum toward the rest of their team. In the midst of their disarray, she unleashed another knight-specific skill, Mass Taunt. Instantly, all attention and attacks from the enemy team were directed at Tao Tao, diverting focus from everyone else on her team. Unnoticed by the enemy, Yi Yi had vanished from sight, except for the female knight who was previously knocked away. Now Tao Tao found herself standing in melee range with the enemy mage, with the opposing archer quickly reacting. Pulling out 3 arrows, the archer launched them simultaneously toward Tao Tao's flank, attempting to finish her off or at least save the mage. Witnessing the incoming attack, Tao Tao decided to disengage first, and raised her shield to block. With a swift move, she blocked all of the 3 arrows flying towards her, rendering the archer's attack ineffective. She then used the charge skill once again and maneuvered towards the enemy team's backline, which caught them off guard, as the female knight captain retaliated, employing her own taunt skill to divert Tao Tao's focus. The enemy mage began casting a powerful fireball spell. Just as the spell was nearing completion, the knight captain remembered the assassin in Tao's team and shouted a warning to the team to be careful. The archer activated his eagle eye skill, quickly spotting Yi Yi and her stealth state right behind the mage, just as he was about to yell out a warning, but it was too late. Yi Yi's sneak attack was successful, not only interrupting the mage's casting, but also delivering a fatal blow to the mage's back with one of her daggers, and another to the neck. However, protected by the arena's magical barrier, the mage was not killed, rather was teleported out of the arena upon receiving the fatal blow. As it turned out, the magical barrier will safeguard them from actual death. With the mage defeated and teleported out, the situation looked dire for the opposing team. Yi Yi and Tao Tao pressed their advantage, targeting the enemy's support and healer. Yi Yi quickly eliminated her target with a fatal strike, while Tao Tao used her charge skill once more, knocking another opponent out of the arena. Lin watched everything unfold, then nodded approvingly. He observed that although his team was at a clear disadvantage in terms of strength, numbers, and level, the opposing team's lack of combat experience against human professionals was also very evident. They had likely never fought against a team of human professionals before, seeing everything going very one-sided. Perhaps his team doesn't need him this round. However, without Lin in the action, this also leads to a sense of disappointment among the spectators. Many had anticipated Lin, wanting to witness what the necromancer profession can do firsthand. Many of the spectators had never expected that his team could win the match with only 4 against 5, causing the spectators to wonder if the opposing team was really that weak. However, some spectators also noticed that Lin's team clearly had a better strategy, which resulted in a one-sided match. Not long after, the team was jubilant with their victory, with Yi Yi waving cheerfully at Lin as she approached him. Lin smiled and nodded in approval. Tao Tao and Oliver, though slightly out of breath, were visibly excited about their win. However, they didn't get ahead of themselves, fully aware that the upcoming matches would only feature tougher opponents, and they would be increasingly reliant on Lin. Lin wasn't particularly concerned about who their future opponents would be. He was confident to win against anyone going up against him. After the match, the team celebrated their victory at a restaurant before returning to rest, concluding the first day of competition. The next day swiftly arrived, and once again, the spectator seats were filled to capacity. This time, their opponents were much stronger. All level 28 and 29 professionals comprising a gladiator, a sharpshooter, an elder, an elemental, mage, and a summoner. Surprisingly, they were all rare professions. From the look, it appeared that they were very confident and clearly didn't think their opponent for this round would stir any problems for them. The gladiator, likely the captain of the team, noted that aside from Lin and Yi, the rest were around level 20, with the highest being only level 27. He laughed mockingly, suggesting their previous win might have been due to their opponents forfeiting. The mockery from the opposing team elicited laughter from them as the jokes settled. They didn't let their guard down, and soon the mood shifted as they were prepared for battle. Shortly after, the summoner on the team began to summon his creature, no other than a shadow beast wreathed in dark mists, growling as it stood beside its master. This was quickly recognized by Yi as a summoned creature particularly challenging for assassin-type professions due to its ability to be stealthy and possess the ability to see through stealth. Tao Tao's expression also turned serious. Clearly, their opponents were no joke. This time, as the referee announced the start of the match, the opposing team's confidence seemed unshakable, with the gladiator leading the charge, buffs already applied by their support, and the elemental mage activating a magical shield. The shadow beast advanced stealthily, primarily focusing on Yi. She realized that the shadow beast was a big threat, potentially tying her down and leaving her teammates vulnerable. Oliver had already applied buffs to the team, and the two teams quickly got into a standoff, with Emma consulting Tao Tao on what they should do next. They figured that without a knight on the opposing team and no apparent offensive moves, their previous tactics against their first-round opponent seemed ineffective. Tao Tao looked quite uncertain and decided to adapt as the match progressed, knowing too well that Lin had their backs. The opposing gladiator, eyeing Lin, who appeared nonchalant with his hands in his pockets, took Lin's calmness as underestimating them. When the gladiator initiated an attack, Tao Tao instructed the team to scatter. Oliver and Emma quickly retreated a couple of steps. In the next second, the gladiator's sword swiped through the air, sending a cross-shaped sword wave toward Tao Tao. Quickly, Tao Tao, raising her shield to block, felt the impact, which numbed her arms but managed to withstand the attack. However, the gladiator's relentless assault quickly put her at a disadvantage, despite her attempts to counter. Meanwhile, Emma kept casting spells, trying to keep up with the healing, while Yi vanished from sight, closely followed by the shadow beast. Seizing an opportunity, Yi landed a hit on the summoner's creature. Unfortunately, it wasn't fatal, and the creature's health began to regenerate. As it turned out, the summoner also possessed a skill that was able to heal his summoned creature, just as the situation looked as dire as it could be. The next moment, the elemental mage had finished casting her spell, which targeted Emma and Oliver with a meteor fall in the back line. Emma in the midst of casting a healing spell for Tao Tao couldn't dodge in time. Oliver, prioritizing Emma's importance as the healer over his own safety, pushed her aside and took the full brunt of the attack, which resulting him getting knocked out of the arena. Oliver believed that his buffs had already been applied and that Emma's role as a healer was crucial for the team's sustainability. However, shortly after Oliver's elimination, the mage turned his attention to Emma. Unfortunately, she too was hit and eliminated from the match, with the support and healer both out. The gladiator mockingly suggested Tao Tao surrender to avoid the pain of defeat. Although no real death would occur in the arena, the pain was still real. Tao Tao, recognizing the dire situation, shifted her strategy from defense to offense. She used her shield to repel the gladiator, breaking his rhythm and creating an opening for herself, then using her charge skill and aimed for the enemy's backline. However, the elemental mage remained composed and cast the mage's exclusive skill, Fire Repulse Ring. Just as Tao Tao approached, a ring of fire erupted, forcefully repelling Tao Tao and sending her flying back several meters, landing just beside Lin. Breathing heavily, Tao Tao looked towards Lin with a gentle smile and said, "It's up to you now." Lin gave her a reassuring nod while telling her, 5 people, 5 seconds. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. Tao Tao and Yi gave Lin a high five before stepping down from the stage. Nonetheless, there's only Lin and the full team of 5 remained on the stage. However, seeing what was happening only made the spectators more excited. Finally, get a chance to witness the Necromancer in action. Not gonna lie. But I think we were also looking forward to it, having waited almost 2 weeks to see this moment. Anyway, all eyes are on Lin, curious to see if he is really that powerful. At the same time, there were many who also believed that it was impossible for him to take on 5 opponents all by himself. Either way, they were all excited to see him in action. On the stage, the gladiator leaned on his sword nonchalantly while the others on his team looked at Lin with smug smiles, perhaps already thinking they had already won. In the gladiator's eyes, since Lin's teammates had surrendered, did he really think he could turn the tide alone? Or did he simply underestimating them? To his surprise, Lin simply shook his head with a smile and pondered for a moment, perhaps thinking how many skeletons he would need. Seconds later, he then raised his hand to summon forth a skeleton. A skeletal mage slowly ascended from the ground and appeared beside him, surrounded by chilling frost and ice particles, revealing itself to be a water-type skeletal mage. One of the mushroom-headed shorties on the other team immediately recognized the summon as an undead creature. Just as he expected, Lin was also a summoner type of profession. However, what puzzled him was why Lin waited until his teammates had left the arena before making his move. The gladiator burst into laughter, asking the same question. Clearly not considering the skeletal mage a threat, they didn't even bother using detection spells to check on the attribute of the skeletal mage, but even if they had, they would have only seen its attributes before Lin's amplified talent was applied. Within seconds, the skeletal mage raised its staff and used the skill Ice Storm. The temperature in the arena suddenly dropped, and what followed was ice spikes that fell like raindrops. But from the look, the gladiator didn't seem to be worried whatsoever, perhaps not taking Lin seriously. However, in the blink of an eye, his expression changed dramatically, and he screamed out loud. He called out to the healer on the team, "Quick, heal me." He had never expected just a single ice spike that only happened to scrape him could severely injure him. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and knelt on the arena floor. He tried his best to not pass out from the pain. However, he waited and waited. No one had cast a healing spell on him. He suddenly thought of something. When he looked back, he was terrified to see that he was the only one left on his team. All 4 of his teammates were no longer on the stage. His pupils shrank. And gulping hard with cold sweat streaming down his face, he looked at Lin in disbelief. He could never have imagined that a simple summoned creature could eliminate his team with a single spell, especially under the protection of a mage's magical barrier. What kind of summoned creature was this, and why was its skill so powerful? That was the only thing he could think about. Meanwhile, his teammates didn't even feel the pain. By the time they regained their senses, they had already been teleported below the arena. All four were clueless about what had happened, finding themselves eliminated in the blink of an eye. But it seemed like they had been attacked by that skeleton. When their focus returned to the stage, the skeletal mage was about to cast its skill for the second time. The gladiator already knew the outcome and didn't even attempt to dodge. Several ice spikes shot toward him, and the next second he lost consciousness, causing an uproar among the audience. Countless people jumped up in disbelief after witnessing this scene. Lin's skeletal mage shocked everyone. A single summoned creature had easily wiped out a 5-man team. Oof, that's only one of them. They didn't get to see Lin's entire skeletal army yet. Anyway, not only the audience at the arena, but also those watching the live broadcast at home stood up in shock as well. It was the first time they heard about this necromancer profession, and likely will remember it for the rest of their lives. It was also then everyone realized why Lin didn't make a move sooner. If he did, his teammates wouldn't have needed to do anything. A lot of them were already worried about the contestants who would face Lin in the individual matches later on. Lin's friends began to discuss the situation with smiles on their faces below the stage. Tao believed that with their strength they had done about as much as they could. For the upcoming team matches, it seems like they would have to leave everything to Lin. Now, Oliver and Emma both raised their hands in agreement. Although the four of them are quite strong, having won the first match on their own, however, their levels were still a bit too low compared to the rest of the contestants, and the teams they would face were only going to get stronger later on. Lin had no objections, just smiling and nodding. After celebrating for a while, the day quickly passed and the professional competition moved into its third day. This time, they didn't make any plans because as long as Lin was there, nothing was a problem. Tao and the others stepped back several meters, and at the moment the match started. They all jumped off the stage together, clearing the space for Lin. Clearly, Lin was to face a 5-on-1 situation again. The opposing team, all students from Ziyang Academy, had a wry look on their faces. They turned to their team captain, asking what to do. The captain spoke righteously, reminding them who had led them through the tyrant desert dungeon that had stumped them for months, helping them complete the academy's mission so they could make it this far. Turned out that these students had all gotten carried by Lin before, and they were all grateful to Lin. They knew to fight him seemed like a joke. After the match started, both sides fell into an odd silence. The 5 of them seemed to have no intention of preparing to fight, and soon took several steps forward, bowing 90 degrees, then saluting Lin and wishing him victory. They then jumped off the stage, conceding the match. Their voices were loud enough for all the spectators to hear clearly, leaving Lin speechless. Witnessing this, Lin's friends chuckled, not really surprised, especially since every student from Ziyang Academy knew how strong Lin was. However, the audience, unaware of these connections and having traveled far and paid for tickets, naturally felt displeased by the concession. Yet, many also expressed understanding, recalling the terror of Lin's skeletal mage from the day before, who would dare to fight him. Back to White Divine's small courtyard, he and Meng Anwen were both paying attention to Lin's matches. Meng Anwen, with his eyes closed, pondered for a moment before asking White Divine if it was really good for Lin to be so high profile. White Divine disagreed, seeing no issue with it. He believed letting the world know that Lin was not to be trifled with was a testament to being a good disciple of him. Meng Anwen, however, didn't fully agree with his view and even worried that being too conspicuous could attract enemies. After all, Lin was still young, and there are people out there who might not hesitate to target an emerging prodigy like Lin. White Divine understood Meng Anwen's concerns but scoffed, saying he was actually hoping for those bastards to make a move. After all, their provocations in the past had not provided White Divine with enough leverage or evidence to act against them. Should they dare to make a move, White Divine promised to teach them what real pain was. Meng Anwen's eyes flashed with a killing intent, realizing it was White Divine's intention to have Lin act so conspicuously. It turned out White Divine and Lin had discussed this before. Their nation's talents in recent years had been targeted and killed at a young age. And while they all knew who was responsible, they lacked evidence. They couldn't let those deaths be in vain. Upon learning this, Lin had agreed without hesitation to serve as bait. White Divine also tells Meng Anwen that he heard the old man was also planning to use Mohan as bait to draw out the hidden powers. Meng Anwen massaged his eyebrows, murmuring while saying a necromancer with infinite potential and possibilities and a holy blade dancer who had gone through the profession elevation were indeed good baits. He then noted how coincidence it was that both just happened to be siblings as well. He wondered how many people out there envied their talents. White Divine laughed heartily but looked afar with a terrifying gaze, assuring Meng Anwen he would never let anything happen to the siblings. Meng Anwen, also looking into the distance with his pupils briefly turning red before returning to normal, murmured about not having killed anyone in a long time and that it was time to get some exercise. The two released killing intent filled the small courtyard as the temperature plummeted. The day quickly went by and the professional competition entered its fourth day. The teams that had made it this far were undoubtedly very strong, and Lin's opponent this time was the team led by the young man named Tang, who had ranked second in both the team and individual preliminary rounds. Upon seeing Lin, he looked mad, fists clenched, thinking he finally met Lin again. He is the captain of his team, a legendary profession known as a holy swordsman. The moment he stepped into the arena, the audience erupted into deafening cheers. Many had heard his name before and were speculating whether he could defeat Lin, standing by Lin's side. Yi frowned as she recognized the opponent and his profession, cautioning Lin to be careful. Lin wasn't very familiar with this profession, but wasn't overly worried either. Remembering his friend Feng, he realized that the holy swordsman seemed to be what Feng would become after his own profession elevation. After his teammates cheered for him, they once again stepped off the arena. The opponent approached Lin step by step, having heard of Lin's previous 1v5 battle, but not expecting Lin to dare to act this bold again in front of them. This made Tang take it as an insult. Turning his head, he instructed his teammates to step off the stage as well, his gaze filled with fury as he looked toward Lin, surprised and offended by Lin's apparent underestimation. Lin was puzzled by the man's hostility towards him, wondering if they had met somewhere before. Tang then drew a long sword, clearly a powerful and very valuable weapon. Tang revealed a smirk while telling Lin that he had originally hoped for a one-on-one in the singles match, but it had come sooner than expected. He had watched Lin's previous matches and acknowledged the strength of Lin's skeleton, but deemed it ineffective against him. The next second, he charged towards Lin with swift speed, so fast that the audience could barely see his figure, as the audience cheered again, excited that the match had finally started and eager to witness the holy swordsman in action. Some pointed out that even among the legendary professions, the holy swordsman is up there. Perhaps Lin would have a tough time this round. Lin didn't look very concerned as he lifted his hand to summon a skeleton, but he was very interested in what Tang was capable of. Seeing how confident he was, he smiled and praised Tang, which only added fuel to the fire, making Tang feel contempt. Lin's tone seemed like he was looking down at him, which irritated him greatly. Veins bulging, he then unleashed his first skill. Seconds later, Tang's long sword was immediately surrounded by 2 glowing rings. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. Seemingly a buffing type skill, which resulted in 2 rings encircling his sword. You might wonder, what's so impressive about that? Well, I'm not entirely sure myself, but the audience seemed to recognize the skill. As it turns out, Holy Swordsman can summon a star ring every 10 levels, and each ring represents a top-tier skill that he has mastered. It seems like Tang has mastered 2 of the most powerful early-level Holy Swordsman abilities. Lin, who was quite intrigued by this, begins the match by summoning a skeletal mage, this time choosing a lightning elemental type. The moment the skeletal mage appears, it raises its staff and the sky darkens. Clouds gather above, and then a striking bolt of lightning tears through the sky. This was no other than the skeletal mage's ability, Thunderstrike. Following a tremendous roar, Tang doesn't dodge or flee. However, the Thunderstrike didn't seem to inflict any damage on him. Tang started laughing while informing Lin that this was his elemental sword form, his first ability making him immune to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes. That's why he isn't afraid of Lin's skeletal mage. Cheers and screams erupt from the stands, with spectators standing screaming. Some jumping up waving their arms, others clapping, and a few shaking their heads, believing Tang's ability completely counters Lin's skeletal mage, already thinking Lin was about to lose this round. However, some recall that Lin's previously summoned mage was a different elemental, and speculate Lin might have other types of skeletons up his sleeve. Back onto the stage, as Tang anticipated. His ability completely neutralizes any of Skeletal Mage's attacks. Lin's only chance of victory is to outlast the 10 minutes. But he didn't think Lin would have any chance. The next moment, he dashed towards Lin, ready to strike. Suddenly, a chilling sensation washes over him. Trusting his intuition, Tang swiftly retreats. In the moment of his retreat, a slash imbued with a red glow whizzed past him, just barely missing his throat. The audience, shocked, leaped up once again. It was then that everyone saw a skeleton wielding a long sword materialized in the arena. It appeared to them that Lin was indeed capable of summoning more than one type of skeleton. Tang, recovering from his initial shock with a sweat breaking on his forehead, took several deep breaths to calm himself, realizing he should not underestimate Lin. Perhaps this was his true trump card. The sudden appearance of the skeletal warrior only fueled his fighting spirit, and he charged forward once more, this time with even greater speed. However, the skeletal warrior was noticeably faster, remaining stationary until Tang entered its attack range. A spark flashed in the skeleton's eyes, followed by a rampage strike, the great sword meeting the charge in an instant. Tang could hardly see the skeletal warrior's swinging motion. Leaving him no room to dodge, Tang employed his repel skill. This skill which allowed him to block all incoming attacks and repel the enemy. However, with a clash, Tang was sent flying back several meters by the impact. The skeletal warrior was not any better and was also propelled backward. Tang could feel severe pain in his palm, and his entire arm went numb after that first encounter. He quickly realized that the skeletal warrior was not only faster but also terrifyingly strong. Clutching the hilt tightly and taking a deep breath, he activated his second star ring. Suddenly, his body was covered in a golden light and his muscles tensed. In this state, all his attributes were increased tenfold for the next 5 minutes. Witnessing such an exciting match drove the audience wild. This skill was one of the exclusive abilities of the Holy Swordsman, much stronger than the Berserk skill for most warrior-type professions. What makes it even more amazing is that this skill comes without any side effects. Without missing a beat, Tang lunged at the skeletal warrior with the skill Dragon Strike. Although it didn't kill the skeletal warrior, it still managed to once again send it flying and cause it to crash to the ground. However, the skeletal warrior didn't get up this time. Seemed like it was under some crowd control effect. The crowd was once again in an uproar. With the skeletal warrior controlled and the skeletal mage's attacks ineffective against Tang, the audience finally got their money's worth and witnessed the strength of the holy swordsman firsthand. But at the same time, they also began to pity Lin for his impending loss. Meanwhile, on stage, Tang revealed a slight smirk, perhaps confident of his victory. After sending the skeletal warrior flying, Tang made a beeline for Lin, determined to finish the duel in under 10 seconds. However, what happened next put him on the fast break. Standing across him, Lin summoned several more skeletons, nonchalantly placing one of his hands in his pocket, seemingly not worried at all. Despite being able to easily end the fights in mere seconds, Lin chose to prolong it, clearly intending to show off his prowess and his skills so he could draw more attention. And who exactly he was trying to draw out? None other than the hidden forces watching in the shadows. The audience was taken aback as Lin summoned 2 more skeletons. No one had expected a single professional before their second-class transfer managed to own so many powerful summoned creatures. However, this also led many to believe that this was Lin's limit. Seeing 2 more skeletons materialize beside Lin caused Tang to halt, though he stubbornly believed that if he went all out, even 2 additional skeletons couldn't defeat him. Preparing for another attack, Tang was about to boast about his unused skills when suddenly several more skeletal warriors appeared, lining up in front of Lin, forming a defensive line. Each skeletal warrior, adopting a different pose, glared fiercely at Tang. The arena was suddenly engulfed in a chilling wind, and Tang could feel the temperature plummeting. He shivered. The skill he was about to cast was also interrupted, and his previous confidence shattered. He wondered how Lin could manage to summon so many skeletons. He isn't the only one pondering this, as the scene also leaves the spectators in stunned silence. "Screw this crap, I'm out," he thought to himself before sheathed his sword and turned away. Lin, curious, asked if he was giving up. Tang coughed twice, waving his hands towards Lin, and announced that he would return for a rematch after his second-class transfer. By then, he will surely kick Lin's ass. With that, he sprinted to the edge of the arena and leaped down, which left everyone speechless. After a few seconds of dead silence, the announcer declared Lin's team the winner. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, with everyone shouting Lin's name and proclaiming the Necromancer is invincible. Lin stepped down from the arena, greeted warmly by his teammates who praised him, while Yi also noted his growing popularity. As the both of them walked along the sideline, other contestants also greeted him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Yi, noticing Lin seemed a little odd today, expressed concern and asked him if everything was okay. Lin turned around and shook his head with a smile, insisting he was fine. With the semi-finals approaching and the teams qualified for tomorrow's battles announced, it seemed these last few fights would feature very strong teams. Yi regretted not being able to offer more help to Lin, aside from cheering him on. Lin didn't mind, telling her it was all good, but his mind was elsewhere. He had been advised by White Divine to perform exceptionally well to attract certain attention. White Divine also mentioned that several talented prodigies from their nation had been assassinated during their rise in recent years. This only made Lin angry as a cold killing intent formed within him. He looked into the distances, while hoping that with him being the bait, they could lure them bastards out. As they walked, one of the contestants pointed towards a high platform, surrounded by a purple barrier with 3 items floating in the air. One of the items, as one man excitedly recognized, was a basic miracle potion that could permanently increase attributes by 200 for anyone below level 40. Another was a brilliant basic skill scroll that guaranteed mastery of a new skill. Lin smiled at the sight, understanding these were the rewards for the champions of their level bracket in the professional competition. unlike others who fixated on the prizes the entire time. Lin only glanced for a brief moment before continuing walking, confident in his victory. He preferred to take his time examining the rewards when they were in his hands. Tao Tao had reviewed all the teams entering today's semi-finals the night before. As expected, the notable teams she had been wary of were all present. The tension was palpable as they were unsure which team they would draw today. The lottery concluded swiftly, pairing them against the team from Sakura Empire. The Sakura Empire team glanced their way, led by a woman who boldly approached them. Or more precisely, she was approaching Lin. Seeing this, Tao Tao narrowed her eyes, recognizing the woman no other than Nanako, a shrine maiden, a profession unique to the Sakura Empire. This mysterious profession is not quite legendary, but is rumored to have many secrets and was not well documented. Nanako, leaving her team behind, approached Lin alone. She first greeted him with a slight bow. At least from the look, she was showing more than just politeness. When Lin gave no response to her silent greeting, Nanako took several steps forward. She then expressed her empire's keen interest in recruiting Lin. She sincerely invited Lin to serve under their empire, promising to fulfill any requests he might have, emphasizing the word "any" with a quite seductive tone. While saying it, she even showed her large pair of bowing, intentionally revealing, and with a look that carried an all-too-clear message. Yi clenched her fists upon hearing Nanako's words, while Emma and Tao Tao looked on disapprovingly. Lin's eyes betrayed a hint of disgust, coldly dismissing her. Seeing Lin's reaction unperturbed, Nanako didn't seem offended. Instead, she turned to excuse herself, but paused after a few seconds to suggest Lin reconsider her offer before rejoining her team, followed by a knight professional stepping in front of her. And with that, the competition officially commenced. Out of nowhere, the team from Sakura Empire summoned a colossal creature, half-human, half-serpent, that took everyone by surprise. Lin initially thought it to be a shikigami, or perhaps some sort of summoned creature for protection, but a closer inspection revealed it was not. Without hesitation, Lin summoned several skeletal mages to counterattack. But what happened next left him in utter disbelief. The enemy's summon opened its vast maw and devoured all the attacks launched by the skeletal mages. Nanako, peering from behind a knight, revealed with a smile that their creature was the serpent god, capable of absorbing all elemental attacks. It was clear she had done their homework on Lin's skeletal army. Realizing elemental attacks were futile against this foe, Lin shifted his strategy to physical attacks, summoning skeletal warriors to the fray. Nanako, however, remained composed, having thoroughly studied Lin's combat style and prepared countermeasures for every tactic he had. She then unleashed her second skill, summoning a fearsome phantom beast with spikes, a head resembling a wild boar, and a body like a savage bull which hovered above her. With a delicate cry, this phantom beast merged into the knight standing before her. The knight's eyes glowed red with increased fervor, and a bestial roar escaped his lips, revealing Nanako's second ability, Divine Possession. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as the knight employed a group taunt, drawing the attention of Lin's skeletal warriors towards himself. He charged forward with a large shield in hand and clashed with the skeletal warriors. But clearly, the knight underestimated the power of the skeletal warriors, finding himself forcefully repelled several meters by a single strike. Nanako looked shocked, thinking to herself that even a knight imbued with the strength of a titan was sent staggering backward. How powerful are these skeletons really? Either way, without missing a beat, she cast another spell to further enhance the knight's prowess. His aura surged anew, clearly applying even more buffs, his muscles swelling and veins bulging as he roared and launched into a fierce counterattack against the skeletal warriors. This time, the knight stood as a bulwark against 5 skeletal warriors, shield raised in defense while his other hand brandished a long sword, striking back with relentless ferocity. The spectators watched in disbelief. The strength of these powerful skeletons was well known to them, yet here stood a single man, holding his ground against 5. They all began to wonder, what can Lin do now? Can he still win even after having all of his skeleton army countered? Nanako's smile widened. She taunted Lin that Lin's little skelly didn't seem to be listening to him, now insinuating that even they refused to heed his commands, since they were all taunted by the knight's taunting skill. Lin, for his part, felt somewhat amused. To be fair, he hadn't issued any explicit orders to his skeletal warriors. He simply summoned them, and they were acting on their own. Yet this seemed to bolster his opponent's confidence in a rather unexpected way. Unruffled by Lin's composed demeanor, Nanako was driven to deploy her ultimate skill, summoning yet another monstrous creature. This creature, covered in barbs and sporting limbs, as sharp as size, bore an eerie resemblance to a spider. Upon its arrival, it swiftly merged with one of the mages, who then abruptly raised his head, eyes ablaze with a sinister red glow. With a commanding gesture, the mage unleashed a series of breezes that materialized as chains upon the skeletal warriors, effectively immobilizing them and halting their advance. Nanako's laughter echoed across the arena, taunting Lin while saying he was going to lose very soon unless he could conjure up a countermeasure. However, Lin's response was far from defeated. Instead, he simply asked if that's all she got, leaving Nanako momentarily taken aback. Before she could grasp the full implications of his words, the arena was suddenly covered by a red light. Nanako's smile froze as she witnessed hundreds of red shackles emerge, ensnaring her and her teammates in a tight grip. Recognizing the skill as a curse, Nanako found herself and her team immobilized, unable to move as Lin slowly approached. Despite her efforts to retreat, she found herself rooted to the spot, her expression shifting to one of fear as Lin casually bypassed the knight and walked up to her directly. The audience erupted in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Lin had so swiftly turned the tide of battle. The members of Nanako's team stood motionless, their expressions devoid of any look of anxiety or urgency. Lin then posed a question to Nanako, inquiring whether her abilities could only be used on the corpse. Her wide-eyed reaction was to answer enough for him. Lin's gaze conveyed a mix of disdain and mockery. As it turned out, her teammates were not living beings, but rather reanimated corpses, or precisely puppets crafted through some ancient skill. As a necromancer, Lin is sensitive to these things. Lin, without wasting more time, summoned a soul flame onto his hand. The sight of the flame sent Nanako into a panic. Though unsure of its nature, she sensed the power behind it. She struggled in vain to escape, her efforts futile against the shackles binding her. It was then the audience realized something unsettling. The stiff demeanor of Nanako's teammates revealed them not actual living beings, but rather puppets crafted from the corpses of fallen professionals, a revelation that sent shivers down their spines. As the soul flame descended upon Nanako, she experienced a brief, excruciating pain that seemed to scorch her soul itself. But the agony lasted less than a heartbeat. The next moment, she found herself defeated, standing off the arena with Lin's soul flame vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. Staring at her hands in disbelief, Nanako could hardly accept her defeat. Looking up at Lin, still standing in the arena, she wondered if the soul-searing pain was another of his skills. With a heavy sigh, she thought, if only she had brought a healer with her, the outcome might have been different. Healers could cleanse curses after all. But who could have predicted Lin would employ a curse? It seemed there were many secrets about Lin yet to be uncovered. Not long after, the referee soon declared Lin the victor, advancing him to the next round. Lin rejoined his teammates, their battle over for now. But elsewhere the competition raged on, and whoever won will be determining their final adversary. The other match concluded with a team led by Su Sheng from the Xiajing Academy prevailing effortlessly, mocking their opponents for being weak as they descended from the arena. Su Sheng inquired about their next opponents, glancing towards Lin and his team, a teammate. Predicted their upcoming match against them. Su Sheng seemed surprised, having not expected Lin to reach the final. Moments later, Su Sheng approached Lin and his teammates, telling them that his team needed no rest and inquired if Lin's team did. He didn't want to waste more time and simply wanted to go home with the coveted brilliant skill scroll reward. Su Sheng regarded this tournament as a mere formality, hardly seeing Lin as a worthy opponent. Lin, however, had seen enough spoiled brats in his days and was unfazed, suggesting they were ready any time. As both teams took their positions on the arena, the audience buzzed with excitement, anticipating a showdown between the Su Sheng's team, who had just defeated the Holy Domain faction, and Lin, who had made his way to the finals just by himself. The fact that both hailed from Ziyajing Academy, the Empire's most prestigious institution, only added to the spectacle. Emma cast a worried glance at Tao Tao, questioning if they were truly to stand aside without aiding Lin. Tao Tao sighed, asserting that their involvement would only hinder Lin, and all they could do was trust Lin. Su Sheng, observing Lin taking the stage alone, scoffed, mistaking Lin's confidence for pretense. He turned around and dismissed his own team with a few words. Shortly after, all of his team turned around and jumped off the arena. As it turned out, Su Sheng also prepared to face Lin alone. Su Sheng had heard of Lin before, however. He wasn't very fond of him, and his words were carried with hints of disdain while considering Lin's way of earning points by carrying others in dungeons was unacceptable. Lin's patience wore thin against Su Sheng's arrogance. When Su Sheng lamented the disgrace of sharing an academy with Lin, Lin simply shook his head, while telling Su Sheng that if he had some problem with his brain, he then advised him to seek medical attention rather than barking senselessly. Hearing this, Su Sheng's face flushed with anger. It seems that villains are all like this. They can insult you, but you can't insult them back. If you do, they get angry. Look, even the art style changes, and their nostrils become bigger than my big toe. Meanwhile, Tao Tao looked at Yi Yi with a face full of bewilderment, wondering why this insult sounded so familiar. Yi Yi giggled sheepishly, insisting it definitely wasn't something she taught. Su Sheng, a spoiled little brat, naturally had never been spoken to in this manner. He immediately summoned a weapon, a golden staff, revealing his profession as a holy light mage. Lin couldn't care less about him. He had encountered many like Su Sheng before, and the only solution was to pin them down and give them a couple of slaps to snap them out of it. The battle began. Lin also summoned several skeletal warriors. As a holy light mage, Su Sheng had an innate disdain for undead creatures. The shape on his forehead suddenly lit up, and he shouted, "Disgusting undead, receive the punishment of the holy light." The arena lit up again, turning into a bright ball of light, obscuring everything within. Inside the light, Lin's skeleton armor shimmered, clearly under attack. Only when the light touched him did he realize it was a spiritual attack, indicating the enemy planned to affect his spirit from the start. However, it was evident the enemy underestimated Lin's high spirit attribute. Su Sheng, maintaining the light with one hand, raised the other high. Seeing Lin unmoving in the distance, he used his second skill, Blade of Light. A sword made of light flew towards Lin at the speed of light, but it shattered into pieces upon coming in contact with the skeleton armor. Su Sheng frowned. The durability of the skeleton armor exceeded his expectations. In the quiet world of light, the footsteps of skeletons were particularly distinct. By the time Su Sheng reacted, he was surrounded by several skeletal warriors. But he wasn't so weak. A beam of holy light from the sky instantly sent the surrounding skeletal warriors flying several meters away. Lin watched this scene, thinking to himself that the opponent's skills seemed impressive, but they did no damage. Then he summoned a few skeletal mages. Su Sheng watched in disbelief as the skeletal warriors charged at him for the second time, unable to comprehend why his holy light couldn't purify these undead summons. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and he took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Just as he was about to say something, a loud boom occurred and 2 bolts of lightning struck down. Su Sheng's body was smoking and his hair stood on end. He quickly used the holy light shield and a white magical shield appeared around him. Su Sheng looked disheveled, wanting to continue speaking, but then several more bolts of lightning descended from the sky. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. But when the second lightning bolt struck from the sky, he finally grasped the vast power gap between him and Lin. His heart roared in fury. He had already been accepted into the Creator's Academy, capable of reaching level 32 months ago. Yet he had held back his level for this very competition. He simply could not afford to lose now. His eyes turned white as a glow emanated from them. Shortly after, he suddenly unleashed a burst of powerful holy energy, which collided with the lightning bolt. Seconds later, as the dust settled, Su Sheng was now clad in shimmering golden armor, his veins popping from his forehead. This was his secret skill, the armor of holy light. Rarely seen by others, this skill was legendary for its incredible defensive power, rumored to match the limitless defense of a knight's profession. Some of the audience clearly heard about this, and some of them started to feel pity for Lin, doubting Lin was able to breach such a defense. At this moment, Su Sheng's aura transformed. Seeing this, Lin nodded. This so-called armor of holy light is indeed quite powerful, although no match for his skeletal armor. But end of the day, legendary professions are not something to be looked down upon. Yet, thinking further, Lin raised his hand and summoned a wisp of eerie green flame. However, Su Sheng scoffed, all the while saying currently he was invincible, and that no attack could penetrate his defense. Lin simply smiled, not opting to use his soul flame, but instead becoming deeply interested in just how much can this armor withstand. At the thought of this, he then summoned several skeletal mages, each wielding a different elemental power. The crowd was astounded. It was their first time seeing Lin summon skeletons of 4 distinct elements. Was Lin holding back this entire time? Did he have anything else under his sleeves? Su Sheng was momentarily stunned, not expecting Lin to have such a variety of skeletons at his disposal. Yet even facing 4 elemental mages, he did not believe they posed any threat to him. The 4 skeletal mages took a step forward and simultaneously raised their staves, casting spells at a blinding speed. In an instant, attacks of 4 different elements flew towards Su Sheng. First was wind and fire. Su Sheng felt the terrifying force from the attacks, yet it wasn't enough to breach his defense. Then came ice and lightning, bombarding him relentlessly. But he still appeared very confident, even finding the strength to mock Lin, asking if that was all he got. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cracking sound echoed beside his ears. Su Sheng followed the noise and saw to his horror a crack forming on the shoulder of his armor. The crack swiftly spread, and within moments, his entire shoulder guard was riddled with a web of fissures over 10 centimeters long. Disbelief etched on his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could say anything, the crack widened dramatically, and in an instant, the armor of holy light shattered into 1,000,000 pieces. Without the protection of his armor, a new barrage of attacks rained down from the sky. Su Sheng wanted to say something, but this time he couldn't withstand the onslaught. By the time the audience caught up with the action, he was already outside the arena, utterly eliminated. His eyes were wide open, unable to believe he had been disqualified, although the arena's protective barriers were designed to prevent fatal injuries. The pain was still real, and Su Sheng was knocked unconscious by the intensity of the pain. The audience fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into cheers. Lin's skeletons had shattered the armor of holy light, defeating a legendary professional who supposedly countered Lin. People marveled at Lin's formidable power, celebrating his incredible victory. Over at White Divine's small courtyard, White Divine, Meng Anwen, and Old Ning were closely following the competition. White Divine burst into hearty laughter, declaring that Lin was sure to be the champion this time. Meng Anwen nodded in agreement, his eyes drifting towards Mohan, contemplating that the siblings might draw out many hidden forces. When Yi Yi leaped onto the stage to hug Lin, Old Ning blew his beard and stared, cursing at the screen for Lin to keep his distance from Yi Yi. His words, however, couldn't be heard on the stage, and Yi Yi, clinging to Lin's arm, joyfully announced their victory. Old Ning was visibly upset but powerless to intervene. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through as a power professional appeared midair, slowly descending onto the stage. Lin quickly shielded Yi Yi, casting a wary glance behind him. The aura emanating from the powerful professional was so powerful that it even became suffocating, the kind only a top-tier professional above level 80 could possess. The competitors took a deep breath, all recognizing the man was a powerful top-tier professional. Yet the man seems to bore no hostility. He looked over everyone, his gaze finally resting on Lin with a smile, praising everyone's performance and saying everyone here has a promising future. He introduced himself as Y, who was one of the 12 senators of the Empire. And then, with a grand gesture, the 3 sets of championship prizes floated down from the air. He spoke to everyone, but his eyes never left Lin, hinting that should they need assistance in the future, they could seek him out. He was more than happy to offer help. Lin felt something odd about the offer. Was this an attempt to win him over, or was he hinting at something? Yi Yi also sensed something was odd, but neither of them pointed it out right away. Rather, Lin politely thanked the man, who nodded and handed over the championship prize. The moment Lin's fingers touched the prize, he felt something amiss. However, he didn't see a dark energy seeping into his body. Back in White Divine Courtyard, the moment Lin's finger came in contact with the prize, Meng Anwen remarked, "The fish has bitten the hook." Meanwhile, on the stage, Lin took a quick look at the prize before stashing the items into his storage space. However, he kept inspecting his palm, but felt nothing awry. Lin sensed something was amiss, but he couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. Seeing the concern on Lin's face, Yi Yi approached worriedly and asked what was wrong. Lin sighed and shook his head, assuring her that he was fine. Back to White Divine Courtyard. White Divine raised an eyebrow and turned to Meng Anwen, asking who it was. Meng Anwen replied gravely, unable to be completely certain, but suspected it was Y. Old Ning was surprised and let out a deep sigh, mentioning if it was really Y. Then it would have been troublesome. He then brought up an organization called the Demon Worshipper, suggesting that no one could have anticipated their infiltration to such an extent. If they had penetrated even the high ranks of the Empire, what about other nations? Meng Anwen decided to verify his suspicions one more time and closed his eyes to concentrate. Meanwhile, Lin's team competition had just concluded, and the competition for high level professionals also concluded, undoubtedly dominated by Mohan's group from the Creators Academy. Their victory was effortless, not just because of Lin's sister, but because each member was extraordinarily strong. Lin, leading his own team to watch, was thrilled to see his sister win in her bracket. Yi Yi, curious, looked toward Mohan, surprised to see that this beautiful woman was truly Lin's sister. As the competition ended, a gust of wind passed, and once again Senator Y was presenting the awards. He repeated his familiar opening remarks, telling the winners that they could seek him out if needed in the future. After handing over the prizes, Lin's pupils constricted as that strange sensation returned. He quickly asked Yi Yi to use her skill to examine the pouch that contained the prize money. Without hesitation, Yi Yi activated her skill. Her eyes emitted a golden light as she used the shadow vision. The colorful world around her turned to black and white. Under the shadow vision, Yi Yi immediately noticed something amiss. To her surprise, the pouch was enveloped in a dark aura. Yi furrowed her brows as she scrutinized the pouch, unsure of herself. Yet the black aura seemed to be very similar to that of the abyssal energy. As Mohan came in contact with the pouch, Yi hurriedly warned Lin that the dark aura had already crept up to Mohan's wrist. Yi looked visibly anxious, and she wanted to yell out and tell Mohan, but was stopped by Lin. She was confused, and just as she was about to ask why, she turned around and noticed the very same black aura was also on Lin's wrist. She gasped in surprise. Lin tells her everything is all right and remains composed, staring at his own wrist. He couldn't see the dark aura himself, but with Yi's confirmation, he had no doubt about its existence. The dark aura spread from the rewards, burrowing into the hands of each member of the team. It seemed his teacher had been right all along. There indeed were rats hidden among them. His teacher had warned him about these individuals who called themselves the demon's worshipper. All followers of the abyssal demon, intent on aiding their master's invasion of the human world. Lin's role was to act as bait to expose some of them. Clearly, they had made their move, and with the upcoming solo competition just around the corner, he wondered when these rats exposed themselves. At the same time, Lin was concerned for his sister and the rest of his own team. But at the thought that with his teacher and other divine-level professionals on site, they should be safe, hopefully. The day slowly passed, and the sky turned gray. The city was quiet. Most of the professionals were asleep or meditating when suddenly a fierce wind swept through the city, buildings swaying, the sound of the ocean waves intensifying. Then the wind picked up, whipping the waves hundreds of meters high, and a massive tsunami was coming their way, nearly submerging the city. The sky thundered, and a portal appeared amidst the storm clouds with thousands of lightning bolts striking down. However, there was a protective barrier protecting the city. In an instant, the city was enveloped in lightning. These lightning bolts seemed to be controlled, deliberately targeting different parts of the city. As it turned out, they were attacking the magical arrays that controlled the city's barrier. Many professionals emerged, their expressions grave as they watched the unfolding chaos, uncertain of what was happening, but sure it was nothing good. Some noticed a new magical array forming in the sky, possibly the work of a high-level professional. But why would they do this? Lin looked up at the sudden appearance of the magical array. He knew something was odd. It seemed the demon worshippers had finally made their move, with the city hosting a massive gathering of the new generation's powerful professionals, including many prodigies and legendary professionals. Eliminating them before they could grow stronger was the optimal strategy. If successful, it would deal a severe blow to the Empire and the human race. The magical array quickly formed, yet the surrounding storm raged unabated as many buildings collapsed. Many ordinary people who had come to watch the event fled from their hotels in panic, screaming for help on the streets. What was once a quiet night was now filled with cries of despair. Suddenly, a group of figures dressed in black cloaks and wearing masks appeared in the sky, obviously high-level professionals hovering in the void. Lin looked on with a sinking feeling, realizing that the enemy had dispatched over a dozen top-tier professionals, all above level 70. The distinctive symbols on the cuffs and collars of their cloaks made it clear to everyone. They were members of the demon worshipper. A few more buildings collapsed, and Lin's pupils suddenly constricted. He spotted an individual among the demon worshipper, a top-tier professional over level 80, whose aura was comparable to that of Senator Y, who had presented the awards to him. Within moments, more armed professionals emerged, many recognizing the people in masks as members of the demon worshippers. Their audacity to strike within the Empire was shocking. Weren't they afraid of White Divine? The leader of the demon worshippers scoffed coldly, looking down at the young professionals below and commanded kill. Instantly, about a dozen figures soared towards the ground. They split off in different directions, attacking the strongholds with incredible speed. Just as these attacks began, figures could be seen within the ocean, and countless abyssal creatures surged from the depths. The number was staggering, perhaps over tens of thousands. And while these creatures varied from those typically seen in the Yuan battlegrounds, familiar demons like dog demons and wolf demons were among them. Accompanied by countless other abyssal demons, they roared hungrily, their bloodlust palpable. Alarms blared throughout the city. Every human professional, regardless of past rivalries, sprung into action. Small teams formed as individuals grabbed their weapons, ready for battle. The abyssal creatures that had stormed the shore now rampaged through city, clashing violently with the professionals. At that moment, Lin's wrist began to glow, the dark aura around it sparkling conspicuously. He became a beacon in the crowd, and as if they had found their target, the abyssal demons surged towards him. As the abyssal demons charged towards him, Lin remained calm, almost expecting their arrival. He smiled, having waited for this moment. It wasn't just the abyssal demons that were approaching. Several members of the demon worshippers were also advancing. Looking at how confident Lin seemed, a figure in the sky. No other than the level 80 professional from the demon worshippers with a mocking grin. Remarked, "Your bravery is commendable, but futile. Prodigies like Lin often don't live very long." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, saying he disagreed while saying he was doing quite well himself. The members of the demon worshippers looked up in shock and glancing back, laid eyes on none other than White Divine. The man chuckled a few times, not particularly surprised to see White Divine, who responded with a laugh of his own, suggesting that perhaps they were expecting to see him. Then added coldly, "Right. Senator Y." Y shuddered slightly and let out a sigh as he removed his mask to reveal himself, realizing he was not going to deceive White Divine. However, what seemed odd was that facing White Divine, Senator Y showed no fear. Perhaps he was well prepared for the encounter. Suddenly, a vortex appeared beside the senator, followed by a playful giggle. A female voice emerged, saying, "Who would dare provoke Lord White Divine without a backup plan?" From the shadows, a figure emerged, a female demon with short hair, 2 long curved horns on her head and a pair of wings behind her back. She wasn't wearing much and had a lustful figure, and a slender long tail swayed slowly behind her, adding a playful charm to her appearance. She was one of the abyssal lord's succubus. Upon her appearance, Senator Y's eyes gleamed with fervor. His breathing became rapid, and his eyes were glued onto her as if already seduced by her. White Divine, however, remained unaffected by her charm, though he became more serious. Seeing the appearance of Succubus, he finally understood why a level 83 top professional would become a minion of demons. Succubus laughed coyly, using her alluring voice to express her regret that she couldn't charm Lord White Divine. White Divine slowly clenched his fist, not planning to let any of them escape. "Since you've come here," he said, "you might as well stay forever." The succubus seemed unconcerned, laughing as she tells White Divine that she had no plan to stay here, and her goal was simply to kill all the human prodigies. Her laughter continued, her body swaying seductively. Suddenly, another vortex appeared beside her, erupting into flames that soared into the sky. A demon lord emerged from the midst of the fire, its body engulfed in flames. The succubus pointed to the fiery figure and mockingly asked White Divine if he still thought he was going to make her stay. With a mighty roar, Old Ning appeared next to White Divine, gritted his teeth, and called out the name of the Inferno Demon Lord. Without missing a beat, Su Sheng activated his skill, Holy Light, sending out a bright curtain of light that quickly expanded. The weaker creatures touched by the holy light evaporated instantly, while others were scorched, panting heavily. It was clear the skill had drained much of his stamina, but at the same time, he estimated that from that one skill, he had wiped out hundreds of abyssal creatures. If he could use the skill a few more times, he was confident the first place would be his. Glancing at Lin, Su Sheng noticed something odd. Lin hadn't summoned any of his skeletons. Instead, Lin raised one of his hands as if waiting for something. Su Sheng was confused, wondering if Lin had seen his holy light and decided to give up. But the next moment, a flash of red light emanated in Lin's hand and Su Sheng heard him say something along the line of thanks for the corpses before he had the chance to ask Lin what he said. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, causing the ground to shake violently. Su Sheng turned quickly towards the sound and was stunned by what he saw next. Whether that's abyssal creatures or demons, everything fell in the wake of the explosion, drenched in cold sweat, as he quickly realized just how powerful this skill was, much stronger than his holy light. But who could have orchestrated such an attack? Then it dawned on him. He turned around and thought, could it be? Lin maintained his pose, his hand continuously emitting red light. Su Sheng was right. It was indeed Lin. In an instant, all the human professionals stopped what they were doing and turned their attention toward him. Incredulously, they soon realized that Lin was not just a summoner, but perhaps a mage with powerful AI skills as well. They start to wonder, why had Lin never used such a powerful skill before? As each deafening explosion erupted, every explosion obliterated hundreds of abyssal creatures. In mere moments, the entire battlefield was cleared of any living abyssal creatures, leaving only charred corpses scattered across the terrain. However, some demons, quicker and luckier, had managed to evade the blast by flying as high as they could. Lin surveyed the field, contemplating that most of the abyssal creatures had been dealt with, and what remained were the lower-level demons. Other human professionals also recognized this shift, though the abyssal creatures were gone. Killing demons scored 100 points compared to just 1 point for the abyssal creature. At the thought of this, perhaps they still had the chance to win. Driven by this realization, everyone surged forward chasing after the demons. Su Sheng, shaken briefly by Lin's prowess, also realized that he needed to grab onto the opportunity to potentially surpass Lin, if he also focused on going after the demons. Once again, regaining his confidence, he once again activated his armor of holy light and clutched his golden staff. However, just as he was about to take a step forward, a chill ran down his spine, as if something extremely powerful had materialized behind him. Hair standing on end, he slowly turned to look back. The first thing he saw was a pair of wings spanning several meters. Then, the full visage of a monstrous creature came into view. None other than a Hell Outpost guardian who wielded a massive cleaver. When he turned back towards Lin, he noticed that Lin was now clutching onto a black scythe. Before he could react, the guardian charged forward. At the same time, countless shackles flew towards the fleeing lower-level demons. In an instant, the demons' movement slowed to a crawl, almost as if frozen in place. And the next moment, the guardian materialized in front of them. With its massive cleaver raised, it mercilessly slashed through the demons, felling them like weed. The other professionals momentarily halted, stunned by the sudden appearance of the guardian. The moment they saw him slaughtering the demons, they couldn't help but suspect this was another of Lin's skills. Everyone gazed at Lin, baffled. Whether it was the earlier explosions or this guardian, they had one question on their mind, which was just how many more tricks did Lin have up his sleeve? Was this really just a solo competition, or was it a one-man show starring Lin? This thought was exactly what was going through Su Sheng's mind as he stared at Lin, pondering the hell is going on with this necromancer profession. Meanwhile, Tang, who had earlier conceded to Lin knowing he couldn't match up, had become a fanboy of Lin after witnessing just how powerful he was. He laughed heartily, teasing Su Sheng, only now realizing Lin is the real boss, huh? The guardian relentlessly reaped the lives of each demon, and streams of golden light flew toward Lin. Not long after, a new star appeared on his military badge, marking his promotion to a 3-star lieutenant. As the dust settled and the battlefield grew quiet, The surrounding professionals still hadn't gotten out of their daze, and everyone's eyes were glued to Lin. Not only was he immensely powerful, but he also held the rank of a 3-star lieutenant. Given his young age and the same level as most of them, it was hard to imagine just how many demons Lin had defeated to earn such a high military rank. Su Shang glanced between Lin and his own badge, feeling embarrassed and shattered the confidence he had painstakingly built up after his previous defeat. Tang, cheekily looking at Su Shang's badge, noticed that Su Shang was merely a 1-star private. He couldn't resist teasing while saying he had thought Su Shang was a big deal. But it turns out he's just a 1-star private. Embarrassed and then angered by Tang's comments, Su Shang retorted that he had been focusing on his training and hadn't yet really entered the Yuan battlefield, asserting that once he did, he would surpass Tang within mere days. Tang, not bothered by the comeback, simply pointed at Lin and quipped that catching up to Lin was the real achievement. He then shrugged and sighed, laughing as he added, Su Shang can only dream of catching up to Lin in this lifetime. Tang continued to use Lin as a benchmark to taunt Su Shang, and there was nothing Su Shang could do. We switch back to the scene of the battlefield, where the corpses of the demons had piled up on a small mountain, nearly all of them slain by Lin alone. The professionals standing beside him didn't really know what to say. Perhaps that this solo competition had truly been a solo show by Lin. With a calm gesture, Lin then raised his scythe and summoned the guardian back into his scythe. Shortly after their harrowing ordeal, everyone was teleported out by the Divine Tower and found themselves back in the center of Nantong City. The city was brightly lit and looked peaceful, as if the demon invasion had never happened. Suddenly, someone noticed a body ahead. It was a member of the demon worshippers, clad in a black robe and mask, lying dead. Above them, there were many human professional powerhouses, as well as many other members of the demon worshippers who were now being detained. White Divine's voice then resonated through the city. He introduced himself, and as his voice carried across the crowd, everyone looked towards him with respect while cheering loudly. With White Divine here, no one could stir trouble. He explained that the attack by the demon worshippers had been anticipated and prepared for. He then expressed his satisfaction at seeing the young professionals not backing down from the fight. Clenching his fist, he announced that they had successfully subdued the attackers and ingeniously turned the ordeal into a practical part of the solo competition. White Divine then proceeded to announce the champions of the solo competition for different level brackets. Lin, no doubt, was declared the champion for the 20 to 29 level bracket. Soon after, prizes materialized before each champion. Continuing, White Divine revealed that the next day would feature a challenging event, open to anyone confident in their abilities. He then added that the rewards for this challenge will be exceptionally generous. Well, looks like things just got a bit more interesting and more loot for our boy Lin. After White Divine finished announcing everything, people went on with their night, much relieved that what happened earlier was finally settled. In the crowd, Mohan spotted Lin. She checked him all around then and asked if he was all right. Lin said he was fine when he then inquired about his sister's well-being. Both knew each other were safe. His sister got to the point, turned out. She was leaving soon and wanted to say goodbye. Lin was a bit surprised, especially with the challenge match coming up tomorrow. He wondered if his sister is still participating. Mohan chuckled and playfully remarked that she is nearly level 45 and she has no plan to attend and wants to leave the spotlight to Lin. Then she waved goodbye and slowly walked away. Seconds after, Yi tiptoed up behind Lin, shyly clutching his arm and watching her sister's departing figure. Curious, Lin asked why she hadn't come over earlier. He would have had the chance to introduce her to his sister. While blushing, Yi confessed she wasn't mentally prepared yet. Lin, ever the dense guy, wondered why meeting his sister required any preparation. Either way, he didn't dwell on it, turned around and asked Yi what had happened outside while he was teleported to the Divine Tower. Only then did Lin learn that the Abyss had sent out both Succubus and a Flame Demon Lord, but they were intercepted by White Divine and Yi's grandfather, Old Ning. At the same time, the top-level professionals from Xiajing Academy had also teleported to the city and soon joined the fight. They managed to either slain or capture members of the demon worshippers. Yi then recalled that another much more powerful person had appeared, seemingly even more powerful than White Divine. The moment the person appeared, the two demon lords quickly fled as if facing something terrifying. Just as they were about to be killed, Succubus even used her own blood to summon a portal connected to the Abyss, and within, a powerful demon blocked the mysterious person's attack. Things got a bit complicated, and they wanted to avoid a battle over the city that could endanger innocents. Because of this, the two demon lords got away, and even the senator was dragged away with them. Lin was surprised to hear about the Flame Demon Lord. He wondered if it was the same one they had encountered before, which Yi confirmed. Lin was slightly taken aback, not expecting that neither White Divine nor Old Ning could subdue the demon lords quickly. It seemed the demon lords were much more powerful than he had once thought, but Lin wasn't necessarily worried. He still had the teleportation stone and was confident that he would someday finish them himself. Later in the night, we returned to White Divine's small courtyard. Meng Anwen sat on a stone bench, leisurely sipping his freshly brewed tea. Just as he took his first sip, footsteps sounded not far from him. White Divine and Old Ning strode in, both appearing to be in a not very good mood. Meng Anwen asked if they handled everything. White Divine, somewhat resentfully, gulped down a cup of tea and revealed that Black Fire had intervened, rescuing the two demon lords. Old Ning was even more upset, loudly cursing that had it not been for Black Fire, he would have surely killed the Flame Demon Lord. It was clear that the two of them had some really strong beef. Meng Anwen looked a bit surprised since he knew the old man was there too. So what happened? White Divine let out a sigh and explained that Succubus had used her blood to open a portal to the Abyss. If it weren't for their hesitation to cause collateral damage above the city, they could have captured the two demon lords, and it didn't matter if Black Fire intervened or not. Things didn't go as planned, but at least they racked out many rats and even exposed the senator. However, this isn't all good news, and Old Ning's brow further. The fact that a senator, one of the top council members and highest echelons of human society, had turned against them was deeply concerning. It raised the alarm that there might be other spies and traitors within their ranks. Meng Anwen's expression grew more serious. He stroked his beard and told them that he would thoroughly investigate this matter, and it was time for a purge within the empire. The next day arrived quickly, and Nanhong City returned to its usual state as if the events of the previous day had never happened. The arena was packed as usual, but the buzz among the crowd was all about the surprise attack by the demon worshippers during the night. Due to this, the format of the solo competitions had changed. Other than the result, no one had the chance to see the competition. Thus, the anticipation for today's challenge matches was higher than usual. This challenge match was also the final event in the professional competition series. The rules of the challenge match were simple. Anyone could participate, and if a contestant succeeded in 5 rounds, they would receive substantial rewards. However, the challenge matches were easier said than done. Here's the key. As it turned out, participants had to challenge opponents 5 levels higher than themselves, and the level differences increased as the round progressed. In the second round, the gap would increase to 10 levels, and in the third round to 15 levels, and so on. So most lower-level professionals might end up going up against high-level professionals who have gone through their second-class transfer. So for someone like Lin, who's level 27 right now, if he successfully passed the 4th round, he would encounter a level 52 professional in the 5th round. Over the centuries, only a handful of prodigies had completed the 2nd round, and only a handful had ever succeeded in the 3rd round. The crazy thing is, no one had ever completed the 4th round. Therefore, the rewards were also very generous. Passing the 1st round grants a brilliant basic skill scroll, and for the 2nd round, it will be a brilliant intermediate skill scroll. A lucky magical potion after that. 2 brilliant intermediate skill scrolls for the 4th round. As for the 5th round, no one knew what the reward was, as no one had ever reached it. I know I've been talking too much, and you all know what's about to happen next. So let's skip ahead to the action. The 1st round, I'm sorry to say, was not Lin's match, but featured a male challenger, a 34-level sword and shield knight. His opponent was also a sword and shield knight, but 5 levels higher at level 39. The opponent wore silver armor and a black robe, holding a silver shield. His face bore several scars, and his equipment showed signs of damage. Clearly, he's been in some tough fights. Lin could tell this guy was from the military, as his demeanor showed that he'd been through numerous life and death battles on the Yuan battlefield. Lin was absolutely right. Tao Tao explained that the challenge matches were notoriously difficult, not only due to the level disparity, but also because the defenders were handpicked from the Empire's military, from the hosting nation. As the match started, the challenger was the first to launch an attack, opting to go on the offensive, with a charge skill going straight at his opponent, confident in his strength. He believed he could knock his opponent off with one hit. However, as their shields collided, the defender not only countered the charge, but also instantly executed his own charge, which then sent the challenger flying out of the stage. The shield flew from his hands as he hit the ground. The same thing pretty much happened for the fights after. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th challengers followed, all similarly defeated in under 10 seconds. Then it was Su Sheng's turn. He slowly stepped onto the stage, clenching his fists. He had lost to Lin twice in 2 days, and was determined not to lose to anyone else, as he sought to reclaim his honor. His opponent was a 34-level sword and shield knight. As the battle commenced, the arena was enveloped in a pure white light. Su Sheng did not underestimate his opponent, and started with full force using his holy light skill. Simultaneously, the knight launched an attack, using 2 skills at once. He first executed limitless defense, and then used charge skill to close and distance. Su Sheng remained calm and deployed the holy light ring as the knight approached. The aura exploded, pushing the knight back several meters. However, the knight landed smoothly and swiftly swung his sword down at Su Sheng in a flash strike. Su Sheng, slightly surprised, quickly deployed the holy light shield, blocking the attack. The two were now in a deadlock, exchanging skills, and now it became a test of their stamina and mana. Su Sheng was confident that the knight's limitless defense could not outlast his holy light shield. They continuously exchanged attacks. Ultimately, the knight's skill expired sooner, and he lost. Su Sheng, breathing heavily, listened as the referee declared his victory. The audience was thrilled, witnessing a challenging match unlike any in previous years. Typically, the competition was hosted in different nations every few years, and the challenge match could be a hit or miss, depending on how powerful each nation was. But this year's challenge was exceptionally exciting and clearly more difficult. After hundreds of challengers, only Su Sheng emerged victorious. Despite his success, Su Sheng wasn't entirely pleased. The battle had been too close for comfort. His shield had nearly shattered, and a few more seconds might have swung the outcome in his opponent's favor. However, he still managed to grab a win. He knew this was his limit. Clutching his reward, Su Sheng stepped down from the stage. However, at the same time, he glanced toward Lin. Although he had lost to Lin twice, his competitive spirit was still high. Boy, you just never learn, do you? Soon, it was Lin's turn to compete. As he stepped onto the stage, the cheers from the stands were deafening. Some speculated that if Su Sheng could pass the first round, perhaps Lin could conquer the second. Quickly, another voice countered, predicting that Lin would break records, possibly beating the fourth round, or maybe even fifth. The entire spectator area became a cacophony of noise, with everyone arguing with each other. Lin's opponent was a level 32 mage who, upon noticing the badge on Lin's chest, immediately recognized him as a lieutenant. Respectfully, the mage placed one hand on his chest and bowed deeply to Lin. Immediately caused a huge stir. Many began to speculate whether Lin was also part of the military. However, sharp-eyed observers realized this was not the case. The reason for the salute was Lin's high military rank. Everyone entering the UN battlefield knew that military ranks were not exclusive to military personnel. Anyone who entered had a rank. At level 27, Lin had already become a 3-star lieutenant, and it dawned on many that his strength might stem from his countless battles with demons on the UN battlefield. Anyway, the match soon began, with the defender casting spells first. In an instant, he raised his staff and several fireballs flew towards Lin. Lin raised his hands, summoning several skeletons. The skeletal warriors bravely met the fireballs, its greatsword slashing through them in midair. Then, dashing forward, the skeleton charged at the defender. The experienced mage quickly deployed a magic barrier, blocking not only the skeletal warrior's strike, but also the bolts of lightning cast by skeletal mages. The mage was momentarily startled by just how powerful the lightning was, and after several attacks, the magical shield cracked and shattered. Reacting swiftly, the mage leaped back. As the skeletal warriors followed him closely, he then cast a ring of fire, pushing the skeleton back several meters, allowing him to shield himself with another magic barrier. Skillfully managing the cooldowns of his abilities to avoid any hits and keep the skeletons at bay. Lin knew this dude actually knew what he was doing. Lin then summoned more skeletal warriors, which charged at the defender. However, the mage's mana was nearly depleted, leaving no room for further delay. Following this, he raised a hand, and several rings of light appeared as he cast spells swiftly. A pentagram emerged on the ground. Seeing this, it was Lin's first encounter with this skill. From the audience, we learned that this was a battlefield skill, exclusive to military personnel, usable in conjunction with a battlefield gear set. These skills are notoriously difficult to master, and not everyone in the military can use them. Not only that, but each profession possesses unique battlefield abilities, some of which even require multiple people to execute simultaneously. Back onto the stage, the mage thumped his staff heavily on the ground. Soon, flames erupted in front of him, shooting up into the sky, perfectly striking the two skeletal warriors charging towards him. The skeletons were instantly knocked into the air and controlled, the flames continuously scorching them. Lin was intrigued. He had not expected such an interesting skill with strong AoE damage, crowd control, and dot damage. Lin then summoned several skeleton mages and warriors again. By now, the defender was gasping for breath. He looked at Lin with a wry smile and said, "Lieutenant, you really don't leave any room for hope, do you?" However, he didn't give up. As the fight went on, lightning from the skeletal mages struck down from the sky. The mage quickly encased himself in another magic barrier, but this time his mana was completely drained. When the shield shattered, he was struck by a skeletal warrior and sent flying out of the stage. Lin had instructed the skeletal warriors to go soft on the strike, so the mage wasn't injured. The first round went as everyone expected. Although the mage was strong, even after mastering a battlefield skill, Lin was still stronger. Su Shen already knew the outcome, yet he looked at Lin with an unyielding gaze, not ready to admit defeat. "Boy, I wonder what happens after you see Lin pass the 5th round." The referee asked Lin if he wanted to continue the challenge, and Lin nodded affirmatively. The next round quickly began, and he was now facing a level 37 professional. A sword and shield knight walked onto the stage. Having witnessed Lin's earlier matches, he didn't underestimate him despite the level advantage. He also knew that the best strategy against a summoner was to target the summoner directly. As soon as the match started, he used charge skill to close the distance, hoping to land a combination of blows on Lin before he could summon his skeletons. However, he underestimated Lin's summoning speed. Almost instantly, a skeletal warrior appeared in front of Lin, raising its huge sword to strike at the knight, who managed to block with his shield but was shaken by the impact. The knight was shocked by the strength of the skeleton and realized he had missed his best chance to approach Lin. Now he had to outsmart him, but as he prepared for another tactic, a second skeletal warrior charged at him. He didn't panic and used shield bash, stunning the two skeletal warriors on the spot, and then used charge skill to knock them away. Quickly, he rushed again towards Lin. The knight understood he shouldn't waste time going head-on with the skeletal warriors. Seeing the opening alongside this unexpected charge skill, he thought, would surely catch Lin off guard. Turned out, he couldn't be more wrong. He saw a slight smile on Lin's face, which sent a chill through his body. He knew he messed up. The next second, the two skeleton warriors he had knocked away suddenly vanished, and the next moment, even more skeletal warriors surrounded him.
The knight was thinking that if this continues, then I will not be able to defeat Lin Moyu at all. He needed to break through and come up with a new plan, but Lin wasn't going to give him that opportunity. Suddenly, Lin Moyu, due to his curse red shackles, came his way and quickly bounded him. He recognized this was a curse skill, but he couldn't dodge in time and found his movements becoming very sluggish. Meanwhile, several skeletal warriors closed in. He frantically raised his shield to block them, but it shattered after just a few seconds. Before he could react, more skeletons joined in and quickly outnumbered him, and in mere seconds, he found himself now off the stage. He hadn't even used all his skills yet and lamented that he had underestimated Lin's skeletons. He had hoped to target Lin right off the bat and end the fight quickly, but the strength of the skeletons had exceeded his expectations. With a sigh, he shook his head and saluted Lin, who was on the stage, not just because Lin was a 3-star lieutenant, but also because of just how powerful he was. The audience erupted with excitement. Watching a level 27 effortlessly defeat a level 37 made some of them believe they too could also step up to the challenge, and their anticipation quickly grew for the next round, all wanting to see just where exactly were Lin's limits. On the stage, Lin won the second round with ease, and secured a brilliant intermediate skill scroll. Will he call it a day? Of course not. Our boy chose to continue the challenge. Next up on the stage was a level 42 archer professional clad in platinum tier equipment. Not only he was a seasoned archer who had undergone a second class transfer, just like Lin, he was also a 3-star lieutenant. Some of the audience began to doubt if Lin could win this time. The archer didn't wear just any platinum tier equipment, but the highest grade battlefield set. And considering how high-level professionals benefit from significantly boosted stats after the second class transfer, and how their skills became stronger and were able to unlock even more powerful higher-level skills, winning this round wouldn't be easy for Lin in anyone's eyes. As for Lin, he smiled confidently, showing no sign of believing he would lose. Seeing the archer, he seemed to be more eager to check out just what the fourth and fifth rounds could bring to the table. At the start of the match, a volley of arrows shot up into the sky as the archer used his first skill, tracking arrow. The arrows seemed to be on aimbot, or perhaps had a mind of their own as they rained down on Lin from all directions. At the same time, Lin summoned 2 skeletal mages. As the arrows descended, the skeletal mages too had finished casting. Seeing the elemental attacks coming his way, the archer swiftly retreated, activating a skill to create 2 dummy clones of him as they dodged the attack in different directions. A deafening explosion rocked the entire stage, and the intense flame obscured what was happening. Most had thought Lin wouldn't stand a chance to withstand a level 42 high-level professional's attack. But as the smoke cleared, Lin stood unharmed while in his gleaming skeletal armor. Seeing this, they all wondered what kind of defensive skill could withstand a high-level professional's attack. This even caused the archer to pause for a moment in surprise, while exclaiming how powerful this defensive skill was. Still, he didn't stop his assault. His clones dashed around the stage, shooting arrows relentlessly as skeletal warriors chased them. The archer was too agile to be caught, and the skeletal warriors kept getting kited. Lin knew he needed to restrict the opponent's movements first. He prepared to use the same strategy again. A red glow formed on his hands, and several red shackles shot toward the archer. 2 of the clones were instantly struck, but the chains missed the real archer, who raised his bow high, and it gleamed as a beam of light as he shot skyward. This was one of his skills, Purifying Arrow. Upon impact, it shattered the shackles instantly. Lin was a bit surprised, not expecting the archer to have a cleanse-type skill, too. The archer then launched another attack, a high-speed arrow with a purple glow aimed directly at Lin. However, to the archer's surprise, the silencing arrow couldn't penetrate Lin's skeletal armor, nor did it cancel out the skeletal armor. The spectator also notices this. Perhaps Lin's skeletal armor was more strong than they once thought. Not only it withstood numerous attacks unscathed, but what was even more impressive was that the skeletal armor was immune to control skills. So far, what Lin had demonstrated could only be described as flawless, making the Necromancer profession seem nearly too perfect. However, back on the stage, both sides were locked in a stalemate, unable to break the deadlock. Lin watched as his skeletal warriors were kited, and the skeletal mage's skills kept missing. He considered summoning more skeletons, but they would just end up getting kited, and his only curse skill wouldn't work because the archer had a cleanse-type skill. So what should he do? Lin pondered for a few more seconds before summoning a ball of green flame in his hand. He was concerned about using it on the stage because it could inflict too much pain. After all, this was just a friendly tournament. He hesitated as he really didn't want to use it on a human professional, even if there's a protective array on the stage and divine level healers off the stage to prevent real harm. But leaving the match in a deadlock wasn't an option either. With a sigh, he decided to use the soul flame, but kept its power to a minimum. The ball of fire flew toward the archer's brow, and the archer who was kiting the skeletal warriors suddenly let out a bone-chilling scream as he's staggering and collapsing to the ground. Even his bow slipped from his grasp. Most in the audience didn't know what had happened, but someone explained that Lin had used a targeted skill, meaning the archer had no chance to dodge it. Meanwhile, Lin let out a sigh, knowing this was exactly what he didn't want to happen. Since this skill, even if he had controlled to inflict the least amount of damage, it was still simply too painful. Within just 1 second after the skill was cast, Lin looked at him and then apologized, and the archer, gasping for breath, looked at Lin, still having a bit of terror in his eyes. Surprises come when least expected. Watching from the sidelines, Su Sheng broke out in a cold sweat, looking at Lin as if he were a monster. Just how many tricks did Lin have up his sleeves? He murmured to himself. Afterward, the archer was teleported off the stage while a healing spell was applied onto him. His initial screams unnerved the spectators, who now looked at Lin with an edge of fear. With the third round complete, Lin claimed his reward, and unhesitatingly chose to continue the challenge. In the fourth round, the audience held their breath, as a sword and shield knight stepped onto the stage, wearing the same platinum battlefield set as the previous archer. Surprisingly, he was only level 45, just 3 levels higher than the level 42 archer in the previous round. Many began to question the supposed difficulty of this round. Why was it rumored to be extremely challenging? If it was just one level 45 professional, why had no one ever cleared it? The answer came in the next moment. To everyone's astonishment, several other professionals appeared behind the knight. They were all level 45, a fully formed 5-man squad with an archer, a mage, an assassin, and a support. They too had worn the same platinum battlefield set. People finally realized the real reason why no one had ever passed the fourth round. The challengers had to face a well-coordinated 5-person squad who were much higher level. Lin, only level 27. Perhaps only a miracle could bring him a victory, as most lamented. Meanwhile, as the team captain, the knight looked at Lin with high praises, while exuding a powerful aura that made Lin realize this knight captain was a 9-star lieutenant, who must have fought on the UN battlefield for years. Not only that, his teammates were also at least 5-star lieutenants. It was clear that they were not to be underestimated. Lin's gaze grew more serious, but was tinged with fighting spirit. The other professionals also looked at Lin with high praise. The knight captain spoke first, commending Lin for making it this far, and saying he should be proud of himself. Lin thanked the captain. However, he added that he still intended to win today. At the start of the match, Lin slowly raised his hand with the sound of "Arise, my soldiers," and in an instant, a chilling wind howled through the arena, engulfing everything. Spectators leaped to their feet, many shielding their eyes from the gust, while others gaped in disbelief. What? How can there be so many? Someone stammered. The center of the stage was now filled with a massive army of skeletons, like a legion summoned from the underworld itself. Even the battle-hardened knight captain gulped hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the stands behind, Su Sheng and Tang finally realized that Lin had been hiding his true power all along. Not only that, he still had that massive creature he had summoned before. Is he still holding back? They both wondered. At Lin's command, the skeletal warriors charged, and the skeletal mages began casting spells. Despite their shock, the squad didn't panic. Having faced abyssal demons and outnumbered foes countless times before, they swiftly prepared for battle with the support of rapidly applying buffs to the team. While everyone else raised their weapons, a group protective barrier was quickly set up, as it briefly blocked the skeletons' attacks before the mage and archer began to cast their spells. The skeletal mages struck first, unleashing a barrage of elemental attacks that swept across the protective barrier. The knight captain bore the brunt of hundreds of skeletons' attacks, and was quickly reaching his limit and commanded his team to attack. The damage dealers finally finished casting their spells. The mage's meteor fell, and the archer's arrow storm rained down upon the skeletons, the wide Aeos skills wounding many skeletal warriors. However, the skeletal mages, with weaker defenses, were not able to withstand it, and one was killed on the spot as many others were injured. But these attacks weren't enough to turn the tide. However, the explosions raised a cloud of dust, obscuring Lin's line of sight. At that moment, a shadow appeared behind Lin. Unbeknownst to him, an assassin pulled out his dagger, aiming straight at his neck, but in the next second, Lin's skeletal armor lit up, blocking the attack. The assassin was momentarily stunned by his failed strike. He tried to retreat back into stealth, but two skeletal warriors materialized beside him, holding him firmly in place. He sensed danger, but was too late, as several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, striking him directly. He activated another skill and disappeared. But Lin's palm flashed with soul flame as he barely glazed the assassin before he ran away. And soon a scream echoed through the arena. The assassin reappeared back to his squad, and the support hurriedly began healing him as the captain anxiously asked how he was doing. Covered in sweat and trembling uncontrollably, the assassin could barely withstand the searing pain that seemed to pierce his soul. In the next moment, Lin unleashed a slowing curse, and several red shackles flew toward the squad. But before they could reach their targets, the team's support used a mass purification skill, breaking the curse. Lin sighed, realizing that his curses would inevitably be countered with high-level support. But he tried his luck. However, it didn't really matter since the squad wasn't just facing Lin. They were up against a legion of skeletons. Before long, their group's protective barrier shattered, and although the knight captain stood at the forefront, his hands went numb. After withstood minutes of continuous attack, as the skeletons closed in to form another encirclement, the team's mage cast a fire ring, scattering the skeletal warriors away. Immediately after, the archer fired an arrow with a chain symbol into the cluster of airborne skeletons, immobilizing many of them. However, he tells his squad that it won't last long. With the skeletal warriors momentarily removed from the stage's center, the squad had created a passageway, knowing it was their best opportunity to regroup and charge straight at Lin. The audience watched as Lin's skeletal army formation faltered, many now on their feet. The squad knew how relentless the skeletons were, but if they could take out the summoner himself, the rest would vanish. The knight captain led the way with his sword and shield, his teammates close behind. Lin admired their skill. No wonder they were from the Empire's military. It was his first time fighting professionals with such exhilaration. He became more excited as the fight went on. He then let out a smile, while telling the squad that he would win regardless. What followed was a flicker of green flame that ignited within his palm.
The rest of them quickly formed a battle line and charged forward. Suddenly, a spark appeared from Lin's palm, hurling a ball of flame towards them. In the blink of an eye, the knight at the forefront clenched his teeth. The pain was so intense that it was as if his soul was being scorched, causing him to stagger to the ground. The rest of them didn't seem to be doing much better, as they all gritted their teeth, suppressing their urge to scream. Moments later, the support on the team was the first teleported off the stage. Seeing they had lost their support, the knight captain knew their chances were slim. Despite facing hundreds of skeletons, their soldier spirit kept them from giving up. The knight roared, activating his limitless defense in a desperate stand. The team rallied behind him, charging forward with all they had. But they were quickly surrounded by skeletal warriors from all sides. Within moments, they too were teleported out. With that, the referee then announced Lin's success in the 4th round. The healer rushed to tend their wounds, and it turned out they were okay, just exhausted and not gravely injured. Lin, meanwhile, had minimized the damage from his soul flame. The entire arena fell silent, not just shocked to see Lin's ability to defeat a group of high-level professionals instantly, but also because he might have just been the first to have ever conquered the 1st round. Yi and others below cheered, speculating excitedly if Lin might be able to beat the 5th round too. However, Tao Tao's gaze lingered on Lin, even after knowing Lin for so long. She was amazed at just how far he'd got. As for the 5th round, there's no way of predicting since no one had ever made it this far. Oliver and Emma looked incredulously towards Lin on the stage, perhaps about to witness history, or maybe witness Lin's name etched into the history of the professional competition. Anyway, the prize for the 4th round was 2 brilliant intermediate skill scrolls. The referee's voice trembled slightly as he asked Lin if he wished to continue. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin nodded while saying he wanted to continue. some of the audience had speculated that there's no such thing as the 5th round. Perhaps even the officials themselves had never expected anyone to make it this far. Yet, history was about to unfold before them. After minutes of eerie silence in the arena, a figure suddenly appeared midair. However, he isn't Lin's opponent for this round. The guy floating midair was dressed in an exquisite robe, holding a beautiful staff with long black hair and a youthful appearance. His voice was also gentle. Turned out that he was here to announce the rewards for the 5th round, a high-level magic potion and a brilliant high-level skill scroll. The entire arena erupted into excitement at the revelation of the rewards. These items were valued highly, even for professionals who had gone through 3rd-class transfers. Clearly, the values were beyond mere money. Lin, not yet a 2nd-class transfer professional, was on the cusp of acquiring them. Though the 5th round hadn't yet begun, people already started to believe that Lin would once again come on top. Lin himself was equally surprised. He knew well that the higher one's level, the lower the chance of obtaining a new skill, especially high-level ones. The brilliant high-level skill scroll would guarantee him to obtain a high-level skill, and the high-level magic potion, like its lower-level ones that he has, would permanently boost his attributes. However, instead of mere hundreds, this one will boost it by 20,000 after the 3rd-class transfer. Kinda broken, as he recalled the words of his teacher, White Divine. Perhaps this was the real reason why he had urged him to go as far as he could in the challenging matches. Clenching his fists, Lin was ready to win it all. Amidst the crowd's high expectations, the 5th round officially commenced. In an instant, several figures appeared on the stage. Unexpectedly, all were level 50 professionals, and every one of them had a rare profession. This very squad was unique from the rest, comprising a paladin, elder Salen, an elemental mage, a shadow mage, a flame sorcerer, and an elf summoner. Not only that, this lineup was perfectly equipped to counter Lin's legion of skeletons. Not only were they composed of powerful AoE skills, crowd control, and group cleanses, but the paladin herself was incredibly tanky while being a natural counter to the undead, and most importantly of them all, the elf summoner's ability to reset skills. At this point, Yi was visibly anxious. Clearly that the officials had deliberately chosen a lineup to counter Lin. Meanwhile, on stage, seeing this team, Lin knew the battle would be tough, perhaps the most challenging he had faced yet. He realized he could no longer afford to hold back. Well, looks like our boy is going full out. The 6 of them faced Lin, weapon drawn and ready to burst into action. However, they were slightly surprised to be recalled from the Yuan battlefield just to be told to defend the stage. But considering the higher-up serious attitude towards this kid, they didn't take him lightly. As the match commenced, each member of the team knew exactly what to do. The support quickly buffed everyone, and Lin, not to be outdone, donned his skeletal armor and summoned his legion of skeletons. On the other side, having not witnessed Lin's previous battles, were momentarily taken aback by the sight, but quickly regained their composure. The team captain, the female paladin wielding a shield, positioned herself at the forefront while the rest of the team began casting, aiming to obliterate Lin's skeleton army in one fell swoop. At that moment, Lin summoned his scythe, its chilling sensation spreading even to the spectator seats. Su Shen, recognizing the scythe, immediately knew what Lin was up to. Just then, the DPS on the team had completed their casting. What followed was the 2 very powerful high-level area attacks, Meteor Fall and Rain of Fire, alongside Cloud of Slumber, which was an AI crowd control skill. Right after they finished casting their skills, the elf summoner also called forth her summoned creature, shrieking as a burst of light enveloped each team member. This was the creature's special ability, Skill Reset, allowing the skill's cooldown to reset and use the skill immediately after. With the situation escalating, Lin's expression grew intense. He swiftly used soul summoning, and the next second, the Hell Outpost Guardian appeared on the stage. The sudden appearance of the massive guardian on the stage stunned everyone. Nobody expected a boss from a hell difficulty dungeon to appear in the midst of their battle. Even the 6 of them found themselves momentarily taken aback by its immense size. Lin, seizing the moment, called forth our good old friend Undead General, who Lin plans to use to help maximize the effectiveness of his skeleton army. With the Guardian on one side and the Undead General on the other, with the skeleton army rapidly forming a battle formation in front, everything that happened so far, in real time, was just mere seconds. Quickly, the first barrage of spells struck. A volley of meteors and fireballs rained down, instantly annihilating many skeleton warriors. The third skill didn't land, rather formed a cloud right above the skeleton army. As the second wave of enemy skills was about to hit, the Guardian spread its vast wings, shielding the skeletons with its own body from the incoming attack. The powerful figure now watching from the sidelines recognized that this was not the actual dungeon boss, but a soul manifestation. However, it was the first time he had seen someone summon a hell difficulty dungeon boss, piquing his interest in the Necromancer profession even more. Despite some skeletons falling to the 2 rounds of attacks, they did not let their guard down. The paladin quickly used a group protection spell, raising a protective barrier that enveloped all of her team. Then it was Lin's turn to attack. He signaled the Guardian, who leaped forward with a huge cleaver in hand and struck fiercely at the paladin at the forefront. The barrier rippled under the impact. However, it didn't break. As a massive cloud formed overhead with thunder rolling, raindrops began to fall onto the skeleton army. In an instant, the flames in their eye sockets flickered out, and their spines bent as they succumbed to sleep. But this was only a momentary setback. The Undead General, wielding his scepter, unleashed a deep red glow that radiated outward. The skill cleansed the control skill as if answering a call to arms. The skeletons raised their heads once again, their eyes reigniting with flames. While clutching their weapons, they pressed forward once more. With a ferocious roar, the Guardian gathered strength for another strike. Meanwhile, the Shadow Mage watched in disbelief as his prized cloud of slumber was easily countered. The Guardian struck again, slashing at the barrier. This time, it managed to create a tiny crack. The elf summoner, quick to react, and her summoned creature used the skill reset once more. The paladin swiftly reinstated another group's protection, erecting a new barrier around the team. This isn't looking very good for Lin. The enemy's skill cooldown was exceedingly short, and allowing the continuous resets was highly disadvantageous for him. He knew he needed to eliminate the summoner and her summoned creature first. But how? Meanwhile, on the other side, Aya's skill doesn't seem to do much good for them, as the team decided to focus their attacks on Lin himself. Several powerful single-target spells flew towards him. Lin didn't dodge. Instead, he fortified his skeletal armor, testing whether it could withstand the onslaught of level 50 mages. As the skills landed, cracks appeared on the armor. Although he had withstood the attack, it was a close call. However, Lin was not overly worried. He got really high spirit points and get plenty of mana. He could basically indefinitely reinforce his skeletal armor if he wanted to. Just as he was thinking of his next move, a swamp appeared beneath his feet, perhaps another control skill from the Shadow Mage. However, they never expected that Lin's skeletal armor was immune to all control effects. At the same time, a few skeletal warriors materialized around him, and under the Undead General's command, the rest of the skeleton army charged forward. The Shadow Mage panicked, realizing that not only could his skills not control the skeletons, but they also had no effect on the summoner himself. Within seconds, the skeletal warriors began to chop on the barrier. The paladin felt the strain. She was barely managing against the Guardian alone, and now, overwhelmed by the added pressure from numerous skeletons, she knew she couldn't hold much longer. She desperately needed a skill reset, but the summoner's creature lay casually on the ground, seemingly enjoying its afternoon nap. The elf summoner tried frantically to rouse it, but having used the skill reset twice in quick succession, the creature needed some rest. As the guardian roared, followed by another powerful strike, the barrier finally shattered, much to the disbelief of the paladin and the astonishment of the spectators. A level 50 paladin's barrier had been breached. The rest of the skeletal warriors closed in rapidly. The paladin, still at the forefront with her shield, directed her teammates to attack. In quick response, a mage deployed a fire resistance ring, repelling the nearest skeletons, and immediately followed with a wall of fire, pushing back more of the attacking skeletons, buying them just enough time to have the creature use another skill reset once more. The paladin swiftly reinstated the group protection, a new barrier materializing around the team. She took a deep breath and realized just how close that was, as the paladin prepared to keep doing this and simply exhaust Lin. She suddenly heard a voice asking, "Are you sure about that?" To her shock, Lin infiltrated their formation and now standing boldly among them, flanked by 2 skeleton warriors. They all had one question in their mind. Did this dude forget he was a mage? How dare he get so close? Lin didn't give them any time to react as countless red shackles appeared, landing on every one of them. Lin knew his curse wouldn't hold them for long, but it just needed to buy him enough time. The paladin's eyes widened at the thought of something. Just as she was about to yell out, it was too late. Just as she had expected, Lin's target was not them. Rather, it was the summoner's creature. In the next moment, the 2 skeletal warriors raised their great swords and, with a rampage strike, brought them crashing down on the creature while taking a nap. Lin then quickly retreated a few steps and raised his hand, and with a thunderous boom that echoed across the arena, he unleashed Corpse Explosion. In Lin Moyo's desire to end the fight, he wants to use the Elven Summoner's Summoned Beast, because a level 50 Summoned Beast should have very high HP. That's why his skeleton warriors will find it even more difficult to kill it. But even so, Lin Moyo learned from it. Because the stronger its HP, the better the situation would be for him. Because his Corpse Explosion will be even stronger. More than a dozen skeletons now surrounded the summoned beast. But it still doesn't die after just one skill. The summoned beast uses a healing spell on itself. But even so, he can't protect himself. Because if not for the healing help from Elder Shilin, it should be dead by now. As Lin Moyo enters the barrier, the rift between the mages becomes a close battle. The Shadow Mage continued to use his control skills on the skeleton warriors, approaching until a great number of them are present, and can't move like sticks stuck in the ground. In an instant, the Shadow Mage was able to flatten the skeleton warriors with his control effects. Even though the Shadow Mage's control skill continued to be used on the skeleton warriors, they are still able to get close to the summoned beast, which is Lin Moyo's biggest problem. And finally, they managed to kill it, even before the opponents understood what Lin Moyo was planning. Their summoned beast is losing its life. When the summoned beast died, it let out a loud roar, which was followed by a tremendous explosion that shook the entire arena of Nanhong City. Now there's a display of corpse explosions in combat. This red explosion was engulfing the entire area and from where Lin Moyo was already. And his skeleton warriors can only kill the summoned beast. Starts an explosion engulfing all the enemies present. The knight who was protecting them all was hurt by the explosion, and the shield it used to protect them disappeared in an instant. When the shield was gone, protecting the holy knight's fellow mages also devours them and can no longer deal such powerful damage, is now caused by the corpse explosion. Even Su Sheng, who was just watching from the side, was just surprised, and could not understand what was happening and what was that skill that Lin Moyo used. He was pulled back from the strong wind caused by the corpse explosion, while showing a funny face that Lin Moyo would surely love to see. That attack was so strong that he couldn't believe that Lin Moyo was hiding something from him. Even the onlookers are now being blown away by the powerful winds produced from the powerful explosion. Just like Su Sheng, they were wondering what was happening now. They were not able to follow what was happening inside the ring, so they were left wondering if someone else had exploded, causing the chaos. They still couldn't really see anything else because the inside of the ring was covered in dust from the explosion. It also doesn't help that the corpse explosion destroys a large part of the ring and holes it in, which involves flying a lot of chunks of rock. When the Holy Knight lost consciousness and fell to the floor a little, he immediately returned to his person. He just wakes up while seeing that all his colleagues are now in the other ring, and he is the only one left. While panting and having a lot of scars, the body tries to stand up despite the dust and jumbled parts of the floor. It was only thinking that his shield was broken in just a second that they were not even able to counter it. He tries to look for his teammates inside the ring, but he can't really find anything and realizes that he is really the only member of their party left in it. It was just sweating while wondering what happened in that 1 second. When the dust settled a little, the Holy Knight could see in front of him that he was surrounded by skeletons. Above him, a massive undead outpost guardian stared at him, eyes glowing and ready to finish the fight. In addition to this towering skeleton, he was also surrounded and stared at by approximately 100 pointed skeleton warriors and 100 skeleton med-ages who were ready to fight if the Holy Knight tried to leave. Seeing so many skeletons in front of him, the Holy Knight was sweating even more as he looked at his right eye that had received damage. He squeezes it and a little blood comes out. The Holy Knight could only say that it looks like this competition is really strange, and he didn't expect it. He just grinned and bowed as a sign of his surrender and acceptance of his defeat against Lin Moyo. The Holy Knight just raised his head while giving Lin Moyo a thumbs up while telling him that he was really overpowered. The Holy Knight is now reassured and informed that due to the presence of a young professional like Lin Moyo, he no longer needs to worry about their future. The Holy Knight no longer chooses to fight Lin Moyo's skeletons that fill the entire arena. He would rather give up than fight a battle he knows he will lose. After praising Lin Moyo, he was just beating his way out of the ring while Lin Moyo was sending all his skeletons back inside his space summon. With the surrender of the last member of the mage party, the announcer is now announcing that the winner of the 5th round of the challenge match is Lin Moyo. As soon as the announcer said who won, Ning Yinon was already celebrating, hugging and approaching Zhang Tao Tao. It shouted to everyone while blushing with joy that Lin Moyo was able to win the challenge match. After a lone person crushes a level 50 mage party, there is now a deafening celebration with all the onlookers shouting Lin Moyo's name. All those watching in the arena are now giving Lin Moyo a standing ovation as their effort in his Cat Angie Tinging show and giving them the opportunity to see and watch a breathtaking match where a level 27 professional went 1 versus many against a party consisting of 6 level 15 high-level professionals. Because of this achievement of Lin Moyo, people are celebrating because the fight he showed is enough to write his name in history and not forget him for a very long time to come. The Grand Mage, who was just standing in the void, gradually increased the desire Moyo in his eyes. It comes out now and shows where in just a compass of his hands the prizes for the 5th challenge match appear. From where the high-level magical potion and high-level flash skill scroll now appear. Lin Moyo now looks above him and sees a bottle of purple gold potion and a glowing purple scroll approaching him. As he looked very lightly at Lin Moyo, the Grand Mage smiled at him and let him know that what he had shown was not so bad. The Grand Mage is now also giving Lin Moyo's future rewards for his victory. Lin Moyo now collects his 2 priceless treasures that he won in his storage space. My uncle is now Lin Moyo to show his respect and gratitude to the elder for the rewards. Lin Moyo is now starting to wonder if there will be a 6th round for the challenge match after the 5th round which he won. He is still thinking about whether he should continue the challenge match, but before he can make a decision, his communication device in his hand now begins to give a notification. This gets Lin Moyo's attention, and when he looks at it, he sees that it is from his master telling him to continue the wonderful display. When he saw the message from Beishin, Silent Moyo just held his breath, and there was nothing he could do because it was his master who was training him, and it seemed that his fight would end here. He just waved and chose not to continue the challenge because winning 5 rounds of challenge matches is one of the unforgivable achievements that is why his name is sure to spread in the world of humanity. For him, the game is over, and he doesn't want to watch the next matches because if it wasn't for Beishin's plea that Lin Moyo join the competition, he wouldn't even try to come here and watch. Maybe he just went there not to get involved and instead just look for his older brother, Lin Mohan. From his experiences, going to the professional tournament gave him a lot because he was not only able to find Lin Mohan, but also gained a lot of practical experience and a lot of high-level items. When Lin Moyo was about to leave with Naning Yi and Zhang Tao Tao to the tunnel, they were now stopped by a man calling Lin Moyo's name. The 3 of them turned around, and when they saw it was the Grand Mage earlier who was just watching and gave rewards. While facing this elder, Lin Moyo asks what he needs from them and what service they have for him. This elder introduces himself as Jin Pong. When Lin Moyo heard this name, he immediately recognized that it was Elder Jin Pong, who was one of the 12 council members of the Xianxia Empire. Lin Moyo is now starting to get serious again and is now facing Elder Jin Pong quite aggressively. Also because of his experience with Elder Zhu Wei, who was a fellow council member of the Xianxia Empire who betrayed their country and joined the camp of Abyss Demons. Lin Moyo can't be fooled anymore when it comes to things like this especially, and it ensures that he won't be able to fight a professional like Jin Pong. He feels that his breathing is controlled, but Lin Moyo immediately feels that he must be a top professional who exceeds level 80 and is not yet at the level of his master, Bai Zion. Jin Pong doesn't show any bad reaction to all of them and just smiles while asking Lin Moyo if he is a student of Ziyujing Academy and the one who managed to become their country's top scorer this year. Lin Moyo immediately confirms that what he says is correct. Ningyi was just surprised by his presence but was not too interested in just knowing Jin Pong because he had seen many such people who were at that level in his entire life since his acquaintance with Ningyi Ran. Now Jin Pong informs Lin Moyo that he happens to be a temporary visiting professor of Ziyujing Academy and belongs to the same mage class as Lin Moyo. Jin Pong now expresses his desire to take Lin Moyo as his student if he is willing to accept his offer. Zhang Tao Tao was just surprised by what he heard and wondered if Lord Jin Pong's words meant that he wanted to take Lin Moyo as his disciple. Silent Moyo did not think about this offer anymore and just bowed in front of Jin Pong while apologizing and thanking him for his kindness, but Lin Moyo could not accept it because he already had a guru. Upon hearing Jin Pong's answer, he was just surprised and intrigued, which is why he asked Lin Moyo who he was. Jin Pong was just surprised because who was able to go ahead of him to take this young professional as his disciple. When Jin Pong asked Lin Moyo's communication device immediately rang. This ringing caught the attention of both of them, and Lin Moyo now smiled slightly as he informed Jin Pong that the message was coming from his master. Jin Pong now begins to beat a little while ordering Lin Moyo to receive a message because he also wants to know who dares to steal his future student. In Jin Pong's eyes, Lin Moyo is a truly rare talent, stronger than those at the very top of Sheijingzi Mansion, which is why he really wants to know who is Lin Moyo's lucky master. Lin Moyo now answers the call from his master and now shows a disgusted Beishin asking Jin Pong his junior, who from what he heard is trying to steal other students. When he saw his senior on Lin Moyo's communication device, he was shocked and scared because he recognized who this person was. Little did he think that what he was trying to rob was the legendary Beishan. Jin Pong now laughs shyly as he tells Beishan that he had no idea that Lord Beishan had become Lin Moyo's master. Beishan is now telling Jin Pong not to have any idea of stealing Lin Moyo from him because she is his student. Now Jin Pong is embarrassed as he approaches Lin Moyo while apologizing and informing that if he had only known that he was the disciple of Lord Beishan, he would not have dared to go there, and even approached him to offer to be his disciple. Beishan now praised him for what he is doing as a father and said to remember to tell everyone present to hide the important information about Lin Moyo and make it a top secret. Jin Pong immediately accepted this order from Lord Beishan. He tells her that he shouldn't worry because he has already done a great job of hiding the information about Lin Moyo. They need to do this because Lin Moyo is a cat-Angie tangy genius, and deservedly receives so much attention. That's why the Xiangxia Empire will immediately make sure to hide all the important information about Lin Moyo, because there are too many chances if where geniuses are killed. In order to prevent the fall of their geniuses that should be a pillar for their future. The Xiangxia Empire has done a lot for this, and this important information can only be seen by high-level officials such as Zhu Wei, who is a member of council who defected and was a member of the Demon Worshipping Association. Bai Xian just keeps talking and letting Jin Pang know that he won't waste any more of their time. He tells her that when the competitions are over, he should bring their entire group to Bai Xian's place because he and Meng Anwen have something to say to all of them. They had something to discuss and Bai Xian was sure they already knew what it was about. Jin Pang listens carefully to everything Bai Xian tells him and confirms Meng Anwen. The expression on Jin Pang's face was different because he knew that his dealings with the demon-worshipping cults was no joke and was taking it too seriously. Jin Pang, Bai Xian, and Lin Mo, you are leaving now. Bai Xian is now praising his disciple because he has shown so much beauty, but now he needs to return as soon as he can because he will give him a new mission. Lin Mo Yu immediately followed this order and now put down his communication device. Their other companions, Duan Gao and Mao Yu, were also arriving, and when they were all finished, they were now walking to leave to go to Xiangxia Academy. They don't need to stay there anymore because the challenge match for Lin Mo Yu is over. As soon as Lin Mo Yu returned to Xiangxia Academy, he immediately headed to the student dormitory where he was staying. Inside his room, he continues his meditation and sits on his bed. He is now starting to drink the magic potion that was his prize for winning. As soon as Lin Mo Yu drank it, its effects appeared as the colorful energy appeared around him. He is also gradually adjusting the inside of his body and using all the energy that comes from the magical potion. When he drinks the magical potion, he immediately feels a warm current of energy flowing through his body. This warm energy flows into his joints and bones. Just by eating it, all of his attributes were able to increase by 200 points, and now his strength, physique and agility are at 710 points, while his spirit is at 2800. Now that he is able to use the magical potions, Lin Mo Yu is just happy because with the magical potion he is able to increase his stats, not only his spirit. As a professional who is at level 27, his strength, agility, and physique are only at 510, which is very low, while his spirit is only at 2700, which is higher than the combined of his three attributes. Increasing all of his attributes is not just a small effect. He just thought that if he could increase his attribute to be like his skeletons, then he would definitely be very strong. It's a shame because his talent leveling is only for his skills and has no effect on him. After adjusting his energy and adding the benefits from the magic potion to his attribute, he immediately went to his master. To pay respect, his master pours Taya into a cup Silent Moyo and offers it. When the two met, Beishan immediately praised his disciple. It says that Lin Moyo's performance in the competition is not that bad. When Meng Anwen heard this, he could only say how Lin Moyo's performance was not that bad because no one has ever done what he did to last 5 rounds in a challenge match. Meng Anwen added that Lin Moyo was much stronger than his master in his youth because he was only able to pass 3 rounds. With this insertion by Meng Anwen, Beishin just screamed in annoyance and asked if they couldn't have a peaceful conversation without him. If Beishin had calmed down now and was taking the taya that his disciple was offering him. He starts announcing his next mission and instructs him to go to the duplicate hall and level up to level 30. He says that he will take Lin Moyo somewhere after he is done with it. When Lin Moyo heard this, he wondered why his master wanted to send him to the dungeon hall. You are now asking his master if it wouldn't be faster if he goes and trains inside the arena. If he does this, he will be able to spin money. Beishin opposes him and says that Lin Moyo should stay inside the academy for a few days because he showed so much beauty and people are still very warm to him. He informs Lin Moyo that it will be very easy for others to look down on him and not believe in following him. He added that he was worried because in recent years so many geniuses had been killed within their Shen Xia empire that he should be careful. He wants Lin Moyo to stay inside the academy because it is safer than outside. The two are still exchanging conversations and Beishin is giving his disciple reminders and advice from which it will be known that Beishin really has a real concern for Lin Moyo. After their little conversation, Lin Moyo was now leaving to go to the dungeon hall. As Lin Moyo leaves, Meng Anwen now asks Beishin where he will take Lin Moyo this time. While answering seriously, Beishin tells Meng Anwen that if Lin Moyo doesn't go to that place, how can he be considered a true professional, and for Beishin it would be better if he gets there sooner. Meng Anwen asked him again if he wasn't worried that it might be dangerous for his disciple, and Beishin even went to that place after his second job evolution. Beishin just tells him that it is too long if they wait for Lin Moyo's second job evolution, and besides that, Lin Moyo is even stronger than they both thought, which surprised them. Because of what he showed during the challenge match, Beishin was sure that his disciple would not die that easily. In addition, as long as Lin Moyo's Jin Tanger remains inside the spirit temple, he can be revived to die inside the place they are going to. Lin Moyo, on the other hand, is now heading to the dungeon hall and facing this place that he hasn't been to for a long time due to his busy schedule. He did not expect that he would be sent back here. The atmosphere of the dungeon hall was very pleasant, and he was surrounded by young professionals who were in awe of his presence. Upon entering, Lin was quickly recognized by many. The results of the professional contest spread like wildfire, especially since Lin had beaten all 5 rounds in the challenge matches, making him an idol to many of the students. The ones who had previously been carried by Lin already believed that Lin would become a divine-level professional in the future, and even considered telling their grandkids about the time they were able to team up with Lin. However, he didn't get ahead of himself, recalling his teacher's advice, and realized that he was indeed becoming the center of attention. Whether this is good or bad, only time will tell. It wasn't long until Lin spotted Harmony, who greeted him with a warm smile. They quickly began chatting. Harmony seemed to become a bit more outgoing, but her attitude toward Lin hadn't changed. Seems like Harmony's information broker business was thriving, happy to support an old friend's business, and transferred 100 points to her for a dungeon recommendation. With a grin and a thumbs up, Harmony guided him to a dungeon which she thinks is perfect for him. The two walked to the entrance of a dungeon, the Fire God's Palace, a level 32 dungeon accessible to professionals between levels 27 to 37. However, there were only normal and nightmare difficulties, with information on entry costs and cooldown times also provided. However, what surprised Lin was the record time for clearing this seemingly ordinary dungeon was 8 hours and 32 minutes. What made it more odd was that it hadn't been broken for many years. He wondered why this dungeon, with a maximum difficulty of nightmare, took so long to complete. Harmony chuckled and clapped Lin on the shoulders, began explaining. Turned out that this dungeon was one of the 5 elements series. Other than the 4 common elements such as wind, water, fire, and thunder. There was also a lesser-known element, light. Each element corresponded to a specific dungeon where, with some luck, one could obtain elemental shards. Legend had it that collecting shards from all 5 elements would yield extraordinary rewards. However, what exactly these benefits were remained a mystery, as no one had yet managed to collect them all. Intrigued, Lin scanned the hall for dungeons associated with the other elements. Currently, only 3 elemental dungeons were present. Fire, which allows professionals to enter at level 27, and water and wind, which required a higher level to access. The remaining 2 elements were up to Lin to discover on his own. Harmony, who is fully aware of Lin's ability, believed this dungeon wouldn't pose much of a challenge to him, which was why she recommended it. With a grateful nod to Harmony, who also waved at him and wished him good luck. Then, choosing the nightmare difficulty, Lin stepped into the dungeon. Immediately, he felt the intense heat filling the space, with flames scorching everything in sight. A short bridge stretched across to the other side, under which flowed molten lava. Simply standing there, Lin began to sustain continuous elemental damage. His skeletal armor flickered continuously as he crossed the bridge, and continued deeper into the dungeon. The reason for the long completion time became apparent. A typical team would need constant healing to advance even a few steps, not to mention the downtime required for a healer to regenerate mana. As Lin navigated through the dungeon, he quickly realized that a single healer wouldn't suffice in such an environment. Likely needed 2 healers so they could take turns healing. Soon enough, Lin encountered his first monsters, 2 level 32 flame sprites. Their gaze met, and almost immediately, the flame sprites began channeling a spell. Despite their relatively lower stats, they were equipped with special traits, like immunity to fire elemental damage, and only take 50% of any physical damage. The 2 flame sprites each hurled a fireball at Lin. Instead of dodging, he wanted to test out the damage with his skeletal armor. Although slightly frustrated that he couldn't use his corpse explosion on these elemental creatures, he was quickly reassured that these mobs were no match for him, as fireballs harmlessly bounced off his armor. He then summoned several skeleton warriors in response, although flames quickly appeared on the skeletons, causing continuous damage. It wasn't enough to halt their steps. With great swords drawn, the skeleton warriors charged and swung at the flame sprites. Soon, 2 system notifications popped up. Defeated level 32 flame sprite, experience gained 640,000, obtained flame core. As expected, upon their death, the flame sprites dissipated into the environment, leaving no corpses behind. After dispatching the flame sprites, Lin summoned additional skeleton warriors and sent them in various directions to scout and engage any monsters they encountered. As the skeleton warriors explored the map, Lin realized that the dungeon also contained other types of monsters, and there was a fair bit of them. Thinking quickly, Lin decided to use a more efficient strategy. He summoned more skeleton warriors, planning to have the skeletal warrior lure them out and gather all the monsters in one place. Not long after, the monsters in the dungeon began chasing the skeletons like a tidal wave. The skeletons sprinted through the lava caves, drawing out one creature after another, effectively gathering them near the entrance. Standing at a high spot, Lin watched as monsters entered his attack range. He started with a slow curse to reduce their speed, and then the skeleton warriors turned and delivered a rampage strike on one of them. As soon as they killed the first monster, Lin raised his hand and unleashed a corpse explosion. The powerful blast enveloped all the monsters, swiftly annihilating them. The impact was so intense that the entire dungeon began to tremble, causing the flames on the ground to blaze even more fiercely. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon hall, people were just doing their own thing, until sparks began to fly from the entrance of the fire god's palace. Heads turned just in time to see flames roaring out of the dungeon entrance. Almost in mere seconds, the entire entrance was engulfed in flames, causing the nearby professionals to take several steps back. Confused and shocked, the dungeon information had been updated. Slowly appearing as it turned out, the hell level difficulty was now available. Inside the dungeon hall now, the flames engulfing the dungeon gate of the fire god's palace were getting even hotter. It spread even more, much to the concern of those present. The professionals present just noticed why the fire god's palace suddenly had a health difficulty. And why is it changed suddenly if there is still a professional in it? They just couldn't understand what was the reason for this sudden change, and why, for as long as that dungeon copy has been there, it has been inexplicably disappearing. That's why those present are just wondering who is inside the dungeon right now. Now inside the garden of the Shajing Academy, Ningyi Ran and Meng and Wen are hanging out here, where Ningyi Ran was suddenly alerted because she was the consort of the dungeon hall. Is he who has the highest authority for that? He knows everything about the dungeon hall and everything that goes on in it. That's why he was the first to notice the abnormal changes within the fire god's palace. Meng and Wen saw the sudden change in expression on Ningyi Ran's face, and it is now being asked what went wrong and what is the problem. Ningyi Ran explains that the principal of the Shajing Academy is under her. All changes within the Paralan and now only have hell difficulty activated within the fire god dungeon. He informs Meng and Wen that Ningyi Ran just checked who entered that dungeon, and he makes Meng and Wen guess who it is. While drinking his tea, MWNG and Wen kept saying, because he says this, it must be that boy, the perpetrator of the changes happening now within the fire god's palace. Knowing that Lin Mo Yu was inside the dungeon made Ningyi Ran wonder if this boy's target now was the elemental fragments. Ningyi Ran explains that only by opening the hell difficulty will the elemental fragments have a chance to emerge and manifest. Meng and Wen added that in order to unlock and trigger the hell difficulty, a professional would need to kill a large number of monsters in a very short amount of time, which will have a massive effect on the dungeon's flow, which will cause a major change. Knowing the young Lin Mo Yu's abilities, they understood that Lin Mo Yu could consume such a large number of monsters at once. Even so, Ningyi Ran doesn't want to accept this and says that even if he manages to enable and shovel the hell difficulty of the fire god's palace, he still can't be sure that he will get and the elemental fragments will come out. Ningyi Ran recounts that she had tried to do it when she was young and she couldn't even do it. This old man knew all kinds of conditions for dungeons, and when it came to the knowledge of so many dungeons, Ningyi Ran was second to none. He tried it years ago and threw the best party to try it, but it still didn't work. The fire god's palace needs 2 supports which will cause their strength to weaken, which can be used to finish off the monsters in it and weaken the attack power of the party, which is why they are unable to open the hell difficulty, which makes it very impossible to get the elemental fragments. Despite this, Lin Mo Yu accidentally managed to unlock the hell difficulty after only a few repeated bombardments of the monsters with his corpse explosion. Even though Ningyi Ran doesn't want to accept what Lin Mo Yu has done, Meng Anwen only tells her that she should be careful with what she says, especially when it comes to Lin Mo Yu's ability, because she can't underestimate it especially and never fails Lin Mo Yu when it comes to showing them surprises. Inside the dungeon, Mo Yu is adamant that the fire elemental damage they are receiving seems to be getting stronger. His skeleton warriors around him take more damage from their surroundings, and his armor takes more of your spirit than before. The flames surrounding his skeleton warriors grew even more fierce and became even stronger, turning them into walking flaming skeletons. When the difficulty of the dungeon was first changed, it would take 10 hours for the skeleton warriors to burn to death, but now that they are going to hell difficulty, it is reduced, and now it will only take 3 hours for the skeleton warrior to die, using fire elemental damage from their environment. Lin Mo-yo didn't know that the difficulty of the dungeon copy he was in was now being raised to hell difficulty. His skeleton warriors now continued to rush towards the fire elves present. His skeleton warriors help the fire elves they fight, and they can't do anything against their sword. In his fight with the monsters, Lin Mo-yo begins to notice that it seems that the monsters they are fighting now are getting stronger. The former fire elves that his skeleton warriors were able to kill in seconds were able to last longer and survive more attacks from his skeleton warriors. The fire elf who should have died now to 2 consecutive attacks from the skeleton warriors is able to survive and even return attacks. Because of this, Lin Mo-yo just realized that there was a change inside the dungeon, and that's why he knew that he had to end it immediately. His skeleton warriors must now hurry to find the boss of the fire god's palace so that they can finish this dungeon, because otherwise he knows that his skeleton warriors who are there will burn to death. Because of his understanding, he immediately ordered his skeleton warriors to speed up their tour and explore every corner of that dungeon. After a few minutes, his skeleton warriors were able to find the entrance and where the dungeon boss was now. He looks at the map in his mind as he assembles his skeleton warriors and sees that there are 4 entrances to the cave, and the structure inside that dungeon is the same as the anthouse and all the tunnels are connected to it, but something only one came out. He knew from his map that this exit was very steep, and if he didn't go through the entire cave he didn't think he would be able to reach the exit. No matter which entrance he goes through, the outcome will be the same, and they will go. Silent Moyo continued his walk while looking at the map in his mind. He was a little annoyed when he saw the whole map. Why does that cave need 4 entrances when only one is needed to reach the dungeon boss? It is not necessary to do this for a dungeon copy, only inside the dungeon hall. Lin Moyo was now able to get to where the dungeon boss of that place was. When they got there, a big palace would appear. This arrow is surrounded by fierce flames, and all its poles are made of fire. On its side were 2 stable pillars with 2 balls of fire, and above the palace there was a floating large eye made of fire, and its appearance seemed to be the same as that of the Flame Demon King. As Lin Moyo and his skeleton warriors gradually approached, this big eye suddenly opened itself. It started screaming and attacking the intruders in its territory. Seeing the sudden awakening of the eyes, Lin Moyo was surprised. Its presence sends a little fear to Lin Moyo because of their previous encounter with the Flame Demon King, who inflicted massive damage on him. With this sudden shout of the big eye, the atmosphere is also starting to disappear. The place they were standing was shaking now, and the lava surrounding the entire area was shooting up towering towers of fire. Even the entire palace disappears as if it were a living being. Those fires were already enveloping Lin Moyo and his troops, which is why they decided to double their speed to reach the other side. As he ran, Lin Moyo strained the tightness of his skeleton armor to fight the blazing heat of the place. The burning flames now fall to the ground, causing explosions and flames to spread around them. After that, there was a sudden loud explosion, and the skeleton armor surrounding Lin Moyo started to glow, which only signaled its activation and successfully blocking the incoming injuries. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors could do nothing but take damage from the explosions that caused the flames that enveloped them to intensify. They continued to run until they all reached the front of the palace, which now opened and 2 gorges came out. These are called Fire God Palace Guards, which are Hell difficulty elite monsters that are level 35 and have 16,000 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 16,000 physique. Other than this, it has the skill Flame Sweep and a trait that gives it immunity against all fire elemental damage. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors and the fire god's palast guards begin to face off. These Gorjangs are wearing flame armor and holding their flame spears. At the same time, lovable monsters appear that look like lizards. Lin Moyo just noticed from the description of them from the system that they are monsters from hell difficulty. Lin Moyo is just starting to run away because the dungeon has been new for a long time, and as far as he remembers, there was no hell difficulty in the one he chose earlier, so it is impossible that he chose the wrong difficulty. It also made me wonder if he had hit something, and if he just triggered some kind of hidden mechanism that caused that sudden change. Seeing the presence of intruders, the Gorja immediately rushed to exterminate the insects, but Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors bravely rushed immediately to bury it. Even though it has received severe damage from what they went through earlier, it still has enough strength to fight. Even so, the Gorjas managed to finish off both of Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors in a flash. This is confirmed by the system showing and announcing the passing of the two skeleton warriors. Apart from Lin Moyo's two skeleton warriors being quickly pulled by the Gorja is also able to stun the surrounding skeleton warriors with his finishes. From what is shown today, his opponents now understand that Lin Moyo seems to be going through health difficulty, which is also the reason for the rapid drop in HP of his skeleton warriors. To be sure of his whereabouts, there is a simple way that Lin Moyo knows to know if he is really in health difficulty, and this is to look at his storage space. As soon as he looked at it, he immediately knew that he couldn't use his storage space and release other items that only became a clue that the dungeon he was in had changed difficulty. While looking at the guardian of the fire god's palace, who is at level 35 and has a stupid attribute of 52,000, he immediately received it. He doesn't refuse this offer, and it's also great that the difficulty of where he is increasing because the experience and equipment that will be rewarded are greater. He also experienced the health difficulty of other dungeons. His only problem is the appearance of these monsters that give a control effect to his skeleton warriors. The Gorja's fire sweep skill will be a real problem if his soldiers keep losing consciousness. This is what Lin Moyo hates the most, and that's why he now has to pull out his Thanatos scythe. When the monsters he fights have the ability to stop the movement of his skeletons, they become even scarier than his fellow professionals, sometimes so the best solution is to use his weapon to use its skill. After taking out his weapon, he aims it forward and now summons his skeleton general. It eagerly follows and shows up in front of Lin Moyo. It quickly used its military strength skill to strengthen Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors who were there and remove the control effect they received from the Gorjas. The red wave of energy now envelops the entire area until it finally restores the consciousness of all the skeletonaries that received the control effect. They liven up their spirits and regain their vitality. As soon as they regained their senses, they immediately ran and now charged with their swords at the enemies. Now that the skill used by the Gorjas is under cooldown, the skeleton warriors rush fearlessly and strike the Gorjas, causing them to die. You inform the system to Lin Moyo that he will get 3 fire crystal cores. In addition to this, killing a level 34 fire god's palace guard gives 360,000 experience. When Lin Moyo saw that the corpses of those he had killed by the Gorjas did not disappear, his face began to light up as he could finally use them for his corpse explosion. As he and his skeleton warriors looked at the remaining corpses, now Lin Moyo was just happy, because now that they had corpses they could use, it would now be easier for them to clear the dungeon. Lin Moyo knew that there was no time left for his skeleton warriors who were there because of the massive damage they had received. In addition to this, the fierce fire continued to envelop them, gradually burning them and draining their HP. Lin Moyo knows that even if there is no monster to escape from them, his skeleton warriors will not last long, So he just orders them to go and finish their last mission. He orders his skeleton warriors who are there to rush to Palazzo now. Silent Moyo just held his breath as he watched them go to their last Himlian. Just as Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors landed in the Palazzio's territory, the huge floating fire above the Palazzo immediately began to vibrate and sound its alarm. The entire Palazzo began to become alert and seemed to be alive. The big eye from above now begins to send out massive, powerful beams of energy towards those who invade its territory. In an instant, Palazzo is able to kill the skeleton warriors that are now charging at it where Silent Moyo can't do anything for them. The system just informs Lin Moyo that 12 of his skeleton warriors have now been destroyed and are resting permanently. After Lin Moyo's brave skeleton warriors rushed inside the Palazzo, it was now activated and the Palazzio's defense was now fully operational. The big eye made of fire was shining even more now, and its flames were still waving, now spreading all over the place. After this conflagration, the gates of the Palazzo now begin to open. From the inside, a large number of Fire God's palace guards quickly came out raising their spears, which only indicated that they were ready to fight the intruders in their territory. When Lin Moyo saw the exit of his opponents, he was only happy because the timing of their exit was very good. He informs that if they had waited longer in their exit and had waited for their appearance, the corpses they had gathered might have turned to ashes, and they could have used them. To stop these Fire God's palace guards from attacking, Lin Moyo immediately uses his slow curse skill. When he uses it, a lot of red chains immediately come out towards his enemies. From Lin Moyo's crown, these chains extended and wrapped around all the guards present. This skill of Lin Moyo is able to stop all the Fire God's palace guards from their immediate action and making their attacks. They were unable to land and just stood there waiting to see what would happen to them. When the skeleton warriors saw that their opponents could not move, they immediately threw the corpse of their fellow guard to themselves to use their master for his corpse explosion skill. He threw it quickly, and when it reached the top, near the guards, Lin Moyo immediately used his corpse explosion on the corpse. A crimson explosion was happening right now that the guards couldn't even defend because they were bound by the chains of the slow curse. The explosions from the slow curse continued, and as the deaths from the explosions increased, more and more explosions were now enveloping the entire area. Nasus Era blocked all the other paths of the explosion. As Lin Moyo watched his creator, he couldn't stop laughing at the destruction his skill was doing and just wanted the explosions to continue. His view is very bright, and he is just happy because of the amount of experience that is entering him now. After the Fire God's palace guards guarding the open gate were exhausted, the loud explosions that shook the entire place also stopped. After the last loud sound, Lin Moyo now passed him and approached the gate to enter. He walked all over the place now that the entrance was open and no one was watching because he was able to consume it immediately. The only thing left in the area was the dust that had been stirred up and scattered by the explosions. Silent Moyo was casually walking around with some of his flaming skeleton warriors while his skeleton armor was still activated. As soon as he entered the palace, he immediately felt that the fire elemental damage he was receiving was more severe than outside. You can notice this from Kangxia Omo by his spirit and the shine that his skeleton armor emits that accepts all the damage that his environment throws at him. When he entered the palace, Moyo immediately noticed that he was in a garden. There is a lake in it and flowing lava instead of water. It was unlike any garden that Lin Moyo had ever seen in his entire life, because that place was surrounded by a mountain of fire and flowing out of it was lava. In addition, the place emits a scorching heat that is even hotter than outside the palace. It can be taken like this in the present time of the Philippines that I don't know if Satan is here. The air inside that garden was very hot and was enough to damage his skeleton armor. As Lin Moyo observes inside the garden, He notices in the middle of it a flower that Lin Mo-yo does not understand why it is in the middle. It looks like a beautiful flower whose whole body is like crystal and shines brightly in the middle of the lake of fire. You bloom here and dance in the middle of the magma, which is a beautiful sight for Lin Mo-yo. All he knew was that it was very strange for something like this flower to appear under such a harsh environment. Lin Mo-yo now brought 2 of his skeleton warriors closer to the flower to look at it. As they continued to burn, they closed the distance and fearlessly approached the flower. When the skeleton warriors were on the edge of the rock, love suddenly disappeared around where they were standing, and a huge wave appeared that engulfed the skeleton warriors who were there and burned their bodies. Due to its extreme heat, these skeleton warriors die immediately as their HP is already very low. The system informs him that 2 of his skeleton warriors are now destroyed, even though he is surprised to see that he still passes Silent Mo-yo to come here and try to touch this different flower in the middle of the place. Even before Lin Mo-yo could touch this flower, a large hand formed from the lava that gradually approached Lin Mo-yo's position. When Mo-o tried to take the strange flower that was in the middle of the big lake of fire, a big hand made of pure lava immediately appeared, slapping him away from it and not wanting him to come near the flower. Just by the movement of this big hand, the lake of fire was disturbed and a lot of lava was scattered in the area. It seems that Silent Mo-o was not really carried away, and after his skeleton warriors were beaten to death after he sent them to try to take the flower first, he was the one who was now being chased away by the big hand. Mo-o will do a quick backflip to avoid this big hand and not take serious damage from it. With the speed of his jumping backwards, he was just trying to regain his balance, and while holding his hand on the ground to adjust himself, he immediately summoned his skeleton mages. The ground is colored blue as its skeleton mages come out now ready to fight. His eyes are shining, and with just one command from Mo-o, he immediately prepares them for their attacks. They are preparing various elemental attacks, except the fire elemental, because Mo-o already knows that it won't work on any monster inside the fire god's palace. The skeleton mages prepare their ice storm, tornado storm, and fire thunderstorm. After a bit of preparation, these skeleton mages unleash their elemental attacks. These types of elemental spells just go and hit the giant hand made of lava. Their attack was successful, and strong white smoke was now coming from the big hand because of the ice and wind elemental attacks sent by the skeleton mages here. Lin Mo-o could see that this giant hand seemed to have sensed the damage and was able to quickly return to the lava in an instant. Lin Mo-o was just surprised by what he saw because why the big hand was running away now. He added that this was his first time seeing a monster that could run and retreat after receiving damage. He couldn't believe that he was just being run over. But it looks like he was wrong because in the next second, a large lake of lava starts to boil very aggressively and suddenly something moves from under it. The boiling lava was now spreading all over the place until Lin Mo-o could now hear a heartbeat. A heart made of pure fire now appears in the flower that repeats a faint beat. From the lake of fire now rises a great being in the shape of a man. This monster finally gets out and gets rid of the excess lava from its body. They also see a giant monster made of fire with a height of 10 meters, and only that flower can be seen on its body. This flower seems to be planted in his heart that rises and falls with each heartbeat. This monster is the Fire God Palace Gardener, who is a hell-level boss. It is at level 36 and has 20,000 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, 20,000 physique, and no skills except for its special ability of having immunity against fire elemental damage. As Lin Mo-yo saw it, he could only comment that its attributes, which reached 20,000, were not that bad compared to his skeleton warriors. If all of its attributes are added up, it will reach 60,000 points, and even if it loses its tagline skills, a normal attack is enough to cause a headache to him and his skeletons. Outside of that dungeon, he was no longer afraid of this kind of monster. But it was different inside the fire god's palace because he could not use his skeleton warriors in their best condition, and he could not release his full force there because otherwise they would need to receive the full fire elemental damage coming from the environment of that dungeon, so there was no reason for him to use all of his skeleton warriors. This is where a problem comes in, because if he doesn't summon a large number of his skeletons, he can only guarantee that it will take him a long time just to kill the boss monster in front of him. Just now that he brought out his skeleton mages, they were still suffering from fire elemental damage, and he was sure that they wouldn't last long. This was not his only problem, as the fire god palace gardener now began to scream, causing the large lava lake to boil even more violently. Eyes like pillars of fire are now spreading across the sky and returning to the ground, causing lava to spew throughout the garden. Most of these just return to this gardener's body, making him even stronger. To help him fight, the fire god palace gardener Lin Moyo now unleashes his skeleton warriors, who are immediately sprayed by this monster. They didn't even do anything, and as soon as they came out of Lin Moyo's space summon, they were all immediately attacked by the fire god palace gardener. As the lava continues to pour out, causing fire elemental damage to the skeleton mages who are already outside, and to Lin Moyo as well, he is about to send out more skeleton warriors to help him. Tens of black shadows appear around Lin Moyo, who eventually turn into skeleton warriors. As he summoned these additional skeleton warriors, he immediately ordered them to quickly head back to the palace and drag back the bodies of the palace guards that had just died for Lin Moyo to use. These skeleton warriors run fast and follow Lin Moyo's orders. Now that his skeleton warriors were gone, they were left with Lin Moyo, now facing the fire god palace gardener with his skeleton mages to disrupt it and buy enough time for his skeleton warriors to return. Now that he was facing the fire god palace gardener, they just raised his left hand and prepared his soul blaze skill that caused blue flames to come out of it. Lin Moyo immediately released this ball of blue fire towards the direction of the fire god palace gardener. Lin Moyo aimed correctly and was able to hit the head of the fire god palace gardener. This giant made of fire was reeling from the attack made by Lin Moyo and was trying to recover from the painful feeling this skill was causing. The damage that Soul Blaze allows cannot be considered very low and can only be compared to the skills of his skeleton mages who have higher attributes than him. And its stronger tagline is the pain it makes the recipient of the attack feel that will never be forgotten. After a few seconds, the fire god palace gardener was able to immediately pull himself back together, now even more angry at this intruder who had not only messed up his place but also hurt him. Now that it was receiving enough damage and also feeling how painful the attack that Lin Moyo made on him was, the fire god palace gardener quickly launched its own body towards Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo did not move and only faced this disappearing giant. He faced it fearlessly as the fire god palace gardener unleashed his blow. He just stared at the approaching man with his fist in his face, and he didn't even try to avoid him or run away from him. Lin Moyo is just calmly waiting for the right opportunity for his next planned move. Now that the fire god palace gardener was in the right position, Lin Moyo immediately took the opportunity to use his slow curse to heal the movements of this huge monster. This is his solution so that the remains of the skeleton warrior will not be erased from its powerful blow. While the fire god palace gardener was still positioned to punch, the red chains now wrapping and binding him began to tighten. It tries to break free from Lin Moyo's slow curse, but it can't do anything to free itself from the chains. Lin Moyo was just there watching the situation and trying to control his chains while waiting for his skeleton warriors. After a few seconds of his preparation, his skeleton warriors that he sent to the palace to bring ingredients arrived just in time. While the skeleton warriors were running quickly, dragging the corpses of their slain palace guards. At an order from Lin Moyo, these skeleton warriors approach the fire god Palace Gardener and throw the corpses in front of the dungeon boss. There are so many corpses in the air now that Lin Moyo is just waiting to land at the right distance. The fire god Palace Gardener just stood there and did nothing while watching the corpses of his fellow monsters inside the dungeon. It just makes one wonder what Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors are doing. Now that these corpses are at the right distance, Lin Moyo just points his palm at the corpses and uses his corpse explosion skill. Even though the corpses of these palace guards have been dead for quite some time, the tagline of its vitality and mana is also reduced, but it is better than nothing. Lin Moyo blasts these corpses into the air, causing a massive explosion that engulfs almost the fire god Palace Gardener's entire body. The explosions continued one after the other, and Lin Moyo did not spare his skills as he continuously used his corpse explosion. As long as Lin Moyo has enough spirit, he did not need cooldowns for his skills, and so far Lin Moyo has not found any skills that require cooldowns. With the help of these explosions, Lin Moyo is able to find out its weak points. After the fire god Palace Gardener received all the explosions, it developed cracks and wounds on its body. From these fissures that are created, lava flows out of the direction and rains them all down. This wave of attacks did not end here, as the skeleton warriors were throwing stones at the next group of corpses. After it reaches the right distance, Lin Moyo again uses his corpse explosion and seals it with his mana and immediately explodes in front of the fire god Palace Gardener. As these explosions continue, it just steps back and tries to block the explosions, but it doesn't do anything. It only covered what it could see, which the skeleton warriors immediately took as an opportunity. As the dust caused by the series of explosions cleared, the skeleton warriors were now running out of corpses to throw at the fire god Palace Gardener. It can only be seen that it is running out of energy and receiving massive damage from the series of explosions from Lin Moyo's corpse explosion. The skeleton warriors who were flying in the sky were just preparing their swords to strike this enemy. The fire god Palace Gardener was no longer able to stand up to the small skeleton warriors compared to him, including his inability to defend against a combination of attacks consisting of elemental attacks from the skeleton mages, rage strike of the skeleton warrior, and Lin Moyo's soul flame. This fire god Palace Gardener's body was just dissolving and lava was gushing out from its body. A notification also appears from the system informing that he is able to kill the fire god Palace Gardener, which gives him 160,000 experience. Apart from this, Lin Moyo also receives the fire god key, which can be used as a key to open the true fire god temple. Lin Moyo also obtains the fire god flower, which can be used to awaken the fire god. Lin Moyo faces these rewards that he is now walking to approach, as his skeleton armor continues to shine only as he continues to take damage. Lin Moyo was now reaching out his hand to take the fire god palace flower and the fire god key, but now there was no giant hand to disobey him and try to seduce him. When Lin Moyo took his rewards, the lava was now immediately gushing out at the same time as a stone path appeared, which gradually appeared to point the direction to the deeper part of the dungeon. Lin Moyo was walking fast and pushing down this path as he was surrounded by the disappearing lava in all directions. With the help of the path that appeared, he was able to enter the deepest part of the dungeon. He could only think that with the hell-level difficulty of the Fire God Palace he was facing now, it would be impossible to finish it without bringing along 4 or 5 supports to provide relief. The temperature inside just kept rising, and he felt even hotter. It seems that ordinary parties should not even think of entering this dungeon. This level 32 dungeon can only admit 12 people who are at level 37, the highest in its hell difficulty. And if they didn't bring special equipment, maybe the 4 supports wouldn't have arrived, because even he was only able to handle a little bit of the extreme fire elemental damage caused by the environment. Finally, Lin Moyo with his skeletons reaches the deepest part of the dungeon, and they face an area with waterfalls made of pure fire. At this time, more than 3 hours had passed since they entered the dungeon, and the skeleton mages he was carrying were close to reaching their limitation. Lin Moyo knew from his calculations that if he didn't want his skeleton mages to die now, he should finish what he was going to do in just 10 minutes. Lin Moyo looked above him and saw only one eye above that dungeon. This giant burning eye seemed to be vacant and had also been seen outside the fire god palace. At this same time, suddenly the big burning eye enters the palace from the outside and now goes above the waterfall. When it got there, suddenly the entire waterfall made of lava disappeared. The huge rocks there begin to roll as the entire waterfall stops flowing, and the entire mountain next to it is now disfigured. In front of Lin Moyo, the mountain becomes a giant, and the fire eye becomes one with it. He was now only facing a huge cyclops whose body was made of pure stone with a height of 20 meters and lava flowing from it. Its body continues to develop, and Lin Moyo can only see information about it. This lava giant is a hell-level boss that is level 38 and has 25,000 strength, 10,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 25,000 physique. It also has skills such as Death Fire Ray, Lava Spray, Volcanic Eruption, and its special ability to have immunity when it comes to fire elemental damage and stronger damage caused by its fire elemental skills. This monster's attributes in terms of strength and physique surpass those of his skeleton warriors. While Lin Moyo is now facing this monster, he is just wondering why it is a hell boss and why he is not facing a monster called Fire God. He just couldn't understand why he was facing this lava giant as an enemy. Other than that, it looks like he won't be able to use the Fire God key and Fire God flower right now. Lin Moyo now understands that the Fire God Palace and the true Fire God Temple are not located in the same dungeon. Lin Moyo just realized that it looks like completing and clearing the Fire God Palace is only one requirement before he can enter and clear inside the Fire God Palace. While Lin Moyo was trying to understand the Yayari, now suddenly the lava giant attacked, and using its skill Death Fire line sent a direct and pure fire elemental attack in a small line. He aims it at Lin Moyo and his skeleton warriors, but his skeleton warriors quickly run to Lin Moyo's front to defend the upcoming attack. In an instant, Lin Moyo's skill Death Fire line is able to erase the 5 skeleton warriors and not pass through them, breaking them all. They are unable to stop this attack and sneak up to Lin Moyo, where his skeleton armor takes all the damage. His skeleton armor was just shattering in an attempt to absorb all the damage. Lin Moyo quickly used his skeleton armor again to add another layer of armor for himself. He just thought that after they entered the dungeon, his skeleton armor was always fine, but it kept receiving damage from fire elemental damage that weakened its strength. Lin Moyo has also realized that his skeletons are not really capable of fighting this boss face to face. Now that Lin Moyo is now reaching the final stage of this dungeon, he knows that there is no reason to hide his aces as he wants to finish the match in 10 minutes, and now 3 minutes have passed. Lin Moyo is now bringing out the former Thanatos side, and he is looking to end this match immediately. He uses his Thanatos side skill and now casts Battlefield Ghost King. Just by using this skill, a lot of ghosts appear from his Thanatos side. His own Ghost King is level 39 and has 25,000 strength, 20,000 spirit, 20,000 agility, and 25,000 physique. It also has skills called Void, Enchantment, Life Drain, and Special Ability that gives him a 50% reduction in the physical damage it receives and an extra 50% in the holy damage it receives. Lin Moyo knows that this is a fight that he should not stop and will dictate the outcome of his clear. That is why he must give his best. Lin Moyo now simply summons all his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages who now join Lin Moyo's own Ghost King against the lone lava giant. In the continuing confrontation between Lovegiant and Moyo's troops consisting of his skeleton warrior skeleton mages and the battlefield ghost, Lovegiant now focuses its eye and uses its skill Fire Death Ray, which releases a direct beam of lava dedicated to Lovegiant. Battlefield Ghost doesn't budge here, just facing the oncoming attack. Lovegiant was staring at them both and Battlefield Ghost was just waiting for the incoming hot attack. Having reached the right distance, the Battlefield Ghost King uses his skill that is held in place where it directs its power to his center, and a swirling force is now forming in front of his body. When this vortex opens, it simply absorbs the surrounding objects into the Battlefield Ghost King. This attack did nothing and just penetrated the Battlefield Ghost King's body, becoming one with the void and space around it. The dark energy emanating from the Battlefield Ghost King is unmatched by the Fire Death Ray, which can cause massive damage. After getting through that attack, the Battlefield Ghost King just returns to its previous form and immediately uses its Bowitch skill. It faces the lava giant and screams loudly, while releasing a pink energy that moves away to catch the lava giant's attention and stop it from attacking for a moment. As the lava giant accepted the attack, it was not affected anymore, and the two of them just stood still as the shockwaves from the Battlefield Ghost King's screams continued to overtake him. Lin Moyo could see that nothing was happening. He realized that due to his continued ferocity and untamed by the Bowitch skill of his Battlefield Ghost King, he knew that it really had no effect. To retaliate against the attack made by the Battlefield Ghost King, the lava giant now places its hand in the vast lake of lava and uses its skill Volcanic Eruption. As soon as he applied it to his hand, all of a sudden the lava fire disappeared. When the lava giant used its skill, many Vulcans appeared from the ground, and they exploded one after the other. The land there was suddenly filled with flaming flames. Towering pillars of fire appear from this lava giant's attack. The Battlefield Ghost King was just trying to block the incoming attacks before they could even reach his master's location. The lava level of the area did not stop rising due to the continuous eruption of the volcans filling the entire area with lava. Nilin Moyo's place does not become safe until it is filled and magma covers his feet. His skeleton mages and skeleton warriors who were there could do nothing but stand on the ground that was now slowly filling with lava. They continue to take damage that doesn't help the damage they received earlier from the fire elemental damage of their environment. In their continued journey, they had no choice but to die from the flood of lava in that area. Due to the damage done, the system just informs Lin Moyo that his 10 skeleton warriors are dying. This notification was immediately followed by another informing that its 16 skeleton mages were also dying. Lin Moyo is now a bit nervous because his skeleton mages that he released earlier are also receiving serious damage, and they might not be able to withstand the continuous flow of lava that is gradually draining their HP. Lin Moyo knew that he had to hurry up and finish that laundry because otherwise he would be reduced by more skeleton mages who would drain his useless strength. The volcanoes continue to erupt while the rain of fire continues to thicken and worsen as if the entire dungeon is covered in lava. Lin Moyo now orders his skeleton mages to use their spells. They quickly follow Lin Moyo's orders and use their staffs, which they raise to use their various elemental spells. After a little preparation, they release their elemental spells consisting of lightning and ice elemental spells. A great number of elemental skills rain down on top of the lava giant, trying to block them all with his left arm, but it was unable to completely stop the incoming attacks. He was only affected by elemental skills, and his temperature gradually decreased in the upper part of his body. In addition to this, it also continues to receive serious damage from Lin Moyo's skeleton mages. It did not have its place in order, and the only thing that was done was to protect itself first from the many attacks. Not to be given a chance to recover, the Battlefield Ghost King is now rejoining the battle, pointing his right index finger at the lava giant and using his lifesteal skill. releasing a powerful beam of energy from his finger that immediately which goes to the lava giant. With the help of this attack, the battlefield Ghost King Tapia's son is able to attack the left side of the lava giant, making it even more furious. It begins to grow smaller and now steps into the vast lake of fire. With each step, the lava is disturbed, increasing its level and engulfing the nearby lands. The lava giant immediately heads to where the skeleton mages are and directly punches them. The skeleton mages who were there were unable to take action because they also had nowhere to go. Due to the damage caused by these skeleton mages, the lava giant turned its anger towards them. And he also couldn't find where the battlefield Ghost King was now using his void transformation skill. With that one simple punch, the lava giant was able to gather Lin Moyo's skeleton mages. And now the notification appears informing him that his 4 skeleton mages are dying. To prevent the disappearance of this lava giant and not to increase those who are deprived of his force, Lin Moyo is now aiming his right palm at his opponent, who is now glowing red and is now using the slokers. While facing that giant, a lot of chains are coming out that are now wrapping and chaining this giant. Just because it was bound, and there was nothing to do to break free from the chain of Lin Moyo's slokers. He just let the lava giant attack him without even moving his body. The lava giant now spits at you with its mouth and uses its lava ejection skill. In the preparation of this skill, a ball of fire is now roaring in the mouth of the lava giant that is gradually growing and heating up. While remaining bound there and unable to leave, the lava giant is now releasing a huge amount of lava, which it directly aims at Moyo and his skeleton mages. Since Lin Moyo and his skeleton mages had nowhere else to run, they were unable to escape from there where they were flooded with a lot of burning lava. By attacking this, the notification of the system only appears informing Lin Moyo that its Petuna skeleton warrior is dying. Apart from these, he also receives a notification indicating the passing of an additional 6 skeleton mages. With all that is happening in front of him, and there is nothing Moyo can do but watch his brave skeletons pick apart one by one and take the life of the lava giant. He just stood there taking in everything that was happening, while he was inside his skeleton armor that continued to light up due to the non-stop damage received from the fire elemental damage and the lava giant's attack. After the attack of the lava giant, Lin Moyo immediately gives the goof for his skeleton warriors to rush. They waste no time and launch forward to strike the lava giant and avenge their fallen comrades. Each skeleton warrior charging forward was like ants climbing the giant monster, but each of them did their best to cause enough damage to the lava giant. To help the little skeleton warriors who are doing their best to reduce the lava giant's HP, the battlefield Ghost King now joins the fight again. It aims its left hand at the lava giant and uses its lifesteal skill to gradually reduce the lava giant's HP and restore its reduced HP from clashes. In all these battles, he was only on the sidelines where the lava was disappearing from the lava, where he was watching his skeletons fight. With the continuous use of the battlefield Ghost King's skill lifesteal, it is able to reduce the tagline life force and vitality of the lava giant. It just stood there as its HP and strength slowly decreased. Its red life energy can be seen being sucked out by the skill from the battlefield Ghost King and weakening it little by little while healing his opponent. The battlefield Ghost King continued to weaken the lava giant at the same time as the skeleton warriors attacked until the lava giant briefly fell into a lake of fire due to its lack of strength due to its continued immobility and battering from the skeletons. When the lava giant soaked its body in the lake of fire, the surrounding skeleton warriors did nothing but jump from their first and leave so as not to be like their colleagues who died due to the severe damage caused by the lava to them. Because there is nothing that is beating here, the battlefield Ghost King joins it again, where he gives it a broad blow that stops it from getting up again. The battlefield Ghost King unleashes a beatdown on the lava giant with so much stun that it stops it from recovering. This manages to push the lava giant back, allowing the skeleton warriors a chance to launch again and surround the lava giant. They continue to relentlessly use their rage strike, slowly draining the gigante's HP. To increase the amount of damage it will receive, the battlefield Ghost King is also preparing its skill. It pointed its right index finger and used the skill that was suffocating, which now sent a brighter and stronger beam of pure energy towards the battlefield Ghost King. The battlefield Ghost King continued to do this over and over, with the skeleton warriors mercilessly beating the lava giant until it lost a lot of HP. Its appearance is now weakened, and the original tagline of this scorching heat is gone. All that was left was a giant who was struggling to build himself up, and his body was damaged to the point where there were so many holes in his body from the repeated use of the battlefield Ghost King's skill. To finish off the impoverished monster that was just pitifully allowed to live, the battlefield Ghost King is taking the opportunity to finish it off. It clenches its right fist and quickly unleashes a sharp blow to the lava giant's face. The blow contained an incomparable force that could be heard meeting the fist of the battlefield Ghost King and the face of the lava giant who was just retreating. The lava giant, who didn't have the energy to return any response to that attacking, was forced to receive a blow from the battlefield Ghost King. Everyone who was there was shocked by the attacking unit. What everyone noticed the most was what happened next, where the lava giant was laid to rest for life. It did nothing but return to its origin and roar for eternity inside the lava of the lava, as it had been doing before they came to Linmoyo. The system notification is now showing that Linmoyo is able to kill the leader of the Fire God Palace, the lava giant. As soon as Linmoyo saw this, he knew that he needed to get out of there immediately, because otherwise his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages would run out of HP where he didn't even bother to read the notification from his system. Immediately Linmoyo comes out of the dungeon where he can only breathe and is thankful because he is finally able to get out of there. He knew that if he stayed in it longer, his skeletons might not be able to escape, and he too might not be able to withstand the strong damage from the environment and their enemy. Linmoyo now receives a notification informing him that he managed to kill the lava giant, which gives him 3,000 experience and 800,000 lava staff, which is a gold level weapon and increases all attributes of its user by 500 points. It also increases the skill of mages by 45%, and fire-related skills increase the damage dealt by 20%. In addition to this, Linmoyo receives the Fire Crystal Fragment, where the 3 fire crystal fragments can be mixed and combined to make a fire crystal. The lava staff is the most powerful gold-level weapon for fire maids, and not just one of them. Its insane boost reaches 65%, which even other low-level platinum weapons can't compare to. But even though this Olmes is this strong, Linmoyo doesn't care about it, because what he paid more attention to is his flame crystal fragment. What is the use of mixing it and making a fire crystal? Linmoyo is just trying to look at his storage space and say hello to the condition of his skeleton warriors and skeleton mages who voluntarily return to his summoning space, where there are only 154 skeleton warriors and 100 skeleton mages who are resting, only within his summon of space. Linmoyo felt relieved because fortunately they were still there. Although some of them suffered serious injuries, others almost died. Mother Linmoyo is no longer worried about this, because as long as they can return to her summoning space of life, they will be able to heal themselves within a short period of time, no matter how serious their injuries are. In order to find out the information that he needs to know about the fire crystal, Linmoyo just went to look for Shuhan, so he looked around but couldn't find him. He didn't know where the woman went until he heard the sound of a bell ringing 3 times. When the bell rang, the attention of all those present was caught, and they all now looked at the Fire God Palace dungeon. They are just wondering who else has set a new record here since the great god Linmoyo went there. The Fire God Palace system is now showing up and showing who managed to clear it. They can only see that Lin Moyo is in the first place and the second place is unclaimed. Those present were just surprised because it seemed that the great god Lin Moyo had once again managed to set a new record for that dungeon. Suddenly, one of them was surprised and amazed and couldn't understand that if the great god Lin Moyo was able to create a new record, what happened to the record of the previous team that previously held the record? There is no reason that enters their mind why this is Boober. In the chaos of these men, there was only one who came out now and smiled arrogantly while talking complacently and asking those present if they wanted to know the reason why this happened. The people who were there looked and just wanted to know the answer from this man, where they just told this man to stop hanging them and just tell the reason. This man confidently said that the reason for all that happened was because their great god Dan Slot was able to finish and clear the hell difficulty of the Fire God Palace. Because of this, the clear time made by Lin Moyo will not be listed among the records on Nightmare difficulty. This is the only explanation this man can give why the record of the previous group that managed to get the fastest time in Fire God Balance is suddenly disappearing. It seems that the men present are not convinced and ask this man if he is serious. They told this man to stop joking because he didn't seem to have tried to enter and end up inside the Fire God Palace before. One of his companions added that he agreed with what this man was saying and did not add that the Fire God Palace has health difficulty and its only maximum difficulty is the nightmare level. The people there were just standing there and asking this man who he was fooling because everyone there knew the truth about the Fire God Palace. The man just answered and said that why would he lie to them because he was there when that dungeon was upgraded and the health difficulty was added. He also told them that if they really don't want to believe what he is saying, why don't they just look for themselves and find out the truth for themselves? All the professionals present are now scrambling to go to the location of the round ball that is spilling information about the dungeon next to it. They just can't wait to find out what the truth really is, and if this person is really lying because what he is saying is different from the truth that many know. They look at what is written and see that the clear record for the Fire God Palace in health difficulty belongs only to Kylan Moyo, who is in the first place, who is able to finish it in 3 hours 58 minutes and 22 seconds. No one follows him in the second position, just confirming what they want to know. Everyone present was surprised because why did the Fire God Palace have a health difficulty when it didn't before? Now they were all convinced that this dungeon was indeed an upgrade. What is even more surprising to the people present is that they have an incomparable and surprising gap in the power of the great god Silin Moyo, because what he did to clear the health difficulty of the Fire God Palace is twice as much faster than the previous party's record on Nightmare difficulty. Even if Lin Moyo did this fast, those present knew that there was a good chance that this was not the limitation of their great god, Silin Moyo, and that his record could be lowered even further. While the people inside that dungeon were rioting, Lin Moyo managed to sneak out of there without being noticed and was playing with the fire crystal fragments that he got from the dungeon. He was just thinking that it looks like he needs to go and ask his master Bai Shen about what the actual use of those fragments is. In the chaos of the people present, a group of students called Dean Zio is heading now. His party gathered in front of the Fire God Palace after they heard the news that the hell difficulty of the Fire God Palace was being opened. All of them are heading in the hope of getting the record and taking it back from Lin Moyo. One of his dogs now asks Zio if they are really going to go after him again and try to finish it off. This man is just content to shout, and his companions say that of course they will do it, and why can't they finish that dungeon? He was just telling his companions that their party consisting of 12 people could not fight and surpass the record made by only one person. This man wants to fight against the great god Lin Moyo and prove to himself that this man really has no conscience. Now facing the group led by Bailey Sheng, they could only see the event inside the dungeon hall. As soon as he heard that there was a dungeon copy that had suddenly been upgraded, he immediately gathered his staff and immediately rushed to go there. He's stuck there now because he wants to get the rumored elemental shards, because he's finished the Fire God Palace on Nightmare difficulty many times, but he hasn't pulled even one fire elemental fragment from there. He wasn't the only one who didn't get the fire elemental fragment from the Fire God Palace, if not the others too, so he just asked his grandfather, who was the principal of Bailey College, where he was told that elemental fragments can only be obtained from Hell difficulty. That's why as soon as he heard that the Fire God Palace was the dungeon that was suddenly upgraded and had Hell difficulty, he just headed there. As the grandson of the principal of Bailey College, his dogs only call him Dean Zio or Yang Dean. Currently, Bailey Sheng is at level 37, so if he leveled up, he would not be able to enter this dungeon. His companions, consisting of 12 people including him, are also of high level, with level 35 being the lowest among them. All members of Bailey Sheng were wearing a full set of gold level armor. All of them are also full of potions, and with the Hell difficulty of the dungeon, their storage space cannot be used, so they are taking them out to be prepared. At the same time, Bailey Sheng also prepared many fire-resistant amulets for his colleagues to increase their resistance against fire elemental damage for a long time. His whole group is ready not only to set fire to the new Hell difficulty of the Fire God Palace, but they are also ready to set a new record here. Bailey Sheng was just looking at the state of the dungeon record because the original record had been erased and the new record had not yet been entered, so he believed that no one had recorded a new record yet, but he could only see that the Lin Muyu's name there as well as his clear time. His time of just over 4 hours is now surprising everyone who was there with him, while he was just angry because he didn't think that it was Buisit who got it again. He couldn't hide his anger and now assured that he would show Lin Muyu and make sure to break the record he had set. Moving now to Bai Shen's yard, where there were only the two of him and Meng Anhwa drinking cha and eating some sweets. They can only see that suddenly someone is teleporting in front of them now, and this teleportation formation they can already sense who it is. When Lin Muyu came out of there, his master just asked him with a wide smile if he was the one who did what he heard about the dungeon upgrade that happened earlier in the dungeon hall. At the sudden smile of his master and the act that was done just now, Lin Muyu was embarrassed to answer and confirm this question. He just approaches his master and says that even though he was able to clear the Hell difficulty of that dungeon, he is still something that cannot be understood. That's why he goes to his master's crown just to ask for help to understand if what will he do. Lin Muyu now brings out the flame crystal fragment along with the Fire God key and Fire God flower. Lin Muyu just made it hard because he couldn't give them to them because the Fire God key and Fire God flower were already hidden in his soul and only he could possess them. Nabai Shen and Meng Anwen looked closely at the items that Lin Muyu had obtained from the Fire God Palace and immediately recognized the flame crystal fragment. When Meng Anwen saw the flame crystal fragment, he just smiled at Lin Muyu, telling him about the talk that he must have heard that when he gathered all 5 pieces of elemental fragments, something very special would happen and weird. Now Meng Anwen understood that the legend about them was true, but that was not all the truth involved in it. Gossip that is spread and heard from outside is not that effective. Meng Anwen explains the truth is that by combining the 5 elemental fragments, he will be able to obtain the elemental divine stone. Because of this, Meng Anwen also asks him if he has managed to get the Nirvana crystal, which Lin Muyu confirms. Meng Anwen explains that the elemental divine stone has the same function as the Nirvana crystal. The elemental divine stone can increase the chance of having a job evolution when the 3rd advancement comes. When Lin Muyu heard this, he was surprised and asked Meng Anwen if job evolution is really possible when the 3rd advancement comes. Lin Muyu could only think because he didn't think it was possible and that a professional could become even stronger if he could achieve it. Meng Anwen confirms this and explains that for high-level legendary class professionals, they are required to undergo 2 job evolutions. In their paths, the second one is more difficult than the first one, where different treasures and methods will be needed just to achieve it. Because it is so difficult, only a few succeed, so the chance to get it is very low. Despite the reduced chances to hit it, the elemental divine stone gives a huge boost where it increases the chance of hitting it by 30%. When Lin Yuyu heard this, he could only realize that it looked like a very beautiful item. He could only understand from the explanations that the elemental divine stone was a very important item if he wanted to become even stronger. Because of the benefits he had heard about the elemental divine stone, Lin Yuyu could only think that he really needed to get his hands on that item. With the magnificent effect of the elemental divine stone, Lin Yuyu could only understand that it would be difficult for him to complete it all and obtain the ingredients to form it. Meng Anwen continued to explain to Lin Yuyu that as for the true location of the fire temple and the true strength of the fire god, they still had no information about it. He says that even they don't know anything about it, so Lin Yuyu will have to discover these things by himself. Other than that, the last copy of the lightning and light element was hard to find because the legend of the elemental divine stone was handed down from a professional a long time ago. This professional was said to have been able to complete the 3rd evolution, but too much time had passed for them to know if it actually happened. Patanji of the strength of these professionals just want to know how strong the fire god really is. They also advise him to keep the fire god key and the fire god flower because he might use them in the future. The god levels of these powerhouses are also only human, and it is impossible for them to know everything. From what these 2 elders told him, Lin Yuyu would not be disappointed because it was enough for him to know how beautiful and how the flame crystal that he got could help him. He also understood that it didn't seem like he could use the fire god key and the fire god flower at the moment. Lin Yuyu was just backing away from there, and I bowed to show and express his gratitude to these 2 senior professionals. He also informs that he will leave for now and will continue his focus on the goal. When they left the Silet from the garden, the 2 elders continued to talk where Meng Anwen just asked Bai Shen if he hadn't been to the Thunder Palace before where the Thunder Elemental Fragment might be. Meng Anwen wondered why he had not told the information about that place to Lin Yuyu. Bai Shen simply explains that all those events and experiences he experienced were from a decade ago in the middle of their battle against the Abyss Demon King. Bai Shen only saw him when they were inside the U8 battlefield, and after their fight he suddenly disappeared. He didn't want to send Lin Yuyu to that place first. He was too weak right now. What Bai Shen wanted was to let Lin Yuyu get stronger to defend himself before letting him go to the U8 battlefield. Now they both know where the 4 elemental palaces are crowned, but there is only one that remains a mystery that no one knows where it is located. They didn't have any remaining information on where the Holy Light Palace was located, with the rest yet to be found, where even Bai Shen didn't know where it was hidden. All they can do is wait for what Lin Yuyu will do, because he can only rely on his own luck to find where that last dungeon is. After Lin Yuyu regained his lost spirit and summoned more skeletons to fill his summoned space again, he immediately headed inside the dungeon hall. As usual, there are still many professionals who are there and waiting for their chance to enter the dungeon they want. While now facing the dungeon gate of the fire god Par-Ace, Lin Yuyu was only thinking that he needed to get more fire elemental fragments because this matter was very important for his companions. He wanted to give Ningyi and his older brother Mohan a chance to get a 3rd job evolution as well. He wanted to take the opportunity to get a lot of fire elemental fragments for all of them. While facing the dungeon gate, it suddenly trembled until a group of people appeared outside the dungeon. This group was made up of Bai Lai Sheng's dogs that were now coming out of the Fire God Palace and were full of gallows. They were engulfed in flames from the scorching heat of the fire elemental damage from the environment of the fire god palace. All of them could only look at the gate as they were full of anger, and now very ashamed of their current importance. As soon as they come out of the dungeon, their therapist and healer immediately begin to give them healing and prevent the damage they receive from continuing. Bai Lai Sheng's party backs up and runs out of the dungeon with a lot of energy on their faces as their journey to the dungeon copy ends thanks to a mishap. While still panting and sweating from their experiences inside the dungeon, Bai Lai Sheng only thought that their preparations for this were complete, which is why they did not succeed. He also brought 4 healers to help them, but they still failed. Not only did the monsters grow stronger within the fire god palace, but also the burning power of the fire element they received. Even if their 4 healers in their party are spoken to give heals, they are still under a lot of pressure to keep up with the damage the entire party is receiving. Every step they took inside the dungeon was very difficult, and after 2 hours of minimal attacks, they were forced to retreat in shame. While even his colleagues who are still panting from what they have been through will be hurt by their appearance, and even though they have completed their preparation, it still ended in failure. Bai Lai Sheng now realized that the difficulty was so high that he believed it would be impossible for other parties to pass it. While they were all messing around, someone was talking behind them, telling them all to step aside from his path because he wanted to enter this dungeon copy. These scumbags were just coming out of the rioter's dungeon, which is why they were just blocking Lin Mo Yu's path. Bai Lai Sheng immediately turned around while yelling at who he thought was the one who was keeping them aside. He tells her why she is in such a hurry and why she shouldn't just go to another dungeon copy. Bai Lai Sheng was in a very bad mood right now along with his very bad behavior, not because of their shameful clapping, but because Lin Mo Yu was able to succeed. That only proved that he was weaker compared to Lin Mo Yu. He was just surprised by what he was seeing now because he was now facing what he hated. His eyes widened when he saw that Lin Mo Yu was now in front of him. He fearlessly faced Bai Lai Sheng and his dogs who were just sitting there. He asks Bai Lai Sheng if his skin is itchy again and wants to feel his specialty soul blaze. His face scrunched up as he looked furiously. But when deprived of the nylon plague, his expression changes immediately. Bai Lai Sheng's eyes were filled with hatred along with fear. But the reason for this fear is Bai Yu, and because she still remembers what happened before. He knew that he couldn't mess with Lin Mo Yu especially, and Bai Sheng was supporting him. They just repeated the plague what he said, so Bai Lai Sheng gave up and signaled his colleagues to stand aside for the real king. In addition to this, there is also a law within the dungeon hall that cannot block others from entering the dungeon copy that they want, so Bai Lai Sheng also needs to obey the law. There was nothing he could do other than Lin Mo Yu would just check to pass them all like they were garbage scattered on the side. It immediately heads in front of the dungeon copy and immediately selects its difficulty. Now that he also sees that the dungeon cooldown for him is gone, that's why he can enter it. He didn't hesitate and immediately chose the hell difficulty of the Fire God Palace. Lin Mo Yu let it in, much to Bai Lai Sheng's surprise. He instructs his companion to use the dungeon detector to see if what he sees is correct, and his companion confirms it. Bai Lai Sheng's annoyance is now even worse, and he just wants to know and see if he can really finish that price, even though there is proof in the record that he did it. This mother whore doesn't really know how to give up. She just orders her companions to stay and rest outside the dungeon first, where they will talk about how to finish the dungeon now. He knew that they were able to finish that dungeon, but they still lacked their technique and method. Lin Mo Yu was now entering the Fire God Palace for the second time, and the feeling he was getting here was very different from the last time he entered from there. After he was enveloped in white energy and his teleportation ended, he immediately used his skeleton armor to protect himself from the fire elemental damage caused by his environment. He immediately runs and heads to where he needs to go, because he knows that he still needs to save time, and only later will he use his skeletons to trap more monsters. Lin Mo Yu is able to travel quickly inside the dungeon, especially with the help of the information he gathered from his first entry here. He immediately goes to the bridge where he is now facing the Fire God Palace, who is still guarded by the guards. As soon as the guards saw Lin Mo Yu, they were shocked. They just breathe deeply in silence and use his skill to summon his skeletons. Upon his summoning, 4 skeleton warriors appear. Lin Mo Yu knew that he first had to gradually release his skeletons so that they would not receive continuous damage, and it would not be difficult for him to send them flying again with his space summon. He was now ordering his 4 skeleton warriors to go ahead and draw the attention of those weak monsters that they would use later. He added that they needed to leave the corpses of the monsters first and not let them burn from the lava that was scattered all over the place. After several minutes of non-stop fighting, Lin Mo Yu's skeleton warriors were able to chase down the guards that were preventing them from entering the palace. As if to stop the lava from burning these precious corpses, Lin Mo Yu can use later, the skeleton warriors put spikes in the ground where they put the corpses of the enemies. How many barbecues are now placed inside the Fire God Palace that they put there for a short time to collect? Lin Mo Yu was just happy with the results of what his skeleton warriors did. Next, he gives the order to prepare those corpses, and then they will now fight the lava giant. With the help of their strategy, he will be able to save an additional road that only Lin Mo Yu and his skeleton warriors can pass the enemies who tormented them at first and are now heading towards the cliff where they face the lava giant now. His skeleton warriors just followed him, carrying all the corpses they kicked from the palace guards. As before, the lava giant is now rising from the loss of lava that is there, and this monster with only one eye is now focused on all of them. Just like the first strategy that Lin Mo Yu used, he now takes out his Thanatos sickle and uses its evocation skill to summon the boxer. For the second time, the battlefield Ghost King and the lava giant face off again. They just stared until Lin Mo Yu made the first move. He walks to the edge of the cliff and aims his left palm at the lava giant. It uses his slow curse skill to execute their strategy again. A lot of chains are now coming out from behind the chisel and are now heading towards the location of the lava giant. It is now wrapped in so many red chains that prevent it from moving at all and from stepping on the apoig lava. Lin Mo Yu wasted no time stopping its movement and was unable to destroy more of his skeleton warriors. After slowing down and completely stopping its movement from where it was, Lin Mo Yu immediately ordered his skeleton warriors to throw stones at the corpses of the guards. There were so many bodies flying towards the location of the lava giant, and when it reached the right distance, Lin Mo Yu now used its skill. With his use of corpse explosion, Nam Agent Thongan is now his spirit, these corpses that are now exploding in front of the lava giant. This explosion was so vast and so powerful that it disrupted their environment. Following the first strategy, Lin Mo Yu's troops stay there first, and in order to cause damage and join the fight. The battlefield Ghost King now points his right index finger at the lava giant and prepares his skill, which is stun, to gradually rehab it and reduce the enemy's HP. The Ghost King's attack goes out like an aura, piercing the chest of the Hell difficulty boss, due to continuous attacks one after the other. The Hell boss is unable to understand anything because the fire is spread all around him. And there are different type attacks are hitting him, which are giving him a lot of damage. Meanwhile, some skeleton warriors also jump to attack him with big swords in their hands. Their number is very high, and they are continuously attacking that Hell boss. Here, the sound of people shouting outside the dungeon starts coming. That someone has broken the dungeon record again. Dean Xiao, sitting on the ground, is a little surprised to hear this. Then one of his team members goes and whispers in his ear. Dean Xiao, this is Lin Moyu. He has set a new record. As soon as Xiao hears this, he stands up in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? Didn't that kid just enter the dungeon? All the hunters standing outside started talking among themselves. I told you this was not the limit of the great god Lin. Then the other hunter also says, I am afraid that no one can ever break that record. Only great god Lin himself can do it. Our hero's record of clearing the hell difficulty of this fire god palace is in the first place. His clear record is 1 hour 12 minutes 24 seconds. Currently, there is no one in the second place. At the same time, Dean Xiao gets very nervous and surprised after seeing this clear record. Because this 5-year-old nightmare difficulty is many times faster than the clear record. Xiao was initially planning to take on Lin. But once he sees this good performance by our hero, he is left simply clenching his fists in anger, as Lin's true fighting power is not something Xiao can fathom. Here our hero had come out after clearing the dungeon, and he starts selecting hell difficulty to enter the dungeon again, which Xiao is watching from a distance, and on seeing this, his courage breaks down again. At this moment, Xiao stands like a statue and people's voice comes from behind him, re-entering right after getting out. Great God Lin is really hard-working. This is the difference between Great God and us. Everyone is looking at our hero like a god. Everywhere people just talk about our hero do. To which Dean Xiao gets very sad and asks his friends to go back, because his morale got broken due to our hero's presence here. So he does not want to grind this dungeon. After clearing the dungeon, our hero's level finally increases. And at this time our hero's level has become 28. His strength is 740, constitution is 740, and agility is also 740. Then our hero sees some people coming. And the other hunters present there also see some people coming. Some people from Genesis College come to this area, and all the hunters are surprised to see them. People from Genesis College rarely appear in public, and every one of them is mysterious and arrogant. Why are they here today? This is what is bothering everyone. All these people have very good equipment. Everyone is surprised to see their equipment. Goblin King Ring, Flame Bug Necklace, Wind Spirit Earrings. They are all boss accessories. These people from Genesis College come very proudly, and without looking at anyone, they directly enter the Fire God Palace. Seeing them going inside, everyone understands that sure enough, they have come here to clear this dungeon. Then Shu Han comes and calls our hero's name. And as soon as our hero looks back, he thinks of talking to her. Then everyone's eyes fall on some other team too. This team is also a legendary type of team, just like Genesis College. This is also a college which is a well-known college. People from Blazing Emperor College have also come here in large numbers. They also have very good equipment. And these people are also moving directly towards the dungeon. Seeing which people start saying, seems like the Blazing Emperor College and the Genesis College are facing each other. Our Roman 11 Jinping Academy has 3 top colleges, and the number 1 college among these is Chuang Xin College. Shu Han then tells our hero that among them, Chuang Theological College is superior, and the remaining 2 schools can only compete with each other and be the second best. They probably heard the news about the dungeon upgrade, and wanted to take the opportunity to compete for the dungeon record. But I think no one can overtake you. No matter how much they struggle, they will probably still be second best. Our hero sees the other team that this is the case, and the guys from Blazing College also enter the dungeon. Here in Beishan's courtyard, everyone is watching that dungeon live. Meanwhile, Ning also says, Chuang Shi Academy and Yanhuang Academy are indeed here. It seems that Yanhuang Academy will be 1 step ahead this time. Yanhuang Academy is led by the Holy Fire Knight this time. This profession is extremely resistant to the fire element. With the fire insect ring, I'm afraid you won't be afraid of the fire element in the dungeon. The pressure on their therapists has been reduced a lot. Beishan was sitting quietly for a long time, listening to their conversation. Then he too smiled a little and said, I can't compare to the old man's creation seminary, so I can only fight for these every day. It's a pity that this time the dungeon record has to be suppressed by Lin. They are still the second best in 10,000 years. Ning is sipping tea and watching every moment of the live dungeon, when he sees that Lin has entered the dungeon again. Seeing our hero going to the dungeon again, Ning gets a little angry that the boy wants to move fast. He is very bad. Lord Meng sitting next to him is also surprised to see this and says, just like Bai was in his youth. Beishan then laughs and says, however, it would be a good idea to crack down on people who remain arrogant all day long. Let them also know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. From now on, when Lin enters Zhuangxi Academy, he will avoid being bullied. After listening to him, Ning asks a little seriously, do you want him to go to Creation College? And do you also want to go to Creation College? Then Bai Shan laughs and says, the old man has students, and all the treasured resources at hand must be given to them. There are many good things in Creation Academy, so of course I have to go there. Here our hero enters the dungeon and starts wreaking havoc. He summons a lot of skeletons and orders them to kill the bodyguards present in the dungeon. Lin also tells all the skeletons to keep the bodies of all the people they kill safely. All the skeletons, with huge swords in their hands, start killing all the monsters present there in groups, and load their corpses on their shoulders. After killing them all the skeletons move towards the lava giant boss along with our hero, and on their shoulders are the corpses of the monsters killed in the dungeon at that time. Our hero reaches the hell difficulty boss in no time, and on seeing him he utters a dialogue that it's been a long time. This time I have brought some gift for you. And as soon as our hero says this, all the skeletons start throwing all the corpses on the lava monster. And as soon as all the corpses reach the lava monster, our hero explodes the corpse saying, excuse me, I am rushing for time. Here all the people standing outside are surprised to see the record of the dungeon broken again. Everyone's eyes are astonished to see that the record of the dungeon has been refreshed again. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next? We will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 150 to the chapter. And we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. The professionals inside the dungeon hall were just typing, and they knew that since he had cleared so many times inside the fire god's palace, he was getting better and faster. He is also learning his right strategy and has high hopes that he will be able to do it in no more than an hour. When the bell rang, they started to tune in, and in their gathering, they saw the new record for the fire god's palace, which was in hell difficulty. The eyes of those present widened in disbelief. The professionals just stood there in amazement because they were able to clear it in just 38 minutes and 25 seconds. As they stared at the time that had been taken, they looked carefully to see if it was really the time for the hell difficulty of the fire god's palace. They now accept that it looks like the record for this dungeon time will be stuck here. Those present only know how amazing this time is because even the record for clearing the normal difficulty of the dungeon is not like this. Cab Elias. One of them just explained that it would take 30 minutes to run from the beginning of the dungeon to the very end of it. So, is this what their great god Lin Muyo did, where he and his skeletons just crush any monster which blocks their path and kills the boss of the dungeon immediately? The professionals present could not imagine how Lin Muyo arrowed the inside of the dungeon copy. Lin Muyo was just coming out of the dungeon, and when he saw them, he didn't care about their reactions. He wasted no time and entered the dungeon copy again for the next round of his clearing. Lin Muyo just knew that he needed to clear a few more times to reach level 30 as soon as possible. He now also knows what is the right strategy for clearing inside the Fire God's palace in the shortest time and getting the most experience that the dungeon has to offer. Inside Beishin's fence were still 3 old men named Anwen and Ningyuren. With the help of Ningyuren's ability to see inside what is happening in the dungeon hall, the 3 of them can see that the Genesis College and the Blazing Emperor College are fighting the Lovey Giant. They just knew that it looked like this fight would not end in a short time, and it would take them a long time to kill the boss of the Fire God's palace. In their fight, Lin Muyo has now started a new round of his speedrun inside the dungeon. Beishin could only comment and say that this boy doesn't really give the other professionals a chance to take the first place from him. Because of this, it seems that he will not be able to have a simple life without being noticed by many. He just turned to him and told him that he and his disciple were the same and he had no mercy. In addition, Beishin was very famous in his youth and did many things to make the whole world know his identity. As Meng Anwen watched what had happened, he could only accept that it looked like the record Lin Muyo had made would be permanent and no one would be able to break it. Even so, he knew that it was fine and that it would be good news because it was good that those groups from the 2 colleges were allowed to suffer and receive a little defeat in order to reduce their pride and control their behavior. Inside the dungeon hall, a few hours have passed. Many people are now coming out of the dungeon. The group from Blazing Emperor College came out first, led by their Fire Holy Knight. It didn't take long when their competing group followed, and the party from Genesis College also teleported out of the Fire God's palace. The leader of the Blazing Emperor College, a knight called Sun Xing, is now instigating the fight. He was wearing top-level gold-level equipment, and his necklace, earring, and sing-sing were boss-level jewelry. It's only in a good mood now because they got ahead of Genesis College. He just stared at the party members from Genesis College who were just outside with a smile. He helps its leader and says that they entered 2 minutes later than one of their units. They both left at almost the same time. This man just declared that Blazing Emperor College was now the winner, and they were the first to clear inside the Fire God's palace. The head of Genesis College just looks back and explains to Sun Xing that this is because they are preparing inside the safe area at the Fire God's palace before they start clearing. He just told this man that it would be better if they looked at the leaderboard so they could really know who was first and who has bragging rights. The party members from Genesis College did not even show any expression. These 2 are just arguing about who is ahead of the 2 of them. Sun Xing of Blazing Emperor College agreed to let them gather at the location of the little board and see who was actually ahead of the 2 of them and got the 2nd place just behind Lin Muyo. As the leaders of Genesis College and Blazing Emperor College walked following their party members, they noticed that the professionals present were laughing at them. They were still laughing and whispering to each other on impulse that these 2 leaders from Genesis and Blazing Emperor College had just sealed. They just don't understand what happened and why something bad seems to happen. The 2 just screamed as they now faced the light curtain where the leaderboard was located so they could see who held the clear record of the Fire God's palace. The 2 just answered and were told to look at the record to find out who was in first place and who has bragging rights. The head of Genesis College agrees and says that this is fine with him because they have finally fixed his arrogant behavior and his mouth that could not be closed will be quieted. After these 2 opened, they both just stood there as if a spell had been cast on them so they couldn't move. They also felt that their body was slowing down due to embarrassment. When they opened the leaderboard, they only saw that the first place was Lin Muyo, who was in 38 minutes and 25 seconds. Lin Muyo's name just shines there with the title of first place for the clear record of the hell difficulty of the Fire God's palace. This result is like blinding their eyes. They just couldn't believe it because they had been through so much and worked so hard inside the dungeon that they were exhausted now. The leader of Blazing Emperor College couldn't believe why Lin Moyo's name was written there. You still can't believe it for him that a level 28 professional was able to solo clear in only about 36 minutes. It looks like they don't have anyone to compare them to, made up of professionals whose members are almost at level 35. Other than that, they are wearing top-level gold equipment and have boss jewelry all over their bodies that don't even know what the real value is. The head of Genesis College just realized and said it looks like the strength of the champion of the professional competition that crushed so many strong professionals and geniuses in their fields. These two leaders know Lin Moyo's true ability and have heard his name because it is also famous all over the world. Champion of professional competition, level 20 team competition, and two-time champion in single competition. Also in the challenge, he was able to finish the 5th round, which was thought to be a legend that he took and defeated a mage team consisting of 6 level 50 professionals. What Lin Moyo has achieved is not even thought to be achieved by other professionals, and even if they are students of the Creation Seminary who are proud to be the best geniuses, Lin Moyo's true greatness can only be overshadowed. The gap between them is huge and not something that can be trusted only by a sufficient number of people. He just let them leave after seeing their clear record ease where Genesis Academy was reached by 4:33.26 seconds while Blazing Emperor College was reached by 4:33.28 seconds. There was only 3 seconds between them and Genesis College won by a little bit. They should be happy now after they see Lin Moyo's result. He won't really be happy anymore. He just let the two leave where they were calling their members. They accepted that Lin Moyo was a true genius, but they didn't really expect that the gap between them would be so big, and a party of 12 people was able to clear the dungeon in only 4.33 minutes, which was much slower than it was done of the one and only Lin Moyo. Not only their leaders were embarrassed, but also the party members of Genesis College and Blazing Emperor College were embarrassed because they were considered geniuses, but they had nothing against Lin Moyo. Besides, they were 10 years older than him. Their happiness is lost because of the success they have achieved, and the pain of the truth that has been slapped on their faces is gone. Inside the dungeon hall, there are many professionals who are watching them and looking at them. They are just commenting that it doesn't seem like it is amazing that people from the top colleges and their arrogance before are now becoming even more humiliating for their defeat. Even though they got a great time and put their names on the list, it was still considered a disappointment because they were defeated. Inside Beishan's yard again, they were having a conversation with Meng Anwen, who was now inspecting the Shangxia Tower and looking for someone. Beishan just asks him how his search is going. Meng Anwen just informed him that he was able to find and Mejin Thongan, the coordinates of the Eternal Training Ground, and found a somewhat hidden position here. Beishan just praised him, saying that just as he expected from Meng Anwen, he was able to find him so quickly. During his search, Meng Anwen simply asked Beishan if he was seriously planning to send his disciple there, since he only went in his youth after he had evolved his profession twice. He has nothing to compare himself to because he has just reached level 30. He is also being asked if he didn't plan to just let him train inside the academy. Beishan just explains that colleges are just simple greenhouses that grow flowers that can be easily planted, and nothing compares to the experience that can be received and gained when going out and traveling to face challenges. He added that his disciple was also stronger than most of the level 40 professionals now, so there was no reason why he couldn't go there, and just like they saw in the professional competition, he managed to defeat a group of twice evolved professionals of this alone. Meng Anwen understands what Beishan wants to convey to him and just says that since he is Lin Moyo's master, he will not interfere with what he wants to teach. In addition to this, that boy will not die for real because he left Jin Tunga in the Hall of Heroes, and even if that boy really dies, it will not be a bad experience for him, and he will face the real boss and the reality of defeat. Beishin's courage was strong enough to say and declare that his student would never die, and even then it wouldn't be easy to grow. Lin Moyo just continued his speedrun inside the Fire God's palace. He just comes out and is teleported in front of the dungeon gate. With his clearing within the hell difficulty of the Fire God's palace, he was finally able to reach level 30. After farming in the dungeon 10 times, he was able to reach his required level 30. At his current level, he has 1500 strength, 1500 physique, 1500 agility, and 7500 spirit. When Lin Moyo came out of the dungeon, he was about to leave, but he was greeted by a gentle voice that stopped him from leaving. Shu Han was just facing him, who was talking to him, asking his junior if he had leveled up today. Lin Moyo's face is light as he pleads and confirms this while thanking him because Shu Han recommended that dungeon to him. In the conversations they had with Shu Han, Lin Moyo was getting a good impression because no matter what he needed first, such as information or selling anything, Shu Han could be relied upon. Shu Han was just congratulating him on what he had done, and he didn't think that the Fire God's palace would get an upgrade, and it seems clear that it was all because of Lin Moyo's efforts and hard work. When Shu Han went to him, Lin Moyo felt that he needed something, so he asked him if he was thinking about anything now because he could only let her know. While begging and shyly telling Lin Moyo, Shu Han just asked him if he could trade one of the fire crystal fragments with him. Shu Han just admits that it's a bit embarrassing now that he's getting close because it's so rare to get any kind of elemental fragment. As Lin Moyo saw how shy this woman was asking him, he was just happy about it. Before this woman could plead again and finish what she was saying, she threw a fire crystal fragment at Shu Han. He tells her to just take it, and it's free for her. Shu Han just catches it and holds it carefully. After giving the fire crystal fragment, Lin Moyo just left there and just waved to say goodbye. Lin Moyo just informs Shu Han that he will be the first to leave because he needs to find his master now. When Shu Han saw that Lin Moyo was just giving it to him as if it was nothing, he wondered if that man really knew the true value of the fire crystal fragment he gave. Shu Han knew that fire crystal fragments were difficult to obtain, and this one fragment was equivalent to 3 hours of work. Even if it's nothing for Lin Moyo, that thing is very important for Shu Han as. For the highest colleges Genesis and Fire Emperor College, it took them 12 people who diligently cleared the Fire God's palace for 4 hours just to get a few pieces. They are hard to fight in it to get, and it takes 5 fragments to make 1 crystal. He just couldn't believe that Lin Moyo gave him such a valuable thing without even thinking twice. Lin Moyo can now reach just inside Beishin's fence. His master immediately asks him if he has reached level 30. After Beishin asked this, Lin Moyo was a little surprised because he doesn't hide anything, but he didn't expect to know his level 30 master right away. Lin Moyo simply confirms and answers the question. Meng Anwen just told Lin Moyo that he was able to level up from level 27 to level 30 in just 2 days. Because of what he is doing, it seems that he is becoming too strict with himself and is being tortured too much. Beishin is just saying that it is better to be cruel and ruthless, and no matter how ruthless and cruel he is to himself, he will be even more cruel when it comes to his opponents. Beishin informs his disciple that mankind has been able to survive to this day by standing on the mountain of the corpses of their enemies and descending into the ocean of blood. They went through a lot to get to where they are today. They just move on to the next conversation, and Beishin just asks how it feels to be level 30. He was only happy because his disciple was able to reach it immediately. While looking at himself and inspecting his condition, Lin Moyo just let it be known that he felt that there were changes that happened in his unit. He did not look at it properly. He didn't have time to look at them with wet eyes before he quickly headed to where the elders were. Since his disciple is at level 30, Lin Moyo can once again acquire new skills. To help his disciple, Beishin simply placed a large number of scrolls on the table in front of them. When Beishin took out the scrolls, Lin Moyo also took out his and told his master that he didn't need them because he had already bought something before he went there. Beishin was just a little embarrassed by what his disciple had done. Meng Anwen just spoke and said that he seemed to be really lacking as Lin Moyo's master. Lin Moyo now starts using his skills scrolls to get new skills now that he has reached level 30. As usual, using skills scrolls just puts his spirit Lin Moyo on one of the skills scrolls and directed his attention to open it to get a new skill. After he opened that skills scroll, he was surprised by what he saw. In his first use, he only gets the skill called Skeleton Fangs. His current skill level, Skeleton Fangs, is only at level 1. With the help of this skill, he is given the ability to release skeletal fangs from the ground to attack his enemies. The strength and amount of fangs he can release depends only on the level of this skill and the spirit of the user. As soon as Lin Moyo got this skill, he immediately tried it. He activates Skeleton Fangs, and with the help of his skill, many sharp skeletons now appear from the ground. They have the appearance of large stones that have sprung up but are only made of skeleton. Lin Moyo just noticed that it seems to be the same class of skill as his skeleton armor. Bai Shen was not surprised by this, especially since Lin Moyo's skills and profession are related to the dead and skeletons. He just ordered his disciple to release it next to those with stones to see its strength. Just after hearing this order from his master, Lin Moyo just focused his skill on the rocks. After his little preparation, he was now unleashing so many sharp shards of skeleton. When they hit the rock, it just crushes everything in its path like nothing. These stones are broken into pieces that Bai Shen just sends back to before. It slowly builds up again and has a large chunk of rock wrong in his garden. He just commented that its power tagline wasn't that bad, and that this level 1 skill was almost on par with the fireball skill unleashed by a level 30 mage. If Lin Moyo could take it to his current level, then they just didn't know how terrifying it would be. Meng and Wan can also say that Lin Moyo's enhancing talent seems to have strengthened and intensified the power of this skill. If its level goes to the extreme, it will become a very powerful skill. Meng and Wan also informs him that based on his level and the number of skills his tagline currently has, he can still get 2 more skills from the scrolls. He now tells Lin Moyo to try again to use another skill scroll. They immediately follow it and pick up another skill scroll. Lin Moyo once again placed his spirit on the skill scroll. This plant sparks and releases a dazzling light as it activates. While he was using it, he wondered why he didn't get a new skill from it. He just stared with surprise on his face as to why he didn't receive a new skill from it. Bai Shen notices his dumbfounded and surprised face. That's why he asks him what's going on, and something unusual is happening now. Lin Moyo didn't answer this and just saw his Thornithos side floating in the air and releasing its own energy. He just couldn't understand why it came out when he didn't use it. He was now wondering if the skill he got today had anything to do with his Thornithos cycle, and if the skill he would get would make him subordinate to his weapon. When Lin Maoyu used the skill scroll and placed his spirit, it finally exploded. And as soon as it exploded, it started to glow very brightly inside Bai Shen's yard. While inside that golden light, Lin Maoyu saw a strange sight, where an army of skeletons was marching steadily forward. And the skeleton warriors were in front forming a neat formation. It is followed by his skeleton mages and behind the members of his skeleton army. Has a great skeleton behind who rules them all like a general. After that little explanation, Lin Maoyu was informed that he was getting the skill called Summon Undead General. He was enveloped in a strong gust of energy that released strong winds. He just takes his Thornithos side and looks at what happened to it. As the changes in his environment took place, Lin Maoyu was alerted. He looked at his surroundings properly and was just surprised that it looked like the undead general coming from his Thornithos side had become his own skill. Lin Maoyu just thought that there seemed to be some strange changes, and something special will happen now with this skill. His undead general is already strong and provides a good effect in battle, especially removing the crowd control effects on his skeletons, which is their only weakness. As Lin Maoyu was surrounded from below, a strong wind began to form above and gather to form a tornado. Among those present, only Nabai Shen and Meng Anwen noticed that there seemed to be something strange about this skill of Lin Maoyu. They just looked up and saw that they were now enveloped in green energy that just moved around them. Meng Anwen only realized that Lin Maoyu's acquisition of this skill from the skill scroll could affect the environment and cause a phenomenon that also affected the sky and where they were. He just wondered why it seemed to involve interference from the sky. Bai Shen only adds to this and says that it can be done just like him by releasing a forbidden curse. Now this skill of Lin Maoyu may have something to do with the change that could affect everyone's future. Lin Maoyu just uses his new skill summon Undead General. He just pointed his Thornithos side in front of him, and his undead general appeared from the shadows and just crouched down holding his weapon. This undead general has the ability to control skeletons, warriors and skeleton mages to form a legion of his own. His undead general just nodded until it raised its head and its eyes were now blinking. Information is now coming out from the system informing that this undead general is only bronze grade and only level 1. It still has no members in its region which can reach up to 10. Being level 1, it has 40 strength, 40 agility, 40 spirit, and 200 physique. Apart from this, it has skills called Legion Strength Eneng, Legion Heal, and Military Power. Its Legion Strength Eneng at level 1 can increase the attack of members of this region, including attack speed, casting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, and control resistance by 10%. The skill Legion Heal is also at level 1 and applies first aid to the members of the region and heals the injuries they have suffered. Military Power at its level 1 has the ability to remove all abnormal status effects for all members of its legion and also boosts the morale and courage of the members, but currently it only works on those status effect below level 10. As Moyo watched his undead general, he was just angry and couldn't believe what he was carrying. With Undead General being his own summon, instead of just being a skill that can be used through Thornitude Sickle, he will be a huge bailiwick for him. What caught Lin Moyo's attention the most was its military power skill because it was finally his tagline and he could remove all the abnormal status effects from his skeletons according to his decision. In addition to this, he also gets additional strength Eneng and Healing skills that can strengthen and heal the damage received by his skeletons. It is also explained that the number of skeletons that can be a member of the Undead General depends only on the skill level for this Undead General. As soon as Lin Moyo saw it, he looked at it again and again and understood the true meaning of what was written here, and it can only be seen in his reaction that this skill is different from his current taglines. Lin Moyo was just sharing what this skill of his could do with his master Bai Shen after he informed his master that he seemed to have acquired a very powerful skill. Bai Shen immediately understood what the use of this skill was, so he just ordered his disciple, Lin Moyo, to summon one of his skeletons so that they could see what its effect could be. As Bai Shen and Meng Anwen watched Lin Moyo and focused their attention on what he was doing, Lin Moyo simply summoned a skeleton warrior. From his space summon, a skeleton warrior appeared next to the skeleton general. To see how strong its effect will be, Bai Shen just uses Lin Moyo's skeleton warrior with a little skill. From his middle finger, a powerful beam of energy just came out and went straight to the skeleton warrior's Chan band. This brave skeleton warrior of Lin Moyo did not say a word about what Bai Shen did and just accepted the attack wholeheartedly for obeying his master. As for showing off, the undead general now uses its skill Legion Heal and raises about it, releasing a bright light. Apparently, with the undead general using its skill, the rest of the skeleton warrior now stops falling and returns now. In addition to this, the skeleton warrior was also enveloped in green small circles of energy caused by its recovery. With the help of the skill Legion Heal, the damaged bones of the skeleton warrior just come back. Its central part that was destroyed is now healing itself, and all the broken pieces are regenerating to prevent the skeleton warrior from being split in two. While looking at this skill from Lin Moyo and what it can do, Bai Shen is just happy watching. He just gets up from his seat and gives his comments. He informs Lin Moyo that even though the attributes tagline of his undead general are low now, it can be loved just like the effects of its skill in the legendary profession of being a legion overlord like the one who led them at the beginning of the fortress. Bai Shen continued to tell his disciple that he seemed to have acquired and awakened a very beautiful and powerful skill. With this skill acquired by Lin Moyo and the praise from his master, he can only smile. He happily thanked his master for his kind words. While hearing this, he could only think that it was a bit of a waste now because his talent was not strengthening this skill. Maybe it is separated from him and under his David. Lin Moyo only knew that if he could level up and increase the tagline attributes of his undead general, there is a good chance that its tagline would not be that bad and its skill effects would be very good and will change the course of his fight in the future. Apart from what Bai Shen had previously said to his disciple, he came closer and informed him that now that Lin Moyo is now getting this skill to summon this kind of undead summon, it won't take long to become a real one. Lin Moyo is an army man who doesn't need the help of other professions to fight or clear dungeons. It will also be of great help to him if he returns to slaying demons in the Yuan battlefield. With what Bai Shen said to him, Lin Moyo was just happy and just thanked his master for properly teaching him everything he knows now. Bai Shen now informs Lin Moyo that now that he has been able to acquire and wield these new powerful skills, he no longer has to worry about his abilities and will be able to survive what he does to him next. He added that Lin Moyo now needs to prepare because Bai Shen will take him to a new place to train. He now orders his disciple to do what he needs to do because they will be leaving in just a few days. While his face was still clear and smiling, Lin Moyo just announced that he would do it. He is just preparing to head to the Tyrant Desert to increase the level of these two skills he has acquired. He knows that these two skills will be of great help to him in his future training, and if he does not strengthen them, they will be useless and will not be able to use their true potential. As soon as Bai Shen heard what his disciple said that he was going to the Tyrant Desert, he was just happy about it and just patted his shoulder while saying that he was too hardworking and enthusiastic when it came to his Pagel level up. Because of the good things he is showing, Lin Moyo's feelings are just waiting, so he will tell Meng Anwen to give him a discount when it comes to the points he needs to spend to reset a dungeon. Bai Shen already knew that Lin Moyo could save a lot here, especially if he continued to clear inside the Tyrant Desert and repeatedly entered and exited from it. With this favor that his master would do to him, they were all the more happy and smiled at his master while expressing his deep gratitude to him. After the two of them talked, Lin Moyo immediately went to the dungeon hall to do his necessary leveling up of his new skills so that he can reach his current level, and it will not be difficult for him to increase these just in case. While strong-willed and complacent that everything will be fine, Lin Moyo only knows that at this time he has to use the oasis fruits inside the Tyrant Desert to reach the current max level of his new skills. He was just heading to the dungeon gate of the Tyrant Desert where he immediately let her in. When Lin Moyo went to this dungeon again, he was once again facing the vast desert that seemed to never end in his view. In this area full of sand, Lin Moyo immediately went to the location of his wanted enemies. In the middle of this dungeon, he just reached the location of so many giant desert scorpions along with the oasis fruits that will be Lin Moyo's support in his ongoing grind. These scorpions that roam the desert just get bigger and wrap their pincers with energy. As soon as he saw them, he immediately used his new skill Skeleton Fangs. With the help of his skill, huge fangs just appear from the ground made of bone. These spikes from the ground were just stirring the sand around Lin Moyo, who was just applying a hand to release them, and was enveloped in a blue aura. After he brought out the vertical ribs, he next used smaller versions of them. With the skeleton fangs, a large number of sharp pieces of bone are now coming out that are focused only in the direction where the giant desert scorpions are. Lin Moyo immediately uses this skill, and the giant desert scorpions are no longer able to stop it. Their outer shell is simply broken, unable to defend against the fast, sharp pieces of bone. Seeing how effective his skeleton fangs skill was, Lin Moyo realized that with its help, his monster farming would now be faster and more effective as he was able to clear a large area, only with the help of his skill. At the same time as he killed monsters, he also leveled their level. Lin Moyo just continued inside the Tyrant Desert and easily overcome the monsters that were there. Only with the help of his only skill, Skeleton Fangs, which he continues to use to increase the level, and with an equal, he is able to crush all the monsters that are there. Their corpses are left lying on the side and filled with sharp pieces of bone. Lin Moyo just walks inside the dungeon and wipes out all the enemies he sees until he is finished. He is no longer wasting your time after his farming and exiting the dungeon. At one point after you finished farming, he just came out of the dungeon where Shuhan was waiting for him. It immediately runs to where Lin Moyo is and gets his attention. Lin Moyo just turned to him and talked to him. After Shuhan confronted Lin Moyo, he was just happy to congratulate him and say that he was finally able to come out because he had been waiting outside for a long time. When Shuhan said this, Lin Moyo was just wondering and asked his senior why he was looking for him and what he needed again. Shuhan just took out many bottles containing blue liquid. He informs when plagued that these are fatigue potions. With the help of these potions, he can easily remove the effect of fatigue and fatigue on his body, which is maintained and does not let him lose his best condition while playing in the dungeon. Shuhan was just handing the fatigue potions to Lin Moyo, who was just putting them in his arms. While looking at these potions, he was just amazed because someone would give him something like this. Lin Moyo knows that it suits him now and comes at the right time, especially with his non-stop flirtation within the Tyrant Desert. He can now use these fatigue potions while leveling up his new skills over the next few days. Shuhan was happy to leave after seeing Lin Moyo's reaction because he considered it to be in return for the favor Lin Moyo gave him by passing him the fire crystal fragment. He just pampered Lin Moyo and said that he will not disturb him anymore so that he can continue what he is doing. Lin Moyo was just happy again and placed all the fatigue potions inside his storage space. He is just grateful to his senior for the tremendous help that he is giving in what he wants to do now. When Lin Moyo received the fatigue potions, he just headed back inside the Tyrant Desert and faced the heat inside the vast desert. In his masterful plan, he continued to use his skill Skeleton Fangs and unleash sharp bone chunks on the giant desert scorpions. While waiting for the match to end, Lin Moyo just eats oasis fruits to restore his spirit and use his skills again and again, and his proficiency in using and level is high. In addition to this, he repeatedly uses his undead general commanded by the new skeleton members of Lydia to attack the giant scorpions. With their cooperation, the level of the summon undead general skill only increases. As Lin Moyo also does this, he continues to eat oasis fruit for his spirit. Time just passed and Lin Moyo was now able to increase the level of his undead general so many times. Beside him now is his undead general with the new members of this region who continue to fight. It just lines up properly and simultaneously fights the monsters that are there that are just blinded and lifeless. They just make it through, and while walking inside the dungeon, Lin Moyo just continues to eat oasis fruits while thinking that it looks like this is the last time for him to repeatedly clear the Tyrant Desert to level up of his new skills. Currently, his undead general is now reaching gold grade. It can now recruit 300 members to its legion. Apart from this, it now has 4,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 4,000 spirit, and 20,000 physique. Its legion strengthening skill is now at level 31 and can increase the attack speed, casting speed, physical defense, elemental defense, and control resistance of all members of the region by 30%. This skill Legion Heal is also at level 31 with the military power that gives him the ability to remove all abnormal status effects on all members of the region and increases the morale that can only be removed negative status effect below level 60. Because of what he did repeatedly, his undead general was now able to reach the highest level it could be now. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors have also reached gold grade, which is now level 30. It also has 15,000 strength, 15,000 agility, 15,000 spirit, and 15,000 physique, including its rage strike skill at level 31, which deals 400% of its personal strength as damage with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Except for the skeleton warrior, his skeleton mages have also reached the gold grade, which is now at level 30, and has 4,000 strength, 4,000 agility, 20,000 spirit, and 4,000 physique. Lin Moyo is just happy with the result of his farming because now all his undead summons can reach gold grade and will be greatly strengthened. He just stood there and was enveloped by all the black energy that connected to him and his skeletons. Because of his newly added skills, especially the Summon Undead General, he can only feel that Lin Moyo is now in the strongest state since he became an official professional. Currently, he can have 300 skeletons where it is full. His skeleton warriors only go to 100, and his 90 skeleton mages go to 100, and his undead general to 10. It is also reminded that his talent is comprehensive amplification, which increases his skill by 10 times. Passive skill damage transfer that transfers the damage he receives to his skeletons. And active skill Soul Blaze, Corpse Explosion, Skeleton Armor, Skeleton Fangs, and Slow Curse are all at level 30 except for Corpse Explosion, which is at level 4 Perrin. His equipment, Thornet Rose Scythe, is now at level 30 and is at the very limit of 3,000 spirit, where he needs to get the other equipment in this set to open and increase what he can get. It has a skill Reaper that absorbs the souls of creatures of the abyss to gain additional experience, and an evocation skill that records the soul of a slain boss that can be summoned to fight for him that lasts 3 minutes in exchange for 2,000 spirit. After Lin Maoyu leveled up all his skills, he knew it was time to find his master for what he would do. After you cleared the Tyrant Desert, Lin Maoyu was heading to his master's yard. He was now facing the two elders, Ming Anwen and Bai Shen. Apparently, after Lin Maoyu arrived there, Ming Anwen immediately noticed that his aura seemed to have become stronger, which he could feel immediately. This seems to be the result of his thorough diligence and non-stop work to level up his skills. Lin Maoyu just faced his master and told him that he was ready for what he was going to do. Bai Shen is serious about him and informs him that he needs to listen because he wants him to go to a place called Eternal Training Ground, or also known as Eternal Trials. Bai Shen explains that there are many opportunities in this area with only the dangers you may face here. He added that Eternal Trials consists of 3 layers called Upper Layer, Lower Layer, and Deep Layer. Each of these layers is interconnected and related to each other, but also independent and independent from each other. It can only be said that each of them is dependent on them, but does not interfere with what happens to each other. Bai Shen just informed that he will take them to the upper level of the Eternal Trials because only professionals who are above level 70 can go there and have permission to train. At the same time, only professionals above level 70 are allowed to enter the lower layer. Bai Shen explains that with very little chance the space tunnel connecting the upper and lower layer will appear. When this happens, the existing rules become useless and broken, and the professionals in the upper layer can enter the lower layer. Despite their ability to do so, they are only given 1 hour to stay there. Bai Shen recounts that according to legends in ancient times, there was a great war between humans, the abyss, and the dragon. Because of their conflict and fighting, the eternal battlefield was formed at that time. That massive war shattered the entire space and destroyed it, destroying the order of time. In addition, many powerful creatures were buried one after another. During these events, many divine items and souls were lost within the eternal battlefield. The consciousness and legacies of these powerful beings remained there for a very long time, creating various monsters, secret realms, and dungeons. Despite being very dangerous, it is also full of very beautiful and very few opportunities because many different divine artifacts were able to be left behind by the ancient people in their ceaseless fighting. Despite this, it is not only monsters that will be a big danger to them, because apart from those present, the abyss demons and dragon warriors are also active within it. The danger within the eternal trials not only comes from ancient times, but also from the races that have been enemies of humans since long ago. Apart from this, there are also people who fight and kill their own comrades and kindred just to get Bailey's Shinjupisho. In these lengthy explanations by Bai Shen, he was simply asking his disciple if he now understood how dangerous or the dangers he was facing now if he ended up in the eternal trials. Lin Muyu was simply facing his master and Mobius Azeng listening to everything he said, just seriously answering that he understands all this. Now that Bai Shen had explained to his disciple and he understood the associated dangers of where they were going, he would now let him know all the most important things he needed to know about it. Bai Shen begins his explanation by saying that the reason he wants to send him to the Eternal Trials is because there is a place called the Divine Selection Secret Realm in the very center of the upper realm that is the only place Lin can enter, Heart. With the help of this secret realm that he will enter, he will be able to obtain a trace of divinity. Bai Shen added that what the trace of divinity can do is very large and very important. With the help of this trace of divinity, he will be given the ability to increase the chance of having a career sublimation in his job evolution. The Nirvana crystal that Lin Moyo obtained along with Bai Shen's laid-out preparations could only increase his chance of career sublimation by 60% to 70%. Even if it can be considered not low, it is still too low, and there is still a little room to fall. But if his Nirvana crystal is mixed with the trace of divinity, he will be able to raise the chance of having a career sublimation to 70%. Bai Shen also informs him that in addition there is a dungeon that randomly appears within the upper realm called the Dragon Palace. Getting married and seeing it depends only on her own luck, and if Papa Lauren can find the way to it. Bai Shen explains that if he can clear this dungeon on Hell difficulty, he will be able to get the dragon crystal from it as a reward. Bai Shen informs him that the dragon crystal has a chance to directly awaken his talent, even though he is not thinking about it and is considering whether it is his second job advancement. Bai Shen just tells him that if he can get the dragon crystal, then Lin Mo Yu should be given the opportunity to carry out his awakening. He added that if it doesn't work, the two of them can just use the mermaid tears that he was able to get with Jiang Tao Tao. With these explanations and what Lin Mo Yu wanted to do from Bai Shen, he was just confirming that he understood and would follow it. Before they could finish their conversation, Lin Mo Yu asked what the level of the Dragon Palace dungeon was, to which his master simply answered and said that the level varies and it is difficult to tell. Bai Shen recounted that when he managed to find this dungeon, he was at level 40, and that time he was at level 45 where he was able to defeat it even though it was a bit difficult by himself. As a level 45 professional at the time, Baishan was proud to have cleared a level 40 hell difficulty dungeon by himself. Now that Baishan had explained all of Lin Moyu's precautions within the Eternal Trials, he only wished he could ask his disciple whether he was going to that place or not. Lin Moyu just calmly answers and confidently says that he will come here. From what he heard, Moyu, who had endured before, was ready to search for the Nirvana crystal in just 1 year. Because of this, he knew just how important that item was, and also because even his master valued this trace of divinity so much it only meant that it was even more important and rarer to get. Due to its importance, Lin Moyu knew that he had to get it within the Eternal Trials, no matter what. He simply asks his master if he relied on the dragon crystal to get one of his talents, to which Bai Yuan simply replies that he confirms it and says that he got his second talent with the dragon crystal, and it's a very powerful one. Talent. Lin Moyu didn't ask any more questions here, which only made the old man a little disappointed. Bai Zion just continued their conversation, and as if he had helped his disciple within the Eternal Trials, Bai Zion just took out items from his storage space. Lin Moyu only saw the items that Bai Zion brought out, and he was just amazed because they had different types and different things that could be done. Just from the glow emanating from it, he immediately knew that none of these were low-class items. He could only see an advanced dungeon escape talisman, advanced cooldown protection talisman, advanced random teleportation talisman, and advanced puppetry talisman on the table. When Bai Zion landed them, he just laughed and told Lin Moyu that the cooldown protection talisman you gave him before was not a gift. He only lent it to him for short-term use, which is why he reminded his disciple to return it to him after he returned from the Eternal Trials. In addition to this, Bai Zion also explains what the puppetry talisman can do. It can help him survive a deadly attack. He just says that the rest of the items he can use to escape. Bai Zion just apologized that he should put these items in his raft and not put them in his storage space because he couldn't use them inside the dungeon. He must do this so that he does not stare at the chance that he will encounter danger. Bai Zion kept repeating his admonitions to his disciple, where Lin Moyu was only taught to focus his attention on the advice for his own safety. Lin Moyu was just grateful for his master's reminders. Meng Anwen, who was just to the side and was playing with Shengxia Tower, who was checking something here, could only hear their conversation. Because he and Bai Zion had known each other for a long time, Meng Anwen immediately noticed that this was his first time talking like that. From his expectations, this old man immediately noticed that he too was not comfortable and was a bit afraid to let this boy go to the Eternal Trials. He asks Bai Zion about this, so he just explains that it would be better if Lin Moyu can get the divinity as soon as possible. Apart from this, he also believes in Lin Moyu's eternal strength, which is why he lets him go to the Eternal Trials while he is still at level 30. When he released the Xiangxi Tower, it appeared very quickly, and he released it in front of Lin Moyu. A bright light appeared above the tower, illuminating the area. At Lin Moyu's signal informing them that it is ready to enter, Meng Anwen just uses the power of the tower. Lin Moyu is now beginning to be enveloped in light, which is just the beginning of his teleportation to the Eternal Trials. After a few seconds, the preparations for his transfer were just finished, where Lin Moyu's laughter started to fade and disappeared without a trace in an instant. He was just calmly letting the power of the Shengxia Tower move him. When Lin Moyu arrived inside the Eternal Trials, he could only see a vast forest. The ancient battlefield was not as dark as he expected, but he didn't know where the light that illuminated it would come from. Different kinds of colors floating in the air make up a unique scene. Lin Moyu observes the place where he can no longer see any stars, no matter what the sun or the moon, or whether there is still light there that will heal these inexplicable colors. while Lin Moyo was also spinning inside the Eternal Trials, and he noticed that the place was full of the smell of blood and restless souls. The whistling of the wind he hears is mixed with shouts, growls, and terrifying screams. He realizes that it seems to be the voice of the past until today is still preserved and heard. From the strange things that Lin Moyo notices inside this dungeon, he can only understand that he is in a strange place now, so he just needs to be careful not to get hurt in his first attempt. He just uses his bone armor skill to wrap himself in blue bones around his body. He knew there was no room for him to be careless within that dangerous place. Due to the fact that the bone armor provides a very high defense along with the immunity it provides to crowd controls, Lin Moyo only has a little sense of safety in himself. Even though Lin Moyo didn't know about it, Meng Anwen chose a relatively safe place for him to go to first within the Eternal Trials. Due to the non-stop aggravation of the elders in Bai Zion's yard to always be careful inside and how dangerous the place is, Lin Moyo is becoming very careful. To protect him, it only released 2 skeleton warriors on his right and left as his additional eyes. He just chooses a direction within that area to go straight. Bai Zion explained to him before he left that within the Eternal Trials there are no directions and they are bound to change every hour, so there is no single path that can be used here. Besides, Bai Zion hadn't been to the upper realm for so many years that he wasn't sure what kind of changes had happened there. In the end, Lin Moyo is left to discover it himself. The place that Lin Moyo went to was very safe, and after his short walk, he still didn't meet any enemies until he got to a part of it where he only found a monster that would spin in an aimless direction. Lin Moyo can only learn because they are finally meeting a life of their own inside that place. The first thing he encountered in the Eternal Trials was a monster called the Black Rock Monster, who was at level 41 and had 20,000 strength, 5 in agility, 20,000 spirit, and 30,000 physique. In addition to this, it has the skill Whirling Ball and has the characteristic that gives it the ability to reduce the physical damage it receives by 50%, and the elemental damage it receives is also reduced by 70%. Which is a huge beast made of pure stone and with a plant growing on its shoulder. Lin Moyo was only slightly in awe of his first monster encounter because one like it that could only be found wandering around aimlessly was already at level 41. Apart from this, both the spirit and strength attribute tagline are very high. Apart from this, it also possesses resistance to both physical and elemental attacks that it can also be used. When Lin Moyo noticed this monster, the Black Rock Monster seemed to sense him immediately and immediately turned to where Lin Moyo was. Lin Moyo was a bit surprised to see this monster whose eyes suddenly glowed bright red and rushed towards him. Lin Moyo was immediately surprised by this and a little nervous because he was now facing this big monster that was preparing a blow and gathering power in its right fist that was now coming towards them. In spite of this, he was still not afraid and could only see the monster's fist that was slowly being rotated by the strong wind because of its tagline. This swirling wind was just gathered by the monster and released towards the direction where Lin Moyo and his fellow skeleton warriors were. To defend the incoming attack, his skeleton warriors just retreated so that they would not be harmed by the attack made of pure air. They just let their master Lin Moyo take the full damage with his skeleton armor. The small whirlwind and the Eleton arm or Lin Moyo are just meeting, which just nullifies the effect and spreads the force of the wind around him. After the attack sent to him by the Black Rock Monster was tanked, it was time for Lin Moyo to attack in turn. He just raises his left hand and uses it to summon his skeleton warriors. The blue flame was just coming out of it, and at his command, additional skeleton warriors appeared accompanying the 2 he had summoned earlier to watch over him. From behind, he was just watching his skeleton warriors now rushing towards the Black Rock Monster. While holding their swords and rushing towards their opponent, The skeleton warriors just glowed a little bit of gold because once they reach level 30 and become gold level skeletons, they have acquired this characteristic. As his skeleton warriors continued to attack, they were only facing the black rock monster and jumping to use their rage strike skill. While Lin Moyo was watching the fight between the monster and his skeleton warriors, he noticed that they were having a bit of a hard time killing the black rock monster because the tagline also has this feature that reduces the physical damage it receives. Now, to help his skeleton warriors who don't seem to be able to finish the fight with just one skill, Lin Moyo joins in where he just raises his right hand and uses his skill, Skeleton Fangs. With this skill of his, large sharp chunks of bone just appear from the ground and are surrounded by an aura that is the shade of Lin Moyo's tagline. In combination, their attacks were only able to pierce the black rock mountain's body with sharp pieces of bone that peeked through the other side of its body. The skeleton warriors just followed their master's attack with their swords. To end the fight, the skeleton warriors are now simultaneously using the rage strike on the poor black rock monster who is now being crushed into so many pieces. After successfully defeating it by Lin Moyo and his skeletons, he is only given a notification that he is able to kill a level 41 black rock monster, which gives him 1,050,000 experience. From his observations, Lin Moyo could only realize that the monsters inside the Eternal Trial were mostly above level 40. While Lin Moyo was resting peacefully after his fight, he could hear someone laughing because of the presence of someone inside the Eternal Trial. Lin Moyo just turned around and saw the Abyssal Blade Demon behind him. Lin Moyo just laughed because he couldn't believe that the poor people sent a weak creature that was only level 30 to the Eternal Trials. Lin Moyo can only see this Abyssal Blade Demon is at level 42 and has 20,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 20 spirit and 15,000 physique. It also has the Blade Dance skill and has a trait that reduces its defense and increases damage received from light element by 50% along with reducing damage received from dark element by 50%. The Abyssal Blade Demon continued his rant and said that he didn't think he would be so lucky to meet someone in that place. While licking its biases that look like knives attached to its body, it can't stop being happy because it's time for its food. To put up with the Abyssal Blade Demon, Lin Moyo just said that he too was very unlucky because he didn't expect to meet a trash like this weak creature that was in front of him just after he reached the Eternal Trials. The Abyssal Blade Demon just uses its wings to fly in front of Lin Moyo and threaten it a little while wondering if this creature in front of him is afraid. Lin Moyo, who could feel the gust of wind from the wings of the Abyssal Blade Demon, just stood there and didn't care as he immediately released his red chains towards his opponent. With his use of his slow curse skill, he was able to armor the Abyssal Blade Demon with his red chains in an instant. While bound, the Abyssal Blade Demon was just surprised and couldn't believe that they could make him armor in such a short time. While it was still floating in the air, the red chains that came from the ground wrapped around him. No matter how much he struggled, he was unable to break free from the chains of the slow curse from Lin Moyo. Lin Moyo just raised his left palm, which was now enveloped in red energy. To end their fight, Lin Moyo is now using his corpse explosion skill. We start with the corpse of the black rock monster in front of him, while Lin Moyo says that this Ponieta is not in front of him. With the help of exploding the corpse of the black rock monster, the Abyssal Blade Demon just let out a terrifying scream while facing the strong force from the corpse explosion. With just one skill of Lin Moyo, he successfully kills a level 42 Abyssal Blade Demon that gives him 1,600,000 and 20,000 experience and 1 million military merit. As he kills an Abyssal Demon, Lin Moyo's Sergeant badge reappears, emitting golden light and frantically reaping the military merits emitted by whatever is left of the Abyssal Blade Demon. Of those that Lin Moyo only gets and kicks when he enters the Eternal Trials, Maitego is no longer just his old man because it looks like his master sent him to a very beautiful place. Killing abyssal demons not only provides higher experience compared to eternal battlefield monsters of the same level, but also provides additional military merit. When he entered this place, Lin Moyo knew that he would get a lot. Lin Moyo just continued his rotation within the Eternal Trials until only a few hours passed after his first entry into that place. While walking around the area, only a black and purple portal was formed behind him. Lin Moyo was surprised by this and immediately noticed it, so he just looked at it and recognized it as a special formation that sends its users to a place. Lin Moyo could only see a creature with wings and horns. Its skin was black and its eyes were red while wearing an armor. As soon as Lin Moyo saw this creature, he immediately recognized who he was facing now, and seeing that the healer from the special portal is a member of the dragon race.
From inside that portal, a lot of dragon monsters are continuously coming out. Their number is quite large, and their arrival creates a commotion in the area. Seeing them, our hero understands that these dragons belong to otherworldly race. And seeing them, he becomes very alert. Because the old man had said earlier that in Eternal Trials, all otherworld races are enemies. As soon as many monsters of the dragon race come out of the portal, they are shocked to see a human in front of them, that there is a human here. Then one of them, who seems to be their leader, feels the smell of dragon from inside our hero. Because our hero had killed a dragon before. So these people understand that he has killed our people before. So that dragon knight asks all his companions to kill our hero. All of them are dragon knights. But some of them are more powerful and some are less powerful. But the level of all is same, just a little higher. The one who is asked to kill our hero is a dragon knight of level 44. His strength is 25,000. Agility is 15,000. Spirit is 10,000, and Constitution is 3,000. In skills, all of them can use extreme defense, skin hardening, and group taunt. In traits, they have enhanced defenses, enhanced dragon scales armor, increased curse resistance. After listening to their senior, all these monsters quickly activate their dragon scale armor. Whatever skill and trait they have, they all activate it. And after activating all these skills, they all seem to be more powerful. Seeing them, our hero starts thinking that all of them are knights of the dragon race. Seeing their skills and attributes, it seems that they are just a little more powerful than humans. After activating all their skills, all the monsters come together to attack our hero. And when they were moving towards our hero, they say to our hero that you level 30 small trash. You should die without struggling. Seeing all of them coming towards him together, Lin immediately uses the slow curse chain on them. The red-colored chain catches all of them as it moves at high speed and stops them in the air. All the monsters are now trapped in the chain and are stuck at one place. After getting trapped in the chain, the senior of the Dragon Knights starts smiling. Because our hero's slow curse is useless at this time. Because dragons are born with curse resistance. So all those dragons start laughing at our hero. And in a single blow, they break our hero's curse chain. The chain shatters and starts falling down. And all those dragon monsters get free again and look at our hero. As soon as the chain breaks and falls down, all those dragon monsters look at our hero with a weak feeling. At that very moment, our hero uses skeleton fangs. And a lot of skeleton fangs come out from the ground and start moving towards those dragons. A lot of skeleton fangs were moving towards the dragon knights. But the dragons did not move from their place at all. And seeing these attacks, they laughed and said to our hero that we dragons are born with hard dragon scales. You want to damage us with your release skill. And that too with a level 30 trash skill. As soon as our hero's skeleton fangs reach the senior dragon knight, they pierce through his body. As soon as the dragon knight sees the damage on himself, he is shocked that this is a level 30 human. How can his skill be so powerful? At this point, he has received a little damage. But our hero's dragon fangs are still moving towards him. Seeing this, he gets scared and asks all his companions to activate group defense. Everyone quickly activates group defense to avoid the skeleton fangs. But as soon as our hero's fangs collide with the defense, their group defense gets slightly damaged, which means if our hero's attack continuously collides with their defense, the defense can break and it can damage them. As soon as they see a slight damage crack in their defense, they quickly order all their teammates to finish off our hero immediately. Seeing the crack in the defense, the mage is ordered to do his work quickly. As soon as the mages get the order from their senior, they do a fire-type magical attack on our hero. Many fire attacks move towards our hero, and the whole area gets filled with fire. But in the meantime, we see our hero coming out from inside that fire. He is coming out very calmly after saving himself from their attacks. With the help of his skeleton armor, Lin's skeletons are also coming out from inside that fire, because he summoned his skeleton as soon as he was attacked. And as soon as the skeletons came out, they start killing the dragon knights standing nearby. Then Lin immediately summons the undead general as well. At this time, our hero has a scythe in his hand, and behind him is the undead general who will lead these skeleton troops. As soon as he is summoned, our hero orders the undead general to lead all these skeletons and destroy all these dragons. The undead general did what he was an expert in. As soon as he got the order from our hero, he started leading all these skeletons, due to which a message came for our hero that you have formed a temporary undead army. And as soon as the temporary army was formed, the undead general started providing legion strength to the troops. Under the leadership of the undead general and due to his trait effect, the power of all the skeletons increased even more. And at this time, the skeletons gathered in large numbers and started moving towards those dragon knights. Their number was very large. The forest was filled with their numbers. And as soon as they reached these dragon knights, they started attacking their defense with their big blades. And in a few seconds they broke this defense shield. Their defense was broken and skeletons were moving towards them from every corner of the forest. And all these knights were scared and confused at this time. They were not able to understand what was happening because they were dying one by one. Then we see that all of them say, "Charge with me." And then their senior uses a powerful slam technique. And we see that with a jerk. A blue color effect comes out of his body and his body gets destroyed right there. Probably he was killed by the skeleton's attack even before his attack could charge, because the skeletons were coming very fast and killing all the dragon knights. Seeing their comrades getting killed, the remaining dragons asked to run away quickly, because it is difficult to escape from the skeletons. Just one strike of the skeletons is killing them. The dragon knights who managed to escape from the skeletons and were trying to run away from here all got hit by the magical attack of wind and lightning, because along with these skeletons, the mages were also killing all these dragons. Those who were escaping from the skeletons were being killed by the mages, and all of them were led by the undead general. Under his leadership, all the dragon knights have been killed. After the death of all these dragon knights, our hero gets a notification that you have killed a level 44 dragon knight, due to which you get 1,420,000 experience and merit of 1,000. Our hero had killed many dragon knights, so he is getting experience and merit from here. Lin gets shocked to see this notification that he is getting merit for killing the dragon, because he had no idea that he will get merit for killing the dragon. And as soon as he gets merit points, his second lieutenant's military rank level becomes 4 stars, because he got a total of 44,000 merits, which is enough to increase his rank. Lin takes whatever equipment these dragons have in his inventory, and while leaving from there thinks regardless of whether it's demons or dragons, they will probably try to kill me when they see that I'm a level 30 human who is alone. Looks like it will be easy farming for levels and merits. As soon as the dragon knights die, their king senses their end, And he's sitting in his palace gets very angry after sensing this. And he screams that who tried to kill my team. If I find him, then I will peel his skin off his body while he is still alive. As soon as this Dragon King shouts, lightning starts striking in that area and the weather starts changing. Perhaps its level is very high because with just one sound of it, the whole area starts shaking and the whole sky starts rumbling. On the other hand, our hero did not find anything even after walking for a long time. And he is very tired after walking, so he thinks that he wishes he could fly like those demons and dragons. But not being able to fly is too much for human professionals. It's a big disadvantage. Friends, our hero thinks of fighting all the time because as long as he fights, he enjoys it a lot, but as soon as he sits idle, he is unable to remain calm, and at that very moment, this fight comes searching for him. He hears the sound of someone coming from behind him and quickly looks back in panic. From behind him, many abyss demons and many dragons are coming in his direction. Their number is very large, and seeing them together, our hero gets confused because he too could not understand why they are together. Abyss demons and dragon race monsters are running together in the same direction in which our hero was present. Our hero was fully ready to fight them after seeing them, and at this time he had activated his skeleton armor. When all of them see Lin, they stop immediately and are surprised to see Lin. The monster of the abyss race becomes very happy to see Lin because he has seen a person of the human race whose meat is going to be very tasty to him. The monster of the dragon race becomes very angry after seeing Lin and starts shouting because Lin killed his people when he came here. And at this time, the smell of the death of the dragon race warrior is coming from Lin's body. After this, all these monsters started running here and there. They did not pay much attention to our hero and left from here. Lin is very surprised to see all these monsters together. It is a strange atmosphere for him, because at this time these different types of monsters are together and are very friendly too. Along with these known monsters, some small insect-type monsters are also coming with them in this direction, and the number of those small monsters is very high. These small monsters are soul-eating insects whose strength is 5,000, agility is 20,000, spirit is 5,000, physics is also 5,000. In skill, they can devour soul. In characteristics, they can ignore defense, can ignore physical immunity, and can bite anything. Lin gets shocked seeing these small monsters because their state is very abnormal for Lin. These monsters are surprising Lin because they can ignore defense, ignore physical immunity, and can cut and tear anything into pieces. These abyss demons and dragon race monsters are not working together, but are running away for their lives in fear of these little insect monsters. And it doesn't take long for Lin to understand that these different monsters are running away in fear of these little insects. In a short while, the small creatures surround all these monsters, and all these monsters are surrounded by these small creatures and are in no condition to say anything, because neither their defense nor physical protection will work, nor any protective thing will work, because these small monsters can bite them as well. The dragon monster looks at the side where our hero was standing and says that there is an exit there, and as soon as we escape from this area, we will be saved. The demon of the dragon race said this so that all the demons together go in this direction, and if they find humans there, then all of them together can destroy our hero. And the warriors of the dragon race can take revenge for their family. However, our hero also becomes very serious after seeing them, because he also does not want all of them to leave this area, and none of them should survive from here. All of them start shouting, looking in the escape direction. Meanwhile, we see that some monsters have been attacked by soul-eating insects, and their souls have been devoured, and the rest of the monsters are busy saving themselves. Seeing the way out in front of them, all the monsters become very happy and say that they should run away from here quickly. The exit is just in front of us. Saying this, they all start running from here, but then all those monsters get attacked by some soul skill due to which they start having headache, and they all stop their shouting that what is happening. Then they see our hero in front of them, seeing whom they stop immediately and say that this is him, trash of human race. Our hero stands calmly in front of them, and these monsters get very angry after seeing him. They are in danger right now, so they are unable to do anything. So one of the monsters angrily says that when we get out of trouble, I will cut you with 1,000 knives. Meanwhile, another siege of insect monsters surrounds all those monsters. All those monsters are very scared because they are being surrounded from all sides again and again. However, they are still trying to run away. When those monsters are trying to escape from here and there, then Lin uses curse chain on them. The red-colored chain catches all those monsters. All the monsters get very surprised after getting trapped in it because it is strange for them, and the warrior of the dragon race also gets shocked to see it. But he saved himself from the curse resistance, but other monsters will not be able to save themselves. He asks the other monsters to avoid it, but then he sees something which is enough to surprise him. And the reason for his surprise is the skeletons which our hero has summoned. Many skeletons get summoned there and stand in front of all those monsters, and all these monsters are very surprised to see these skeletons. Seeing these skeletons, the warrior of the dragon race starts moving very fast to attack them. And as soon as he comes close to a skeleton, he attacks it. But the skeleton throws the warrior of the dragon race very far away with just a push of its shoulder. With that simple push, the dragon race warrior is able to sense our hero's power, and now he is surrounded by death from all sides. So he says to our hero, warrior of the human race, "This is a soul-eating insect that has nothing left to chew. I advise you to be more sensible, otherwise we will all die here." Our hero was not moving away from the exit door. Seeing which all these monsters got angry and said that he is crazy, they advised our hero to move away from the exit, and said that if you do not escape from here quickly, then you will also be killed soon. After listening to all this, our hero immediately calls the undead general. And as soon as the undead general arrives there, a message comes for our hero that a temporary troop of the dead army has been formed. And after this, the undead general increases the power of all the skeletons by using the legion's strength buff. Lin's troops start moving towards these soul-eating insects, and seeing him do this, the other monsters start laughing at Lin and say among themselves, "I thought he was crazy, but he turned out to be a fool. Can the soul-eating insect be stopped by these summoned creatures? How naive, when we are not allowed to live, then kill it here too." All of them were talking while laughing and shouting loudly. Our hero was feeling very irritated by their conversation because they were making too much noise. And then he orders his summoned creatures to go towards them. At this time, our hero is surrounded by skeleton armor, so he is not going to get harmed. Seeing the skeleton coming towards them, all these monsters start laughing badly. "That stupid human race. You are going to die." All these monsters are underestimating Lin, and they want to kill him because Lin has blocked their path. So they are planning to bury him here along with them. The skeleton warriors set out to do their job, and some soul-eating creatures start moving towards our hero to attack. However, as soon as they attack, they collide with an energy shield. This is the energy shield of armor. The soul-eating creatures are unable to break our hero's energy shield. Meanwhile, our hero attacks them and succeeds in killing some of them. When Lin killed some of them, he got 2 lakh experience points for killing a level 40 soul-eating insect. He was not very happy to see this because it is very less. However, there are a lot of soul-eating insects here, so Lin is going to get a lot of experience points. On the other hand, a lot of soul-eating insects attack the skeleton warriors. Every skeleton warrior is being attacked by a lot of soul-eating insects, and they are getting a lot of damage. But the undead general is also healing them with his legion treatment buff at the same time, taking advantage of which the skeleton warriors are destroying those soul-eating insects. Lin is also killing these monsters one by one with his skeleton fangs. As soon as he kills the monsters, he is getting a lot of experience points. After killing each monster, he is getting 2 lakh experience points, and there are a lot of soul-eating monsters here, which means that Lin is going to get a lot of experience points. The other monsters who were laughing at Lin earlier are completely stunned after seeing this scene. They are unable to understand what is happening here because in their eyes, how is a mere 30-level garbage man doing all this? Skeleton warriors are also busy killing many insects one after the other. And they have also killed so many insects that a lot of experience points have been collected. And as soon as our hero has enough merit, his ability evolves again, and this time he evolves into a 5-star second lieutenant with 58,000 merits. Skeleton warriors are killing all soul-eating creatures with their big blades. And now their number has reduced a lot, and on one side our hero was standing and killing them with great love. And this time his experience has increased by 1 point, which will be good news for him. Many soul-eating insects have died, and as soon as their number decreases, their leader senses this and reaches that area by breaking the rocks. This insect was much bigger than other insects, and its level is also very high. This is a level 50 soul-eating insect king who is a lord-level boss. This is a king-level monster of level 50. Its power and agility both are 40,000. Spirit is 30,000. Physics is 50,000. In skill, it can do soul devouring. It can also use second stance, shocking scream. In characteristics, it ignores defense, ignores physical immunity, and can bite anything.
Lin Moyo could see the monstrous monster now flying above them as it caught its eye from the loud explosions earlier. He was just surprised by how big it was, and at the same time there were so many soul devourers flying around it. He just couldn't believe how big it was compared to ordinary soul devourers. Lin Moyo frowned when he saw its attributes from the system. He could only understand that this Lord-level boss seemed to possess incredibly high attributes. Just from its attributes, Lin Moyo knew that he was going to be in trouble, so he accepted that it looks like he needs to get serious now and use his all to face the level 50 enemy boss. While looking around, Lin Moyo could only see the corpses of the soul devourers he had killed earlier. He only noticed that there were so many corpses of enemies around him. That's why he only had hope that he would be able to kill the soul-devouring king. Using their corpses, he can apply and use his corpse explosion on them after he throws them in front of the soul-devouring king. While there seems to be a meeting between the soul-devouring king and the soul-devourers, he seems to be whispering to his disciples. After that, it just lets out a deafening sound that can be heard all over the place. The powerful shockwave of this scream was caused by the soul-devouring king's skill to terrify the scream. Lin Moyo just frowned because the sound was so ugly and unpleasant to the ears. The light within the eternal trials seemed to be scattered from that cry and released a great wave of sound that traveled far and wide. As Lin Moyo's army, which is made up of skeleton warriors, is in front of it, they just accept the full power of its skill. There was nothing they could do but stand there and stare at their opponent who was above because they couldn't reach him. From the damage done by the skill from the loud shouting of the soul-devouring king, the armor and body of the skeleton warriors are just beginning to be healthy and cracked. They just accept the damage from it and continue to crack their bodies. In order to attack his subordinates who receive great damage from the soul-devouring king, the undead general just raises his battle mace again and uses the Legion healing skill. The damage that the skeleton warriors continuously receive is only offset by the healing from their undead general, as well as the damage they received from the terrifying scream of the soul-devouring king, and their cracked bodies are restored and rebuilt. The healing aura from the undead general's Legion healing simply envelops the skeleton warriors and prevents them from taking damage again and returns their armor and body to their former form. Lin Moyo, who was just trying to adjust his posture because he was hit by a strong gust of force from the soul-devouring king's screams. With his skeleton armor, he doesn't take damage, but it continues to release machine light as it blocks the force of the sound waves from screaming. From what Lin Moyo is now experiencing the strength of skill from the soul-devouring king, he can only understand that it should be worthy of a level 50 Lord-level boss. Even a level 50 like this was not considered the strongest monster within the upper level of the Eternal Trials. Munit for the soul-devouring king possessing an insanely high number of attributes is that it can surpass ordinary monsters 10 levels apart. Just one shout from the soul-devouring king was enough to kill a person. Lin Moyo's skeleton armor is just starting to darken, and its light is fading a little as this mob attack is just starting. After making this deafening scream, the soul-devouring king just opened his mouth very wide, and all the soul devourers spontaneously flew towards their mouth. They don't care what is happening and just follow the order. As he devours his disciples, the soul-devouring king begins to grow bigger and fatter. The soul-devouring king does not end here because he continues to suck the corpses of his dead soul-devourer disciples from the ground. The remaining parts of their bodies that Lin Moyo had nourished earlier were just beginning to float and head for its mouth. The soul-devouring king continues to devour his disciples, whether they are dead or alive. With his wide opening of his mouth and devouring the soul devourers, his ears and wings began to glow, emitting a strong light that lit up the entire area. From far away, still within the upper level of the Eternal Trials, someone heard a scream. This professional immediately recognizes that those bosses belong to the soul-devouring king. He just knew that this was not good news, and it was just a sign that the soul-devouring king seemed to be coming out, which is why he was now encouraging and ordering his colleagues to run from then on. He just explains that every time the soul-devouring king appears and comes out, he only brings a non-stop flow of blood, so it's better for all of them to carry that weapon from then on, because otherwise they will multiply in trouble if they can't escape. Apart from the professional people, the abyssal demons and screams from the soul-devouring king were also heard, and they too hurriedly wanted to escape from there. Even monsters know that soul devourers devour everything they see and pass. Apart from this, there is not even anything that they cannot eat. So how can they be made in the flesh and have something to eat? They only remember that the soul-devouring king came there half a year ago, where they can only wonder why he decided to come out. What's even more surprising is that since the soul-devouring king is so powerful, it only means that it can provide so many good things. That's why no one tries to kill it and take the opportunity to eat a lot of equipment and items. From as far back as the demons can remember, the Dragon Clan was made into a professional team consisting of hundreds of members, but they were unable to kill it and instead were just dismissed and kicked out. These demons only knew that it would be a big mess if they couldn't get out of there and run away from the soul-devouring king's possession. Humanity professionals, dragon professionals, and even abyssal demons all changed what they needed to do as soon as they heard this voice and knew that the most they needed to do was to head to the farthest place they could from to the soul-devouring king. All of them are afraid of the presence of this creature and are just winging their way to the farthest. While all the creatures that were nearby were able to hear the shout from the soul-devouring king, there was only you standing in front of it and facing it while using his skeleton armor. After what the soul-devouring king did, and now there is a new problem in my heart. His face turned serious as he thought about his new problem because the corpses of the soul-devourers that he was supposed to use in his plan to fight this boss were all swallowed up by the soul-devouring king. He was just trying to think of a new plan to deal with it. He just wondered if his skeleton fangs would be able to break through the soul-devouring king's defenses. The soul-devouring king, who noticed that he was in front of him, was only alerted to his presence, even though his level was lower than his, but he was able to survive from his screaming. The soul-devouring king only uses one of its legs to attack. Lin Moyo can't keep up with its speed and can't believe the tagline of this Lake Sea. He just stood there and couldn't do anything about it. The soul-devouring king is just joking about this simple attack that quickly penetrates Lin Moyo's skeleton armor. With just one stroke of the soul-devouring king's leg, it was able to crush the skeleton armor wrapped around Lin Moyo. He was just surprised by this, but fortunately his leg was not able to touch his body and it just went down. To attack it, the soul-devouring king simply lowers its body to the ground where it can be trampled. Even so, his skeleton armor is quickly being erased, and he realizes that he needs to keep improving the strength of his skeleton armor so that the soul-devouring king doesn't make him easy. Now that the soul-devouring king had come down from his flight, Lin Moyo knew it was time for him to use his skill. Finally, when it was close to the ground, Lin Moyo could only smile a little because what was happening was according to his plan. He just raises his left hand and uses the corpse explosion that he is preparing where his hand is covered in red light and green lightning. Lin Moyo just walked away from there while continuing to prepare his corpse explosion. By doing this avoidance, he was not able to be hit again by the soul-devouring king, and he only got a little tired. Lin Moyo was only able to use his corpse explosion skill on the scattered corpses of the dragon professionals and the abyssal demons that were there from those he had killed earlier in the ambush. A bright red beam of light is just beginning to emerge from these bodies, and this is where the explosions begin. After a few minutes of him not using them, most of the vitality in their bodies was gone. It's better than nothing. The Soldier King flying above only feels the explosion and takes damage from it. Even though Lin Moyo uses only a few corpses for his corpse explosion, it is obvious that it is injured from the explosion and can only be counted. While continuing to receive the explosions and continuous damage from the corpse explosion, the soul-devouring king would just scream and glow and was obviously trying to fix himself. After the explosions, the soul-devouring king wasted no more time and set his eyes on Lin Moyo. It just started to use its soul devour skill, and while staring at Lin Moyo, it just cut all the soul fragments that were around. The red dots that came from the souls of all those who died in that area just went to the mouth of the soul-devouring king. Seeing this, Lin Moyo not only didn't know what to do, but he was still not nervous and scared while facing the boss's attack. Lin Moyo felt as if his soul was being absorbed until he could see what seemed to be his soul that resembled him floating out of the body and in front of him now. He was shocked by what he saw in front of him, but continued to wear his skeleton armor. He was just amazed because the barrier in front of him only prevented his soul from coming out from near him and was only kept inside the barrier. With the help of his skeleton armor, he was able to cut off the power of the boss's soul devour, and it no longer affected to take Lin Moyo's soul. With his skeleton armor protecting his physical body and his soul, it was extremely damaged. It keeps cracking, but Lin Moyo is able to put the spirit on it to restore its strength. He was just a little annoyed because he was being given something to do, and it seemed that he needed to keep restoring the strength of his skeleton armor, because otherwise what might the soul-devouring king's attack do, and he might be affected by it while his own defense. Since the Soul Devourer boss skill is a mass attack and works in a large group, it also affects his skeleton warriors. Despite this, they did not move and just stood there as they were moved by the thin strands of energy that landed on their bodies and tried to absorb whatever soul they had. They just start to emit a faint blue light, but Lin Moyo just says that it's pointless because all his skeletons are undead, and of course they don't have souls that can be devoured by Soul-Devouring King. Because the Soul-Devouring King can't see the effects that are happening to his opponents from his skill, he just starts to get angry and intensifies his use of the Soul Devourer skill. Apart from this, the Soul-Devouring King is angry because of the damage he received from the explosions that Lin Moyo carried out earlier. It's just going crazy, but it has no effect on Lin Moyo's soul because of his skeleton armor. He just starts to smile and prepares his soul blaze in his left palm. He just says that if we are only talking about attacks that target the enemy's soul, then it is not a problem because he is also a necromancer, and he can do that as well. Lin Moyo knew that his attack with his corpse explosion earlier was not enough because they had a huge advantage with the level of the soul-devouring king, and he had a very high vitality. Even so, he didn't move and released his soul blaze on the soul-devouring king, who was surrounded by Lin Moyo's blue flames. It is just beginning to lose complete control of its flight, which is why the soul-devouring king is starting to descend from his flight. Lin Moyo knew that even the boss's soul devourer was very dangerous because it could not be defended by normal means and it would sneak through any defense. That's the scariest thing about the soul-devouring king. It's a shame because this doesn't work for Lin Moyo. Except for its soul-devourer skill, the soul-devouring king is not as powerful as they expected, especially if it is facing an army of soulless skeletons. To help their master, the undead general just gives orders. Raising his battle maze and pointing at the soul-devouring king, it orders the skeleton mages Mona to attack. Skeleton mages with various elemental attributes now begin to prepare their elemental spells. The different colors of their staffs just glowed as they prepared their spells. After a few moments of their attack, they just let loose their elemental spells. From above, a rain of fire, yellow, and lightning struck the soul-devouring king, who was surrounded by a vast core, a core that still spread the attacks. With the help of the continuous attacks of the skeleton mages at the same time as their master's soul blaze on the soul-devouring king, they are able to gradually lower the boss from its flight. While this was happening, the skeleton warriors were just waiting, preparing their swords and positioning themselves to attack at the signal given to them by the undead general. It is just waiting for the soul-devouring king to come down so that the many skeleton warriors can unite them. Lin Moyo's soul blaze attack and the elemental spells of the skeleton mages continued until they were able to damage it with a thud. From the soul-devouring king's crown, it just emitted a strong white light that enveloped the area. The skeleton warriors present were just beginning to move away from it first, while the soul-devouring king was now enveloped in a circle of light that did not allow anything to peer into it. Its very bright light was just starting to fade, and when Lin Moyo opened it, he could see what had just happened to the soul-devouring king. He was just surprised and stunned because he didn't expect that this Lord-level boss was hiding something. In front of him appeared the new form of the soul-devouring king, who could not be compared to a large moth. It only has legs and arms while still retaining its hind wing and its forelimb that belongs to an insect. From the system, Lin Moyo was able to find out that this is the second form of the soul-devouring king, which at level 50 has 60,000 strength, 25,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 60,000 physique. In the new form of the soul-devouring king, the spirit it possesses is only reduced, but both its strength and physique are greatly increased. From its first form, it becomes a 10-meter monster that resembles a human. To begin its attack in its new form, the soul-devouring king quickly headed to the location of Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors are now facing it, but they are not that agile to keep up with its agility. The soul-devouring king quickly grabbed one of Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors with his newly formed hands in his second form. The skeleton warrior is no longer able to avoid and escape from the soul-devouring king's capture. It was just starting to raise the skeleton warrior in front of his face. The skeleton warrior tries to break free, but he can't do anything until he lets go of his sword and it falls. Lin Moyo, who was watching what was happening now, could not understand what it was doing. Lin Moyo is just beginning to understand that the soul-devouring king is planning to devour the skeleton warrior. He just chews it and swallows it while Lin Moyo's energy leaks from the skeleton warrior until he receives a notification that one of his skeleton warriors is dying. The soul-devouring king didn't stop here because he immediately grabbed 2 additional skeleton warriors in his hand and brought them to his mouth again. It didn't stop and just devoured the 2 skeleton warriors and did what the first skeleton warrior said until Lin Moyo received a notification informing him that his 2 skeleton warriors were dying. Lin Moyo didn't care what was happening and just smiled a little. He releases a knowledge pit ion that has the ability to house you with his spirit. From what he could see, the soul-devouring king was using his skeleton warriors to speed up his recovery from the injuries he suffered because from his observation, the wounds he sustained were disappearing faster. Lin Moyo says that if all he wants to do is to see who is faster, and if the soul-devouring king can devour his skeletons faster than his speed to summon new ones, skeleton warrior. The soul-devouring king didn't stop and even reached his hand towards the skeleton warriors who were just there and could not do anything against it. They are just waiting for their own death. They were ready to fight it, but the soul-devouring king was so fast that it was able to pick up more skeleton warriors and devour it. As it does taking skeleton warriors, it is able to steal their vitality and make it its own to heal itself. As the soul-devouring king was doing this, Lin Muyu knew that he should not stop their fight any longer and waste time there. He just brings out his Thornithos side and uses the skill evocation to summon his own battlefield Ghost King. As soon as it comes out, it uses its skill and aims the left pointer at the soul-devouring king. To fight the Insect King, our hero finally summons the Ghost King to the battlefield. As soon as he summons the Ghost King uses the Nihility technique, due to which the mind of the Insect King gets a little disturbed. The Insect King is a little disturbed and the Ghost King attacks him, but the Insect King is free from this technique due to his high level and he screams very loudly. His roar starts reverberating in the whole area. His voice starts reaching far and wide. The scream of the Insect King was so loud that it could be heard very far away, and many demons who were far away from this battlefield also heard the voice of the Insect King and wondered who was fighting with the Insect King. Whoever is fighting with him, is he not afraid of death? All these demons, even after being so far away, hear this sound and think of running away further because they were afraid that if the Insect King comes here, he will kill everyone. So they start running away as far as they can. In order to become more powerful, the Insect King starts pulling small insects towards himself in order to devour them again. Seeing these insects coming, our hero becomes very happy because he was waiting for this only, and as soon as he sees the insects, he uses his skeleton fangs on these small insects. The skeleton fangs enter the bodies of these small insects and start killing them all, due to which there are many dead bodies there. As soon as the dead bodies reach Insect King, our hero says very happily that the wait is over, and while saying this, he uses corpse explosion while smiling. The dead bodies of small insects reach the Insect King through the fangs. Seeing them, the Insect King gets very angry and starts screaming. However, as soon as he screams, corpse blasts start happening. The blasts are so powerful that even the Insect King is unable to do much. He is just stuck in it and is getting damaged by the blast. Our hero did not want to give a chance to the soul-eating Insect King, so he leaves the responsibility of the next attack on the Undead General, and the Undead General immediately gathers all the Legion members and gives the order to the mage to attack. As soon as the mage gets the order to attack, all the mages perform some magical attacks due to which the Insect King was surrounded by magical attacks from all sides like lightning, fire, freezing, etc. The Insect King is surrounded by so many magical attacks that he cannot run away from here because if he runs then the attacks will hit him directly, and on one side many skeletons are also ready to attack him. But at that time the Insect King does a dangerous attack due to which the whole area starts shaking. During this time we also see some humans, probably they have also come for the trial. Hearing so much noise around them, all these people get very scared that did you hear? There were a lot of people here. Then another one says, is someone attacking the soul-eating Insect King? After the death of the Insect King, a very good quality thing will drop. However, The other members with him listen to him and say, "Don't say this." Everyone runs away from here as soon as possible. Here in the battle area, the Insect King's shout causes the ground to crack and our hero starts falling down along with his skeleton warrior. However, this does not cause much damage to our hero and his skeletons. He lands comfortably on the ground, but the attack rhythm of his skeleton warrior got disturbed a bit. Taking advantage of this, the Insect King moves forward for the attack. The Insect King reaches those skeleton warriors, catches them in his jaws, and starts eating them, due to which our hero's skeleton warriors start dying continuously. The Insect King continuously kills 4 or 5 skeleton warriors by eating them. He has cleared some areas by killing skeleton warriors, and he is slowly moving towards that direction, and seeing him going to the empty place, our hero understands that he is trying to escape from here, and if our hero lets him escape from here, then our hero will never be able to catch him because the agility of the Insect King is very high, and as soon as he gets out of our hero's control, our hero will not be able to catch him. To stop him from running away, Lin quickly uses the Curse Chain. The red-colored Curse Chain reaches the Insect King very fast, grabs him, and takes him in its custody. The Insect King uses all his strength to get rid of these Curse Chains, but he is unable to get free. He is just screaming helplessly like a helpless insect. After capturing the Insect King, our hero is slowly moving towards him and looking at him smilingly says, "Why are you in such a hurry to run away from here? I am very interested in your body and soul." After this, many skeleton warriors reach the Insect King with huge swords and start continuously attacking him. Being trapped in the Curse Chain, the Insect King is unable to do anything because he has become very slow. Everything from his hands to his feet is affected by the chain. Therefore, he has no choice but to take a beating. The skeletons are damaging the Insect King by thrusting huge swords into his body. After beating the Insect King a lot, our hero makes his last attack on him, due to which the Insect King falls straight on the ground and dies. As soon as the Insect King died, our hero got 5 million experience points and also got Soul Eating Dagger, Soul Eating Ring, and Soul Crystal. Soul Eater Dagger, exclusive to Assassins, Platinum tier weapon, all attributes increased by 2500, Assassin skill increased by 80%, additional skill, Soul Eater. Soul Eater Ring, Platinum level jewelry, all attributes increased by 1000, mental energy consumed by skills reduced by 20%. Soul Crystal, disposable consumable. Each use can permanently increase mental power by 1000 points, no limit on the number of uses. Seeing these items, our hero is very surprised because the items he got are going to help him a lot, because our hero's current mental strength is only enough to summon one undead general. So this Soul Eater Ring and Soul Crystal are really suitable for him. Lin thanks the dead body of the Insect King because all the items he is getting are because of him. So he thanks the dead Insect King, and then he takes out his scythe and starts capturing the soul of the Insect King and asks him to come back to life and become his slave. As soon as the evocation starts, the soul of the Insect King comes out and our hero tries to capture it, but he keeps failing in this. He is unable to capture the soul of the Insect King, due to which our hero gets very surprised that how is this happening. He was just guessing that maybe the level of the Insect King is very high, and that is why he is unable to capture it. After failing again and again, he keeps trying again. He focuses on himself for a while, and then starts spiritualism again, and this time our hero succeeds in capturing the soul. Our hero has finally captured the soul of the soul-eating Insect King, and we all know what his level is. His level is 50. Power is 60,000, agility is 25,000, spirit is 10,000, and physique is 60,000. After capturing the soul, Lin calls the soul in the scythe and then summons it, but our hero's summon fails, which makes him realize that perhaps his mental strength is not enough to summon this undead Insect King. Due to not being able to summon soul, our hero thinks that he is not able to summon soul, but perhaps using these soul crystals will be enough at this time. Then we see that soul flame is coming out from the hands of our hero, and while looking at it, he is thinking that I do not know whether he will be able to make the first posture in his soul state or not. Our hero is currently in a world created by being eaten by soul-eating insects, which means he is in the lair of the soul-eating insect king. Our hero sees this lair and wonders if the insect king wanted to run in this direction and if there was anything there that could save his life. Thinking all this, our hero starts going in the direction where the insect king wanted to go. At this time, there is still a skeleton armor around him. Then he hears some sound, after hearing and feeling which, he says in surprise that this is a world-class boss. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel. While walking, our hero enters the den of soul-eating insect where a lot of eggs are present and the whole cave is filled with eggs. And in this we see the soul-eating insect mother among the eggs, who is a world-class boss and her level is 51. Her power and agility is 0. Her spirit is 1 lakh. Physics is also 1 lakh. In skill she can devouring soul. She can also use Soul Explosion and Soul Frost and Super Hatching. In feature it uses physical damage reduced by 30%, elemental damage reduced by 30%, soul damage reduced by 30%. Lin gets surprised to see this world-class boss because this is the first time he has met a world-class boss in the internal trials and her attributes are very different. The insect mother senses Lin's presence in the nest and gets ready for a fight. She was sleeping when our hero entered the nest, but is now awake to fight our hero as he is an intruder. Meanwhile, suddenly some eggs start breaking, and from inside them soul-eating insects come out. These are insect soul-eating guards which are boss-level monsters. Their level is also 50. Power and agility is 0. Spirit is 1 lakh. Physics is 50,000. In skill they can use Spiritual Shield. Their features are physical power reduced by 70% and elemental power also reduced by 70%, and they can unite similar souls. As soon as the insects like larvae come out of the eggs, they activate the Spiritual Shield to save their mother, due to which a shield gets activated around the insect mother. This shield looks very powerful, and our hero understood by looking at the shield that it is a 4-layered shield. So he summons all the skeletons to step back a bit because it will not be so easy to break it. The insect mother inside the shield is not in any danger from our hero because it was not so easy to break the shield. Meanwhile, she attacks our hero with a soul explosion attack due to which a loud sound passes in front of the skeleton, and this sound was so loud that all the skeletons suffered a lot of damage. Insect's mother's soul explosion was very powerful because just by shouting it, the skeletons suffered a lot of damage and to heal all the skeletons again. The undead general uses Legion healing and all the skeletons regenerate their power again. Luckily, Lin has undead generals. If this was the previous Lin, he would probably have been defeated after a few more rounds of soul explosions. After healing, all the skeletons take huge swords and move towards the insect mother to attack her. But before attacking the insect mother, they have to break this 4-layer shield. Only then they will be able to reach the insect mother. As soon as the skeletons reach the shield, they start continuously attacking the shield so that this shield breaks in some way or the other. But their attack was not working on this shield. Skeletons are reducing their own power by attacking the shield in vain because even our hero does not know how to break this shield. On one hand, the skeletons are constantly trying to break the shield by attacking it, while on the other hand, some soul-eating insects are also present there who are constantly devouring the soul so that they can replenish the power of the soul-eating insect's mother and the insect guards. At that very moment, insect's mother again does a soul explosion due to which the skeletons that were attacking the shield start flying and falling here and there due to the pressure caused by the explosion. Lin, who is standing far away and watching this fight, is very confused because the insect mother is disturbing every attack of his skeleton by repeatedly doing soul explosion and seeing this soul explosion. Our hero thinks about his soul flame attack that I also used to use soul flame to disrupt the enemy's skills. I did not expect that now the same situation is with me as I used to do with others. After doing soul explosion for a long time, insect mother uses soul frost, and as she uses the frost technique, frost energy starts flowing around her, and at the same time a message pops up near our hero about a skeleton being eliminated, which means that insect mother eliminated a skeleton while being inside the shield. Seeing this message, our hero gets very surprised because till now whatever damage was being done to his skeletons was being cured due to the healing of the undead general. But the attack of the first soul is enough to freeze and destroy the skeleton, and at this time, sensing the situation, our hero summons the mage skeleton as well so that he can also attack from a distance and have some effect on the shield. As soon as the skeleton's mage are summoned here, they start magical attacks towards the insect mother following their master's orders. Many magical attacks occur around the shield like fire, ice, electric, wind. Many magical attacks hit the shield, but still there is no damage to the shield. At the same time, our hero also tries to break the shield using skeleton fangs, yet there is no effect on the shield. The shield was withstanding such dangerous attacks with great grace. On one hand, not a single attack of our hero is working, while on the other hand, the insect mother's attacks are continuously eliminating our hero's skeleton. Slowly, 12 skeletons of our hero get eliminated due to the effect of soul frost. Seeing this, our hero is very tensed about what he should do. Lin has tried all his attacks, but still he is unable to even scratch the shield. At this time, he activates his soul flame. While activating the flame, he thinks whether the soul flame will be able to ignore the shield or not. However, as soon as the insect mother sees the flame in our hero's hand, she panics a lot and uses soul explosion and throws our hero away through pressure. Seeing the insect mother in such a panic, our hero understands that this insect mother has panicked so much only after seeing the soul flame, which means that our hero's attack is going to be effective now. Thinking this brings happiness on our hero's face because till now none of his attacks were working. However, the insect mother panicked after seeing the soul flame. This will definitely work. Seeing the weakness of the insect mother, our hero without wasting any time activates the soul flame and launches a lava attack of flame towards the insect mother. The attack was moving towards the shield in a very terrifying form and was affecting the shield slightly. Seeing this, the insect mother uses the soul frost technique so that the power of the flame can be reduced a bit through frost. However, our hero's soul flame attack was powerful and it melts the shield from one side. Seeing the crack in the shield, our hero laughs and looks at the insect mother and says, "Now it is our turn." And while saying this, there was a smile on his face because only after a lot of effort he was able to break the shield. On the other hand, the human professionals who were fleeing the area after hearing the insect boss's screaming sound earlier were extremely confused after not hearing the insect boss's voice anymore, and the soul-eating insect king's crying sound had diminished. They were confused whether it could be that someone killed the soul-eating insect king. They were all confused as to who could have killed the soul-eating insect king. Then we see some Dragon Clan professionals in the battlefield area who are very confused after seeing the whole area. They are also unable to understand who did this and who had the guts to do this. The entire soul-eating insect zone was destroyed. Then they start talking among themselves. One of them asks who won this battle. The other one says, "I don't know." Then he asks if we should go down and see it. Although all of them are still afraid to go down, some people feel like going down. So they think, why don't we take a look? How about if this doesn't work? Then we will run away from there as soon as possible. Then the person with him says that even if the soul-eating insect king is still alive, he must be seriously injured. Let's go one turn. Then we also see some human hunters. All of them are from the creation class of the Zhejiang Academy. They also go to the battlefield area and start watching. After watching for a while, they jump down so that they can also see what is happening. Here below, due to the soul flame of our hero, the shield built around the insect mother has been completely destroyed. And at this time she is very panicked because she also did not understand what to do now, and our hero was standing in front of her. After activating soul flame in his hand, he looks at the insect mother and says, "Order yourself to taste soul flame attack." So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 200 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too. Lin Mo-yo makes them taste his special flavor of his soul attack, in return for their ability to use the same type of attack. The soul blaze used by Lin Mo-yo manages to land on one of the soul-devouring guardians. This insect let out a deafening cry because of the pain it felt. The get squirmed part of it as it tried to get rid of the fire in its laughter by rolling over, but it did nothing. Its pitiful screams continued to be heard throughout the secret realm, and in its entire life the soldier and guardian never thought it would feel how painful the soul attacks were. Its screams cause the entire barrier that they consist of 4 humanig and hamina. What was becoming a hole in the barrier suddenly spread to the confusion of one of the soldiers and guardians. Its soul continues to burn and take damage. Seeing the growing crack in the barrier, the undead general and Lin Mo-yo wasted no time as he raised his battle maze and gave orders to the skeleton mages, leading it to prepare their attacks to seize the opportunity to their master's attack does. From this order follows the skeleton mages, who use their staff to prepare a variety of attacks on what is forming around them. Wind, ice, lightning, and fire elemental attacks mix there while preparing. After a few moments, all of the skeleton mages unleashed their elemental attacks on one of the soul-devouring guardians that Soul Blaze was already damaging in the middle of all of them, focusing on the hole that was created in the barrier. With the additional damage it would take, the soul-devouring guardian would be unstoppable in its movement, but its companions could do nothing to help it. To deliver the final attack to the soul-devouring guardian, Lin Mo-yo uses his skeleton fangs, which he quickly releases and comes after the elemental attacks. It pierces every part of the soul-devouring guardian, causing it great damage. While continuing to suffer from the elemental attacks of the skeleton mages, the skeleton fangs were followed by another attack that came from another and pierced it, lifting the body of the soul-devouring guardian. In the last part of this attack, the soul-devouring guardian dies completely and creates a new corpse that Lin Mo-yo can use. As he saw this, he could only smile because he was finally finishing one and he was having materials for his next plan. It seems that with the soul-devouring guardian's physics, it can't take a series of damage from him and his skeleton mages, killing it in an instant. Losing one of the soul-devouring guardians causes a quarter of the shield to disappear and weakens its power. To finish off the remaining soul-devouring guardian, Lin Mo-yo raises his left hand and envelops it in red light. He just smiled as he stared, but he now had a way to attack inside the strong barrier that the soul-devouring guardians were making. He uses his corpse explosion, which causes his mana to wrap around the dead soul-devouring guardian's body, and energy gushes out from within it, starting the impending explosion. Due to the soul-devouring guardian's physique, it begins to explode and cause destruction within the barrier. The soul-devouring mother is shocked by what she sees, because when she looks to the side, she sees that one of her guardians is starting to weaken. It doesn't understand what's going on until it explodes. In the first explosion, the remaining 3 soul-devouring guardians were killed by the strong force from the corpse explosion. These are followed by an explosion that causes the soul-devouring mother to scream loudly and take a bit of damage. The physique of the soul-devouring guardians is not that high and its vitality is not that strong, which is why the corpse explosion does not affect the soul-devouring mother with a very high physique. It only deals serious damage with the corpse explosion and does not kill it. With the death of the soul-devouring guardians, the barrier they create begins to completely disappear and crack. The once formidable barrier they had created now dissipated, leaving the soul-devouring mother open to attacks. Due to his slight confusion from the corpse explosion and the opening of his defenseless body, he didn't waste any more time Lin Moyo again and fooled his skeleton warriors to do their job. He orders them that it is time for them to launch a counterattack on the open barrier of the soul-devouring mother. At this command, the skeleton warriors were moved. Together they head towards the giant soul-devouring mother, who can't help but look at the skeleton warriors heading towards her location and surrounding her like ants. The soul-devouring mother could not attack to defend herself, and there was no way to tell her companions because all her disciples were dying from the corpse explosion. He continues to receive damage from the many skeleton warriors who are now surrounding him and using their swords to gradually replace his HP. But the damage they cause is greatly reduced due to the damage reduction possessed by the soul-devouring mother. With no one to rely on and no way to defend herself, the soul-devouring mother does the only way to save herself from the ants that are biting her. The soul-devouring mother uses its rapid hatching skill, where its eyes and antennae begin to glow. Her energy was spreading within the secret realm, and when Lin Moyo saw it, she began to predict what the soul-devouring mother was planning to do. From the eggs on the side, you know that it is trying to hatch all of them to become its helper. Even so, Lin Moyo knows that it is useless, and it seems that the soul-devouring mother is giving him help to kill it herself. He can only say that since he is trying to bury his own death, he should not blame Lin Moyo for what he will do next. Lin Moyo's prediction of the next time the soul-devouring mother will be made has come true because her skill rapid hatching uses the soul energy inside the secret realm to speed up the hatching of soul devourers. As the soul-devouring mother hatched its eggs, there was something that was not understood because the more soul devourers there were, the faster my own death would be, which is why Lin Moyo was not afraid of what would happen next. Each egg begins to crack open and release blue energy just as hatching begins. After a few seconds of hatching, numerous soul devourers emerge flying and covered in liquid from the egg. Others were left with so many eggshells still tainted with the soul energy used to bring them to life and quick hatching. Lin Moyo was now facing so many soul devourers that were cramming the feeling inside the cave, and most of the school energy inside it that had accumulated over so many years was all being used by the soul-devouring mother for its last move to save her own life. The soul-devouring mother, who had just used so many spirits and forced herself to use up all of the soul energy inside the cave, was panting and sweating from exhaustion from her massive plan. The new soul devourers move their wings to remove the liquid from them and begin their movement. It begins to move towards the location of Lin Moyo and his remaining skeleton warriors. As they came, Lin Moyo could see that they were not normal soul devourers because they were bigger than the normal ones he had fought before. As they were coming, Lin Moyo did not use his detection technique on them because he was too lazy and they would also die in his hand. As they continue to arrive, the skeleton warriors in the soul-devouring mother's location continue to attack, while the remaining skeleton warriors await the arrival of their new enemies and protect their master and the skeleton mages. The soul devourers eagerly pounce on the skeleton warriors they see. They rush towards them and use their universal shred skill that ignores the defense of the skeleton warriors and directly causes damage to their bodies. Despite this, the skeleton warriors are not very damaged and just fight everything that comes to their enemy. As Lin Moyo sees so many enemies coming in their direction, he can only say that he seems to be worried for nothing, and it looks like they have corpses that can be used for his corpse explosion. To begin the first part of his plan, Lin Moyo prepares his skeleton fangs. After his little preparation, he sent a large number of sharp pieces of bone in the direction of the soul devourers who were forced to rush to their location. They can't do anything other than the sting of the skeleton fangs. Due to its stronger and enlarged body, the skeleton fangs are unable to penetrate the soul devourer's body. The soul-devouring mother, who is constantly being confused by the skeleton warriors who are in front of her and trying to attack her Chan band, can no longer hold back on the non-stop attack on her. The cooldown of his soul explosion skill ends, and he can use it again, so he doesn't waste time to unleash a fierce burst of soul attack that takes out all the skeleton warriors clinging to his body. They all fly away, but this soul attack is useless on the skeleton warriors because they have no soul and are already dead. Lin Moyo, seeing this, understood that the soul-devouring mother was now in a desperate situation. He notices that he is becoming very anxious and restless with the non-stop killing of his disciples who are slowly depleting. While trying to endure the attack, Lin Moyo tells the soul-devouring mother not to be too angry because this is the next one after he kills his disciples. When the soul-devouring mother attacks, his skeleton armor is broken, but it just bounces back, removing any damage the soul-devouring mother inflicts on him. As Lin Moyo watches the lava happening in front of him, you notice that his skeleton warriors are a bit logy. They could not reach the soul devourers who had the ability to fly to avoid the attacks of his soldiers. Lin Moyo's face is serious when he sees this, and to help them he uses his slow curse. From his left hand it began to glow red as his numerous chains came out from behind and headed towards where his opponents were. That is also able to protect his skeleton armor that was damaged from the attack made earlier by the soul-devouring mother. The red chains that Moyo had sent to him immediately went to the reinforced soldiers and guardians and wrapped them around. Their flight becomes slower, and it seems that their speedy movement in the air will stop. The soul devourers try to break free, but are unable to do so. Because of the chance their master was making, the skeleton warriors wasted no time in taking action to finish off their opponents. The soul devourers that the skeleton warriors couldn't even reach earlier were now lowered enough to give them a chance to jump up and use their swords to deal damage to them. They hit the stopped soul devourers with their swords. By working together, Lin Moyo and his skeleton warriors are able to kill a large number of soul devourers. Their bodies only fall apart after they run out of breath from the relentless attacks. As their corpses fall, Lin Moyo seizes the opportunity to use his own corpse explosion to blow it up again and cause damage to where they came from. He waited for them to strike in front of the soul-devouring mother and raised his left hand while aiming at it glowing red. When the time is right, he orders them to explode. Lin Moyo's mana begins to peel off the corpses as red lights hiss from inside their bodies. A large part of the cave lit up from the light coming from their bodies until they finally exploded around the soul-devouring mother. It couldn't see anything from the huge number of explosions happening around it, and the damage it was receiving it could only scream. The entire secret realm began to rumble as the sound of explosions could be heard non-stop. In the show composed of Lin Moyo, the surprises for the soul-devouring mother are non-stop. As it continued to be engulfed in explosions, the soul-devouring mother did not think that her empowered soul devourers would be such a big threat to our own lives, since its increased physic only amplifies the damage a corpse explosion can cause. They continued to unleash attacks on the soul-devouring mother until only 13 minutes had passed and the explosions and attacks stopped completely. This time, the soul-devouring mother is dying and lying on the ground. It's running out of its HP tagline, and a notification appears on Lin Moyo, informing him that he's been able to kill the soul-devouring insect mother, giving him 5,100,000. Other than this, he receives a soul-devouring insect mother egg that can be given to a beast-timing master to hatch and receive a pet soul-devouring insect mother of his own. He also receives 10 pieces of soul crystal and a soul gem. The soul gem can increase the user's spirit recovery speed by 10 times. When Lin Moyo saw how he was getting revenge, he was just happy because he didn't think that he would give more soul crystal. The other things added to it were good things, and he knew that if Ibelashenkta could make the soul-devouring mother's egg, then the price to be offered for him would definitely not be cheap just for the beast-timing masters to get this kind of high egg quality. Even the soul gem that he gets is very beautiful and exact for him to use because of its tagline of speeding up the recovery of its spirit. With the rewards that Lin Moyo receives, he begins to understand why his master said that the eternal trials can provide him with so many great opportunities. There seems to be no end to the good things he can get in it. He was just amazed because it wasn't that long ago when he entered the eternal trials, but he was already receiving so many wonderful treasures and rewards. He thought that if he continued this, he would surely get many good things. Elsewhere in the eternal trials are found the elders who are within it. They see the change that the killing of the soul-devouring mother brings about throughout the eternal trials. These elders were professionals who had been inside the eternal trials for a long time and were seasoned by fighting within it for so many years, it could only be said that it looked like a world-level boss was being killed. This old man was shaking in the human camp and managed to reach level 60 and had been fighting with it for so many years. His ally can only be questioned because he wonders who is strong enough to kill a world boss within the eternal trials. They know that world-level bosses give special items, and when they remember about it, they say why don't they just search for it and get the rewards it can give. But they are stopped by the old man who tells them that it is so easy to find world-class bosses because they are hidden in secret realms and it takes opportunity to find them. Even if they manage to find it, it's another matter if they can defeat it or if it kills them. They give up on this idea and can only say that the person who killed the world-level boss today is from the human camp. Returning to the present or Nilinen Moyo, where the body of the soul-devouring mother begins to disappear. It becomes dust that flies as its soul energy is spread around. Gradually, its physical body disappears until only a black stone with a mark written on it is left. Silin Moyo wonders what it is and takes it to put in his hand. He uses his detection technique and sees that this object is a primordial rune. The primordial rune is the required token to enter the primordial space. Silin Moyo started to get excited because he couldn't believe it was a token to enter that place. Because of what he was getting, he only remembered what his masturbation said, that the primordial space was the land where he got his foundation to become a divine professional. He said that if it wasn't for the opportunity given to him to enter the primordial space, he might not have become a god-level professional. It is also explained that humanity's detection techniques come from primordial space. Because of what Lin Moyo heard about the primordial space, he couldn't believe it because he didn't expect that he would be able to get from the fortress of the soul-devouring insect mother the primordial rune that was the key to enter this legendary place. As Lin Moyo held the primordial rune, it began to emit lines of energy with a rune written on it that he could not understand. It began to envelop Lin Moyo's laughter, and its red light illuminated everything around him. The light it emits is starting to get stronger that Lin Moyo can't understand, but he can't do anything. He was just shocked because of what he was seeing. He couldn't believe it because it happened in front of him until the floating runes around him started to stamp him. As he received the runes in his body, he also began to float while his chest glowed. From where he was, a bright red light emanated and formed a tall tower of light that reached the sky. As this happens, the professionals outside can see the towering tower of red energy reflected even though they are very far away from it. They immediately recognize that someone seemed to be receiving the primordial rune. They couldn't believe it and were just nervous because they were sure that whoever received the primordial rune would be a target, and in the 10 days after the light went out the enemies would definitely show up non-stop to kill him and steal the primordial rune from him. They just want to know which creature or which person is getting it. After Lin Moyo received the marks from the primordial rune, he was left scratching his head as the towering tower of light appeared to draw the attention of many. This makes him ask himself if he is becoming an enemy of the public, and it means that many will come after him just to steal his treasure. He could only wonder if his master also went through this situation when he was able to obtain the qualification for the primordial rune. As he stood there, he could only see a dagger approaching where he was. He quickly heads towards Lin Moyo and doesn't know where he will recover from. It seems that just after he got the primordial rune, someone is trying to steal it from him and take the opportunity that is being given to him. The dagger that the attacker threw at Lin Moyo, who was coming to his place, he didn't notice until it passed by him, hitting his skeleton armor. With a faint crack from the stabbing of the dagger in the skeleton armor, Lin Moyo knew that there was an attack on him. It turns around and sees the dagger passing by and his skeleton armor starting to glow, nullifying the attack being made on him. Only then did he realize that someone secretly attacked him. Lin Moyo knew that he couldn't be slow, so he immediately turned around and his palms started to glow red until he used his slokers, which sent a lot of red chains towards the source of the dagger attack. Nay's Lin Moyo's face is serious, looking for who is attacking him, and with his use of slokers, a dragon professional is wrapped. It is quickly shown who is the one who lives behind him. The dragon assassin who threw the dagger couldn't believe the situation he was in now, because he didn't expect to be caught by someone like this. It was shocking standing there while wrapped in red chains. The skeleton warriors didn't waste time heading straight to the dragon assassin's location. He started to sweat and get a little nervous because of the enemies approaching him. It does not understand how his position is revealed. The skeleton warriors who were going to his place were seriously holding their swords and running towards him. The skeleton warriors who were heading towards him gasped, and their 2 large swords slashed at the dragon assassin. Even though they move quickly, the dragon assassin is also able to use its body to avoid attacks from the skeleton warrior. It retreats quickly to avoid being hit by the approaching sword. When Lin Moyo saw this, he was just surprised and annoyed because he forgot that dragon professionals have a natural resistance against curses. Due to their inherent characteristics, the power of his slow curse has been further weakened. When you see this, the tips of Lin Moyo's fingers immediately glow again, and he uses his skeleton fangs skill. A simple light shines until solid pillars of bone emerge from beneath the ground. It sent out a large number of skeleton fangs in the direction where the dragon professional was. Due to the close position of the dragon professional, it is unable to avoid the oncoming tendrils. As the red chains from the slow curse continued to wrap, the thorns penetrated, causing him great damage. It feels a lot of pain from the attack it receives and flies to retreat and run away. It is able to get close enough and move a little too far for his teammates' spells to reach him. As he retreats, he begins to be covered with a yellow aura, and this light heals him. While obviously hurt from the attack it received, it uses everything to heal itself and get back into the fight. He was panting and sweating from the injury that his teammates were gradually healing. Lin Moyo looked up and saw a group of dragon professionals quickly arriving. They quickly tell their colleagues that they must kill that man. The flying dragon professionals immediately head to Lin Moyo's location and with intense killing intent announce that they need to steal this person's tagline primordial rune. They realized that Lin Moyo was holding it because of the red light that was coming from where he was and heading towards the sky. It doesn't take away from her being here just now. Because of this, the attention of the dragon professionals is immediately grabbed and not given time to get out of their trap. Lin Moyo also sees this bright red light that envelops him and serves as a very obvious sign that lets everyone around know where he is. From what his master had told him, Bai Shen would only lose this red light after enduring it for 10 days. After the loss of this light, he will finally be able to get his hands on and obtain the primordial rune that will become his permanent possession. After obtaining the primordial rune, a light would continuously reflect from his body that could be seen for thousands of miles. Because of this obvious sign, all beings in the eternal trials will be known to have acquired the primordial rune. Because of this, they are sure to come and try to steal it, and to steal it they need to kill its owner. Because of the guidance of the red light, it will not be difficult to find who will control it, and therefore within 10 days he will be an enemy of all and face a large number of those who will try to steal it from him. It is not easy for any professional to survive 10 days while being chased, and it must have been very difficult for his master to endure it then. Because this is what will happen, Lin Moyo accepts his fate and wants them all to go to him. Lin Moyo saw in front of him level 40 dragon professionals with fierceness and anger in their eyes. For them, a level 30 like Lin Moyo is useless, but even so he doesn't hold back and urges them to come so he can kill them and become instruments for his raising rank. His skeleton army that he had been hiding earlier is now being released, and he is quickly surrounded by so many skeleton warriors. They were ready to fight as the dragon professionals approached him. The dragon professionals who see this are shocked and in disbelief as they are surrounded by skeletons. To begin their preparation, the undead general raises his battle maze and uses his skill legion strength and releases a red light that envelops a large part of the ongoing battle. Skeleton warriors who receive this are enveloped in red energia as their eyes begin to turn red. They brandish their swords fiercely and declare that they are ready to fight. At the same time, the skeleton meds are also receiving it wrapped in their cloak. They began to raise their staffs beginning as they began to prepare their elemental spells. As they see the change in their opponent, the faces of the dragon professionals are quickly replaced with pride, which becomes full of surprise and nervousness due to the number of opponents they will face. The sudden change causes them to lose their composure. They couldn't understand how this level 30 person had such a car-arming skeleton, and from what they could see, they felt a strange sense of dread. Their leader immediately gives the order to defend and releases an angle. Their group defense has been improved, consisting of a shield to protect themselves. At the same time, Lin Moyo's skeleton mages unleashed their elemental spells that mixed together and formed a vortex of them. Dragon professionals use all their strength to defend the various elemental attacks of heading their way with their barrier. The top knight is at level 50, which is 20 levels higher than you, Lin Moyo, and the dragon professionals' natural knowledge is stronger than that of human professionals. They looked very powerful, but it wasn't in front of Lin Moyo, who just begged while seeing them use their barrier. He could only say that no matter how thick their shield was, it was nothing compared to the one used by the soul-devouring insect mother earlier and her disciples. Lin Moyo thought that in front of his skeleton army, the soul-devouring king could not do anything except die unopposed, so how could these weak dragon professionals be left alone? Dragon professionals can't see the battle that happened earlier, so how can they know how fierce the man in front of them is and the skeleton army he has? As they were blinded by a series of skeleton mages' attacks, Lin Moyo stepped in to join the fight. It prepares its attack and unleashes its skeleton fangs on the dragon professionals. The additional attack he made was enough to break the shield they were hiding, which was nothing compared to the one it broke earlier. Sharp chunks of bone penetrated and headed for them, piercing their bodies with so many thorns. They were just surprised and had nothing to do but to come down to the ground first from their flight. The wings can only be seen being pierced from the unleashed skeleton fangs on Lin Moyo, and they descend to take some time to heal themselves. They started to think that they could still handle Lin Moyo, and it was just lucky that he made them retreat this time. even though their attack on him was sloppy at first, and now, unless Lin Moyo is harmed, they are still not retreating. A second round of attacks comes from the skeleton mage that the leading knight sees. After breaking through their group defense that was protecting them all, the leading knight starts to use his skill and shout loudly. At the same time, his body began to be armored with a golden barrier, while using its attack, attraction, group taunt, and extreme defense skills. The level 50 knight's advanced skills can attract the long-range attacks of enemies towards himself. All of them are heading towards him while he is fearlessly facing them all. Due to the group taunt it uses, the skeleton warriors present are also attracted and simultaneously launch towards him to attack him. Unleashing these three skills, the Dragon Knight turns himself into an arrow to take all the damage Lin Moyo deals and grab the attention of his skeletons. Lin Moyo sees it and just praises that it is a good and brainy knight, and with the help of its extreme defense skill it is so wrinkled that it is unbelievable. Accumulated attacks of skeleton images come at him and deal only minor damage. Lin Moyo knew that under the powerful attack his group was unleashing, the time that this strong defense could work was quickly diminishing, but the Dragon Knight was able to buy enough time for his teammate. The mage of the dragon professionals forcefully thrusts his body into the ground and uses its landslide skill. From the top of its staff, it began to emit a golden light, and the ground began to crack from its piercing from the staff. Because of this skill, the ground started to explode, and because of the damage it received earlier from the explosions from Lin Moyo's corpse explosion, it becomes too soft, which is why there is a big crack in the ground. The skeleton warriors struggle to find their footing until the hole widens, causing them to fall one by one into a deep chasm. They are left with no way to save themselves, and the leading knight sees this, which is why it makes his companions think that they have to retreat because it is impossible for them to get the primordial rune. They start to panic and know that they will have a hard time getting it from this person, and the only way left for them is to run away and save their own lives. The Lin Moyo, seeing this, could only smile at the pitiful condition of his opponents. He brings out his Thanatos side and asks his opponents if they are trying to escape without him. He tells them that they have no right to keep their lives because they forget that they tried to secretly kill him just to steal his tagline Primordial Rune. Before using his skill, Lin Moyo releases the 5 soul crystals obtained from killing the soul-devouring king. He uses it, and the energy that comes from it permanently increases his spirit by 1,000. He followed through with the additional soul crystal used, causing him to be enveloped in even more energy that headed towards him and leveled his spirit several times. With Lin Moyo using them, he was planning something, and while holding his Thanatos side, he knew that this was the perfect opportunity to test his new undead that had been acquired a while ago. Using the skill of his weapon evocation, he directs his Thanatos side in front of him and summons his own soul-devouring insect king. From his increased spirit that gives him the ability to summon his new disciple, it comes out and now possesses Lin Moyo's own energy. The dragon professionals who were trying to escape could only turn around and didn't know what this man was projecting. As they try to get away from there and save their own lives, they just get their attention. They looked carefully at the skeleton of this person in front of them, and upon examining it, they understood that it was the soul-devouring insect king. When they understood this, they began to be armored with too much fear because they knew the horror brought by the soul-devouring insect king that burns anyone who marries with it, and with the disciples of this soul-devourer, no one can save them. Seeing the dragon professionals here, they knew that it would not be good for them if they stayed in that place for even a second. Their leader orders everyone present to run for their lives. While the soul-devouring king was behind them looking in their direction, they flew away. Their red eyes filled with fear as they tried to escape. Despite their determined rush from there, they were unable to cope with the extremely high agility attribute cheers of the soul-devouring king. In an instant they were able to chase it, which surprised them. Behind them appeared the massive soul-devouring king, facilitating their encampment with its shadow. As it was Lin Moyo's favorite to do with the skeleton warriors, when he was still alive, he would immediately grab one of the dragon professionals. After picking him up, the dragon professional is trying to get rid of him. But it couldn't do anything despite hitting the soul-devouring king's hand. She just screams for him to let her go and asks him what he is trying to do. Even so, the soul-devouring king did not listen to this and continued to attack him. And its tagline strength can't even match Dragon Professional to escape. It started bringing the Dragon Professional close to its face and opening its mouth. Fear fills the Dragon Professional, but he can't help but disappear. He screamed for his own life, and his colleagues who saw it could not believe it. Because the soul-devouring king began to eat the Dragon Professional like a honeycomb. His colleagues were stunned and could not believe what they were seeing because their own kind was being eaten in front of them. They stop for a moment and can't believe that their colleague is being winged until Lin Moyo's soul-devouring king just swallows it. After having a snack, the soul-devouring king attacks next. It opens its mouth and uses the skill soul-shaking shriek. From inside its mouth, bright pure energy is formed that it prepares until it releases it. The wave of soul attacks was heading towards the dragon professionals and damaging them. They feel the attack on their left and control themselves. Their eyes glowed the same color, and there was nothing they could do about it. As the dragon professionals lose control of themselves, Lin Moyo's soul-devouring king wastes no time. With his hand, he grabbed one of the dragon professionals and choked him. Using its skill Devour Soul, soul fragments emerge from the dragon professional's body and are absorbed by the soul-devouring king. The battle ends when the soul-devouring king takes back the remaining dragon professional and gives it the same fate as its colleagues. Lin Moyo, who was watching all this happening, simply asked, and just as he expected, his soul-devouring insect ink was very powerful, and killing the professionals of the dragon clan was becoming too easy. The entire wash didn't even last a minute, and if compared to her wash in the soul-devouring mother, the difference in difficulty is huge. Lin Moyo's military badge began to appear and glow with pure golden light. It absorbs all the military merits scattered and coming from the bodies of the dragon professionals he killed. His killing of high-level dragon professionals gives him a lot of military song miri, and his song miri wealth now reaches 70,000. This amount was enough to get Lin Moyo promoted and his rango to be a 7-star second lieutenant. After gaining all of his military merits, Lin Moyo returns his own soul-devouring king to his Thanatos scythe. He also followed his skeletons, and while standing there, Lin Moyo was left alone with 2 skeleton warriors by his side. The red light that marks Lin Moyo's position continues to appear. He just smiled and thought that his persona as everyone's enemy would be an advantage to him. His current appearance of a level 30 Necromancer with 2 level 30 skeleton warriors by his side only made him look weak to his future opponents. Just by looking at him, it seems that he can't cause any harm and that any monster within the Eternal Trials can kill him in an instant. The red light emanating from his body continued to go up into the sky, and it spread so far that it could be seen. He becomes a bright light that illuminates everything he goes to. He was just starting to leave from there, but as he was about to leave, he heard people walking behind him. He was about to take a shower when he heard someone calling him a junior. Turning around, he sees a group of people running towards him. They were still panting from their quick trip to where Lin Moyo was. He stopped and looked at them and saw that they were wearing uniforms with the Shajing Academy logo. Even though he knows they will get better at the same school, Lin Moyo still doesn't let his guard down. He couldn't let himself get carried away, even if they were in a relationship. He only remembered what Bai Shen had told him before he left, that within the Eternal Trials there was no one he could fully trust, even if it was his classmates or fellow members of humanity. He explained to Lin Moyo that there are people who fight against their own kind just to get by Lai Shen Japishu for themselves because there is no evidence against them. It reminds him that he should understand how dangerous the interior of that place is and that he should maintain his vigilance. In the eternal trials, Moyo will choose to trust only himself rather than the betrayal of others. The professionals from the Ziyujing Academy would show up after they saw the huge red crater above Lin Moyo's head, informing where it was located, where the party of 5 professionals were now confronting Lin Moyo. They were about 10 meters from Lin Moyo and stopped walking towards him. As Lin Moyo faced them, he wondered if they also wanted to steal the primordial run from him. Lin Moyo looks closely at this group of professionals and weighs in his heart how he will fight and finish them if they do something bad against him. He knew that he shouldn't hesitate and be soft on them because they were both members of humanity and his seniors at the Ziyujing Academy. The leader of these professionals comes a little closer and asks their junior Oliver why he is going to the eternal trials. They wanted to know why he was going to that place even though it was level 30. This man, showing a kind face to his junior, was calmly talking to Lin Moyo as the leader of that group of professionals. His colleagues just watched as their leader spoke to the only professional in front of them. Lin Moyo did not interfere with them and did not answer his senior's question. He knows that it is necessary to be careful even when kindness is shown to him because it may only be temporary. Instead of answering, he just asked his senior if there was a problem with his going there. This junior's answer made the Nuo unconsciously frown a little. He doesn't like that she is arrogant and doesn't answer his question directly even though he shows her kindness and concern. He just thought to himself that this junior must not be good at talking. Even though Lin Moyo immediately treated him like this, the party leader still managed to calm himself down and put on his friendly face talking to Lin Moyo. This man continued to ask if the junior in front of him was also from the Shujing Academy. He wanted to confirm if his guess was correct because of the uniform he was wearing. The leader informs Lin Moyo that they will be attending the same academy, but they are from Shujing's Genesis College. This man introduces himself as Ling Yizan. Lin Moyo continues nonchalantly talking to all of them and informs that he knows about their identity and that they come from Genesis College. Lin Moyo already knew this because of their uniforms that are unique to that college. He just kept asking leader Ling Yizan if there was a problem. When Ling Yizan saw Lin Moyo's behavior, her annoyance returned and she showed a little dislike for Lin Moyo's treatment of them. He asks his junior if he knows what grave danger he is facing now because of his score. Lin Moyo smiled a little and looked at the red light coming from him that towered over the entire sky. He did look at his bright red light and said he knew the danger he was facing. Ling Yizan is a bit confused and annoyed by what Lin Moyo is showing. He does not understand why Lin Moyo continues to treat them like this and talk so arrogantly. Ling Yizan calmly informs him that they can protect him and help him get through the 10 days of danger that he is about to face because of his possession of the primordial rune that destroys the obvious sign of Lin Moyo's whereabouts, which is why he is sure to be chased by dragon professional and abyss monsters. When Lin Moyo heard this offer from Ling Yizan, his eyes became serious and he stared straight at the leader of these professionals. He knew to himself that they would not be protecting him for free and was just wondering if they were serious about their offer to protect him. Lin Moyo just turned around and started walking away from them. He looks at his seniors indifferently and says that he doesn't need them. He was just grateful for their offers. After that, he tells these professionals that he is leaving, so it is better if they stay away from him, and begs them not to approach him. Lin Moyo did not bother to find out their names and just turned them away while leaving after saying what he thought I knew to them, that he did not want to receive their protection. He didn't care about whatever service they offered and just continued on his way. When Lin Yizan saw this, he started to panic a little and just told Lin Moyo as he was leaving that he was sure to die. In Lin Yizan's conscience, he couldn't let a junior of his coming from the same academy just die and go to his own end without them being able to help. Lin Moyo, who was completely leaving their conversation when he saw Lin Yizan, did not look back. Because of this, Lin Yizan was left alone and could not understand what that junior was thinking. Even though Lin Moyo was far away, they could still see the bright red light coming from him announcing his whereabouts. Lin Moyo that if his walk continues, he knows that within 10 days that he has the big sign from the primordial run, it is necessary that you no longer talk to him and mingle with so many people. If he encounters an enemy, it is fine for him, and he can finish it off in an instant unless there are too many of them. But for his fellow members of humanity, he cannot attack lightly, and he must first find out their intentions. That's why the best thing for him to do with his fellow professionals is to stand aside and separate from them first. At the same time, the members of that party were talking to each other. They watched the towering beam of light coming from Lin Moyo. One of the party members approaches their leader, Ling Yazan, and tells him that the man they faced earlier is very disrespectful to them. Ling Yazan just doesn't like it anymore and says that maybe that man is a genius from the Shajing Academy, that's why he has the courage to come there even though he's only level 30. He was sure that he must have enough skills or be strong enough to have the courage to face the eternal trials alone. The knight approaching Ling Yazan began to have a strange grin as if it wanted to exploit Ling Moyo. It just says that that boy is really lucky to be able to obtain the primordial rune. It's just a waste of time for them to arrive late to get it, because if they only got there earlier, then surely the one who got the primordial rune would be ruined and would have the qualification to enter there. When Ling Yazan heard this, he immediately scolded his member. He talks to him and reminds him not to have strange ideas and try to attack that man because they are both members of the human race. Apart from this, he is their junior, so it would be a shame if they did it because of their modesty. When his leader yelled at him, this knight only backed away while smiling nervously. This lets Ling Yazan know that he knows about it, and that's why he makes sure that he won't touch her and do bad things. Even so, it was still somewhat annoyed by its arrogance and knew that it would not be able to survive for long within the eternal trials if it became too big-headed. This knight was just letting his leader know that they could just wait for something to happen to him and perish because he possessed the primordial rune. They could let the other beings within the eternal trials to protect him, and eventually they could take the opportunity to take it away from him. He knew that man's end was near because a level 30 like him bravely roamed the eternal trials alone and had courage even though he wasn't a professional beyond level 60. Ling Yizong just let him know that man might not be that impolite because otherwise he would definitely not be able to map the primordial rune in his hand either. He could see in that boy's eyes that he was not that stupid. Other than that, that boy was too alert to them, which is why he could clearly see that the level 30 boy knew what the primordial rune was used for. The professionals begin to continue their journey with Ling Yizong leading the way. It just lets his colleagues know that someone like the professional they met has a good chance of leaving a soul imprint inside the Hall of Heroes for a long time, which is why he is sure to live again if he dies within the eternal trials. If they decide to attack it, the problem will surely come back to them and their names will be tarnished. When his colleagues heard this, they immediately understood what their leader meant and why they could not move that man because he might have a backer who is a high professional or he might have strong power. Lin Moyo manages to get out from inside the soul-devouring mother's cave. He continues his walk within the vast forest of eternal trials. Energy envelops him, and as he uses his obtained reward, he gains 1,000 spirits again. His soul crystal that he uses his mental power melts and turns into energy that goes to Lin Moyo's skin. He guards his spirit attribute, and as this energy enters his body, it increases rapidly. After you use it, Lin Moyo can only smile and be happy because what he has done with the soul-devouring mother and her disciples gives him so many good rewards. With the soul crystal and soul gem that you got from them, Lin Moyo can be sure that he will almost never run out of his spirit and he can use his skills without stopping. He would not be afraid even if he had to fight non-stop for so many days. As he continued on his journey, the monster appeared behind him. It was moving so fast that Moyo immediately noticed because his skeleton armor immediately shattered part of it and glowed brightly. Suddenly, this attack by an abyss demon immediately made his skeleton armor work to protect him. Lin Moyo was immediately alerted because he did not think that a monster would appear behind him without being noticed. The abyss demon that appeared behind him could only say that he didn't think that his prey would have this kind of strong defensive skill that immediately showed up before he finished it. As the poisonous air came out from this mouthy creature with the head of a snake, Lin Moyo could only turn around to see what he was fighting against. The system that informs Lin Moyo of the information on this monster and what he is facing is an abyss poison demon that is at level 48 watt, has 20,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 15,000 physique. Other than this, it has skills called poison, toxic smog, and invisibility. When Lin Moyo sees this, he just remembers that of the three races of humanity, dragon rays and the abyss demons. The abyss demons are the strongest when it comes to attributes. After the abyss poison demon's attack didn't work, Lin Moyo could only retreat from it to prepare his own attack again. With its wings, he immediately became Uma Adders. He could only be asked what he was facing by a useless level 30 ant like him who had the courage to go to the eternal trials alone. Other than that, he praises that its luck is so good that it manages to get the primordial rune. He said that he was just wasted because in the end he would get Lin Moyo's wealth, but the abyss poison demon did not consider that the person in front of him might have obtained the primordial rune using his own power. The abyss poison demon began to get serious as he readied himself for his next attack. He tells Lin Moyo that she should tremble with fear and tremble in awe of his presence because he promises her that he will swallow her whole. As he continues his ramblings, he makes no mistake about his dismemberment. How many cuts were made on his body while he continued to stand there, and with his great speed, he did not notice it until Lin Moyo's skeleton warrior finished the fight. With the last stroke of his sword, the body part of the abyss poison demon was disintegrating, not noticing its own death. Thinking that the primordial rune was his, it couldn't even last against Lin Moyo's single skeleton warrior. Lin Moyo no longer interfered with the abyss poison demon and only looked at it after it died from his disciple. He could only comment that that abyss demon seemed to be very talkative, but could not utter anything yet. The system notification just appeared informing Lin Moyo that he was able to kill a level 48 abyss poison demon, giving him 1,480,000 experience and 1,000 merit points. Lin Moyo continues his walk with Caleb Libin. He thought that he looked like he was still married to many situations like this in the next 10 days as he held the primordial rune and his tagline, the bright sign above his head. Lin Moyo is a little annoyed by the series that he will be fighting, but for him it is also good news because he feels that in the next few days his military merit may increase a lot. Only 5 minutes passed after Lin Moyo left, and the smoke that came from the abyss poison demon disappeared. At the same time, Lin Yazan arrives with his party members. From afar, they could see the body of the abyss poison demon disintegrating on the ground. They only caught up with the rustling body of the abyss poison demon after they followed Lin Moyo. Lin Yazan's knight companion couldn't believe what he was seeing and couldn't understand what happened to this corpse, especially when Lin Moyo wasn't that far from them. They kept their distance from him so he wouldn't wonder what they were planning. This knight was shocked and couldn't understand how a young professional who was only at level 30 could be killed by an abyss poison demon in a short time, even though they had a huge gap in level. He tries to check his surroundings and sees that there is not even any sign that a fight has taken place, so it only means that the encounter between that professional and the abyss poison demon in front of them ends in an instant. Lin Yizan couldn't believe what he saw because there was no trace left at this scene, and Lin Moyo left the corpse of the abyss demon disintegrating. They know that it is difficult to fight the abyss poison demon, especially its toxic smug skill that reduces what they can see and hides the body of the abyss poison demon. They are just starting to guess that Lin Moyo might be using some equipment to hide his true rank and level. Lin Yizan could only hold his breath and told his colleagues that it seems that they underestimated their junior too much, that they met because he possesses enough strength and power. That is why he is qualified enough to stay inside the eternal trials. Knight just asked his leader if they should continue following that young professional. The leader just agrees to what this man suggests, so they continue on their way. From where they are, they continue their journey while following the towering red light coming from Lin Moyo's location. After a few minutes of following Lin Moyo, they feel a strong gust of wind and a terrifying presence. From here they know that there are many monsters coming. They were only alerted because they looked up and saw so many flying abyss demons. Noticing this, they tried to see what caused this disturbance because all the abyss demons were enveloped in a uniform pink aura. They found the mastermind here, and it was an abyss succubus riding one of the monsters. This abyss succubus is level 48 and has 20,000 strength, 20,000 agility, 50,000 spirit, and 200,000 physique. In addition to this, it has skills called Charm and Spirit Assault and has a characteristic that gives it the ability to attract and control creatures that are 5 levels lower than its unit. It does not work on bosses and dungeon leaders. With the appearance of the abyss succubus being followed by its attracted monsters, the professionals under the leadership of Lin Yizan realized that the junior they were following seemed to be in grave danger now. They knew that with the amount of these abyss monsters, it would be impossible for him to deal with it. Abyss demons continued to fly along with abyss succubus to the location of the towering red sign. Catching the attention of Lin Moyo's abyss succubus, she continues her walk. The abyss succubus tries to check Lin Moyo and realizes that a weak level 30 person is holding the primordial rune, so it just laughs and thinks that it will be easy for him to grab it. He smiled and just said that he seems to be very lucky today. Lin Moyo looks up and sees the abyss succubus and thinks that it is the same type of abyss demon of the demon clean that lured Counselor Shu Wai into betraying humanity. Lin Moyo notices the characteristic of the abyss succubus, which can be considered a rare beauty in which person, and it possesses a rather dark skin and a beautiful figure. Its long tail fluttered in the wind, and when the abyss succubus noticed that Lin Moyo was staring at it, it let out an enticing laugh from afar. He knew that this abyss succubus, followed by so many flying abyss demons, was controlling them. To begin her seduction, the abyss succubus releases an amorous kiss. It beautifies in front of Lin Moyo while letting go of his kiss and using its charm skill to capture Lin Moyo's heart. She doesn't hesitate to use her skill because her attribute lets the one control creatures that are 5 levels lower than her, so it will be easy for the abyss succubus to lure someone like Lin Moyo who is only level 30. Just because the abyss succubus was laughing earlier, Lin Moyo's skeleton armor is working, but to be sure, he is strengthening it to defend what the monster will do to him. Lin Moyo turns around and faces the power of the abyss succubus. His charm skill is unable to penetrate Lin Moyo Apra's skeleton armor to attract him because his skeleton armor negates all the negative status effects that the opponent inflicts on him. It blocks all the attacks that the abyss succubus unleashes on him, and when his opponent sees this, he is just shocked. He couldn't believe that the one he was trying to seduce was able to break free from his seduction. He was just dumbfounded and couldn't believe what was happening because his charm skill didn't work on a weak level 30 person, even though the gap between their levels was huge. Because of what the abyss succubus is doing, Lin Mo-yo gets angry and becomes serious. He uses his skill Skeleton Fang Sanhai to make large chunks of sharp bones appear around him. She informs the Abyss Succubus that she will be rude if she does not return the kindness she is giving her. That's why, to give him his own gift, Lin Mo-yo unleashed so many flying skeleton fangs. They went straight to where the Abyss Succubus was, who was just surprised by the many attacks coming at him. Due to the increase in Lin Mo-yo's spirit, the power of his skill is also getting stronger, where his ability as a palm unit and his speed are surpassing what it was in the past. The Abyss Succubus was alerted that they were watching them coming towards her, and to avoid it, she immediately ordered one of the Abyss demons she attracted to block the attacks. The big bat heads in front of him and takes all the attacks that come his way as he continues to ride his own Abyss demon. It covers her face and tries to defend the incoming crushing chunks of skeleton fang as Lin Mo-yo does this, and as she rejects his seduction, the Abyss Succubus just starts to get annoyed. In doing this, he flies to a higher place so that he cannot be caught. While there, he just tells Lin Mo-yo that he must die and orders his disciples to go after him. Hello friends, today I am going to explain Disastrous Necromancer Chapter 104. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel. Due to Lin Mo-yo's act of angering the Abyss Succubus, it orders all of its disciples to rush. It was panicked by Lin Mo-yo's act of unleashing his skeleton fangs with his success, blocking it with his attracted monsters. The Abyss Demons are divided into two categories, with the winged and flying Abyss Demons led by the Abyss Succubus floating in the sky. After the arrival of the flying Abyss Demons, the giant Abyss Demons also arrived and walked to Lin Mo-yo's location to confront him and help what they considered to be Riene. Lin Mo-yo, who sees this, just gets serious and uses his skill to summon all his hidden skeleton warriors, because at first he only uses 2 of the skeleton warriors so that the Abyss Demons who will attack him won't scare him too much, or dragon professionals. At his summons, his skeleton warriors alertly appear and are enveloped in his own energia. As Lin Mo-yo continued to release the red sign, his skeleton warriors came forward to protect him from the onslaughts of the Abyss Demons. With his hand, he gives orders to all of them to protect him and secure them. The fellow professionals from the Shujing Academy who were just around the corner, Lin Mo-yo, seeing how the Abyss Demons commanded by the Abyss Succubus had arrived, could feel how strong the force was being unleashed by so many Neuroan monsters. They watched from afar as Lin Mo-yo's towering landmark was seen as its crown stirred, causing dust to scatter. They immediately knew that something was going on there, and the knight under Lin Yizan could only say that it looked like the end of that boy. He knew that a weak level 30 professional would not be able to withstand such a large number of level 43 monsters. Lin Yizan, seeing the chaos in front of him, was just nervous and wondering to himself if that person who had obtained the primordial run would be able to survive from so many Abyss Demons. I just wanted to know if that was where the man would end up. Even if he treats them rudely, he is still a fellow member of humanity and a member of the Shujing Academy. He didn't want another race to kill him, but he knew from what he had seen of Lin Mo-yo's personality and methods that he was showing off, that he was sure that he would not be soft when it came to his opponents. As the chaos continued there and the area was covered in pure dust, due to the rapid arrival of so many Abyss Demons, the battle was about to begin in front of them. The skeleton warriors rushed forward with their swords towards their opponents. The Abyss Demons, who didn't care about the number of people they were facing, just rushed fearlessly because they couldn't stop following the orders of the Abyss Succubus. The Abyss Demons on the ground continue their march, while the flying Abyss Demons continue their journey. The huge Abyss Demons made of stone were barely able to withstand the skeleton warriors' incessant foreshadowing of their attacks. They fall asleep and turn into separate pieces of rock because they are unable to defend against the pulls from the skeleton warriors. Lin Moyo, who sees so many opponents in front of him, is just facing it seriously and can only say that they are watching because he is the one they are facing. While preparing his corpse explosion, he informs them all that he is the best when it comes to mass attacks, which is why they cannot survive now that they are gathering in front of him. Lin Moyo knows that he cannot be soft when it comes to his opposing units. Fortunately, he can make quick decisions. He detonates the now first abyss monsters killed to secure him, which causes a dark red explosion to envelop the entire area and affect everyone near it. From above, the abyss succubus could see how Lin Moyo was able to crush so many of his disciples with a single attack. He couldn't understand what had happened and how a level 30 person like him could now base so many of his disciples that he had worked so hard to attract. He couldn't believe what he was seeing in front of him and just stared. While still looking up here and watching what happened to his disciples, he could only see how the violent explosions continued below. The red-colored powerful explosions continued to spread terror and multiply everything this abyss demon disciple of the abyss succubus passed by. There is nothing he can do from above but to watch and watch his disciples die, because he knows in himself that if he insists on coming down, it will surely increase in the strength of the explosions, and it might even spread to his disciples in the above. It just slumped and fell back while sitting on top because all the monsters it controlled died in a moment. They're all consumed by just one skill of a simple level 30 professional. He just stepped on it and realized that maybe what he was facing now was a divine professional with a very high level who was only hiding his true personality and level to consume the monsters there. He couldn't believe that they were being consumed by a level 30 professional. That's why he could only imagine. But he also immediately understood that divine rank professionals possessing high levels would not be able to enter the upper layer of eternal trials. The abyss succubus began to tremble in fear as it watched all of its disciples being crushed. He just wanted to know who he was fighting now and why they couldn't do anything against it. He didn't understand what monster he was facing now and made to take the attention. Lin Moyo could hear what the abyss succubus was saying from above and just looked up. While watching his beautiful scene unfold, he just smiled back at the abyss succubus. Their situation is now reversed and Lin Moyo is the one who has it now. To answer the question of the abyss succubus, it informs that he is a simple professional person who wanders within the eternal trials. It seems that it was just bad luck for the abyss succubus to be facing Lin Moyo at that time. Due to her force being erased from the ground in an instant, the abyss succubus knew that she would not be able to last even with her flying abyss demons. The only solution that the abyss succubus could think of was to run since then, because it was better to save her own life than to wait for Lin Moyo to live with her, and surely not 7 would survive. He passed, leaving all his disciples there because he could attract more abyss demons to work under him. He could not let his life be wasted just because he was sorry for his disciples. When the abyss demon wanted to run away, Lin Moyo did not allow it, and only said that he was not giving him permission to leave. The abyss succubus just turned around because it was surprised by what Lin Moyo was saying. Looking behind it, it sees the blue light that will replace him until Lin Moyo's soul blaze envelopes it. The blue flames continue to eat away at the soul of the abyss succubus, who could only cry out so much because of the pain caused by the tearing of her soul that it did not have the image of desire. When Lin Moyo's soul blaze hit him, the abyss succubus lost control a little and just fell. It tries to reduce the pain it feels, but it doesn't do anything and holds its head because of the extreme pain it feels. Because of this desire to live, the abyss succubus sneered at the intense pain and continued her flight without looking back at Lin Moyo. It didn't even think twice about leaving there and wanted to survive, so it flew in the opposite direction with the fastest flight it had done in its entire life. As he continued his flight, the abyss succubus thought that person was too terrifying and scary. He knew that this person could not continue to sow terror within the upper layer, so the Abyss Succubus understood that he needed to inform the Demon King about this news so that he would personally take action. He knew he needed to warn them because humanity was too scary and they needed to be careful next time. Silin Moyo was surprised by what he saw because the Abyss Succubus continued to fly, gradually getting further and further away until it disappeared into the sky. It is amazing because the Abyss Succubus does not lose the ability to move and is able to endure the pain caused by her soul blaze to continue her escape. Silin Moyo can only breathe because the Abyss Succubus is actually able to escape from his hands. He understood that if he didn't go down himself, there was nothing he could do about the escaped enemy. Silin Moyo just gets frustrated and thinks that the situation would have been better if only he had the ability to fly. He's always been blunt when it comes to this kind of thing because he can't catch up with opponents who have the ability to fly, giving them the ability to run away from him. Silin Moyo just turns his back and forgets about this matter. He understood that there was something more important and he needed to find the divine chosen secret realm as soon as possible and get the trace of divinity that his master mentioned to him especially, and its effect would be better if he could get it right away. Silin Moyo proved walking while he was under a red light, and this red light was only followed from behind by Nalin Gizan with his fellow professionals. They head to the place where Silin Moyo looked and face many abyss demons led by an abyss incubles. When they looked there, they couldn't believe it anymore and saw the pathetic condition of the place that Lin Moyo had left. There they could only see the thick mountain of monster corpses next to the scattered chunks of rock that had rolled from the powerful explosions. These high-level professionals couldn't quite fathom how a level 30 person could do this kind of damage. They couldn't even imagine what kind of fight happened there because it was over in just 5 minutes. The woman next to Lin Yizan just covered her mouth in shock and asked her leader if he thought they could do this if they were faced with that kind of situation where they would face so many monsters. Their leader, who was sweating at what he saw, was answered and shouted at his member, which of course was not. He explains that they have seen so many monsters come to get Oliver, and the Abyss Succubus in the air will also be a huge problem for them as they will have to keep an eye on its beginnings. Even if they manage to win against so many opponents, it is sure to be a very messy and ugly match where they will suffer, and their side will suffer serious injuries. Other than that, it would be impossible for them to finish that match in just 5 minutes like that man especially, and he did it so cleanly. They can only see traces of Lin Moyo's spirit that is still there. Ling Yizan had confidence in his group's ability, but he accepted that they were not as powerful as that man. Only one of his members says he sealed it and asks him if he thinks it's because of Kalin Moyo that they didn't see the soul-devouring king in this circle when they went there. Ling Yizan was shocked by this and was so shocked that his face changed unpredictably, and now that he was thinking about it, the Hansa was so big that that man had actually killed the soul-devouring king who was sowing what had happened earlier. He could only say that if Ling Moyo was really the one who did it, then he was just afraid that the true ability hidden by that man was very scary, and they would not be able to describe and fully know. If that man is able to kill the soul-devouring king, then what is the real strength of this tagline? He could not imagine what his pursuers would face and attempt to steal the primordial run from him. He asked that group to continue to follow Ling Moyo, but their mentality is changing. Ling Yizan tells his Tang Galing members that their delusions are that they will be able to take it from him because he has a strong feeling that they are not Ling Moyo's suitable opponent and they will definitely not succeed in fighting and being honest with him. He informs his members that for now he just wants to see how he can get through and survive the remaining 10 days he holds the primordial run. Ling Yizan had a strong feeling that Ling Moyo was only pretending that he was weak and was only level 30. He just hoped that there would be no problem for their humanity, and he just hoped that none of their own fellow humans would kill Ling Moyo. This group just continues following the towering sign above Ling Moyo's head. They will want to see what this man will do, but as they obey, he suddenly appears in front of them. He seriously faced them as his two skeleton warriors surrounded him. The guards of this skeleton warrior looked seriously at Ling Yizan's group. He just stood there as if he was waiting for his group. Ling Yizan started to get nervous and sweat. He just swallowed his own saliva and wondered if Ling Moyo was waiting for them to get to his place. Ling Moyo started to walk forward, which surprised Ling Yizan so much that she only backed away with a scared face. It thought that Ling Moyo might rush in at any moment. Its members, looking at their captain, did not think their leader would have this side. Ling Yizan pulls himself together and gathers the courage to face Ling Moyo. As he scratched his head, he asked him what he needed. Ling Moyo asks him if he knows how to get to the middle part of the upper layer of the eternal trials. In this question of Ling Moyo, he has known for a long time that Ling Yizan's group is following him, and his high spirit is also increasing his senses. It is difficult to hide from him unless they possess stealth skills. Ling Moyo doesn't care too much about it as long as they don't check on him for no reason or cause trouble. As Ling Yizan trembled facing Oliver, she just pointed him to the left and informed him that he only needed to be there. It can't stop being nervous in front of someone like Ling Moyo, whom they consider a monster. Ling Moyo just stood back and turned to them to thank them for their help. Ling Moyo politely thanked and left after speaking. Ling Yizan just watched Ling Moyo as his skeleton warriors followed him. While observing his back, he was just wondering and couldn't understand himself why he felt so afraid towards him even though he was only at level 30. He continued his thoughts, though Ling Yizan couldn't find the answer to his question, but maybe it was because they saw this man's expression that they felt fear. As they continue to follow Ling Moyo, one of the members of this night approaches. He asks his leader why they keep watching only Ling Moyo if they didn't steal the primordial rune from him. They didn't waste time. The leader was silenced by this question and stared at his member. They couldn't understand what their leader was thinking, and he thought for a while until he answered softly, informing them that he wanted to see history being written right in front of them. Ling Moyo continued his tour within the Eternal Trials. On the first day of his rotation here, he was able to meet dragon professionals. Because they saw Ling Moyo, who was only at level 30 holding the primordial rune, they showed a fierce feeling towards him, and since humanity is their enemy, it is inevitable that there will be a bloody battle between them. But they were easily defeated by Ling Moyo's skeletons. On the second day, he faced the monsters, and using his skeleton warriors, he successfully survived from their attack. On the third day, he was confronted by abyssal demons that he was able to crush and throw on a large piece of rock. They finish it in just a few seconds. With the non-stop attack of Ling Moyo's opponents in the past 3 days, the man has been able to collect a lot of military merit. Currently, he is able to collect 100,000 military merits, which is why he is promoted from being a second lieutenant and becomes a colonel. Even though he is a colonel, he doesn't have a star with him because to get it, he needs 1 million. Ling Moyo still had a long way to go to become a 1-star. But even so, it was not thought that having a primordial rune would help him farm that much military merit. As Ling Moyo continued his rotation around him and thought that it was strange what was happening now in the past 3 days. There were so many crazy people who sacrificed their lives because of their greed to take his primordial rune. Since life was not quiet for 3 days, Ling Moyo could not understand why that day was suddenly so quiet. Ling Yizan seems to notice this as well, which is why he tells his members that something strange is happening right now. When his members heard this, they were also surprised because in the past 2 hours they had not seen any monsters. They continued to observe their surroundings until one of Ling Yizan's members was able to point far away from Ling Moyo's location, where a tall red light could be seen indicating his location. In the same place they will see a big monster moving there. When Ling Yizan saw this, he knew it was bad news, so he ordered his members to leave immediately. He immediately runs to where Ling Moyo is and shouts to his junior to let him know that there is danger close to him now. He tells her from afar that he needs you to leave immediately. Even Ling Yizan, seeing this, knew that it would be difficult for Ling Moyo to face that danger. He knows you can't let a fellow from the same academy get hurt, so he knows it's his job to screw it up. That huge monster continued to move until a huge scorpion appeared. This scorpion has glowing eyes, and while there it approaches the location of the primordial rune. Ling Yizan's group, seeing it, couldn't help but stare while Ling Moyo was about to face it, despite seeing its movements were so strong and so fast. So friends, the chapter ends here. The next chapter will come on Saturday. Hello friends, today I am going to explain Disastrous Necromancer chapter 105. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel. In Yezon's attempt to bless Lin Moyo, when a large centipede came to his place, it stopped screaming because the big mountain they thought was moving in front of them. He couldn't believe it because this huge monster was moving, and with a loud scream, the entire territory of the Eternal Trials started to shake, which was caused by a very strong earthquake, and with the initial attack of that monster, everything was going to crack. Of the rocks it surrounds. Everything in front of it flew away as large chunks of rock flew towards Lin Yezon's group. They are already late in their run from here, so one of the night members will go to the front to defend themselves. While bit by bit this big shield Anung tat Ango this night and uses his skill group defense, which causes them to be wrapped in a thick barrier made of its spirit, protecting them while anyone tries to block the small pieces of stone that fly. The giant centipede continued to disappear until a large chunk of rock from the mountain reached where Lin Yezon's group was. It flies and hits the barrier. They make the unit unable to get through and just bounces off of it. They had a hard time protecting themselves from the large chunk of rock, and the shield they were putting up was changing shape and seemed to break down at any moment. They forced the shield to stop so that their protection would last. When this huge monster finally appeared in front of Lin Moyezon, the mountain it came from was destroyed. He notices that only half of the beast is located underground, while the other half is above and facing him now. There are eyes lost in this fang, and there is a third eye-like in the middle of its head. Only the half of its body that is visible is 70 meters. I can't believe the size of this monster, and in its long hiding in the mountains, it just destroys all its paths, including its own territory. Lin Moyezon, facing this monstrous monster, was not nervous and just faced it. He looks straight at it and doesn't care how scary it is or what this monster's true personality is. Even though the body of the person in front of him was very large, he knew that it was not impossible for him to defeat his opponent, no matter how big their reach was. Unit looks like Lin Moyezon is showing very calm. Lin Yezon is feeling the opposite, because in the present he is pale because he recognizes what this monster is. He knew that what they were facing now was the Great Earth Centipede. Lin Yezon was sweating while shaking with extreme fear. He was holding his sword tightly as he was restless in the presence of the monster in front of him. As for Lin Moyezon, he was secretly a little surprised because if the Great Earth Centipede released its entire body, it might reach 200 meters in length. This was the biggest monster he could see at the moment, and usually the size and shape of a monster dictated their strength, so Lin Moyezon was sure that such a big monster was a boss monster. As the Earth Centipede reawakens, it immediately uses its skill and releases a strong gust of wind that carries a foul smell. In addition to this, a vast barrier begins to form around the Earth Centipede's body as powerful lightning bolts emerge from the center. It let out a loud growl, and all those covered by the barrier that the Earth Centipede was made of entered his domain, and even breathing for them became difficult. When the Earth Centipede sets up its barrier, it no longer just passes through everything and divides it. Even one of the monsters trying to escape from the Earth Centipede's whip is divided by the barrier it creates. This tagline has so much energy and force that it doesn't give anyone a chance to escape who gets into it. The barrier was gradually formed while a tall pole of red light could be seen coming from Kylan Moyo, becoming a sign of his whereabouts. The barrier that is formed is surrounded by black energy on its bottom, and the space they are in is separated from the outside world, and a few kilometers of that area becomes a closed world that closes all connections from the outside space. That closed world was gradually separated from the eternal trials and formed a space like a secret realm dungeon. When it is formed, a very strong force comes out which causes gusts of wind that Lin Moyo protects himself from. In spite of this, he was looking at the earth centipede and was amazed by the enormous size of this monster. He couldn't believe its size, and compared to all the monsters and bosses he had fought, they were nothing compared to the length of the one he was facing now. While Lin Moyo faced them with no emotion, only the part of Ling Yuzan could be found whose eyes began to fill with despair because what they were facing now was the real Great Earth Centipede. In the presence of this monstrous monster, they are just sweating and no longer hope that they will survive there, so they gradually accept their fate, and it looks like they will end there. They didn't expect that they would all die because of the Great Earth Centipede. While now inside the barrier of the Great Earth Centipede and observing the monstrous monster from afar, Ling Yizan began to feel an eerie feeling. While shivering and observing the Great Earth Centipede, he began to wonder why they were entering its territory, so he began to understand that something was wrong. He tells his companions that they seem to be being drawn closer and headed in the direction of the Great Earth Centipede's fortress. He asks his companions if they felt as if they were being guided by the abyssal demons to the location of the giant monster. The more he thinks about it, the more everything they've been through starts to become clear. Lin Moyo also thinks of the same city in that and begins to understand what has been happening all these past days because so many abyssal demons are coming to attack him, and every time they show up they gradually Lin Moyo's destination changes direction until he ends up in the territory of the Great Earth Centipede. Lin Moyo knew that there was someone behind all of this who planned to end up there, but he didn't notice it until it was too late, and now he was facing the Earth Centipede. On a high mountain several thousand meters away from where the Great Earth Centipede was located was the abyssal cubus that managed to escape from Lin Moyo's hand after it received his soul blaze and was repeatedly burned by the soul. With its strength, it manages to survive and now holds a black stone. He was kneeling in front of it while offering himself because from this stone the image of the succubus queen, who was an abyss demon king, came out. The presence this woman displays is terrifying as she uses a melodious and enticing voice to ask the demon king in front of her if she is succeeding. This abyss succubus named Alice announces to her great queen that she has successfully completed her mission and their target people are able to enter the territory of the Great Earth Centipede. Because of their interference, it wakes up and disappears in the present, which is why it assures me to the succubus queen that it is dead at the hands of the Earth Centipede. When the succubus queen heard this, she was just happy and simply laughed. He praises Alice for what she did because they managed to trap the greatest genius of this generation of humanity. The succubus queen was sure that with the death of their best genius, they were being removed from a great voice in the future, and even if it was able to revive after it died within the eternal trials, it would no longer be a big threat to them. They are just too afraid of Lin Moyo, especially if he can get stronger and reach his third straight fight. The succubus queen gives orders to Alice and warns her that after Lin Moyo's death, the Great Earth Centipede will surely leave and remove its vast barrier. That person would also not be able to last long in the presence of a very powerful monster above the upper layer. If this happens, the succubus queen wants Alice to go get the primordial rune unit. She keeps reminding her not to touch it directly because it will go to her, and she will be targeted by so many that it might lose the primordial rune from the hands of the abyss demons. Alice leaves her kneeling position and bows before the stone as she informs her great queen that she will obey her orders. After giving the succubus queen her order to Alice, it cuts the call between the two of them and the image shown by the stone disappears. After their conversation, Alice hides the black stone until it begins to return to the location of the Great Earth Centipede to take a peek at the event at Lin Moyo's location. It looks down and sees Lin Moyo's red sign already inside the barrier formed by the Earth Centipede. From above, Alice couldn't help but cheer and laugh because it was the end of Lin Moyo, and this was the payback for humiliating her and almost killing her in their first meeting. His eyes were full of fear and at the same time anger towards Lin Moyo because of what you experienced with him. On the other hand, Ling Yizun's group can be found, which he leads to go to Lin Moyo because he knows that they have no hope of escaping from within the Earth Centipede's barrier, so it is better that they just cooperate with Lin Moyo to make a way. As they travel there, they see Lin Moyo's red sign and know it's time to move as the Earth Centipede is still recovering from its barrier assignment. It continues to growl what they hear. And as it happens, Ling Yizun can only say that the Earth Centipede is a very scary boss within the Eternal Trials. They all know that the Earth Centipede is usually in a deep slumber and only wakes up when it needs to eat or when it senses something entering its territory. In every incarnation that the Earth Centipede wakes up, it turns the surrounding land into a secret realm, and all those who live within its territory become its food. Lin Moyo, who sees this, uses his detection technique and sees information about the giant Earth Centipede, who is a world boss. Lin Moyo found out that it is at level 55 and has 100,000 strength, 100,000 agility, 60,000 spirit, and 100,000 physique. Other than this, it has the skills of deadly poison, mist, slice, and sweep, along with its special characteristic of immunity against all poison elemental attacks and reduces all physical and elemental damage it receives by 30%. The Earth Centipede continued to scream and disappear, and as Lin Moyo saw it, he smiled a little nervously, holding his weapon. Despite his nervousness, he was only smiling because of the high tagline of these attributes, which is why if he succeeds in using them with his evocation skill, Lin Moyo doesn't know how overpowered it will be. Lin Moyo thinks that the tagline power of his opposite Earth Centipede cannot be compared to the soul-devouring mother he fought against. Even so, Lin Moyo cares and doesn't think that he can't beat him. He wanted to try what he could do against it, and could only whisper to himself if there was anything beneficial in killing it. At the same time, Lin Yizun and his colleagues reach behind him, where he hears what Lin Moyo is whispering. He couldn't believe what he was asking, and it made him think that Lin Moyo was really going crazy. As he sweatily stared at it, he began to ask himself not to say that he was trying to fight the Great Earth Centipede. Minute as he looked at Lin Moyo, he noticed in his eyes that he did not show any fear and apprehension. Minute he feels the panonymic that he wants to fight the Earth Centipede. When Lin Yizun's other colleagues arrived at Lin Moyo's location, they were carrying their weapons and rushed to his location to join their leader. With trembling in their eyes they come. When his companions finally arrived, Lin Yizun offered that they all join forces to fight the Great Earth Centipede together. Lin Yizun informs him that the Great Earth Centipede is too hard to kill because it is a world-class boss. Lin Moyo knows that world-class bosses are very difficult to kill, as he has already managed to kill several of them, from the world boss of Tyrant Desert, Battlefield Ghost King of Yuan Battlefield, and recently the soul-devouring mother that he killed a few days ago just ago. All of them were joined by the skeletons of Lin Moyo killed. He knows that even if the Earth Centipede looks very powerful in front of him, you will find a way to fight it. Lin Yizun and his colleagues could see the fearlessness of the strong Moyo and knew that as a member of Shangxia and students of Shajing Academy especially, and they were members of Genesis College, they were the best geniuses of their generations. That is why it will be difficult for them to just accept the decision to lay down their arms and wait for their own death. They recognize that even if they die, they would rather die fighting and damage the Earth centipede before suffocating themselves. Because of this, they start to like to fight, and their fighting spirit gets even stronger. Because of this, Ling Yazan tightly held his weapon while repeating his offer to fight with Lin Moyo, but Lin Moyo did not take it too seriously and did not turn to them to make his wishes known. He tells these newcomers while moving his head because he is making them all back up, and the farther they are the better. Ling Yazan and his colleagues were surprised at this because they did not understand what Lin Moyo meant. A strong angle is released by the Earth centipede, and it finally wakes up from its long slumber. It thrashed to free itself from the confinement of half its body from the ground, and these legs the size of poles came out. Its environment is disturbed, and its every movement releases powerful gusts of wind. As the Earth centipede stood up, it immediately noticed the presence of Lin Moyo, who had the red sign of the primordial rune. It goes to him as Ling Yazan surrounds him, and Lin Moyo just stands there facing the monstrous monster. He just watched it until it suddenly made an action that aimed one of its big paws at him. In an instant, Lin Moyo's skeleton armor is removed. It broke into so many pieces, but Lin Moyo couldn't move back because of the control immunity of his skeleton armor, so he just stood there and tried to regain his own balance. It's no joke that the Earth centipede's attributes crush Lin Moyo's skeleton armor so easily. Lin Moyo hurried back and used his skeleton armor again on himself for what was expected to be the next Earth centipede attack. Even though he was able to protect himself successfully, Ling Yazan and his teammates suffered the opposite because they were sent flying a few meters from where they were standing. They were attacked at the same time as Lin Moyo, but they were the only ones to be pushed away, and now they were on the ground one by one. Their healer struggles to get up from his slump to heal the others, and his face is full of fear. While on the ground, they could only think because they were only at level 50 and their members were few, so how could they deal with a world boss who was at level 55? Their situation now is a certain death, but it changes when Lin Moyo raises his hand to use his skill. His energy enveloped his right palm, and in an instant Lin Yazan was shocked by what he saw. While lying down, it could still see what Lin Moyo was doing and how many soldiers it was releasing. At a summons by Lin Moyo, all his skeleton warriors who are behind him and led by his undead general immediately line up. All of them are connected to him with his energy and are just waiting to be commanded by their master. As Lin Yazan watched in front of him, he just fell back to the ground and was sweating because he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This was his first time seeing this many undead summons from a professional. Because of this, their courage and hope that dies when they face the Earth centipede begins to live. To start their fight, Lin Moyo uses his slow curse and aims his right palm at the Earth centipede. The red light came out until the many red chains coming from Lin Moyo's back. It quickly headed in the direction where the Earth centipede was. The bright red light becomes awe-inspiring for Lin Yazan's group observing the scene. He begins to understand the meaning behind Lin Moyo's words. That's why Lin Yazan is now foolishly giving his colleagues a better chance if they retreat now. And let their junior fight especially, and they might not contribute anything to it either. When the Earth centipede received Lin Moyo's slow curse, it was wrapped in so many red chains. And this monster that was running so fast before is suddenly slowed down so that it can be easily noticed and stopped from disappearing. Because of Lin Moyo's curse, the Earth centipede started to get angry because of his courage to attack him. But as for Lin Yazan and his colleagues, they were not considered a threat by the Earth centipede. With Lin Moyo's successful slowing down of the Earth centipede's movements, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors wasted no time and immediately jumped to charge. While fearlessly carrying their swords, they jump to where the Earth centipede is to strike it with their swords. In the amount of them, a big cloud of them can only be noticed going towards the enemy. After they get there, they strike with their swords and use Rage Strike on the Earth Centipede. That cannot be moved from where it is. The sound of steel hitting its hard skin can be heard a lot. Even though its skin is very stretchy, it does not mean that the Earth Centipede cannot feel of any pain because of just a second after being climbed by the skeleton warriors. And receive its attacks, it screams so loudly that it is heard everywhere. As Moyo watched his skeleton warriors do their various techniques to cause harm to the Earth Centipede, it began to stand tall, shaking and pulling the many chains attached to it. It's shaky, but it doesn't cause the skeleton warriors to be kicked out, trying to climb up his body and attack him. They continued to strike their swords until the Earth Centipede was filled with these big feet. It strikes all the skeleton warriors attached to its body. It takes out the skeleton warriors one by one, destroying parts of their bodies and harming them greatly. But they are afraid because the undead general immediately uses his skill Legion Healer. It raises its battle mace, releasing a bright white light that heals all those under it. To help these skeletons, Lin Moyo prepares his right-hand skill. The blue flames are coming out and Lin Moyo is just telling his opponent that he needs to taste his attack as well. Lin Moyo unleashes his soul blaze and immediately the blue flames engulf the enormous body of the Earth Centipede. Because of the pain it feels from the tearing of its soul, it passes out and roars very loudly. Losing self-control now, the skeleton warriors seize the opportunity and immediately attract the Earth Centipede's body. They continue their attack and hitting it, but the Earth Centipede does not let it because it avoids his body, and with the help of its many it cleans his body from the skeleton warriors. His minions die immediately, and you only receive a notification that some of its skeleton warriors are dying. Finally, the Earth Centipede finally gets rid of all the pests in its body, and now it's time to teach the perpetrator a lesson. The chains on its body and the flaming blue fire were gone, so the Earth Centipede was now facing Lin Moyo, who possessed the primordial rune. Lin Moyo retreated his skeletons, and as he watched his opponent in front of him, he now understood that his level possession was too low. He wasn't even able to deal enough damage to the Earth Centipede in the short amount of time his skeleton warriors were able to provide for him. Even though the situation is like this, Lin Moyo is not shaken because he can fight with Pangmatagalan, because at the moment his spirit is almost unlimited because of the items he got, so he just wants to see who can last longer in their two of the Earth Centipede. Now confronting these two, and Lin Moyo prepares his soul blaze again. Hello friends, today I am going to explain Disastrous Necromancer Chapter 106. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel. As the Earth Centipede continues to receive Lin Moyo's soul blaze, it is constantly letting out screams because of the pain. The anger in its eyes intensified and quickly moved in front of Lin Moyo after receiving the slow curse it received earlier. The Earth Centipede continued to present its face, and using its two large front fangs it rushed forward while furiously engulfed in soul blaze. Using its fangs, it collides with the skeleton armor of Lin Moyo, who receives it head-on. The attack unleashes a powerful force that cracks through the skeleton armor, exploding while releasing a blinding white light. As his skeleton armor fumbled more and more, the damage it received intensified, and the cracking sounds worried Lin Moyo as he was starting to see large cracks showing through his skeleton armor. This Earth Centipede's attack was too powerful, and he could only compare it to the one he received from the Flame Demon King. Lin Moyo was pushed back by the attack he received, where the skeleton armor around his body completely disappeared. He uses his hand to regain his balance and not completely fall over. He understood that the Earth Centipede not only seemed to be strong in defense, but the attacks it unleashed were also incredible. The 30% reduction in physical and elemental damage received by the centipede is a big problem for him, but in addition, the attacks it can unleash are very strong. He feels that the two of them are very angry and his level is very low. He knew that if he was 10 levels higher now and got his second evolution, it would be easier. But this was not the case, so he understood that it was pointless to think about such things. Even though Lin Moyo falls short of what he shows, Ling Yizan's group is amazed in disbelief because how Lin Moyo can gain more than one knight because he successfully defends the Great Earth Centipede's attacks face to face. The night their group watches, it sees Lin Moyo putting his skeleton armor back on. He could only say that if it was him, he would have surely died from that attack, even though the gap between him and Lin Moyo's level was huge. What he does is amazing because he uses himself as a tank for his skeletons to attack. They are afraid of the Earth Centipede, that's why they retreat and know that it has an additional skill that makes it scary for all knights. When they mentioned this, the Earth Centipede immediately raised its body and stood up to prepare the pair of legs that are located in front of the centipede, which is also the largest pair. It begins to soak up the Earth Centipede's black energy and prepares its skill until it unleashes its attack on Lin Moyo. With its slice skill, the Earth Centipede's feet turn into indestructible sharp blades that move towards Lin Moyo and seem to squeeze it. Lin Moyo's crown began to swell with this black energy. As Lin Moyo fearlessly faced the approaching two sharp legs of the Earth Centipede, he did not move them. When Lin Moyo saw the Earth Centipede's body going down, he knew that this was his chance, so he gave orders to his skeletons to attack and unleash all their skills on the Earth Centipede. Lin Moyo is now using himself to become a tank and take the Earth Centipede's attention so that his skeletons can focus their attention on the attack and not have to think about their opponent's attacks. Continuing to receive attacks from the Earth Centipede's pair of legs, the damage inflicted was so strong that his brand new skeleton armor began to crack again. Lin Moyo sees his barrier Nasus Era Ka immediately, and it doesn't last long, but in front of him his skeleton warriors are running quickly, climbing the Earth Centipede's body from its head. On the verge of cracking his skeleton armor, Lin Moyo was still calm as he repeatedly used his skeleton armor, blocking the devastating attacks. After a few seconds, the skeleton warriors had gone to their positions, and behind the Earth Centipede there were skeleton warriors assigned to all its parts. They jump on its back, and while in the body of the Earth Centipede they crawl there. When the undead general saw this, he knew it was time to use his Legion Strength skill and strengthen all the attributes possessed by his skeleton warriors. From its location starts a strong halo of red energy that gives a buff to all the skeleton warriors that rush. As it is given, it is immediately received by the skeleton warriors, who begin to be enveloped in red energy, and their eyes light up glowing red as a sign of their acceptance of this boost. Now they like to attack more, and with only one command they use their rage strikes together. They unleash it on all parts of the Earth Centipede, which now surrounds the many skeleton warriors. With the help of their companion using their skills that split the hard armor of the Earth Centipede, they are able to break through its strong defense. As they struck with their large swords, some succeeded in piercing the Earth Centipede's armor, and from this it sustained a wound on its body. The green liquid that serves as its blood comes out, and becomes a sign for Lin Moyo to know that some parts of the Earth Centipede's body are being opened, so it is time for him to move. Not only did Lin Moyo act as a tank there, because when he saw that his skeleton warriors had made a hole, he didn't choose to stay standing there. He raises his left hand and points his fingers at the Earth Centipede. He uses his skill Skeleton Fangs that makes our eyes pop out to post the bone from the ground from the beginning of his use of the skill until he releases it. The Earth Centipede trying to get higher so that he doesn't get hit by too many skeleton warrior ants on his body and continue taking damage. It could only see the large chunks of bone that sprouted from the ground that Lin Moyo was preparing. He does not know what fate awaits him and continues to raise his body until Lin Moyo uses this skill and releases him. Large pieces of bone are immediately launched and pierce the Earth Centipede. In the initial action of his skeleton warriors, he succeeds in causing damage to it, and in the initial action of his skeleton warriors, he succeeds in causing damage to it, and the large pieces of bone slide into the Earth Centipede's body and cause of severe injury. Even though the damage caused by each skeleton fang is not that big compared to Soul Blaze, it is a different story if it is released together and received by the opponent because its stupid cousin is higher compared to his Soul Blaze. All the attacks he unleashed were received by the Earth Centipede that writhed in pain as its body was pierced. He continued to scream in pain as his body twisted excessively and could not be controlled due to the intensity of his feelings. The Earth Centipede's body disintegrates, discarding its own body. As you can see, the large pieces of bone that the Earth Centipede receives become like ornaments. It removes the skeleton warriors clinging to its body. Its constant motion is enough to dislodge them and make them fall to the ground. With them removed, the Earth Centipede wasted no more time using its sweep skill. Using its tail, he uses it like a weapon to hit all the fallen skeleton warriors. By letting them fall, he is given the opportunity to just avoid his body and kill the skeleton warriors that are Lin Moyo. He just receives a notification informing him that 13 of his skeleton warriors are dying. This continued as the skeleton warriors on the ground were once again sent flying into the air from the Earth Centipede, hitting its own tail on the ground. The Earth Centipede didn't stop there because after it damaged so many skeleton warriors, it roared in anger and released a large amount of bird-like cloud from its body. This is what the Earth Centipede thinks of as a way to get rid of these ants that are trying to knock him out. This body can be seen receiving severe damage and punctures from Lin Moyo's attack, and the wound is also full due to the individual skeleton warriors that attacked it. The poisonous fog was enveloping several hundred meters around it, and with the Earth Centipede's non-stop burning, it continued to spread its poisonous fog around the subject. It is constantly changing, and everything it touches melts. The wide scope of this skill reaches Lin Moyo. He tries to cover his nose from the poison, while his skeleton warrior continues to glow to protect him. It didn't break through his barrier, but even if he was saved, he couldn't tell his skeleton warriors. Even if you don't believe the power that the poisonous mist has, it doesn't matter because it is only built by Lin Moyo and his skeleton warriors. It wasn't as strong as the Earth Centipede's direct attack, but the bones of his skeleton warriors were starting to soften as they dripped down their faces. They can't do anything if their fate doesn't accept them, but there is his undead general who uses his skill Legion Hill. With just one use of his healing skill, the lost HP of those it controls is restored. The bright light coming from him reverses all the damage the skeleton warriors receive. Due to the presence of the undead general, the scalding fog is no longer scary because even if they continue to receive damage from it, the undead general can heal them immediately, releasing it. The only thing that Lin Moyo and his skeletons were afraid of now was only the powerful attacks that could cause damage in an instant that could kill them instantly. In today's confrontation between these two, Lin Moyo uses his Soul Blaze as he prepares it in his left hand. While constantly enveloped in a toxic mist, it only challenges the Earth Centipede to a battle of Patagon. He wanted to know who would win between the two of them if the Earth Centipede would be able to last against the skeleton army Lin Moyo and his relentless attacks. From afar, Lin Yizan's group could see the poisonous mist enveloping the entire area. They could barely see what was going on Lin Moyo's side, but they could see the towering red sign above his head, so they knew that it contained the translation of the Earth Centipede present. A thick fog blocked their view, but with the constant roar of the Earth Centipede, they knew the battle was still going on in their sight. The only thing left to do was to pray that Lin Moyo would be able to pass this test, because if Lin Moyo died and he was unable to win against the Earth Centipede, then they too would die. The poisonous mist is reaching their location. So Lin Yuzan warns his colleagues to be careful and cover their noses because there is poison around them and they need to retreat. Lin Yuzan looked at the poisonous mist, and even though he was so far away from the battle, he knew that they should not lower their defenses. The poisonous fog was finally reaching, covering their vision, so they could no longer watch what was happening in Lin Mo Yu's place. They can only see the bird-colored fog as they retreat and head to a higher place to avoid being harmed by it. They are there together, and even though they are high up, what they see is still enveloping the family, which is why Lin Yizan's knight is asked if Lin Mo Yu can survive from this. He was just explaining to his colleague that now that they end up in this kind of situation, they have no choice but to trust Lin Mo Yu because if he dies, they surely won't be able to survive from the Earth's scourge either. Centipede. One of Lin Yizan's members starts sweating and nervous because they see and feel the end is near. He can only ask his leader if he regrets what he did. He informs his leader that the truth is that they definitely wouldn't have been able to meet and face the Earth centipede now if they hadn't followed Lin Mo Yu. The poisonous mist continues to approach them. Even though Lin Yizan sees it, he answers his colleague's question and says that he does not regret what he did. His member was surprised by this and could not understand what his leader was thinking. Lin Yizan explains to him that even though they had bad intentions at first, he is now beginning to understand what they need to do. He tells his colleagues that they are all the same people, that's why they need to help each other to survive from the situation they are facing. He added that that man was their junior, that's why even if the one in front of them died, he shouldn't be the first to run and a senior like him should immediately go to the front to fight him before his juniors. His teammates laughed and asked their captain what he was saying because they were supposed to be in the front, and since he was their captain he had to be in the back and support them. His companions followed and laughed loudly as if they didn't mind the danger at that moment. As this happens, the Earth's centipede becomes even crazier and fiercer within the intoxicating fog. It quickly aimed at a skeleton warrior, and its pair of sharp front legs began to glow, signaling that it would use a skill. Using his slice, he quickly cut one of the skeleton warriors, killing him in an instant. Silin Moyo just held his breath and was a little annoyed because the thick fog of poison was blocking his vision and you couldn't make out much of what was going on. Even so, he knew that he could no longer hide his strongest ace especially, and that it could not be seen by the others due to the thick fog that the Earth's centipede made. He also raised his Thanatos side and gathered his spirit into its weapon. The thick air begins to gather in his weapon, and now he summons his own soul-devouring insect king. He knew now was the time to summon his new disciple to face his beleaguered foe now. From his Thanatos side emerges the second form of the soul-devouring insect king in its form as a Kalilua. Lin Moyo's own soul-devouring king is at level 50 and has 60,000 strength, 25,000 agility, 10,000 spirit, and 60,000 physique. There are skeleton soul second forms and soul shaking shriek along with its characteristic of having abilities that do not interfere with defense and physical immunity. As Lin Moyo's emotions and energy envelop him, his master begins to smile. Lin Moyo stared at his strongest disciple at the moment and asked the Earth centipede if he heard correctly that its outer shell was very strong. So he wanted to know what it was about his soul-devouring king who could swallow everything and habit is the defense of everything that goes out. When the Earth centipede and the soul-devouring king of Lin Moyo begin to face each other, the Earth centipede fiercely shoots out an angle that quickly heads towards the soul-devouring king's location. While facing his opponent, the soul-devouring king was just preparing for what he was going to do. It quickly goes to the side of the Earth centipede's body and bites it immediately. Due to its characteristic that gives him the ability to swallow everything and break through any kind of defense, the Pinedo is able to break the hard armor of the Earth centipede. It can no longer land, and the cracks in its armor are widening. As the soul-devouring king clings to the Earth centipede's long body, It pushes aside its opponent's armor and bites its body again. He pulls the flesh from inside it and swallows it to cause severe damage. With its help, he can heal himself. While holding its body tightly, it continued to wrestle the Earth Centipede's body. Lin Moyo, who is watching here, is just amazed because the defense is really powerful, especially for a creature similar to an Earth Centipede with a very high defense attribute. The soul-devouring king does not end there, because after it is devoured it immediately rises and flies. He looked from where he was at the Earth Centipede that was pitifully under it. It jumps, and while on top uses its soul-shaking shriek skill. It opens its mouth wide and can see its many fangs located even at the bottom of its mouth. From the use of this skill, a loud scream is released that releases powerful shockwaves and affects the soul of its victim. While directly facing the Earth Centipede, it can boil the full power of its attack. The powerful shockwaves of the soul attack quickly headed towards the location of the Earth Centipede that could only scream from the intense pain it was feeling. Something like the soul blaze it receives, the attack rips its entire soul apart. The damage the Earth Centipede receives is so severe that it loses control of itself, and due to the incredible pain, it loses consciousness for a while. The soul-devouring king sees this happening and knows that now that it has shaken its soul, it is time to do the next part of its combo. Next, the soul-devouring king uses his Devour Soul skill, which he activates after he opens his mouth and creates a vortex in front of his face. This pie cut of energy pulls all the soul energy around it and swallows it. With this attacking, the Earth Centipede begins to suffer damage and loses consciousness. Its energy begins to be absorbed by the soul-devouring king, and after the Earth Centipede is weakened by desire, its entire soul is pulled from its body. Its soul emerges, and its energy can be seen as everyone around it is swallowed up by the soul-devouring king. His body can only be found there, and when Lin Moyo sees it, he can only smile, but he knows that the attribute between his soul-devouring king and the centipede is too big, so he can be sure that it will not die that easily and through simple methods. Because of this, he began to understand that he had to intervene, and this time he had to cause serious damage to his soul. Lin Moyo prepares his blue flame in his right hand and forms his soul blaze. While facing the enormous soul of the Earth Centipede in front of him, he used his red fire that he just released. It quickly heads for the isolated soul of the Earth Centipede, as it is unable to return itself to its physical body. As the soul of the Earth Centipede now came out, it began to spit blue flames from Lin Moyo. It's burning and tearing his soul, and now that it's out, there's nothing left to defend. It can do nothing against the constant corruption of its own soul. As the soul-devouring king continues to absorb more and more, they work together to wear down and damage the Earth Centipede before they continue the finish. So friends, the chapter ends here. The next chapter will come on Saturday. Hello friends, today I am going to explain Disastrous Necromancer chapter 107. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel. As the great Earth Centipede soul was now raised and separated from its immobile body and pierced by so many sharp pieces of bone. Only its soul is slightly separated due to the soul-shaking shriek skill from the soul-devouring king. The poisonous mist continues to emanate from its body as you drive the skeleton warriors away. Even so, Lin Moyo saw that this was a very good opportunity, especially since the Earth Centipede had no control over its body to attack its main body and cause severe damage. He was once again preparing all his attacks and his skeletons, as it was time for them to simultaneously secure the massive body of the Earth Centipede. They don't waste time. That's why while the Earth Centipede has not completely recovered its soul from its separation from its body, it is immediately enveloped in the mana Lin Moyo together with the soul blades. Its poisonous blood was just pouring out of its body because of the many sharp pieces of bone protruding from its body. Its effect has not gone away and is just there. the poisonous fog around the Earth centipede does not disappear. But this was not enough to stop the skeleton warriors' determination to follow their master's orders and put an end to that mess. Even though they continued to take damage from the poisonous fog and have their bones melted by it. The undead general is there helping them and constantly giving them healing so they don't die completely. They fearlessly charge into the poisonous fog as they jump to grab the Earth centipede and reach for its body. While the skeleton warriors used the large chunks of bone that protruded from the Earth centipede's body and attracted its body to inflict damage in all directions. While the skeleton warriors personally charged its body, Lin Moyo's skeleton mages were just flanking nearby preparing their attacks. Even though they continued to receive damage from the delicious mist, they were also receiving healing from the undead general, so they turned their attention to preparing their elemental spells. They raised their staffs, which now glow in proportion to their elemental attributes. Rain's various elemental skills such as ice, lightning, wind, and fire that deal additional heavy damage to the Earth centipede with very high HP. Despite its ability to reduce the amount of damage, it doesn't become enough as time goes on, as the attacks from the Lin Moyo skeletons never stop raining down on it. The damage the Earth centipede receives worsens, causing more of its blood to spurt from the large holes made by the skeleton fangs. With each passing second, its HP decreases. Apart from the horror brought by the skeletons, Lin Moyo also has his own soul-devouring king who continues to use his screams on his opponent until the Earth centipede is able to return his own Kalua to his body. After returning, the Earth centipede regains consciousness and is ready to defend himself again and attack the fools in front of him. It is not ready for his return to his body because at the time he was able to unite his soul and his body, it only vomited its green blood from its mouth. Except for its mouth, its blood gushes more strongly from its body. Due to the severity of the damage it received and the pain it felt from the many attacks it received while it was not in its own body, its eyes were losing color. It could no longer stay standing and just hit its own head on the ground. It no longer has enough strength to fight and continue the clash between him and Lin Moyo's skeletons. Lin Moyo immediately noticed this and knew that their opponent seemed to be running out of energy and could not throw anything back at them. The Earth centipede is still passed out by the Dullion, though it is barely alive and moving its body again. When it regains consciousness, it uses its two large horns to make its own path in the ground and bangs its head and uses its many legs to dig. He was immediately alerted and knew that he needed to flee if he wanted to stay alive because he couldn't afford to continue facing so many attacks from the skeletons and Lin Moyo's soul-devouring king. The soul-devouring king pokes his head into the hole he is making and continues his digging to get underground and escape from the horror he is facing. It didn't think twice even though its body was filled with skeleton fangs that continued to cause its blood to leak in all directions. Its constant damage taking is still there. Pieces of rock scattered around and distracted the skeleton warriors around it and sent them all away. Lin Moyo immediately noticed this and was now seriously looking at the Earth centipede in front of him. He knew that he could not let go of his captive disciple because he would still have a use. He asks her where she's trying to escape to because it looks like she can't escape now that he's fighting her and it's only a nightmare if she dares to leave. Lin Moyo orders his skeleton warriors to rush the Earth centipede immediately and prevent it from fleeing in front of them and going underground to hide itself and heal again. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors immediately followed, heading towards the Earth centipede's location. All of them go next to its body, which continues to slide and go underground. They each grabbed the Earth centipede's foot and pulled it in the opposite direction so that it could no longer escape from their master. After recording its escape from them, the Earth centipede reverses its decision to flee underground. It stops when he digs and sinks his body into the ground. It just raised its long body while the skeleton warriors tried to prevent him from escaping and pulled him back. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors did nothing to stop the Earth centipede from disappearing. This predicts a very strong angle, but Lin Moyo has yet to use all his ace stashes. He tells the Earth centipede to just die while giving orders to his own soul-devouring king to go now and help his comrades kill the Earth centipede. At his command, Lin Moyo's soul-devouring king did not think twice and immediately headed to the Earth centipede's location. It holds its head tightly while biting its sharp teeth. Due to the nature of the soul-devouring king that can eat anything and penetrate the defenses of his target, it easily penetrates his teeth and even cracks them. It peels off the armor placed next to the Earth centipede's head and pulls it with all its might with its teeth. As it pulls, its green flesh follows and blood hisses from this part of the Earth centipede. It continues mercilessly until Lin Moyo moves and uses his skeleton fangs. Tall, sharp pieces of bone covered in his mana show and emerge from the ground. It pierces the Earth centipede's body and raises it up. Their adversary was unable to land any more and was only found raised on the ground with blood dripping from the tall bone posts. Not yet if the poisonous fog is still coming from there, but Lin Moyo can clearly see the system notification informing him that he has successfully killed the Great Earth Centipede, which gives him 5,500,000 experience. Apart from this, he receives Centipede Sword, Centipede Shield, Poison Gem, and Poison Crystal. It is explained that the Centipede Sword can only be used by sword users. This is a platinum-grade weapon that increases all attributes of the user by 3,000 and increases all sword-related skills by 70%. It gives the additional skill poison to attacks with this sword that mixes the poison element with attacks that can target it with an effect that damages it and reduces it by 1,000 points per second and lasts for 1 minute. The Centipede Shield can be used by professional knights. It is also a platinum-grade weapon that increases all the user's attributes by 3,000 and increases defense-related skill by 70%. It also gives the user an additional skill called Poisonous Gas Shield, which creates a barrier made of poisonous gas that lasts for 5 minutes. Its defense will be equal to the user's physique, and its target will be attacked by a poisonous gas that will cause damage equal to 1 5-point second that lasts for 1 minute and can be used every 5 minutes. The poison gem that he gets permanently increases the poison elemental damage that the user receives by 50%, which will also allow the character to receive a skill related to the poison elemental. The secret that Moyo gets from the Earth Centipede is the poison crystal that can be mixed with other single-element crystals to form the elemental divine stone that increases the chance of a successful third job evolution, and the more elements that are mixed, the stronger the effect will be. The poison crystal can be used to permanently increase the user's resistance against the poison element, but if it is used like that and separated from others, it cannot gain the beneficial of the elemental divine stone. While still wrapped in the poisonous mist, Moyo was just touching his newly taken poison crystal. He was amazed at what he was getting because it also seemed to be a type of elemental crystal. You see, it looks like the Eternal Trials is even more mysterious than he thought because he gets unexpected beneficial things especially, and his master didn't tell him anything about the poison element crystal that can only be obtained from Eternal Trials. Just now Nyanal found out that the elemental crystals to form the elemental divided stone are not necessarily obtained by going down dungeons and can be obtained by defeating world bosses such as the Earth Centipede. Lin Moyo was just happy because he was closer to reaching and obtaining the complete elemental divine stone. As he takes this other part, he gains an additional piece of the elemental divine stone. He takes out his acquired fire crystal and places it next to his newly acquired poison crystal. He just marvels at them because the two glittering bases start with their inherent element. Lin Moyo brings the two crystals together who begin to have a reaction to each other. Small lightnings come out from here, connecting the time of the two, and in the middle of it begin to unite. What little time it took to mix the two crystals together. A black stone is now forming where traces of poison and fire crystals can be seen stamped on the two faces of the stone. The system informs Lin Moyo that he is able to obtain the elemental divine stone composed of fire and poison crystal. This can be used on his third job evolution, which increases the chance of this happening by 5%. When Lin Moyo saw this, he knew that this percentage was too low, and it seemed that he needed to collect and get more elemental crystals just so he could use the true potential of the elemental divine stone. After inspecting and playing with his elemental divine stone, Lin Moyo was off to take care of the next thing he needed to take care of. He was facing the massive corpse of an earth centipede that was still raised from long, sharp pieces of bone. Lin Moyo knew that this was his next necessary focus, and while facing it, he unleashed his Thanatos cycle. He prepares it and envelops it with his own aura. His spirit was now overflowing from his body, and knew that he needed to take the opportunity to use his evocation on the corpse of the earth centipede. He needed to quickly turn the earth centipede into his own disciple before the poisonous fog that enveloped him and the eternal trials disappeared, because it was the only cover that did not allow all the creatures outside to be seen. What is he doing? He couldn't let them know that he was able to capture and turn the earth centipede into his own soldier, because it would be his new and more empowered disciple along with the soul-devouring king. If others find out about this, even stronger opponents will surely try to attack him and the other abyss demons and dragon professionals who could have been his military merit will shun him. He raises his Thanatos cycle, causing his spirit to overflow and take the earth centipede under him. A great deal of soul energy was directed towards him as he used his skill evocation on the earth centipede's carcass. In his first test and use of the skill on the earth centipede, it was not able to capture his soul and become its new master. Selene Moyo is already sweating a little from what she is doing, but she cannot give up especially, and what is in front of her is a very strong one. He was also limited by the amount of time that the poisonous fog around them could last, obscuring what anyone outside of his location could see. Lin Moyo's second use of his evocation succeeds in expelling and summoning the earth centipede's soul from its body. The rest of its soul still holds the powerful soul energy that cuts through those around it. Even though the earth centipede's soul takes the right form and looks like it is now, Lin Moyo is still not successful. The system informs him that his evocation is failing and the earth centipede's engorged soul is once again scattered around. What Lin Moyo worked so hard to do is disappearing again. That's why he is bored. He knew that what was going on couldn't continue because there was only a little time left before the poisonous fog would disappear from there. He needed to hurry because otherwise the enemies around him would immediately head there waiting to take the primordial rune from him, thinking that the earth centipede had killed Lin Moyo. He gives himself one last chance to try to make the earth centipede's soul his soldier. For the last time, Lin Moyo raises his Thanatos, which he uses a lot of spirit and activates his evocation. His summoning was going well, and now a massive earth centipede soul was coming out. It didn't have a physical body, but its very long body could still be seen beginning to float upon Lin Moyo's summoning. It was enveloped in a very thick soul energy that caused Lin Moyo to know that this Hansen had a high chance of succeeding. He continued to use his evocation, and finally the full form of the earth centipede's soul appeared as it looked like when it was alive, the terrifying feeling still emanating. Information is now coming out about Lin Moyo's new soldier that you have as the Soul Great Earth Centipede. It is at level 55 and has 100,000 strength, 100,000 agility, 60,000 spirit, and 100,000 physique. It also possesses the skills Deadly Poison, Mist, Slice, and Swip, and traits that grant it immunity against poison elementals and reduce physical and elemental damage received by 30%. Lin Moyo's disgusted face changes and is now happy because his summoning is finally working. He knew that with the extra soldiers he now had that were so large, he would have the confidence and the means to fight a giant enemy in the future. With the help of his new disciple, he will no longer be in trouble like he experienced that day. From afar one can still see the vast sack of toxic fog that obscures the view of a large part of the eternal trials. It communicates the location of the Earth centipede and serves as a warning to all creatures around it that they should not approach it. Ling Yizan's group trying to set it on fire could see a very thick poisonous mist. They were approaching the location of the towering sign above Lin Moyo's head to hopefully help him fight the Earth centipede or escape from there with him. They were just worried and wanted to see how he was doing. Who is they just wished that their junior was still alive. They caught up with the massive body of the Earth centipede. It was placed on the ground, and when they saw it, they knew it was very bad news because it was what they were facing right away and thought that the Earth centipede might still be alive. The whole group observed the body of the Earth centipede, but they noticed that it was just lying on the ground and there was not even any movement coming from it. They approached the Earth centipede thinking that it might be sleeping, but when they got there, they were surprised by what they saw in front of them. A lot of how it was just scattered there, and its body was just blinded. They were shocked and couldn't believe what they were seeing because what they thought was a living Earth centipede was nothing left and was just a corpse being held up by so many tall bone poles. No one present expected that the level 30 young professional they encountered would be able to kill the great Earth centipede all by himself. In front of them, they see Lin Moyo walking away from the corpse of the huge Earth centipede that it killed. His face was serious looking at them, but despite this, Ling Yizan's group was still amazed because he was able to do an impossible task. He was just thankful to himself because it seemed that they were still lucky, and they didn't make Lin Moyo an enemy because otherwise they would have met the same fate that Earth centipede faced. With the death of the Earth centipede, the effect of the poisonous mist and the barrier it set up around it begins to wear off, covering the vast expanse of the eternal trials. All creatures outside the barrier are now given the opportunity to see what is now happening within it. Lin Moyo sees the unique light of eternal trials again. The barrier disappears and Lin Moyo looks up and immediately notices the abyss succubus that managed to escape from his hand. He didn't expect to see her again and thought she didn't seem to have learned from the punishment he had given her the last time they met. Alice was shaking and couldn't believe what she was seeing. He was stunned for a moment because he didn't know how this event was possible and how a weak level 30 person was able to kill the great Earth centipede. There was disgust on Lin Moyo's face upon seeing this abyss succubus again and beginning to understand what was happening. Alice let out a hair-raising scream and immediately ran away because she was so scared that she didn't even try to look at Lin Moyo to see if he was chasing her for even a second. He uses all his strength to run away again like he did when he and Lin Moyo first met. But now he has no plans to return and will do everything to get out and escape from there. From his experience of burning his soul and his observation where he saw that he was able to kill the Earth centipede, he was sure that he would not survive this person's hand. Lin Moyo knew that he was serious in his eyes and understood the current situation, and that abyss succubus was the one responsible for why he was going in that direction and meeting and fighting the great Earth centipede. That punishment is the reason why he suffered, but now he is still alive. He was just preparing his attack with his left hand so as not to let that punishment get away and cause similar problems for him. Hello friends, today I am going to explain Disastrous Necromancer Chapter 108. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel. Lin Moyo was focusing on the succubus, but she escaped. And the Ling Yizan's group asking Lin Moyo if he was all right. Lin Moyo immediately started dematerializing his scythe, while telling the Ling Yizan that he was fine. Finally, he took out the poison gem from the inventory, while telling the Ling Yizan to leave because the matter is settled. He broke the poison gem and poisonous mist started surrounding him all over his body. Ling Yizan wanted his subordinates to back away because the mist may be poisonous. But we see that Lin Moyu has received the Poison Stellar Ring of level 1. This ring can cause poison elemental damage in a radius of 1 meter, with a damage equal to 10 points of strength lasting for 1 minute. A green-colored halo appeared on the back of Lin Moyu, while the Sling Yizan's team wondered if this was the loot from the Great Earth Centipede. They were not able to comprehend the true power of this skill. As the scene shifts, we come to a few days back in the Hall of Heroes, where a large statue of an armored soldier was present, and we see that Lin Moyu Master was sitting there near his soul mark. Looking at the purple aura of the mark, his master understood that Lin's spirit has become a lot stronger. He wondered if Lin Moyu has encountered some fortuitous opportunity inside the eternal trial battlefield. But suddenly, the whole soul mark started having crimson-red scripts of ancient language around it, which signified that Lin has got the origin rune. The master started smiling, thinking that Lin has got one hell of a luck to find the origin rune so early. But he knew that Lin must be facing the challenging test, and he must survive well. But suddenly, he sensed someone behind him, and the divine summoner Mo teleported behind him, along with his holy thunder unicorn. Seeing this, Lord Bai immediately asked old Mo about why he was there in the Hall of Heroes. But the one more surprised was old Mo instead, asking Lord Bai about why he was sitting there. The master replied that his student Lin Moyu went to the eternal trial battlefield, and he was watching over him inside the Hall of Heroes. He wanted to know about what old Mo was doing at this place too, and he replied that his granddaughter went to the eternal trials battlefield, and he came to watch over her. A small tension built among them as they realized that both of them had students who entered the eternal trial battlefield for challenging it. Old Mo asked Lord Bai about when he accepted a disciple, and about why he did not tell him about it. But the master just told the old man that he just accepted Lin out of the blue. We come to know that old Mo's granddaughter was no one other than Mo Yun, her soul mark appeared in front of her grandfather. He asked Lord Bai about how his student was, and hearing this, he smiled, telling old Mo that he was a talent who exceeded the power of the gods. This surprised old Mo to the core, because he was not able to comprehend about how a powerful figure like Lord Bai was giving such a high praise. In the entire human race, there probably wasn't anyone who can do that. But Lord Bai immediately changed the topic, teasing old Mo and congratulating him by telling him that he heard that his precious granddaughter has successfully evolved her profession. Hearing this, the old man blushed, telling Lord Bai that obviously this was going to happen, because she was his granddaughter. But once again, Lord Bai told him that his granddaughter may be good, but she cannot be compared with our boy Lin. Old Mo wondered about how powerful the student of Lord Bai was, because he even praised him for having a talent exceeding the gods. The old man thought that Lord Bai was exaggerating, and that his granddaughter was the best in her generation. But Lord Bai started telling old Mo that his granddaughter knows his student, and in fact, it was him who helped her to get the Nirvana crystal some time ago. Finally, old Mo realized that Lord Bai was the master of that kid. As the scene shifts, we come to 1 day later, where we see that Lin was still roaming around the eternal trial battlefield, and 4 days have passed. Only 2 days were left for the test to be finished, and after waiting for so many days, Lin wondered if the abyssal demons were still not coming to him. Suddenly, a group of high-ranking professionals came running towards Lin, while telling him that they heard that someone got the origin rune. They came to Lin with the intention of protecting him, but Lin was kind of shocked by this behavior, as the stalker group was standing beside him. Seeing one group behind Lin already, they thought that they were a bit too late in protecting their junior. But hearing this, the whole stalker group cannot even show their face to anyone. They started hiding their faces and mouths, while wondering about who really was protecting whom. They realized that this new professional group has gotten it all wrong. But suddenly, Lin looked up at the sky and saw a red beam of light, which started from the ground and got up into the sky. He immediately realized that it was another origin rune. Then suddenly, Lin saw that a female was riding a white-colored unicorn, who was emanating the red light which was piercing through the sky. We see that it was none other than Mo Yun, who has also got the origin rune for herself. She was looking really tense as she had a large horde of flying abyss demons behind her. There we see the succubus once again, who somehow escaped the last time. The lady was flying with her unicorn really fast, but the demons were catching up due to the succubus commanding them. But suddenly, she noticed that another red beam of light pierced through the sky, and realized that maybe another human has also received the origin rune in the eternal trial. Battlefield. Suddenly, as she came closer, she saw that it was none other than our boy Lin, who has received the origin rune and was looking at the lady with a serious glare. Mo Yun was not able to comprehend about how Lin entered the eternal trial battlefield just at level 30, and how did he even get the origin rune in the first place. The lady thought that maybe Lin was really too lucky, but she was still feeling relieved when she saw another human around, because from the last few days she can only see demons and succubus all around her. She remembered the last time when she saw Lin, and he had not changed much from the outside and was only of level 30, but it was still a relief. Suddenly, the abyss flying monster came closer to Mo Yun, telling the lady to just give up and leave the origin rune behind for them to capture it. But she was really frustrated from this chase and immediately dashed into the air to make distance between her and the ugly monster. Finally, she gave her hand to Lin while telling him that the bunch of demons and succubus have chased her here, so she wanted Lin to come with her so that she can help him escape. But I do not understand about how the lady cannot comprehend that she was the one who bring the demons to our boy at the first place. There was one thing clear about our boy, that he was not thinking of an escape, and instead he told the lady that these ugly monsters should be the ones to be actually running. The abyss demons were now giving off a devilish laugh due to their greed as they realized that they had found another origin rune. They thought that they have struck gold, but they did not know that they are going to get struck by the soul flame instead. The succubus Alice immediately saw Lin once again, and sheer fear ran through her body while Lin materialized the blue flame skill onto his hands. She immediately wanted the whole abyss flying demon group to run, or they will lose their lives. Friends, the video ends here, and the next video will come next Saturday, and to see it first, subscribe to the channel and also give a like. When this abyss succubus appeared in front of Lin Moyo and noticed the presence of this terrifying creature that was now staring at her and seemed to devour her, Alice's whole body was immediately filled with fear. He recognizes the appearance of Lin Moyo and orders all his attracted disciples to leave there. This gives them an order to just run away if they don't want to incur the wrath of that monster. Because of this order from Alice to her disciples, the abyssal demons under her didn't even think twice about taking flight to save their own lives. In an instant, all of these demons went in the opposite direction, even though the alluring primordial rune was within their right to obtain. The speed at which the abyssal demons left was even faster compared to when they went there to grab Lin Moyo and Mayon's primordial rune. To him, what he saw was that Mayon was just stunned watching the abyssal demons that were relentlessly chasing him, who suddenly felt a great fear when they saw Lin Moyo. Because of this, he just wondered and asked Lin Moyo why the abyssal demons could not hide their fear of Lin Moyo as if they already knew him well. It just turned to Lin Moyo to know the answer. As he looked up, he could already guess that that would be the result of the abyssal demons running away as soon as they saw him from the previous reaction he had seen from the abyssal succubus. It only explains to Mayon that maybe it's because he made his colleagues and his disciples repeatedly afraid to face him. Contrary to what they thought, Lin Moyo did not kill such a car-arming abyssal demon when he arrived at the Eternal Trials because they ran away from him, except for the ones Alice ordered to chase him and keep him away. Then to take to the location of the Earth Centipede. Instead, most of Lin Moyo's slain are dragon professionals because they try to steal his primordial rune and don't learn because Lin Moyo has nothing left and no one can return to not say goodbye to his presence within the Eternal Trials to their colleagues. You are reading that in the presence of Lin Moyo, and now they are facing each other talking while he is riding his horse. Lin Moyo asks him when he got his primordial rune. You are happy that you are talking to Lin Moyo and reply that he got it 5 days ago. After he got the primordial rune, he immediately started running from the enemies trying to steal it from him just half a day after that. He felt like the 5 days he had been through were so long because he was constantly running and trying to save his life as if it had been going on for years. From this answer of Moyon, Lin Moyo offered him to join him before he and the primordial rune were completely alone. It is better if the two of them come together so that they can protect themselves against the enemies, and it is also useless if they hide and separate because the enemies will know their location immediately because of the very bright sign above their heads. Seeing Moyon KO, Lin Moyo is relieved and feels calm from his presence because the monsters have been chasing him for so long. Moyo can only think that there seems to be a reason why the abyssal demons are so afraid of Lin Moyo that they start running as soon as they see his presence, and this only means that Lin Moyo is very strong as he experienced before they worked together. The past few days he has suffered have made him very tired, and he is tired of what he is doing over and over again. He couldn't take all the danger and fatigue he faced every day, and he didn't even know how he got there. After hearing Lin Moyo's words, he distanced himself from his past self-centeredness and self-righteousness and accepted Lin Moyo's offer to help him. He knew it would help him rest before they faced the enemy again. Along with her disciples who are attracted by it, the abyss succubus Alice is found in the distance. His disciples follow the abyssal demon faithfully, and from their looks you can immediately see that its disciples are not weak as they are all above level 50. His leadership over these powerful demons will be noticed, and it will be immediately known that he is their leader. At that time, something strange happened, and in the place and position of the abyssal demons, it was not normal. From their quick departure from where Lin Moyo was, Alice could only pat her chest and tell herself that it's a good thing they were able to run and escape from there immediately. Because if not, they will surely find you as a monster who is there. It can be seen on his face that he is full of fear of Lin Moyo. He even looked behind him to see if they had been followed. After a few seconds, Alice manages to calm herself down and now confronts her disciples with the abyssal demons. They approach and talk to her while asking why their goddess is afraid of a simple person like the one they passed earlier. They knew that the person they faced was only level 30, but why did they immediately run away from there? They couldn't understand what their leader was thinking for you to run there immediately and not take the 2 primordials there that were already placed in front of them. This woman pretends to be and explains that she is not afraid of that person, but instead she cannot destroy their Lord Demon King's plan. Their Demon King's plan has been in preparation for a long time and has been thought about for a very long time and trying to come to fruition. Their leader Demon King had prepared that plan for them for a few days, so they couldn't give up now that they were in that situation, and they were about to get their wish. After the abyssal demons heard about their demon king, they immediately celebrated and showed obsession and happiness about what they considered God. They could not begoin what their master and their master Alice expected of them. All these demons were repeating their praise for their demon king. They are now enjoying hearing that name and telling Alice that she needn't worry because they will give everything they can just to fulfill their demon king's wishes. They ensure that their Lord Demon King's plan will be completed without any copyheel among them, and they will do their best to resist anyone who contradicts them and tries to stop the great plan. They wanted to see the outcome of their Demon King's plan, and that was their only wish, especially with one more day left and their wait would be over. Alice looked tenderly and charmingly at her disciples. He tells them that they need not worry because there is only one day left and the one they are waiting for will soon arrive. He is also happy with the efforts of his disciples to help complete what their Lord Demon King is planning. On the other hand, Lin Mo Yo and Mayan continued their journey until night came. Lin Mo Yo continued to walk as Mayan joined her unicorn and followed. As night fell, he passed these two who stopped first and sat down to start a fire. The two of them are now sitting around it and will calmly rest while trying to regain their lost spirit and strength from the previous days. To start a conversation, Lin Mo Yo starts talking and asks Mayan if he is able to succeed in his job evolution. In their last meeting, Mo Yan was trying to succeed in this especially, and he asked for Lin Mo Yo's help to get the Nirvana crystal from the battlefield Ghost King inside the Yuan battlefield. Mayan was calm and relaxed at that time, gently touching his horse's face as he learned to let Lin Mo Yo know that he was succeeding in his job evolution and that he was now a Holy Spirit summoner. Beside him, his pet horse raises its head with courage as Mayan informs Lin Mo Yo that his companion pet is becoming one of the Holy Spirit unicorns. Mayan's smile is beautiful here because his summoned beast is like a human being with its own personality. Mayan is currently a level 41 Holy Spirit summoner. Next, Mayan asks and wants to know if Lin Mo Yo is there for the God's Chosen secret realm located in the Eternal Trials. The God's Chosen secret realm is one of the most dangerous places within the Eternal Trials, but it holds so many opportunities. Hidden secret world bosses and advanced dungeons can all be found within it. Almost everyone who was able to enter the Eternal Trials wanted to enter the God's Chosen secret realm in order to finally break through it and gain a trace of divinity. Of all the wonderful opportunities he could encounter in the upper layer of the Eternal Trials, God's Chosen secret realm was the second best. For professional people, divinity helps increase Hansen's sublimation in their evolution, while for abyssal demons they can become a demon king after getting a chance to grow stronger. The opportunity offered by divinity was so great that every time the God's Chosen secret realm opened and appeared there was a fierce battle. If it is in the second place, then in the third place is the Dungeon Dragon Palace, which can drop and give dragon crystal. The first one is the best opportunity within the Eternal Trials is the Primordial Space, which can only be entered by professionals by possessing the Primordial Run, which is the only key to get there. In addition to the three great opportunities that the upper layer of the Eternal Trials provided, Muyan's grandfather also told him about a legend that did not belong within it. From the stories, there is a very good opportunity that no one has ever been able to get, and that is from killing a very powerful world boss that no one has ever defeated. This world boss is located in the very central part. Muyan has never heard of anyone who was able to kill that world boss, and in history there is no record of anyone succeeding in this. Lin Muyu didn't think too much about it, and knew that he only needed to follow his master's instructions to him, and he needed to enter the God's Chosen secret realm first. He needs to get divinity as soon as possible, and it will have a better effect if he gets it while his level is low. While these two were talking peacefully, they could only see the sky light up, and when they looked up, they could see many arrows shining and enveloped in energy heading in their direction. Attacks rained down on them from the sky and really targeted Lin Muyu and Muyu, who possessed the primordial rune. They just looked at it, and while Muyu noticed it, he wondered what was going on. They watch it go down and are alerted. Before the arrows could reach them, Muyu quickly used his skill to place a barrier around the two of them and Lin Muyu. Lin Muyu just let this woman move and see what her power is. The arrows that were going in their direction just bounced and stopped at her barrier without this woman even struggling too much. After the arrows came to them, easily blocking his barrier came the big pieces of stone. A meteorite that hits the barrier sends out such a loud sound that you can't believe it. With its force, the meteorite cracks immediately after it hits Muyu's barrier, surprising him. The incoming attacks don't end there, as they are followed by additional large pieces of rock. Lin Muyu wasn't nervous and just observed what was happening and knew that judging by the power of the skills being unleashed on them, they were facing a mage who was at level 50 or higher. This is not the only wonder that Muyu will face, because in front of him Muyu is able to protect himself and block these attacks while still at level 41. He now understands how he was able to survive from the demons that chased him non-stop for 5 days. Despite the strength of that barrier being able to withstand the attacks, it was unable to withstand the onslaught of attacks until it cracked. When the mob sees his barrier, Muyu immediately gets on his unicorn and controls it to run immediately. As the enemies continued to follow them from the sign on their heads, he was quickly heading and preparing to run away from there, which is why he immediately offered Lin Muyu to join him. His horse has been hurt because you will take it with him and leave from then to run away. Muyu was full of fear and anxiety, and even if he was able to block the 2 following attacks, it would not be able to protect the 2 of them anymore. Despite Muyu's concern for their lives because of the enemies they are facing, Lin Muyu calmly tells him that there is no need to hurry because everything is fine. His smug smile reached Muyu, so he was just wondering what he was hearing from Lin Muyu. It was thrown back and stopped on his horse as he wondered what Lin Muyu meant that they would be fine and if this man was going crazy. You tell him that his joking has stopped. Their attackers were now coming, and the party of dragon professionals were flying above them, now grinning at how easily they could get away from them. From Muyu's observation, all of them are level above dragon professionals, so how will they be able to do well if they face them? He knew that if they didn't run now, they wouldn't be able to escape from there. Despite Lin Muyu calming him down, he continues to be anxious and yells at Lin Muyu that he needs to hurry because if they don't leave and run away now, it might be too late for both of them. With the arrival of the dragon professionals, one of the dragon warriors is now preparing his sword to charge, excited because there were 2 primordial runes in front of them, and it looked like their day was very lucky. Other than showing the 2 primordial runes there, those who possessed them were only weak people who were at level 30 and level 41 that they could easily defeat. This dragon professional was satisfied that he could kill these 2 people and rob them of their treasures. It can even be said that he is wasted because the very important primordial rune they possess can only be obtained by them without having to suffer through eternal trials. It rushes quickly and goes to where Lin Muyu is. Despite the dragon professional going in front of him because he wanted to get that level 30 weak person first before they fight this female colleague, Lin Muyu's face was still calm. They want to put this guy first because they will play slow with that girl later and make it difficult. This dragon warrior is very fast, and in an instant he is able to appear in front of Lin Muyu, and his sword starts to peel off his energia, which is just a sign that he is preparing his skill. Lin Muyu didn't budge from this and just faced this rascal, while Muyu could only shout to warn Lin Muyu to be careful of the opponent in front of him. The dragon professional gathers his strength and energia in his hand and his sword to use the cross/slash skill. Lin Muyu did not move and just stood where he was before. He let that attack from the dragon professional hit. A cross forms in front of him from the skill of the dragon professional, but his skeleton armor immediately shows. It blinked to cancel the attack, and when the dragon professional noticed it, he immediately wondered what was happening now. From behind him, he felt a terrifying presence until Lin Moyo summoned his skeleton warriors to show up now and teach this bastard a lesson. Behind him, Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors appear ready to beat up this dragon professional, but before they can take action, red chains appear from Lin Moyo's direction. He uses his slow curse skill to slow down the movement of this dragon professional's opponents. Dragon professionals notice the chains clinging to their bodies and immediately recognize that they are being subjected to some sort of curse. They just wonder what their skill is used for until they just laugh. They tell Lin Moyo that he is a big fool because he doesn't know that dragon professionals are born with a natural resistance against curses. Because of this, they are able to weaken the chains and use their strength to lift them from their bodies. They easily escape from being wrapped in chains and want to attack Lin Moyo as well. Before they could even launch an attack, they heard a deafening scream from behind them. They didn't think it would happen and knew that the voice was coming from one of their colleagues. They are now filled with fear, and looking behind them they see their comrade now wrapping the blue fire around his head and making him suffer. It fades away as it tries to put out the fire in its head, but it does nothing. His movement is even slower because he is unable to remove the kids wrapped around his body. It happens so fast that his colleagues can't even take any actions to help it. This fire seemed to be coming from Lin Moyo as he just smiled at his opponents while his right hand was engulfed in blue flames. He laughs and says that he already knows about all this and is proud that he already has experience when it comes to fighting dragon professionals like them. They are also like parties made up of people and know that in order to knock them out easily, he needs to kill their supports. Without their support, they will not be able to recover from any damage they receive from the enemies. The skeleton warriors, now appearing behind the dragon professionals, quickly surrounded them now, and while carrying their swords attempted to kill them. The dragon professionals, on the other hand, won't give up that easily and just scream while saying that they will all be killed. Not losing any hope in the eyes of the dragon professional, while using his shield charge skill to cause Pin Sala and keep the skeletons away from him. It creates space between them all, but it does nothing with the amount of Lin Moyo's powerful skeletons he is facing. Oliver just turned his back while his skeleton warriors were behind him, beating the dragon professionals mercilessly. They beat them with their swords while Lin Moyo just smiled hearing their pleas and the swords hitting their bodies. Moyo, who was watching what happened, could not believe what he was seeing and was just wondering what was happening now. He does not accept that a real fight is happening in front of him because it will be treated like a beating that Lin Moyo's opponents cannot even stand. While its skeleton warriors fight the dragon professionals that it manages to bring down to the ground, Lin Moyo turns his attention to the floating opponents. It was still covered by his slow curse, but it didn't have much of an effect, but it was enough to slow them down. Lin Moyo points his palm at them while saying that it is time for them to finish their fight. We start with his right palm turning bright red, which he turns on his opponents. Before he completely released them, he noticed something on the side. In the middle of the trees, an irregular purple barrier appeared. Lin Moyo is just surprised by this and does not know who will get better and who is setting up the barrier. Mayan, also noticing this, wonders why a barrier appears there and who did it. So friends, YouTube has stopped recommending my videos to you. That's why the video is getting less views. Please support me a little and share it with your friends too. With the appearance of this towering barrier that causes the area where Lin Moyo and Moyon are to darken a little, Moyon immediately knows that an enchantment is happening faintly. Lin Moyo to notice it knew from its looking up and the appearance of a barrier covering their sky. He is no longer surprised and can only say that it looks like what he was waiting for is arriving here. Lin Moyo didn't really expect them to come back and thought they had given up on chasing him and following him non-stop. Now that there is only one day left before Lin Moyo and the Primordial Rune finally unite, they are coming to the knowledge of the enemies that if the Primordial Rune and its possessor are alone, they will have nothing to gain if they will kill them, which is why they are insisting on seizing the Primordial Rune. The dragon professionals who were with Lin Moyo inside the barrier that was confined here were just wondering and looking up at the sky. They don't know what's going on and what this dark barrier is that surrounds them. They didn't understand why it was there, but Lin Moyo knew who did it and could only say that the dragon professionals he was dealing with today were a bunch of fools because they didn't even understand their current situation and were using them as pine to send Lin Moyo there. Lin Moyo is just preparing his skeleton fangs on his right hand to finish the fight against the dragon professionals. From the ground sprouted many-eyed eagles and large-eyed sharp pieces of bone that quickly pierced all the dragon professionals present, including the flying ones. They were not able to escape any more, and they just rested on the stable poles and were harmed by Lin Moyo. In the chaos caused by Lin Moyo's fight with the dragon professionals, the dust just spread around, covering what they could see. Despite the thick smoke, the location of Lin Moyo and Moyun was still visible due to the towering red light above their heads. They just stood in the middle of the spreading dust while trying to observe what was going to happen next and watch their surroundings for surprise attacks from their enemies who hadn't shown up yet. Even though they were running out of dragon professionals, they were still around the barrier assignment makers. Moyun is worried, asking what they should do and if they should run from there. While tightly holding the advanced random teleportation talisman in his hand, Lin Moyo informed them that they could use it to escape from there. Lin Moyo is worried about the problem they are facing and tells Moyun that they don't need to rush and it is better for them to wait and see what happens next because they don't know what they are going to face now. Along with the thick dust that spread around came black smoke that filled their surroundings, and from it came out a large number of abyssal demons. They are now with Lin Moyo inside the barrier. It seems that the person who did this is Alice, who can only say that Lin Moyo seems to be seeing them again because he did not think and fully expected that he would be able to survive and that even the great Earth Centipede was unable to kill him. Even so, he promises now that this time it will be different. As he spoke, he released a black stone from his hands that dissipated the light. As he was accompanied by abyssal Espada demons and many other abyss demons, he bravely faced Lin Moyo despite what he had done against him. The black stone Alice was holding began to fill with black demonic energy, which was only a sign that someone was trying to use it and get out. Alice knelt down as she lifted the floating beginner's stone above her head. This gives her respect as from the black stone emerges the charming succubus demon king. It sold to Lin Moyo and Moya, who was interested in it. He stared seriously and smiled at the presence of Lin Moyo in front of him. He seduces her while saying that it looks like he and his friend Lin Moyo are seeing each other again. Within the professional arena, these two have met and know each other well, where they still remember their encounter especially, and the Kasich is very high, and what Lin Moyo has from there, and his name is scattered throughout the personality. But this is in contrast to Moyo, who can only be asked who it is in front of them. Moyo could sense the succubus queen's strange aura, which immediately made him uncomfortable. Lin Moyo explains that this is the succubus queen who invaded and secretly entered the Shengxia Empire in the middle of the professional competition, only to be kicked out and driven away by her master, Bai Shen. Moyo recoiled in shock because he did not think that what they were facing now was an abyss demon queen. An abyss demon queen like her was at level 90 at the lowest and could be compared to the god-level professional powerhouses of mankind. He didn't fully expect it to show up there and draw their attention. The Abyss Demon Queen continued her charming laugh while praising Lin Moyo because her strength was amazing for him and caught her attention too much. With her getting the attention of the Succubus Demon Queen, I need her to want Lin Moyo to join her in the Abyss and work for her. It promises that if he comes along, he will make sure that he will be treated well and receive all his wishes. Except for you, Lin Moyo, he offered the Holy Spirit summoner who was by his side if he wanted to join them. From the words that the succubus demon queen released, this strange energy flowed at the same time, and even the light in the sky of the eternal battlefield began to stop a little. This energy from the succubus demon queen goes towards Moyo, causing Moyo to feel confused, which can be seen in her eyes. He immediately falls under the power of the succubus demon queen, but Lin Moyo immediately notices it and uses his skeleton armor to wrap it in his own barrier. Because of Lin Moyo's assignment here, the attraction made by the succubus demon queen loses its effect, causing her to wake up immediately. It was just startling and sweating while being scared for a while. At that moment he felt the desire to join the succubus queen and die for all her wishes. Only then did he understand that it was the power possessed by the succubus queen called charm. It made him sweat and couldn't believe the power of the succubus demon queen, because it was so terrifying that he wasn't even aware that he almost lost his own consciousness. But he just thanked Lin Moyo because he had his skeleton armor and protected him from the effect of that power. He is about to join the many professionals of humanity who are attracted to it and willingly want to be its slaves. The succubus demon queen was a little stunned and was surprised that her seduction of them seemed to be nullified, which is why she was only there watching Lin Moyo. Because of this, the succubus demon queen smiles again and says that Lin Moyo looks like a waste because she can't have him. Because he can't get it, he can't let him live. He was very angry, staring at Lin Moyo and Mayan because of their blasphemy in not following him and rejecting his attraction to them. He wants these two to die if he doesn't get rid of them too. Due to the anger of the succubus demon queen, the black stone floating in the air begins to glow and is filled with the disappearing energy. It gradually wraps around until the black stone explodes in Alice's hand. Its pieces scattered, and from there a large portal appeared as it was blasted into the air, and through the opening of this portal a foul liquid flowed like a river. It lands on the ground as the succubus demon queen explains that she will give a gift to show her kindness to both of them and also in return for their rejection of her wonderful offer. It promises that they will both like what he is preparing and just wait for their end. The created portal begins to close, and the succubus demon queen now loses connection after speaking her final message to Lin Moyo and her companion. As it finally closed, Lin Moyo began to understand that that black stone was not only able to pick up their location, but also let this liquid from the succubus demon queen come to them. They didn't know what the succubus demon queen was sending them, but Lin Moyo was sure it wouldn't be a good thing, and they definitely needed to prepare themselves for their future. The liquid coming out of the portal begins to quickly land on the ground and disappear as if it is being absorbed. The rest of the dragon professionals who saw the appearance of the succubus demon queen were just terrified and sweating as they asked Lin Moyo what happened and how it could take the anger and attention of an abyss demon queen. You know they are nearing their end because the gift the succubus demon queen is giving them is definitely not a good thing. Despite the fear felt by the dragon professional, Lin Moyo was only present and observing the current situation. Only a few seconds pass after the earth shakes. The liquid coming from the portal has a faint tremor under Lin Moyo's feet until suddenly a sharp blade made of the submerged liquid appears, which immediately stabs the baboon. This is the dragon professional and kills it immediately. It rushes wildly with everything it feels and immediately follows Lin Moyo, who is just standing there. But he feels the presence of its attack, so it retreats a little, and as the blade rises from the liquid, Lin Moyo only retreats to avoid it. But his skeleton armor gets hit, and in an instant it starts to crack in front of him. So strong that no attack will take off his armor momentarily. Lin Moyo's face changes, and he sweats a little from what he sees because he knows that what he received is only a little weak compared to the great earth centipede. He didn't understand what was rushing towards them and wanted to know what the succubus demon queen had sent them as her gift so they wouldn't be surprised there. While trying to find what their enemy is facing, Lin Moyo receives a notification that one of his skeleton warriors is dying today. He looked behind him and saw it filling with liquid and piercing the body from the inside. The liquid comes out, which immediately causes severe damage, killing Lin Moyo's skeleton warrior. You can see around him that it looks like he is not only being attacked, and they are simultaneously trying to stab them with sharp spikes from the ground. After rushing, the spikes quickly return to the ground to prepare for its next attack. No matter what Lin Moyo does to dodge, he is unable to run away from the spikes because they only follow his unit, because by showing them, Lin Moyo is taking the opportunity to use his detection technique here and find out information about them. He knows that what he is facing now is a territorial demon lord called Crimson Moon Demon, who is at level 52 and has 50,000 strength, 50,000 agility, 50,000 spirit, and 80,000 physique. It has a single skill called Infinite Launch and has properties that reduce the damage it receives from dark elemental damage. Unit lowers its defense against light elemental damage. The physical damage it receives is reduced by 80%, while the elemental damage it receives is reduced by 30%. Despite Lin Moyo's continued evasion, his skeleton warriors at his side were still unable to escape, only to be picked up by the Crimson Moon Demon that appeared and attacked the skeleton warriors from within their armor. It does not stop attacking Lin Moyo, which is why it is boiling spikes from underground to attack Lin Moyo. He couldn't get very far from the Crimson Moon Demon's attacks, and it kept hitting him. He was unable to dodge, so his skeleton armor just broke. Despite the Crimson Moon Demon's non-stop breaking of his armor, Lin Moyo did not run out of spirit and just focused his attention on finding a way to defeat his current opponent. He couldn't believe that what he was facing now was a territorial demon lord, and his bigger problem right now was that he couldn't find the main body of his opponent, so he couldn't attack it and just cut off all his disciples. His skeleton armor needed to be repaired twice because Moyo was with it. Even though the Crimson Moon Demon's attribute is not very strong and it only has one skill, it is still a huge problem because it can stab them non-stop and doesn't care how much it releases. It can target lock and can't avoid what he wants to hit with his skills except for extreme avoidance. But fortunately, it has a low strength that is half of that of the Great Earth Centipede. From what Lin Moyo saw, the Crimson Moon Demon was even weaker compared to the Soul-Devouring King, so it made one wonder why they were struggling. While observing the sky now, it was noticed above them that apart from the problems they were facing from the ground, there were also a lot of abyss demons with high levels. He knew that a territorial demon lord was equal to a territorial lord boss. It's an elite and strongest when it comes to abyss demons, and there aren't that many of them, so it's not uncommon to encounter something like this. He knows that the barrier that he and Lin Moyo are now inside is united with the Crimson Moon Demon, so if they are not able to kill it, they are sure to be stuck inside that barrier for the rest of their lives. These two and Lin Moyo's skeletons couldn't do much because the Crimson Moon Demon continued to be isolated on the barrier and on the ground where it just kept unleashing attacks. When Moyo turned his back, he saw one of Lin Moyo's skeleton mages being immediately stabbed and dying. He is not even able to dodge or protect himself and is just lying there as Lin Moyo receives notifications informing him that one of his skeleton mages is Nasus Era. From the information Lin Moyo heard from Moyon, he wanted to test if his skeletons and his barrier attacks really couldn't do anything to get them out of there and or try to weaken their opponent. He wanted to know if the barrier was stronger compared to the power of his skeleton warriors. The two skeletons quickly run to the end of the barrier where they successfully avoid the Crimson Moon Demon's attack. When they reached the farthest part of it, the two skeleton warriors released their raid strike at the same time, and the red energy from their attacks hit the barrier. They just didn't do any damage to it and were left standing. Lin Moyo was surprised by this result, and he did not expect that even the attack of his skeleton warriors with their strongest attack could not have any effect on it. Moyo's face starts to understand that what Moyo was telling him earlier is true, and they need to kill the Crimson Moon Demon just to crack and break that barrier and get out of there. Despite Lin Moyo's thought plan, the Crimson Moon Demon didn't seem to allow it, which is why it released so many spikes from the ground targeting everything above it. The spikes that form go into the sky until it rains on Lin Moyo and you. But luckily Lin Moyo's skeleton armor is there to protect them both. Black attacks possess powerful abyssal power that falls like rain. Branches all damage they receive with skeleton armor. The two of them were left to watch the attacks hitting their skeleton armors, while Moyo could only say that the Punitas they were fighting now were too much of a problem. The demons above their heads were not just watching them and attacking from above, but the distance between them was so far that Lin Moyo's attacks could not reach them. Abyssal demons are very afraid to come closer. That's why they rise as high as they can so that they can't be hit by Lin Moyo. The Crimson Moon Demon was pining them from the ground, while the high-level demons unleashed their attacks from above their heads, thus both Lin Moyo's and Moyan's sides were being attacked. Because of the problem they are facing now, Moyan informs Lin Moyo that his unicorn has a tagline skill to prevent them from flying. But it can only last for a very short time and only works for 30 seconds. It has a cooldown of 10 minutes, and the extent to which it can be used is not that wide. Lin Moyo immediately understood what Moyo wanted to convey to him, and his message was clear that they could only use that skill once. They can use their opponent's unpreparedness on their side so that they can see the effect of that skill. Lin Moyo smiled looking at his colleague while saying that 30 seconds is enough. This is just telling Moyo that he should use his skill if he says it later because now is not the time for them to waste that skill. Moyan agrees, but before they can talk, attacks come from underground. From where they were, two separate spikes appeared, pulling them both apart. Moyo just countered that attack with his horse while Lin Moyo sidestepped it to avoid it. Lin Moyo observes the land and knows that the Crimson Moon Demon must be hidden around them, or it is merging with the land they are building on. He was beginning to understand that no matter where he went, he would surely be attacked by the Crimson Moon Demon as long as he was within that barrier. It doesn't matter how powerful or fast their opponent's attacks are because he can only unleash so many attacks, and no matter where he goes, he won't be able to escape them. It seems that each thorn that emerges from the ground is a different creature from another thorn, and the piece of ground they stand on turns into the body of the Crimson Moon Demon. Lin Moyo begins to understand what he can do and wants to try what he is planning, so he sends out his undead general along with some skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. Lin Moyo was surrounded by his skeletons and wanted to use them all as bait to deflect all the stings from the Crimson Moon Demon. Before they start their confrontation with the enemy, the undead general first raises his battle mace to use his skill Legion Strength Inong. From where he was standing, a red light spread towards all his companions. All of the skeletons are ready, and as they rise above the ground, numerous spikes come out from the Crimson Moon Demon to secure all of the skeletons above. This is what Lin Moyo has been waiting for, and when so many spikes appear, all his skeleton warriors jump up and prepare their swords to kill it. This was the only thought that forced Moyo to finish the fight before they saw it, and by attacking its many spikes, he might be able to reduce the HP of possessing the Crimson Moon Demon's main body. The number of stings that the Crimson Moon Demon sent out continued to be received by the skeleton warriors who did not stop rushing forward. Despite this, the skeleton warriors fearlessly advance fighting them and use their swords to cut through the thorns. They were able to defend it easily, but the Crimson Moon Demon kept releasing and creating thorns. With the boost they receive from the undead general, they are able to withstand it, and now that they have the buffs, they can easily fight the thorns. But when they cut it, the mucus from the Crimson Moon Demon gets on their armor. With this mucus, it is able to melt the armor of the skeleton warriors and gradually enter their bodies, causing severe damage. A faint rumble is heard, followed by smoke coming out of the skeleton warrior. Beyond this is the undead general, who just raises his battle maze to use his legion healing skill. Because of this skill, the skeletons are able to easily recover from the damage they take, but then a second wave of spike attacks arrives. The skeleton warriors fight back, where they are repeatedly hit with mucus from the Crimson Moon Demon. Lin Moyo could see that what he was doing to cause damage to the Crimson Moon Demon didn't seem to be working. He was amazed at the power of the slime from it to destroy, because the damage it caused was so great and even layered on top of each other. Lin Moyo looked at his opponent and looked as if he had not received any damage. Lin Moyo would like to have all his skeletons fly again. But it is impossible for him to do it because his skeleton warriors are slimes in their bodies. From above can be heard a mischievous laugh. While her tail was moving in excitement at what she was seeing, Alice was looking at Lin Moyo from above, while telling him that they understood and learned all his skills, and from what they learned, their queen, the Demon Queen herself, chose the Crimson Moon Demon just to kill Lin Moyo now. Alice even tells him that he should enjoy the feeling of his death from their hands, because some of the characteristics of the Crimson Moon Demon seem to have been made only to counter Lin Moyo's skeletons, which even the Demon Queen recognizes as very strong and difficult to counter. No matter how many skeletons Lin Moyo had, the Crimson Moon Demon couldn't do anything about it. Moyo's face is serious now, watching the current situation and asking Lin Moyo what they should do now. Lin Moyo is just calm, standing there and not worried no matter what he is facing now. He tells Moyo that he doesn't need to worry about the present because what they are fighting against now will surely also have weaknesses. Lin Moyo was able to understand that after the display of his skeletons, the attack power of the Crimson Moon Demon he was fighting was weakening. This change is not very obvious, but Lin Moyo can feel the strength of the attacks on his skeleton armor weakening a bit. He could imagine that the more enemies the Crimson Moon Demon targeted, the more its power would be humiliated. Moyo volunteers the house to the demons that fly above them and continue to rain down a lot of attacks. With the food of his unicorn, they quickly go there while Moyo wraps the skeleton armor. In the air is found Alice and her group of abyss demons. They couldn't believe what they were seeing because Lin Moyo was just sitting there looking like he was thinking of a solution to his problem. He ignored the attacks from the Crimson Moon Demon and continued to use his skills to strengthen his defense. The Abyss Demons were wondering because they felt that it was not afraid and that at least one of its skeletons had been dying for a long time now. They ask Alice why they don't just kill Lin Moyo and her female companion with a big slap or a key to finish them off. The other Abyss Demons agreed with this, as the attribute they lacked was very low compared to them who were still level 50 high now. Alice smiles at them and tells them that if they want to die they can try it and find out for themselves why their succubus queen herself is interfering. Alice did not expect what is happening now because it is different from what she expected. If it weren't for the restraints and restrictions from the eternal trials, their queen should have sent a stronger and higher level Crimson Moon Demon. He felt that the sent Crimson Moon Demon was too weak to even be able to fight a level 30 like Lin Moyo. Even so, the barrier and the Crimson Moon Demon were already united, so it was impossible for Lin Moyo to escape from there. The attacks from here will not end until one of them dies, and in the end, it should be Lin Moyo who dies. As she thought about it, the expression on Alice's face got better, and she felt better now that she knew Lin Moyo was going to die. Currently, Lin Moyo is really stuck in a difficult situation this time, and has used so many ways to escape and fight, but still nothing succeeds. Alice orders all her Abyss Demons to go ahead and kill Lin Moyo's female colleague first. They do not hesitate to fly to Moyo to finish him first to reduce their headache later. Some of the Abyss demons were annoyed with Moyo, especially since she was a very beautiful woman that made the Abyss dog demons jealous. Alice's smile was still wide as she watched her tormentor, Lin Moyo. Maybe he won today because of his sufficient preparations at that time to punish Lin Moyo for what he did to him. It promises that he will die that day, and he only wishes to see how long he can struggle for his own life and fight the Crimson Moon Demon until he runs out of strength. Where else is the exchange of attacks between Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors and the thorns from the Crimson Moon Demon? Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors couldn't do anything to avoid the thorns and were constantly being pierced by attacks from the Crimson Moon Demon. It doesn't end there because it's part of Lin Moyo's plan to let his skeleton warriors become pine so that the spines and parts of the Crimson Moon Demon's body can come out. With his skeleton warriors still hanging on to it, Lin Moyo uses his slow curse on the Crimson Moon Demon's thorns that appear above the ground. They were all covered with red chains that Lin Moyo was about to apply. Next, he prepares his skeleton fangs, causing a large number of sharp pieces of bone to come out, which are now focused on where the thorns from the Crimson Moon Demon were. Lin Moyo was able to connect so many skeleton fangs to them that were now easily pierced and pinned by the Crimson Moon Demon's thorns. This demon has no immunity against physical or material elemental attacks, as all of Lin Moyo's attempted attacks are ineffective and his skeleton fangs are unable to cause damage to the Crimson Moon Demon. It explodes only to scatter its body among the skeleton warriors, and the body parts that he used to make thorns are below. Some of it ends up on the ground while most wraps around Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors who are just standing there. The mucus from the thorns damages skeleton warriors, melting their armor, and from the fumes it can be seen that it causes severe damage. All the methods he tried produced the same results, and Lin Moyo had thought of all the possibilities he could do, but he still couldn't find a way to cause damage. It made Lin Moyo think that he would like to fight the Great Earth Centipede again because it is very easy to damage and gives him good rewards such as his new skill and poison crystal and poison gem. Just because he remembered this, Lin Moyo suddenly came up with a good solution to his struggling opponent. He remembered about his poison stellaring that he got from opening the poison crystal. He can't believe that he forgets that skill and immediately uses it where he applies his hand in front of him. He just smiled as a circle of poison energy formed at the tips of his fingers. From there it begins to expand and now envelops the entire area. Lin Moyo begins to use his skill and knows that even if he doesn't have enough time to level up that skill, it has enough strength and level to force the Crimson Moon Demon to come out from hiding underneath of land. Green light spreads from where he stands Lin Moyo along with the toxic trend. It spreads in all directions, and after strengthening his talent, it becomes terrifying. Moyo then asks him if he can think of a way to get the true body of the Crimson Moon Demon out now and attack him to end his torture. It was already staring at Lin Moyo while from where Lin Moyo was standing. Even as the poisonous fog was exploding, it quickly spread in the area. A thick fog of poison surrounds him while activating his skill. He can only stand there while being protected by his skeleton or Mo from sneak attacks. The abyss demons that were flying there were gradually overtaken by the poisonous mist, but they did not mind it too much. They just laughed at what they were seeing while being asked what this idiot was doing below them because he thought he could harm them all despite their very high position. Where stellaring passes, the air is filled with toxic fumes. With Lin Moyo's continued use, he was able to poison everyone present, including the Crimson Moon Demon's true body. Lin Moyo successfully found his body and could only smile because of his expected success. He prepares his slow curse skill with his right hand, which causes it to turn red as red chains form behind him. It quickly headed to the Crimson Moon Demon's current location. It can be seen that it is enveloped in a green mist that continues to poison it. The red chains from Lin Moyu were quickly enveloping it and slowing its movement, so now that he was able to catch this demon that had been tormenting him for a while, Lin Moyu knew that he couldn't give it a chance to escape. This and will make him even longer. It shouldn't be able to leave there, so in order to cause severe damage to it, Lin Moyu prepares his soul blaze in his right hand and gathers his flames there. He doesn't waste his time anymore, and now unleashes the Crimson Moon Demon whose body appears. The noxious fumes enveloping the Crimson Moon Demon's surroundings continued to dissipate. No sound came out of it, but the ground shook. Lin Moyu knew that he seemed to be able to find the true body of the Crimson Moon Demon that now appeared in front of him, and success was on the way. If it was for him earlier, there would be no reaction from the Crimson Moon Demon, even though he continued to attack its thorns. Lin Moyu could only say that it looked like he couldn't run away from them. Even though the Crimson Moon Demon tried to escape from there, he was betrayed by a poisonous mist coming out of his body. Lin Moyu was in no rush, and now that he was able to find the true body of the Crimson Moon Demon, it would be easy for him to deal with all of his current challenges and all of the remaining enemies, including the Abyss Demon. Lin Moyu looks up and sees all of them. The Abyss Demons, who saw everything that Lin Moyu had displayed, were beginning to feel fear. He turns to Mu Yun and signals for him to let all of them come down and taste his revenge. After he spoke his order to Mu Yun, he put another layer of skeleton armor on him to ensure his safety from the female Abyss Demons. He immediately followed Lin Moyu's order and pulled the leash of his unicorn. They didn't hesitate to fight, and at Mu Yun's command, his unicorn screamed. In an instant, they quickly went to the crown of the Abyss Demons. They approached their place, and immediately Mu Yun had his unicorn use his flying band skill. From them, a divine white light illuminated the entire sky, which quickly headed towards all the Abyss Demons who were surrounded like lightning. Mu Yun seems to be exploding some kind of skill, and its speed surpasses Lin Moyu's imagination. In just 1 second, Mu Yun and his unicorn would be able to cross a distance of 1,000 meters and confront all the Abyss Demons. The demons couldn't even defend themselves and were hit by a beam of light. All Abyss Demons enveloped in this light lose their ability to fly. They just fall from the sky while wondering what is going on. They don't understand why they are losing the ability to fly until one of the Abyssal Demons says that they seem to be using a skill called Flying Band that can only be used by top-level mages. That's why the woman can use it, that's it. Suddenly, the Abyssal Demons lose their ability to fly, and they all fall from the sky in panic and fear. They go to the ground and fall there, causing explosions. The problem they face does not end there, because when they get down to the ground, they are surprised by what they see. They couldn't believe it because when they got down there, they were greeted by so many skeleton warriors from Lin Moyu. They surround them and do not give them the chance to have any way to escape. Ready skeleton warriors are waiting for them as they prepare their swords. We start with red. The skeleton Masheshis are also preparing their attacks and their elemental spells. All the Abyssal Demons couldn't help but feel like sheep in front of a tiger. They try to use their wings, but they are unable to fly from there. Despite their desire to break free from the confinement among the skeleton warriors, they were unable to do anything, even though they were struggling to use their wings to break free from there. But despite this, nothing works because they cannot fly for 30 seconds. With anxiety in her eyes, Alice immediately took out a piece of stone. He wants you to survive there, and he uses a high-level random teleportation rune. With the help of that stone, he will be able to go to a rather distant place, Mal Aaron, to save himself. He immediately pointed to it with his hands, and with this help he was crowned by his colleagues in an instant. Although he didn't know where he was going now, any place was better than the hell he would face at the hands of Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors. To cause damage to them, Lin Moyu immediately uses his skill Skeleton Fangs. In an instant, it hits all the Abyssal Demons present and pierces their bodies and wings. They are hurt and confused in their attempt to fly and escape from that place. There was nothing they could do to defend themselves, and in an instant many abyssal demons immediately received heavy damage. Lin Moyo's skeleton warriors came next with their swords and relentlessly slashing their times while using their rage strike, which greatly boosted their attack. With the number of skeleton warriors present, they easily cleanse and kill all the abyssal demons present. They are no longer able to land and are killed one by one until they just grow fat and die, where their bodies are collected on the ground. A large pile of corpses from those killed by the skeleton warriors can be seen. Since they killed so many abyssal demons, Moyo was amazed because he immediately received 100,000 merit directly on his military badge. He couldn't believe the amount of military merit he was getting because he had been through so much and had worked hard for 2 years just to reach the rank of second lieutenant. But it seems that in an instant he will be a colonel. Each kill of an abyssal demon that is level 50 or higher gives 2,000 military merit. He and Lin Moyo share the military merits, and they will receive 1,000 points each. He just stared at Lin Moyo and couldn't believe what he did because it only took him another second to consume all the abyssal demons that were surrounding them and tormenting them earlier. He acknowledges that this guy is absolutely incredible and possesses incredible strength as he has 25 seconds left on his flying ban, but he finishes off all the opponents in no time. You can't say that in shock from what Lin Moyo showed. Lin Moyo smiled as he now looked at the Crimson Moon Demon. It is still covered by a slow curse from Lin Moyo, which prevents it from any acceptance to escape from there and return underground to torture Lin Moyo and his colleagues again. This ball of black is just there and doing everything it can to get away, but just gets stuck there. Lin Moyo gives the order for one of his skeleton warriors to throw the corpse of one of the abyss demons they killed to where the Crimson Moon Demon is now. It quickly followed, and with full force one of the skeleton warriors threw the corpse of the abyssal demon without hesitation. When the skeleton warrior threw the corpse where the Crimson Moon Demon was, the Crimson Moon Demon did not think twice about being stabbed by his fellow demon just because he approached him. It thinks that an attack is going on. As it stops the body from going to him, it follows Lin Moyo's plan. After the death of the abyssal demon, Lin Moyo uses his corpse explosion on the corpse. While it is still pierced by one of the thorns of the Crimson Moon Demon, the crimson energy starts to come out of its body, and the spirit envelops the corpse. From Lin Moyo, which is just a sign that it will start to explode. As the spikes embedded in the corpse began to swell, a thunderous explosion rocked the ground. Lin had triggered corpse explosion, shattering the surrounding spikes and sending a spray of purple goo flying in all directions. However, his skeletal armor gleamed, shielding him from the splatter. But it wasn't enough to kill the demon. Sensing danger, the demon tried to flee, slithering through the ground. But it wasn't fast enough. The toxic mist lingering in the air gave away its position in no time. Another corpse was flung in its direction. Another massive explosion. Though this time the ground trembled as if the demon was letting out a silent, desperate cry. Corpses kept flying, each one detonating on impact. Mo Yun couldn't help but think back to when she, Lin, and he fought the Ghost Emperor. Lin was just as unstoppable then as he was now, tearing through everything in his path. After enduring countless corpse explosions, the demon let out one final, soundless wail before it was blown to pieces. The system notified the defeated level 52 Crimson Moon Demon. Experience gained 2.6 million. Military merit 10,000. To be honest, the Crimson Moon Demon wasn't all that strong, really. Once you found its true form, it was easy to take down. But Lin knew it was his newly acquired skills that had turned the tide. Without the skill, he might have been in serious trouble, although he still had the teleportation talisman. But we all want to see our boy kick ass, am I right? He couldn't help but feel that a new danger was approaching. The succubus queen must have gathered a lot of intel on him to send a demon like this specifically to counter his abilities. Was someone among the human faction leaking his information to her? Could it have been his performance at the professional competition that drew too much attention? Or maybe it's the demon worshippers. Lin mused, finding the idea disturbingly plausible. It has to be them. Mo Yun slowly landed beside him, taking a deep breath. Finally, it's over, she said. But before they could relax, they heard the sound of something pounding against the magic array surrounding them. Both turned to see what was going on. It was obvious someone was trying to break through. With a loud crash, the magic array shattered like glass, and a group of human professionals charged in, weapons raised while yelling, "Protect our own kind." But the sight that greeted them was beyond belief. The ground was littered with the corpses of demons and even a few dragons. They could hardly believe their eyes. Were they hallucinating? Lin didn't pay them any mind, no. His skeletal warriors were already busy collecting loot, some even prying the gear off the dead dragon professionals. Mo Yun stood there, wide-eyed, thinking to herself. Lin's definitely got looting down to an art. He's clearly done this more times than I can count. Lin glanced up at the sky. The red glow above was already starting to fade. By his calculations, this was the 10th day, which meant the fusion of the primordial rune should be nearly complete. However, Mo Yun might still need a few more days. After stowing everything in his storage space, Lin turned to Mo Yun and told her it was time to move. Mo Yun smiled and asked if he was planning to search for the secret realm. Lin nodded. Mo Yun then remarked that with Lin's strength, passing through the secret realm would be a breeze. Now came the task of finding the entrance. But with Mo Yun's unicorn, scouting from the sky would make things much faster. Meanwhile, let's check what's going on the dragon side. From afar, a roar echoed from a massive palace. "Who dares to challenge my people?" A powerful voice roared, its force piercing the heavens. The speaker couldn't comprehend why so many of their dragon warriors had been falling lately. He turned to those behind him. "Investigate. Find out what's happening in the eternal trial ground." Another voice responded immediately. Within moments, a large group of dragon professionals flew out from the palace, heading in one direction. Sometime later, one of them returned to what they referred to as the Dragon King, who was savoring a fine wine. The dragon reported everything that had occurred in the eternal trial grounds over the past few days. The Dragon King was livid. He crushed the glass in his hand, and his voice thundered through the palace once more. "Send out the order. Every dragon warrior in the upper layers of the eternal trial ground is to work together and hunt down this human. Find him and kill him." He was willing to mobilize every resource in the upper layers of the trial grounds to ensure Lin's death. "Our warriors won't die in vain." His murderous intent was so intense that the entire palace trembled once more. Meanwhile, Alice, the ever-so-lucky succubus, had managed to escape once more and get in touch with the succubus queen. She looked visibly shaken as she reported their failure. The succubus queen was surprised but didn't blame Alice, acknowledging that even she hadn't expected the Crimson Moon Demon to fail either. But she quickly issued a new order which needed Alice to head to the deepest part of the central region and deliver her command to what she referred as those guys. What exactly she meant wasn't mentioned, but we saw Alice take off at full speed in a specific direction. As she flew, Alice couldn't shake the Queen's final words. She wanted those people to eliminate Lin. The primordial rune no longer mattered to her. What she truly desired was to see Lin dead. Back with Lin, the red glow above him had completely vanished. Something new had appeared on the back of his hand. It was clear he had successfully completed the fusion. Even more surprisingly, this rune allowed him to sense the general location of the primordial space. And as a bonus, he'd gained a new skill called Mighty Soldiers. Thanks to his innate talent, This skill was further enhanced, which allowed this skill to boost all his and his summon's base stats by 200%, and increase all damage dealt by an additional 500% for 30 seconds. However, it came with a 1-hour cooldown. Curious, Mo Yun asked where the primordial space was located. Lin casually replied that it was in the lower layers. Mo Yun rubbed her chin thoughtfully, then sighed in disappointment. She hadn't expected it to be in the lower layers, meaning they wouldn't be able to reach it anytime soon. Turned out, the primordial space never appears in the same place twice. It could be in the upper layers, the lower layers, or even the deep layers. Only those recognized by the primordial rune can sense its exact location and gain entry. Each rune also comes with a unique skill, rumored to be incredibly powerful. Intrigued, Mo Yun asked Lin what skill he had received. Lin didn't hold back and explained his new skill, Mighty Soldiers. She listened carefully, then speculated that the rune's skills might be tailored to each individual's profession. Before coming here, White Divine hadn't gone into such detail with Lin. So this was all new territory. As Lin stared at the rune on the back of his hand, he fell silent for a long moment. Something about the runes started to feel eerily familiar to him. The patterns, the symbols, everything seemed to jog a memory. Wait a second, isn't this a galaxy, and not just any galaxy? He could swear he'd seen this specific one somewhere before. All of a sudden, Lin was completely naked, but he is looking pretty good. As he opened his eyes, he saw that inside the dimension, many memories from his Earth were flooded into his mind. It was as if he was in the center of a solar system, but this was not the same. This was another solar system which was under the starry sky. But why did it appear in another word, and why were its memories getting flooded inside Lin's mind now? If you want to get the answers, then hit the subscribe button and leave a like as it supports the channel a lot. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Trail battlefield, we see that Mo Yun can hear everything that Lin was saying inside the other dimension. She thought about the relationship between this origin rune and the starry sky solar system. She asked our boy about what he was thinking about. She wondered if Lin was studying the origin runes. But suddenly, the girl started smiling and blushed intensely, while she told Lin that the origin runes were too magical to be studied, so Lin should stop. The girl started explaining that over the years, a large number of god-level experts have wanted to study the origin rule thoroughly, but unfortunately, they cannot understand it at all because it was so mysterious and fascinating. I don't know why Mo Yun is making these type of faces, but she realized that the origin rune represents the solar system, so it was naturally impossible to study everything inside it. But she still told Lin that if she can unlock the mystery of the origin runes, then she will have no regrets in this life. Suddenly, Lin snapped out of the trance while thinking about if there would be more things about his Earth from where he transmigrated into the origin space. Our boy was really curious and really wanted to go in and take a look again. But it was really not possible because the origin space was in the lower levels of the Eternal Trial battlefield, and they may even need to be level 70 to enter inside of it. No matter how hard he tried, he did not know about any other way to enter the origin space. But at least the lady is useful, as she actually knew that there was a way. According to the lady, in the center of the last core area of the upper levels of the Eternal Trial battlefield, there was a passage which was leading to the lower level of the battlefield. It was a large portal which was inside some kind of a cave, but the catch was that there was a boss guarding the gate, and if they wanted to enter the portal, then they must defeat that boss. But I do not think that would be a problem for our boy. He immediately asked the level of this demonic boss, and the lady told him that at level 68, it was the one and only boss in the Eternal Trial battlefield that has never been killed before. Even when many strong men tried to defeat him, they were the ones who were defeated instead, and added to that, They were even seriously injured and almost died in battle. But the boss was still too dangerous, and the lady was not at all suggesting our boy to go to the lower space by this passage. She still thought that leveling up to level 70 and then going for 3 rounds was the safest way, because the origin space was not going to disappear this early. Lin was thinking about something deeply, while he told the lady that he understood everything. After walking in the forest for a few hours, we see that a blondie and his team spotted our boy and Moyan. He smiled and bowed down to the lady, thinking that he will impress her by his riz, but he did not know that you can never get the ladies which are already riz by Lin. Anyways, he introduced himself as Cloud, who offered Moyan protection because she had obtained the origin rune. But the lady immediately rejected the man, as we had already guessed. The blondie was still not ready to give up. He told the lady that she was in grave danger, which she did not understand, and that her origin runes will attract the abyssal demons and dragons. But suddenly, both of them heard a sound and turned around, while they saw a large group of people who told the blondie that the people of Shengxia Empire does not need the protection of some high-maintenance blondie. It was the Zhang Guild's boss crusade team, which came forward towards Moyan and Lin. The lady told our boy that this team was from one of the top guild in the whole empire, and they were literally no joke. The blondie also recognized the man who turned out to be Zhang Wanshan from the Zhang Guild. The man was not surprised by his fame and immediately ignored the blondie by going straight towards Moyan. The man looked at the lady's profession, knowing that it was a Holy Spirit summoner and that the girl was of level 41. It was a medium legendary profession, and the girl was really powerful. But as soon as he turned towards our boy, he saw that Lin was a level 30 Necromancer. But the man had never heard about a profession named Necromancer before. But suddenly, the man looked at the military badge that our boy possessed, and his whole personality turned around. At first, he was shocked, but now he respectfully bowed down towards Lin, introducing himself as the second lieutenant who was present on duty to serve the Empire. Lin asked the man if he is from the military too, but he explained that he joined the military before. But something happened, and now he is retired from the military. But he still had the same respect and proudness in his work. But suddenly, Zhang had a serious look at his face while he addressed our boy as chief and told him that it was really dangerous in the eternal trial battlefield and that he wished to protect the chief along with the lady. But he also realized that Lin was already at the rank of colonel, so he does not even need the protection of someone who is just a second lieutenant. Just by looking at Lin, Zhang guessed that maybe our boy was using some kind of method to deliberately hide his rank. Otherwise, he would not really be of level 30. The man still told Lin that if he needed any help from his group, then he should not hesitate to ask. But Lin just remembered and asked the group if they have seen the God's Chosen secret realm recently, because our boy have been searching for the place for many days, but he still did not have any clue about it. But luckily, Zhang was the man who knew everything about it. He pointed into a direction, telling Lin that about 100 miles away, the God's Chosen secret realm appeared just 4 days ago. Lin and Mo Yun were overjoyed as they bowed down to Zhang, bidding their farewells and thanking them. But suddenly, Zhang called out to the couple once again and started telling them something about something which was deliberately kept silent. Mo Yun looked above her head along with Lin and Zhang, but Lin just calmed down after looking at it and bid their farewell once again. Zhang hoped for the best because they were all from the side of humanity. But suddenly, as they looked up above in the sky, they saw multiple flying abyssal demons who were coming towards the lady once again because of the origin rune. But the thing that surprised Lin and the lady the most was that the dragon professionals were also working along with the demons. Lin calmly stood while looking at the large horde of ugly creatures, thinking that now he will not have to leave the place. Zhang already told his battalion to get ready to fight. He told his men to not worry at all, because even when there were a large amount of demons coming towards them, Zhang had already passed on the news to others, and the reinforcements will come to them soon, so they just needed to hold on till then. But suddenly, they noticed a faint golden aura coming from somewhere, and as the group turned around, he saw that it was from the colonel badge of our boy Lin. A notification popped up telling everyone that Legion Commander Lin Mo-yun was inviting everyone to join his legion. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Hit the like button and complete today's aim of 500 likes. Also, subscribe and join the channel to support me financially and get shout out in the next video. Thanks for watching. After reading that Lin was just a level 30 Necromancer, Zhang was really shocked, wondering about how Lin was able to come to the Eternal Trail battlefield if he was just a level 30 individual. But his thoughts were interrupted as we see at multiple demons and people from the Dragon Clan were dripping their saliva because of seeing multiple humans which were like fodder to them. But the captain was also ready with his sword and shield. But before he can do anything, he saw that Lin summoned multiple skeletal warriors. At first, he did not understand about what the skeleton was. If they wanted to know the answer, they will have to hit the subscribe button and leave a like, as it supports the channel a lot. But finally, he realized that it was an undead summon, which was summoned by our boy Lin. But the surprises were still not over for Zhang. And as he was still standing, he saw that Lin materialized multiple skeletal warriors and skeletal mages in front of him. He was now circled by undead creatures before he even knew it. Lin also summoned the undead general, who used Legion strengthening to give a buff to the skeletal warriors. The man realized that this was the sole reason that Lin was able to come to the Eternal Trail battlefield even after he was level 30. Finally, the battle between the skeletal warriors and skeletal mages and the ugly demons and dragon clan members raged on like never before. It was such a large-scale battle, where both the parties were fighting each other with all their might. Meanwhile, Mo-yun told our boy that the flying concealment ability of the lady was not able to cover such a large radius. But Lin knew that killing the monsters like this was going to take too long. But suddenly, Lin had an idea that the Zhang Guild had an average level of 60. So they must be having a way to deal with this situation. Our boy turned around, asking the leader if he had any way to make the demons come down. Hearing that, the leader told our boy that their party's shadow, Great Mage, has the flying concealment skill, which can ensure that within 1 minute, the monsters would not be able to fly any further. Lin smiled while telling the lady that he was not going to hold back on her and use her skills without hesitation. As the scene shifts, we see that it was the same old and fearful succubus Lady Alice, who was showing off her important melons while smiling, thinking that this time, surely, she was not going to give Lin any opportunities to escape. Please tell the lady that she is the one who always escapes and cries like a brat in the end anyways. She materialized a purple ball of flames and flew it towards our boy. It was like a glass ball which was filled by abyss flame. Mo-yun was shocked by seeing this, explaining to Lin in speed that it is said that abyss flame was the source of power for abyssal demons. It is in the history that the first demon in the world was born from the abyss flame itself, and when the abyssal demons were in range of the abyss flame, then their strength will increase by at least 30%. The leader of the guild told Lin that it was because of the abyss flame that many human armies have failed in their attacks on the abyss, so he must really be careful. Meanwhile, Alice told all the demons and dragons to attack immediately, and multiple knives started coming towards Lin in an instant, which shocked everyone. The leader started screaming, telling Lin to be careful because the knife was not thrown, but it was brought to him by the invisible Abyss Knight demons. But before the knives could even reach our boy, they were deflected by the overpowered skeleton armor. which always came handy to Lin. Our boy immediately grabbed the neck of one of the ugly monsters, while sarcastically telling him that Lin was worried that the monsters would not come down so easily. He immediately materialized the blue flame and used the soul blaze attack onto the demon, agonizing him mentally and physically. Lin cleared his hands while a notification popped up, telling him that he had defeated a level 50 Abyssal Night Demon. Lin looked at the Abyssal Flying Demons while he smiled as now he has got the ammunition to do the massacre he wanted. He immediately used the slow curse technique with a smile, telling the ugly flying demons to not try to escape, as his hands started glowing with a red-crimson aura, and everybody knows that Lin was ready to use his most favorite technique, the corpse explosion. A booming sound echoed while all the flying demons were bounded by the red chains as they were now blown up into smithereens, their existence unknown to the world now. On the other hand, Alice started screaming, knowing that it was happening all over again. The succubus screamed at every demon to spread out and be careful of Lin's area of effect attacks. But the Dragon Clan members were as stupid as they can be. They were too angry on the human to hear the voice of the lady. They had only one thing in their mind, that their king will bestow them with rewards if they killed our boy. But Lin was just smiling, telling the Dragon Clan professionals sarcastically that he loved it when most of the demons were always as dumb as they are, because they are unlimited supply of ammunition. For our boy's most favorite skill, the corpse explosion, the Dragon Clan professionals kept on coming and they became ammunition for our boy while they got blown up into smithereens by the continuous corpse explosion attack. Alice was shocked by the sudden interference of the Dragon Clan members, who came in just to cause trouble for her. But suddenly, an idea popped into the lady's dumb mind after a long time. She started licking her lips and thought that perhaps the Dragon Clan trash can be reused to fulfill the succubus queen's plan. Finally, Lin collected enough corpses and told the Shadow Mage to let the flying demons fall onto the ground, towards their misery. The Shadow Mage agreed and immediately used her flying concealment skill to ban all the movement in the air within 1 minute. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Hit the like button and complete today's like aim of 500 likes. Also subscribe and join the channel to support me financially and get a shout out in the next video. Thanks for watching. Hello friends, today I am going to explain Disastrous Necromancer chapter 115 and 116. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel and join the membership of the channel for just $2. The Shadow Mage used her staff into the air while screaming, "Forbidden Sky." And a yellow aura started emanating from the staff, circling around the flying monsters and affecting each and every one of them. It was the flying restriction spells, and the flying demons and the Dragon Clan members were not able to fly now. They started falling down onto the ground with insane speeds, not able to comprehend about what happened. But a monster realized that it was a forbidden air skill and they were going to be trapped. As soon as the monster looked onto the ground, he saw that they were going to get rammed by thousands of skeletal warriors and skeletal mages, who were coming to gain their experience. But Zhang was still worried because there were too many monsters. He was afraid that even with the forbidden air skill, maybe these monsters would not be pushed all the way to the center of the core area. But was our Lin Moyu we are talking about, so anything is possible, but Zhang does not know that. Does he? But suddenly, a thunderbolt struck into the man's mind as he guessed that maybe the fall of the two world bosses in the eternal trial battlefield was due to our boy Lin, because such monstrous skill was already possessed by him. Lin was standing with sheer determination, a flaming aura surrounding him. The whole Zhang guild was trying to know when was their time to attack. because Lin seemed to do everything himself and did not need any help. As the scene shifts, we see that the succubus Lady Alice was still running away, with a stone into her hand. I don't know why this lady keeps running and always brags about how she is the most powerful. She somehow escaped the forbidden air skill, and now she wanted to escape. The Shadow Mage told Lin that the monster must have a high-level item that was offsetting the effects of the forbidden air skill. Even Lin was getting annoyed by this constant escape, telling the mage that it was fine. He started thinking that the succubus had escaped from him several times, without even fighting by herself. Lin realized that if he gets a chance, the next time he must kill the monster first without doing anything else. Getting back in action, Lin took out his frustration by using his most favorite skill of the corpse explosion onto the lifeless bodies defeated by the skeletal warriors. The whole battlefield was engulfed in booming sounds as multiple eruptions took place in front of the guild members and the monsters. Suddenly, the whole guild started emanating with a yellow aura, and they knew that the aura was coming due to their military merit increasing. The whole guild started screaming while looking at their badges. All of them at least got 1 star. And the whole guild was surprised that they are gaining experience without doing anything. One of them was even promoted to colonel. Zhang gave a nervous smile, wondering that if Lin could clearly kill all the demons and dragon clan members by himself, why did he invite the guild to join his legion? Zhang complimented Lin, thinking that he was a really worthy commander. Suddenly, our boy used the skeletal armor and covered himself with his overpowered skeletal spikes. He started walking inside the purple abyssal flame while thinking that the flying restriction skill that the mage casted won't last long. So he knew that he will have to restrict the flying abilities of the demons and the dragon clan members first. Heading to their commands, the skeletal warriors immediately started slashing the wings of the ugly monsters and dragon clan members. Meanwhile, we see that the succubus Lady Alice was up to something, as she thought that she was almost where she wanted to reach. The stone that she had was having an image of the succubus queen who was sitting while flexing her important melons. But she had a serious look on her face while she asked Alice if everything was ready. The succubus lady immediately told the queen that everything was prepared and out. Of 228 level 50 and above demons, 160 have already died. But the count increased to 161. And out of 126 dragon clan members, 93 have also died. The queen smiled, telling Alice that she did not expect the dragon clan members to come and join in the fun. This was perfect, according to her, because she can now borrow the powers of their bloodline without any worry. Suddenly, the succubus screen started doing something and did some kind of spell casting, and a purple flame erupted all over the eternal trial battlefield. Lin covered himself up while thinking about what was going on. And even the Zhang Guild protected themselves by using their group defense technique. The leader immediately understood that some kind of a top-level demon took action on behalf of the ugly creatures. He immediately told his guild members to leave quickly, even when they're hesitant to leave their captain. Zhang needed to maintain the skill, so he wanted all the other subordinates to go first. And besides, Lin was more important to witness. But suddenly, we see that Zhang got covered into the skeletal armor skill of our boy. And as he turned around, he saw that he was not the only one. The whole Zhang guild was covered into the skeletal armor used by our boy. Lin is having such immense power that he can do something like it, and it would not be really surprising. Moyen told the guild members that this skeleton was Lin's defense skill, and with it, the whole guild would not have to worry about getting injured by the abyssal flame. Lin told Zhang that the succubus queen took action because she wanted to kill our boy. He immediately apologized to the guild members to involve all of them into this fight. But Zhang and the guild members had the earth shaken beneath them, knowing that the succubus queen was involved, because that meant that Lin's opponents have already reached the level of demon kings. Suddenly, the purple abyssal flames started materializing into a vortex, and Moyen immediately realized that this was bad, because the succubus queen was going to summon the abyssal flame spirit. This was the queen's plan all along, because this was a secret skill from the abyss, which required sacrificing a large number of lives so that she can summon a fire spirit from the abyssal flame. The power of the spirit depended on the number of lives sacrificed and their strength. But no matter what, the abyss fire spirit was far stronger than any territorial lord demons at the same level. Lin realized that if this was true, the abyss spirit was going to be stronger than the crimson moon demon. And the high level was evident because the levels of the dragons and the ugly demons who were sacrificed were not all that low. Finally, the voice of the succubus screen erupted, telling Lin that she had sent some hospitality towards him. The succubus queen taunted our boy, telling him that if he can still survive all of this, he will get invited to her palace and would get to try some abyssal cuisines. Meanwhile, the purple flames were still materializing and finally it took a humanoid form. We come to know that it was the abyssal fire spirit of level 58, with a strength of 100,000 and agility of 80,000. The creature had the spirit of 120,000 and constitution of 100,000. His skills included the Sea of Flames, Blazing Halo, and Lava Eruption. And the creature was immune to fire element and had 50% of dark elementary damage reduction, along with curse effect reduction and physical defense reduction of 50% each. The abyssal fire spirit started screaming with all its might and purple flames started erupting all over the place. It formed a barrier which was made of abyssal flame, continuously damaging the skeletal armor of our boy. The guild members realized that the attributes that the flame spirit possessed was much stronger than the bosses they have fought in the first floor of the whole eternal trial battlefield. But as Chad as Lin is, he immediately told the people to back off and hit the subscribe button along with leaving a like as it supported the channel anyways. Lin wanted the guild members and the lady to back off, because the abyssal flame spirit had targeted Lin and not anyone else. The spirit started opening its giant wings which erupted abyssal flames, continuously damaging multiple skeletal warriors at once. Even Mo Yun understood that the next battle was no longer something that puny humans can intervene in. Suddenly, flames erupted from the monster's body, which is literally made of purple flames, and the abyssal spirit used Blazing Halo attack, which caused continuous fire damage to the skeletal warriors and the skeletal armor. Zhang understood that due to this continuous fire damage, they would not last long, and if they did not have the skills of Commander Lin, then they would probably be already toast without even realizing. The whole eternal trial battlefield started shaking. Rocks were shattering and trees were falling due to the immense attack power of the Blazing Halo attack. Suddenly, another attack was done by the abyssal flame spirit, which was lava eruption. A huge amount of molten lava erupted from the ground, melting 5 skeletal warriors in one go as they were completely destroyed. The abyssal flame spirit was satisfied by the damage it was doing. But Lin was now really getting annoyed because the creature was using continuous area of effect attack damage, and at this rate, he will have to consistently replenish the skeletal armor, which was really a hassle. Finally, he decided that he will finish the battle within 1 minute. He immediately activated his Origin Ruin and used the attack given by it, which was Enhanced Troops. For 30 seconds, the attributes of our boy and the skeletal warriors will increase by 200%, and all attacks dealt by the summons will increase by an additional 500%. But this attack had a cooldown time of 1 hour. But still, Lin didn't care because this was a big battle. He immediately replenished his skeletal armor and a blue beam of light started surrounding him. All the skeletal warriors started glowing with the same blue aura, and their eyes now had a menacing look. It was as if this power buff gave them steroids, as they were looking creepier than ever before. Finally, Lin commanded the undead skeletal warriors to go towards the abyssal fire demon and destroy the creature in just 30 seconds. Heeding the commands of their commander, the skeletal warriors immediately started running towards the abyssal spirit with swords in their hands, which was ready to attack the creature at any moment. The war between the skeletal warriors and the abyssal fire spirit raged on, as the skeletal warriors gave multiple slashes onto its body. The spirit started screaming in pain and agony as all of its power was of no use because of the insane 500% damage increase of the skeletal warriors. The abyssal fire spirit started gritting his teeth while he looked all over his body, which was full of wounds. Even when the spirit wanted to regenerate, it was not possible due to the heavy damage of the skeletal warriors. And this was not enough. They were even ready to give the creature a final blow. Even Lin understood that after using the skill of the Origin Ruin, the damage of the skeletons have greatly increased by 500%, and this was really troublesome for the abyssal fire spirit, as it was not really able to maintain its form. Finally, as it was in all demons' nature, the abyssal flame spirit tried to seek and wanted to escape. But Lin immediately realized and used the slow curse technique on the filthy demon. He never wanted the abyssal flame demon to escape, because no matter what, this creature was really powerful. And for 1 hour, Lin was not going to get this boost. The crimson chains immediately bounded the abyssal fire spirit, which shocked even the creature because his plan of escaping was now over. Suddenly, a blue aura started erupting from the skeletal warriors once again, as they readied their swords and gave a full-blown raging strike together in unison. Finally, just by this attack, they have killed the abyssal fire spirit, and Lin had received an insane amount of experience along with a fire gem. Even when Lin ordered the skeletal warriors to just finish the creature in 30 seconds, he actually did not believe that the skeletal warriors would do so, and just defeat the creature in one wave of attacks. The guild members were really finding it difficult to digest that an abyss fire spirit summoned by sacrificing the corpses of hundreds of demons and dragons actually got killed in an instant by Lin. It was as if a super heavy boss was killed in just one shot and the player did not even cheat. Meanwhile, as you all have guessed, the succubus Alice had the face of fear and despair once again. And definitely, it looks better on her. She really did not expect the human boy to use the Origin Ruin skill, which was so powerful after being integrated inside of him. The Great Earth Centipede was not able to kill him. Then came the Crimson Demon, who was also defeated. And now even the Abyssal Fire Spirit was killed in an instant by our boy. Finally, the succubus really realized that our boy Lin is a monster in disguise for all the other demons and monsters. Finally, the succubus was going to do the only thing she knows. She turned around and wanted to escape. But suddenly, Moyen came above the succubus with her white unicorn. Even she was fed up by the half-dressed succubus Alice who wanted to kill her future husband again and again and again and again without stopping. She was determined that she was not going to let the succubus escape. Now, the monster was in a dilemma because she knew that Moyen had the flying band skill. Alice realized that if she fell for the flying band skill, then Lin would not let her go and escape at any cost. The succubus immediately turned around and used a rock in her hand to immediately materialize a portal in the sky, and without wasting any time, she immediately jumped inside the portal. even when Moyen tried her best. She was not able to capture the succubus this time too. As the purple flame barrier started disappearing, she told Lin that the monster escaped again. But Lin was calm for now after defeating this monster. He told the lady that they will get the chance to defeat the succubus along the way. As Lin turned around, he saw that many humans have noticed the commotion and rushed over to see what happened. But Lin did not want to waste any more time and go to the god's chosen secret realm. He wanted Zhang and his guild to handle the people. So without wasting any time, the lady and Lin started going towards the location of the secret realm, while the guild immediately understood what they had to do. One of the subordinates told the guild master that he was witnessing the emergence of a divine-level powerhouse, and Zhang immediately told his guild members to stop the incoming people from interfering with Commander Lin. As the scene shifts, we see that Lin and Moyen came towards a staircase, which was giving the vibe of another world. Even Moyen was surprised that it was really the god's chosen secret realm. Finally, Lin decided and told the lady to go in, and they started walking together. Finally, Lin is not alone in a journey anymore. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Hit the like button and complete today's aim of 500 likes. Also subscribe and join the channel to support me financially and get a shout out in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Hello friends, today I am going to explain Disastrous Necromancer Chapter 117. If you are new to the channel, then subscribe to the channel. You guys can tell me how the audio is. If it is not good, then I will change it, so you guys must tell me by commenting. As Lin and Moyen were going to the god's chosen secret realm on their yet another date, the lady told Lin that her family elders left only one sentence about the god's chosen secret realm. It was that every watcher of this video will hit the subscribe button and leave a like to support the channel. And it was also written that the participant should go forward inside the realm with all his strength and never take a step back. Saying that, the lady started following Lin and entered the portal to the secret realm. Our boy Lin and Moyen teleported to the secret realm. And as they got to the other side of the portal, they saw that they were standing on a rock floating in a kind of unknown space. They noticed that two set staircases were there to climb for Lin and Moyen, as they were the only ones there. And it felt like these staircases reached heaven. As Lin and Moyen saw everywhere, they knew that they did not have to do anything else other than climbing the staircase. And Lin remembered that the lady told him to go forward with all his strength and not look back. As Lin was climbing the stairs, he realized that these stairs will put him under a lot of mental pressure. And the higher they go, the stronger the pressure they will have to endure. Lin was moving effortlessly for now. And the lady was also not less than him for now. Even she can handle this much pressure due to the help of the soul crystal. Her mental power was more than strong for the current pressure. And it was really relaxing for her too. As the scene shifts, we see that both Lin and Moyen reached the point of starting the test, and the real adventure began now. Moyen told Lin that there were 500 steps in total. And the first 100 steps each have only one ray of divine energy. And the next 100 steps have 2 rays. Subsequently, going up the last 100 steps over having 5 rays of divine energy. Lin remembered his class with Lord Bai and told Moyen that his teacher said that only 100 strands of energy can be integrated into 1 ray of divine energy. Hearing that, the lady was impressed, realizing that even Lin knew some stuff. And even she realized that she will at least have to climb the 100 steps so that she can get 1 divine ray. Both Lin and the lady started climbing, while Lin thought that although 100 rays of energy can form a divine ray, but since the secret realm has 500 steps, the divine ray formed by collecting all the energy there will definitely be stronger. And the benefits they will get will definitely be greater than anywhere else. It was after some time that Lin started noticing a type of golden item above the staircase in the end. This seemed like a destination to him, and he knew what he had to do. He realized that it was a three-legged divine cauldron and wondered about what it was doing on top of the god's chosen secret realm. But Moyun knew that as long as divine energy can be put into the cauldron, the success of second-class transfer of carrier advancement can reach 90% of probability for the user of the divine cauldron. It was really a good item, and it was worth obtaining. But this was not really the end. If they can reach the end of the stairs, the probability of their carrier for being upgraded again by the third-class transfer can also be increased to 80%. Finally, our boy decided to take a closer look at the three-legged cauldron. Just because the lady hyped it up. He started climbing these stairs without turning back, and Lin was being followed by Moyun slowly. After some time, we see that the lady was panting heavily, sweat profusely coming from everywhere on her body. But suddenly she saw Lin and realized that even when she was at level 50 and Lin was at only level 30, he was actually faster than the lady. And he did not seem to be under any kind of pressure, mental or physical whatsoever. This really surprised the lady, but they still continued. Finally, our boy completed 100 steps and got the divine power level 1. And now, all his attributes will increase by an additional 1%. Mental power recovery speed will increase by 100% and fatigue recovery speed will also increase by 100%. Multiple strands of energy started coming towards our boy, integrating themselves inside his body seamlessly. Lin was really shocked by the sudden power surge, realizing that this was the actual power of divinity. Not only can it be upgraded, but it can also add additional attributes when upgrading, and the lower level of the individual it was, the better effect the divinity gave them due to their sheer will. So this was the reason that Lin was still kept at level 30 anyways. If Lin's attribute continued to accumulate like this, he was really sure that he will be surpassing his teacher. Now, he had only one goal in his mind. He needed to enhance his divinity and increase the level of divine power that he possessed. After some time, even Moyun reached the 100 steps, panting and breathing heavily. But as soon as she reached it, she felt a sudden sense of comfort and an energy surged inside her, which made her feel calm. But as soon as she looked at Lin, she realized that our boy was really a freak. She did not really know about what height our boy can reach in the end, just because of his sheer strength. And added to that, Lin was only level 30, so the lady was sure that he would be able to break the record left by Lord Baishan. As Lin was moving, his divine power was leveling up, and now he had got additional 2% increase in all attributes. An additional 200% of mental power recovery speed and fatigue recovery speed. But even this upgrade was not enough for our boy, and he wanted to go even higher. Meanwhile, at 115 steps, Moyun was really looking like a ghost, with a large amount of hair covering her face. She was not able to move and immediately dropped down into the 115th step. But even the lady upgraded her divine power to level 2, and according to her family records, if they can reach level 2, then they already possessed a peerless genius. Finally, it seemed to the lady that she did not brought any kind of shame to her family. Even the individual with the highest record in her family reached level 5 before, so maybe she can reach that level 2, but for now, it seemed impossible. But as she looked around, she did not find Lin anywhere, and she had to look really above in the sky to just spot a tiny little miniature of our boy. The lady started smiling at the fact of our boy being the monster. Maybe something else of our boy is also a monster, who knows? Anyways, she thought that it was really a misfortune for all the other geniuses to be born in the same era as Lin himself, because he was something else. After some time, Lin has reached 200 steps without any mental pressure, and his divine power has reached level 5. Now his attributes were increasing by an additional 5%, and his mental power recovery, along with fatigue recovery speed, was increasing by 500% too. But even then, the pressure he was sensing currently was not too great, and it seemed that he can endure it and continue to move forward. But suddenly, Lin looked around and saw that Moyun was traveling with her unicorn and was finally cheating. But Lin did not care about that. He was impressed that professional characteristics can be used inside the God's Chosen Secret Realms trial. But just after reaching 200 steps, even the unicorn faded and the lady slammed down onto the stairs, realizing that this was her limit. She was just happy that she reached level 5 of divine power, but it was not enough for Lin. We see that he had already reached 300 steps and then finally 400 steps. Now, our boy was feeling a bit of real pressure and sweat started coming from him profusely. But the thought of going forward with all his strength and never looking back was still enough to keep him going. Finally, Lin had reached 490 steps after a long time, and now only 10 steps remained. Even Lin was struggling after coming this far, but he knew that the Divine Cauldron was just 10 steps away. He wondered if he had reached his limit, but somehow decided to push himself further, just for the Divine Cauldron that he would get. But suddenly, an idea struck Lin's mind. He thought that maybe, just like the Origin Ruin, the cauldron was also related to the earth in some way. And it was then that Lin remembered that he even had the Origin Ruin skill and its countdown must be reset after such a long time. He immediately used the skill of Strong Soldiers, which increased his mental strength by 200% for the time being. And this will help our boy to complete the 10 steps, which he will have to pass to get the Divine Cauldron. And with that, this chapter comes to an end. Hit the like button and complete today's like aim of 500 likes. Also subscribe and join the channel to support me financially and get a shout out in the next video. Thanks for watching.
And soon Lin reached the 499th step. Waves of energy surged into him, but his mind was completely locked on the giant cauldron in front of him. Just as he'd suspected, it really was connected to the world he remembered. Peering inside, he was shocked to find that it was filled with energy. It turns out the energy outside had just been a tiny fraction of what was inside the cauldron. If he could absorb all of this, Lin wondered how many levels his divinity might skyrocket. But as he reached out to touch it, an invisible barrier stopped him. Then, without warning, the cauldron began to tremble violently. It wasn't just the cauldron, the entire secret realm started to shake. Mo Yun snapped her head up, startled, wondering what on earth was happening. The tremors intensified and Lin gripped the cauldron tightly. The next thing they knew, both of them blacked out. When Lin finally regained consciousness, he found himself back on the eternal trial grounds with Mo Yun lying next to him. Groggy, he checked his stat window and his eyes widened in shock. He was still 8% away from leveling up, but that wasn't the shocking part. Nor it was the fact that his spirit points is at 19,000. No, what really had him staring in disbelief was his divinity, which was now level 30. He began reading it slowly. Divinity level 30. All stats increased by 30% with each level up. Spirit recovery speed increased by 3,000% and fatigue recovery speed increased by 3,000%. Had he absorbed all of the energy from the cauldron? It seemed impossible, but here it was, staring him in the face. And yet Lin was sure of one thing, level 30 wasn't the end. It couldn't be. The only reason his divinity had stopped at level 30 was because he himself was still level 30. He chuckled to himself, looks like he had even more leveling up to do. The entrance to the secret realm had vanished and now the cauldron was in Lin's hands. But the real question was, would the realm ever return? And what was the connection between the cauldron, the primordial rune, and the world from his memories? Before he could dwell on it any longer, Mo Yun woke up, snapping him out of his thoughts. Rubbing her head, she asked, "What just happened?" Lin tells her that when he reaches the top, the whole realm kind of just exploded. Mo Yun's eyes went wide, her jaw dropping. "Wait, what? You reached the very top and made the secret realm explode?" She sounded incredulous. Then, almost immediately, she then asked about his divinity. Lin calmly tells her that it's level 30. Mo Yun froze, staring at him in disbelief. "That's impossible." But then again, she thought to herself, if it was Lin, was anything really impossible? Just then, the red light pillar above her faded and shifted down to her hand, forming a rune. Mo Yun finally finished fusing the rune and realized she'd gained a new skill called Unstoppable. For 1 minute, her speed would increase tenfold. She'd be immune to all damage and she could go through anything, including barriers, magical arrays. The cooldown was only an hour. Lin considered it for a moment and nodded, saying it's a very OP skill. Mo Yun smiled, then summoned her unicorn, turning to Lin. Appreciate him for looking out for her all this time, but she thinks it's time she set out on her own. She needs to grow too, not just rely on Lin's protection. Lin nodded. He watched as she rode off, her figure shrinking into the distance. When she suddenly waved her hands and shouted back from the sky, "See you next time." After seeing her leave, it's time for our boy to get back on the grind. Over the next few days, Lin battled relentlessly, taking down demons, dragons, and all of the mobs he encountered. However, the upper levels of the trial ground were divided into 3 main areas. And from the enemies he was facing, all around level 55, it was clear he had entered the core region. And Lin finally leveled up, reaching level 31. Just as Lin had expected, his divinity had leveled up to 31 as well. It seemed the energy in the cauldron wasn't fully absorbed after all. Feeling stronger, he pressed on but soon stumbled upon something unexpected. A cluster of corpses. It looked like a battle had taken place here. Could it be humans were fighting nearby? He quickly rushed forward and saw a group of demons fiercely attacking a team of human professionals. The leading knight shouted, "Hold on just a little longer. The dungeon is about to form and then they will go inside." But the demons only laughed wickedly, promising they wouldn't give them that chance. And then, out of nowhere, a flash of sword waves streaked through the air. Lin's eyes widened as he spotted the figure behind it. It was his sister.
Seeing his sister fighting with monsters, Lin starts coming towards her while screaming. Lin Mohan also looks at Lin in surprise after seeing him there. Because Lin was coming towards her while running, Lin Mohan is afraid that he will also get into trouble. The teammates who came with Lin Mohan are also surprised to see her shocked, because they have seen worry on Mohan's face for the first time. Mohan is scared right now. Maybe she is telling her brother not to come here. Seeing Lin there, even the monsters start laughing because Lin's coming here is like going straight into the mouth of death. All these monsters are laughing seeing our hero at such a low level. Then some monsters come towards him and say, "Is there no one left in the human race now? How can you, such a small boy, dare to come here? Come on, you have come here, so let me taste you first." A lot of monsters start moving towards Lin at the same time. Mohan gets very angry seeing so many monsters moving towards her brother, and she releases her power. She summons a lot of swords at the same time and attacks the monsters. Mohan used his thousands of swords to defeat those monsters, due to which there were many swords in the sky and on Mohan's signal. All those swords moved together towards those monsters and started destroying them by piercing their chests. After killing all the monsters around her brother, Mohan quickly comes to him. As soon as Mohan comes to her brother, her teammates also quickly come and surround them from all sides for safety. As soon as Mohan comes to her brother, she asks him, "What are you doing here?" After listening to his sister, our hero says that the teacher has sent me to the eternal trial field for practice. As soon as our hero says this, Mohan's teammates also get surprised. One of them then says, "Your teachers are very generous when you are only at level 31. They sent you to the eternal testing area. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to go back?" This guy is a little angry right now because his battle plan has been completely disturbed by the appearance of our hero here, and also Mohan's skill has entered cooldown, and it might be a little difficult now. Then Lin asks his sister if she wants to enter this portal. On hearing Lin's words, his sister seriously says yes, although it has become a bit difficult now due to Lin's sudden arrival here. His teammate who was listening to the conversation says that, "Now your skill has gone on cooldown, so we will consider entering the portal later. Before that we have to leave from here." Mohan is very worried for her brother, so she gives him a teleportation stone and tells him that if their breakout fails, then he can escape from here by activating the teleportation, which will send Lin to a safe place.
as soon as his teammates see Mohan giving this teleportation stone to her brother. They get very surprised because all of them have only one teleportation stone each. And if Moha gives her stone to her brother, then it will be difficult for her to get out of here. Our hero refuses to take Mohan's teleportation stone, to which Mohan says, "Don't worry. I still have the teleportation talisman, although it is not as good as the teleportation stone. But with the help of this, I will be able to get out of here safely." Ignoring Mohan's words, Lin starts moving ahead and says that this is not what I meant. We do not need to leave from here, we just have to kill these demons. Mohan is shocked when she hears what her brother says. Seeing this, Mohan's teammates started stopping Lin, saying, "Boy, you know what you are saying, listen to me and try to get out of here." The monsters also start laughing after seeing our hero moving towards them, because they are seeing a weak person in front of them. Then one of them says, "Hey little boy, are you awake? If you are not awake, then why don't you come inside this demon's belly and sleep for some time?" Lin moves towards these demons and tells his sister, "Sister, avoid accidental injuries and you can take me in your team." As soon as Mohan hears her brother's words, she asks everyone to back off. Hearing Mohan's words, everyone is surprised as to why Mohan is saying so. Then she successfully adds Lin to her team. Here our hero quickly uses slowing curse and many curse chains start moving towards those monsters. And along with that, he also summons the Legion troops. Many skeletons arrive there who, on receiving the order from the Legion leader, set out to attack those monsters. Here, as soon as the curse chain catches these monsters, they all get very surprised because this curse chain starts slowing them down. Due to which the monsters slow down, and as soon as they slow down, many skeletons come and start killing them. The skeletons keep on killing them, and they start dying one by one. All these monsters were scared now, but due to being trapped in the curse chain, they cannot even run away from here, and our hero keeps on killing them. Mohan's teammates are very surprised to see this power of our hero. Seeing this, his teammates say that is it so easy to kill level 50 demons? If it was so easy, why was he not sent before? Then another one says that stop playing with us, this is like a dream. Mohan was already perverted, but even she did not expect that her brother would be even more perverted than her, and what kind of family is this? After killing all these monsters, Lin calmly tells his sister that everything is over. Mohan smiles after listening to her brother, and says that my brother is very awesome. After this, Mohan introduces her teammates to our hero. She tells about everyone that these are my teammates and some seniors. This is Gu Changfeng, and this is Meng Xuan. Then Gu Changfeng comes to our hero and thanks him for this. Gu is a level 52 legendary Holy Sword Knight. Our hero listens to him and says it's okay. Killing demons is the responsibility of human professionals. Then after this, Lin asks his sister that why she wants to go to this secret realm. Then Mohan tells that because my teacher calculated that in this realm there will be original runes coming with the light of stars. So this senior is with her to conquer this realm. Lin seems very surprised to hear this and says that it is not surprising that they are taking so much trouble. Then Mohan says again that this is true, but the commotion was a bit loud just now, and I am afraid that many abyssal demons and dragons will come soon. Seeing his sister a little worried, Lin says, "Don't worry, sister. First go and conquer the realm. As long as I am there, no one will disturb you." Lin wants to help his sister and block the door so that his sister doesn't face any trouble. So friends, chapter ends here. Now what will happen next, we will know in the next chapter. And don't forget to give number out of 50 to the chapter, and we will meet in another video. Till then, goodbye. Now what will happen next? You can tell your opinion by commenting. And don't forget to subscribe the channel and like the video too.